Qing Chun was born sharp and fierce, yet he devoted himself solely to protecting his younger brother who had been trampled on by others, willing to confront powerful forces for him. In the dark night of Jin City, the half-open wooden door of Hongxiu Zhao creaked softly. Three young women, dressed in skirts slit high, leaned against the doorframe with lazy gazes and alluring red lips gently parted, their eyes casting stealthy glances down the narrow alley. Suddenly, a sharp shout broke the silence of the night. "Brother Chun, there's a big problem." A reckless young man stumbled in, breathless and panicked, urgently reporting the crisis. At the end of the alley, a handsome and sturdy young man leaned sideways against a brick wall, joking with a seductive woman from the night market. His handsome demeanor was abruptly interrupted by the shout. This young man was Qing Chun. His eyes narrowed, brows furrowed, and a cold, fierce expression flickered across his face. He was on high alert. He had anticipated this day's trouble long ago. Curling his lips coldly, he said, "Who's causing trouble? Besides the Shuang Ying Society, who else dares?" The youth trembled with fear at his voice, nervously pointing ahead. Without another word, Qing Chen secretly drew a dagger from his sleeve with one hand, while the other pulled a few copper coins from his bosom and slapped them down heavily, like an invisible war drum. He hurried through the narrow alleys like a fierce tiger, stealthily slipping onto a back path behind Hongxiu Zhao. What he saw was the notorious Shuang Ying Society's three rogues cornering his younger brother Qing Jia, who was only 14 years old, against the wall. Vivid red palm prints marked his face painfully. The scar-faced ruffian in front sneered obscenely. "Tell your mother to come out and keep me company. Kowtow 9 times, I won't give you any face." Laughter from passers-by rose amid the chaotic scene, but to Qing Chun, it was a cold haunt. Qing Chun, experienced from another world, possessed a heart of iron and mastered the jade tempering technique, his inner strength filling his body. Burning fury erupted from deep within him. With a cold shout, he shattered the atmosphere. Like a wild beast unleashed, he lunged at the scrawny thug, grabbing his collar. The man lunged to bite, but Qing Chun struck back with a heavy right elbow that cracked bone, followed by a knee strike that crushed the scar-faced leader. The other two ruffians barely reacted before Qing Chun swept them off their feet with whip-like leg strikes. The air thickened with tension and the smell of blood. Just as Qing Chun was about to deliver the final blow, a shout from an elderly man at the edge interrupted him. "Delang, show mercy. Don't cause a death." The old man claimed to be a clan uncle and pleaded for restraint. Qing Chun met his gaze coldly and mercilessly launched a barrage of punches and palm strikes, ruthlessly pushing back this false kindness. "Saying you're doing me a favor is absurd." Spitting on the ground, his eyes were sharp and fierce. The crowd was intimidated and quickly scattered, leaving the street in rare silence. Watching the three ruffians struggle away, Qing Chun weighed the pros and cons, choosing not to kill immediately, keeping his options open as he quietly considered his next move. Just then, a sharp female voice pierced the darkness. "Get away. In the woman of the North Mang Mountain, Lord's son, who dares touch me?" A group of elaborately dressed and fierce-looking men rushed forth, led by a young man in luxurious robes with a lecherous bearing, his attendants' clothes embroidered with the prominent Zhao character, the mark of the city Lord Zhao family. The woman staggered, clearly drugged, glancing around in panic with pleading eyes. Finally, her gaze locked onto Qing Chun as if finding a last hope of life. She wailed, "Sir, please save me." Hearing the woman's voice, Qing Chun paused for a moment, but not because of her graceful figure. In his past life, he had long been accustomed to seeing all kinds of women dressed variously, some even nearly naked without a hint of surprise. What really tightened his chest was her phrase. "The woman of the son of the Eagle Lord of Beimang Mountain." Beimang Mountain. Those three words twisted the rusty lock of his memories open with force. In his boyhood, the original owner of his body had once saved a dying wanderer in a desolate place at that time. Tall grass reached his knees, and the dusk wind carried the scent of blood. That wanderer taught him all he knew of the jade forging technique before gasping out a world-shaking secret. Deep within Beimang Mountain lay a miraculous treasure that could extend life, even involving legendary immortals. Whether true or not, he couldn't confirm, but the tale of longevity was told with such conviction, it was as if the man had seen it with his own eyes. This secret had been etched deep within the original owner's heart, never even shared with his closest kin. Now, after King Chen's transmigration, it was the first time detachment felt tangible and near. In this era, bandits ran rampant, and Beimang Mountain was the most notorious bandit stronghold within Jing Kingdom. Thousands of fierce outlaws entrenched there, all bloodthirsty. The bandit lord, the Eagle Lord, was infamous far and wide. Children stopped crying at the sound of his name at night. The Eagle Lord's son and his woman, these 8 words instantly struck Qing Chun as a godsend disruption. As the thought sparked like lightning, a clear path formed in his mind. He came back to himself. Hero rescues beauty? What a fool's errand, just being used as a tool. The woman staggered forward, tears streaming down her face like spring blossoms, reaching out to grab the lifeline he represented. "Young master, Please, before she could finish, Qingchen moved. The internal force of the jade forging technique surged explosively through his limbs. Lowering his shoulders and dropping his elbows, he launched a move called Iron Mountain Lean, crashing forward directly. Bang! A muffled explosion ripped through the narrow alley. The woman was flung backward, hitting the ground hard, her face painted with shock and pain. In her understanding, even if no one came to her rescue, no one would ever help the villain hurt her. She believed her beauty alone was enough to evoke any man's mercy. Yet Qing Chun was precisely one of the rare exceptions. Ha ha! A shrill, maniacal laugh shattered the tense silence. The pale-faced young master Zhao flushed red with excitement, clapping his hands as he strode forward. Little she-devil, run. Why aren't you running? In this Gene city, even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one dares to save you. Ha ha ha! His eyes glinted predatorily, shamelessly roaming over the woman's body, the wicked lust almost dripping from his gaze. Then he appraised Qingchen from top to bottom. Seeing the young man standing with head bowed, yet eyes flashing satisfaction, he nodded coldly and sneered. Good. You kid, smart enough, knows when not to seek death. It turned out that earlier, at the gate, when he saw Qingchen briefly zoning out, had worried the youth might play hero. Now he thought otherwise. This kid was sensible. Qingchen immediately bowed deeply, bending almost to the ground, a flattering smile plastered on his face. Your wisdom is unmatched, young master. Even if I had 10 lives, I wouldn't dare to interfere with your grand plans. Young Master Zhao felt pleased at heart, his smile broadening as he basked in the awe of those around him, leisurely replying, Oh, is that so? Seems you're quite reasonable after all. Qingchen hurriedly nodded with a humble bow. Yes, I understand perfectly. I would never dare to have any improper thoughts. Young Master Zhao's lips curled into a smug smile, pride practically radiating off his face. What's your name? If you ever run into trouble, just mention me, young Master Zhao of the City Lord's Mansion, and you'll be protected. Qingchen's face immediately lit up with a mix of awe and gratitude, bowing even lower. My name is Qingchen. Thank you so much for your kindness, young Master Zhao. From now on, whatever orders you give, they'll follow without question, even if it means walking through fire and water. Good. Very sensible, young Master Zhao said approvingly, nodding again with a growing smile of arrogance. Just then, the woman who had just fallen to the ground struggled to sit up. She glared fiercely at young Master Zhao, speaking each word with venom. You shameless lecher. You drugged me. I'm from Baimang Mountain. If you don't let me go, Baimang Mountain will make Jing City pay dearly. Nothing will be left, not even a dog or chicken. Hearing this, Qingchen quickly lowered his head, trying to hide a spark of excitement in his eyes. But young Master Zhao laughed loudly, as though he had heard the funniest joke, throwing his head back with utter disdain. Oh really? And you still dare to talk tough at a time like this? Threaten me? Baimang Mountain? What a grand name. You know, I kind of like your spirit. I'm already getting excited. He stepped closer, crouched down, and pinched her chin. His lecherous gaze roamed over her face and chest. Go ahead, scream your lungs out. Let's see if your Baimang Mountain boyfriend can come rescue you. Ha ha ha. The woman trembled with anger, her chest heaving as she stared daggers at him. Slap. Young Master Zhao suddenly slapped her across the face, then stood up and gave a knowing look to his followers. The few men nearby, who had been leering and chuckling, instantly understood. They stepped forward briskly. Zhao loved getting his men to work together. It made the whole thing livelier. The men, all excited by the beautiful woman before them, worked quickly and efficiently, tying her up in no time. No matter how she struggled or kicked, it was useless. Like dragging a sack of grain, they roughly hauled her toward the back door. Still not giving up, the woman kicked wildly, her shoes scraping messy tracks against the ground. Young Master Zhao's face held a lecherous smile. Impatient, he followed closely behind, occasionally reaching out to grope her. Soon, their figures disappeared behind the back door. Unbeknownst to them, a small crowd of onlookers had gathered outside the alley. An elderly man who ran a nearby stall glanced down at the embroidered shoe left on the ground. He shook his head and murmured, Alas, floods ravage the land and bandits run rampant. Soup kitchens feed the poor outside the city, yet sins like these happen inside. The crowd listened silently, too fearful to respond. After all, these were people from the city lord's mansion. As they watched the woman being dragged away, their eyes flickered with a mix of fear and some inexplicable longing. That night, the alley buzzed with gossip, wild rumors flying. But by dawn, the sun rose as usual, leaving only fresh fodder for chatter. No one dared intervene. Meanwhile, outside the city, at a neglected burial ground, lay a fresh female corpse clad in tattered clothes, bruised and battered, discarded carelessly amid the weeds. Nearby, a few keen-nosed hyenas cautiously approached. On the other side, slanting sunlight filtered into the training ground of the Qing residence. The stone-tiled floor was bathed in a warm, golden glow from the setting sun. Qing Chun stood still, palms pressed together, chest rising and falling as the gentle flow of internal energy gradually settled back into place. In this moment of calm, the original owner's memories surged like a raging river amid a flood. A middle-aged man who looked strikingly like him struggled with his last strength to push a boy onto a floating log before being swallowed by the violent, muddy waves. Unfortunately, even though his biological father saved him onto the log, the original owner still didn't survive until the next day. Many years ago, he had saved a wandering martial artist and inherited the jade tempering technique, but it remained nothing more than potential. At the moment of life and death, he couldn't even perform a single kung fu move, not able to save his father, nor himself. Thinking of this, Qing Chen muttered softly, a cold smirk curling the corner of his mouth. Dying like that isn't even something to regret. Though still short of being a third-tier master, with internal strength yet to mature, he was already out of reach for 3 or 5 ordinary toughs. Now, this body and all its mess belonged to him. Qing Chun. Brother, can we not go to the brothel? A timid voice cut through his thoughts. Qing Jia, about 14 or 15, rubbed his hands nervously, eyes filled with unease. This younger half-brother was born to their stepmother, the second wife of their father. Since crossing into this world, Qing Chun, hardened by his former life as a top sales champion, held no real affection for this large family, but now he had other plans. The secret revealed to him by the dying martial artist burned like fire in his heart. To accomplish that mission, he needed help. Alone, he was not enough. Qing Chun had tested Qing Jie's physique, a fine candidate for martial arts, and he was not dull-witted. Yet Qing Jie stubbornly refused to set foot in a brothel, preferring to bury himself in the classics, the Confucian texts, and imperial exams. To force the boy's hand, last night's staged humiliation had occurred under Qing Chen's deliberate but careful orchestration. Now, his gaze sharpened like lightning as he fixed Qing Jie with a stare and suddenly spoke. Little brother, in these chaotic times, if you want to make something of yourself, what do you think matters most? To study well, to pass the imperial exams? Qing Jie scratched his head. No, I have to be ruthless. Qing Chen stamped his foot hard, stirring up dust. If you're not ruthless, you'll just be bullied and crushed. Think about it, if Big Brother hadn't stood up last night. What would have become of you and your mother? He raised a finger, voice dropping even lower. You'd have been humiliated. Qing Jie's ears flushed crimson, knuckles whitening as he clenched his fists, a flash of fierceness sparking in his eyes. Qing Chen felt a quiet satisfaction and pressed further. But if you're not ruthless enough, then what? Big Brother's kung fu is so strong. He must be ruthless enough. Qing Jie said with an eager smile, eyes darting side to side. Qing Chen sighed deeply and pointed toward the innermost courtyard. Last night's street thugs were just an appetizer. The Double Eagle Society has their eyes on this place. Your mother still has grace and charm, so she got caught up in it. Even if I'm strong, I can only fight off 3 or 5 people. What if it's 10 or more? Qing Jie opened his mouth but couldn't find words, simply staring wide-eyed at him. Seizing the moment, Qing Chen pressed on. Little brother, we were born to do big things. Carrying heavy loads, washing plates, and scrubbing dishes, those rough jobs aren't for us. If you're not ruthless enough, that's okay, you find someone who is, and let them have your back. What's the toughest force in Jin City? Officials, soldiers, and of course the underworld. Qing Jie blurted out. Exactly. Qing Chen's lips curved into a faint smile, but beneath it lurked a chilling, murderous intent. Because of this, he chose to immerse himself in the brothel scene. Starting today, you'll go in as a servant too. Come on, follow Meph to the brothel. As dusk deepened, the lanterns of the Red Sleeve courtesan house were already lit, casting a soft glow at the entrance, filling the courtyard with lively sounds like a scene from a joyous banquet. Several women wearing thin silk gauzes waited by the door. One in a pink dress, with her bosom subtly revealed, reached out to tug at a passerby's sleeve, her laughter flirtatious as she called out, "Young master, come on in, have some fun, it's a great time." Second brother Qing Jie witnessed this scene for the first time. His head spun, cheeks flushed red, and his steps faltered, clearly overwhelmed and embarrassed. In stark contrast, Qing Chen's eyes were cold and steady. He didn't glance at those alluring women even once. Instead, he suddenly grabbed Qing Jie's arm and briskly led him toward a side alley. Plenty of chances to deal with those noisy women later. We're in no rush now, Qing Chen muttered under his breath. Their pace quickened as they turned into a hidden alley. At the end stood a weathered wooden door, half ajar. Qing Chun pushed it open skillfully, and an overpowering foul stench wafted out immediately. Inside the courtyard, a dozen or so ragged men squatted or stood around. The leader was a man with a coarse face, a dagger tucked at his waist. He was picking his teeth with the tip of a knife, a satisfied expression on his face. 2 men beside him were rhythmically pounding his shoulders and legs with forceful blows. The door was suddenly flung open, and all heads turned to the entrance. Seeing Qing Chun leading a boy of about 10 or 12, the coarse-faced man frowned, slammed his dagger down on the table with a metallic clang, and his expression darkened into impatient displeasure. What are you bringing your little brother here for? Looking for a midnight snack? He asked coldly, breaking his usual silence. Qing Chun responded steadily. This is my second brother. I brought him here to find some work. The coarse-faced man was taken aback for a moment before tossing his head back and laughing heartily. Hearing their leader laugh, the other men in the yard burst into laughter too, their eyes flashing with fierce hostility. It turned out that lately, Jean City was flooded with vagrants daring to dine and dash at brothels like Red Sleeve Courtesan House, causing quite a loss. In response, Red Sleeve posted recruitment notices for musclemen, offering better pay than heavy baggage carriers. Thanks to his strength and ruthlessness, Qing Chun had forced his way into this crew of enforcers. His internal energy refinements were still incomplete, not exceptional, but it was enough to earn some standing. Seeing Qing Chen's calm demeanor only fueled the coarse-faced man's anger. He spat harshly. I'm already doing you a favor taking you in, and now you want to bring along a dead weight? Do you think the Red Sleeve's your family business? Hoosie, break his arm and teach him some sense. No sooner had he spoken than a burly man charged forward, eyes blazing with fierce intent. Without hesitation, he lunged at Qing Chun, his right leg soaring high for a brutal kick aimed straight at Qing Chen's chest. A move clearly meant to crush and suffocate. Ready for it, Qing Chun activated his internal power, muscles tightening like iron. In a flash, he pivoted on his foot, sidestepping the deadly strike. Simultaneously, he swung his right palm out, slicing like a blade toward Hughes's slender neck. The move looked simple but was enhanced by internal power, increasing speed and force significantly. Hoosie sensed danger and tried to dodge, but was too late. Boom. A deep thud echoed as Qing Chen's palm slammed into the back of his neck. Hughes's forward momentum halted abruptly, his eyes rolling back as his limbs jerked violently several times before he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, everyone inside the room watched in horror as Hoosie suddenly collapsed to the floor like his muscles had been drained of strength, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. Shock exploded in the air. All eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. Then the shouting and cursing broke out one after another, the whole room buzzing like a disturbed hornet's nest. Damn it, what the hell is going on? In the blink of an eye, how did Hoosie just end up lying there? Something's off. Damn creepy weird. That kid, could he be some kind of martial artist? The crowd formed a loose half circle, but dared not get too close. Only the scar-faced man leading them was different. His cheeks twitched as he grinned widely. Instead of anger, his face showed pure delight. Hands on hips, he threw his head back and shouted, Good. Good kid. Didn't expect you to have skills like that. You hit hard and fast. Then he strode over to Qing Chen and scrutinized him from head to toe. Last night's stunt, that was definitely you, right? Taking down 3 guys alone. I like that ruthless spirit. You're a born bandit. Exactly what I'm looking for. Before Qing Chen could answer, the man glanced sideways at Qingjia, who was hiding awkwardly in the back, and sneered, Fuck. Your brother's as skinny as a stick, barely grown any hair. What use is he? Qing Chen stayed calm and waved him over. He pulled Qingjia to his side, clasped his fists, and said with a smile, Big brother, you really have sharp eyes. My brother's young and not much of a fighter yet, but he doesn't ask for wages. He just follows me around running errands and doing odd jobs, being a little servant. How about that? In his mind, Qing Chun was already scheming. The brothel's clients came from all over, spreading rumors and news. He desperately needed someone to quietly gather information. A servant would be far less conspicuous than a hired thug. The scar-faced man's eyes flicked as he quickly calculated. He could get a free servant, plus do Qing Chen a favor, all profit, no loss. He waved his hand. All right, for your sake, he can be the little servant. You feed him twice a day. Then he eyed Qing Chen's lean but tough frame again and raised his voice. As for you, kid, you've got skills, 400 copper coins a month. The room murmured in surprise. In the Jing Kingdom, silver was precious and copper was cheap. A single silver tael could buy over 1,000 copper coins, and 1 copper coin could get you 1 or 2 large meat buns at the market, enough to fill an ordinary stomach. During this year of disaster, 400 copper coins could support a family of 50, a staggering sum for a hired hand. Qing Chen's face lit up in delight. He pounded his chest and cheerfully declared, Thanks for the generosity, big brother. I, Qing Chen, will serve you loyally from now on. Good, good. The scar-faced man laughed heartily, clearly pleased. The money wasn't coming out of his pocket anyway. Then he bellowed, All right, enough crowding around. Everybody get back to work. Startled by the shout, the crowd dispersed immediately, each returning to their tasks. The once chaotic room fell silent in an instant, leaving only Iruza's twitching body being dragged aside with quiet groans. Time flew. 2 months passed in a flash. In the west of Jincheng City stood the now dilapidated 3-courtyard compound of the Qing family. Thin smoke curls rose from between the gray roof tiles. Afternoon sunlight streamed through broken window frames, turning the dust golden. Brother Chun, look at this. What should we do now? Inside the house, a woman nearing 30 nervously wrung the hem of her apron as she stood in the corridor. Though dressed in plain cloth and wearing her hair in a simple bun, her ample figure and delicate features still conveyed a certain grace and softness, tempered by anxiety. Over the past 3 months, Her fear toward this nominal son had grown day by day. At this moment, Qingshan wore the coarse hemp shirt typical of a red-sleeve enforcer, the collar wide open to reveal his well-built chest. His broad shoulders rose and fell slightly with each breath, and a black leather belt was tightly fastened around his lean waist. The short knife hanging from the belt glinted coldly under the dim yellow light. In a low voice, he ordered, "Don't go weaving cloth outside anymore. The ruffians from the Double Eagle Society don't dare cause trouble for me now." Having traveled through time for several months, Qingshan's physique had grown stronger, and he had risen through the ranks at the Red Sleeve. Whenever he thought of the Double Eagle Society, a chill ran down his spine. The cheap bastard who had been his biological father had once hired these thugs as muscle, and now they'd become a serious problem. Recently, the Double Eagle Society, claiming several deaths, had come to the Qing family demanding compensation, hoping to extort a heavy sum. Life and death are destined. Wealth and honor come from heaven. When they were hired, everything was clearly agreed in writing. They won't make waves now. Thinking this, he snorted coldly and casually glanced at Earnyang beside him. Earnyang was so unsettled by his gaze that she stood quietly, head bowed, afraid to say a word. If it weren't for her careful care when he was weak after arriving here, Qingshan wouldn't have bothered with her. He shook his head, about to rebuke her, when urgent shouting came from the corner of the courtyard. Big brother! Big brother! There's news." The newcomer was Qingjie. The boy burst into the room like the wind, his face flushed. Qingshan furrowed his brows, slipped to the door, grabbed Qingjie's arm, and said sternly, "Follow me." Then he briskly dragged him toward the back room. "Hey, big brother, easy." Qingjie stumbled, only daring to plead softly. Slam! The wooden door was shut from inside, plunging the cramped room into darkness. Qingshan crossed his arms. Eyes sharp. "Speak. If you're reckless again, watch your skin. Big brother, there really is a reward." Qingjie swallowed nervously and lowered his voice. The Double Eagle Society gave discounts on their rackets to the little beggars to make collecting money easier. "There's one little beggar you'll definitely find useful." "Oh." Qingshan's eyes flickered. "That child is a refugee with an older sister outside the city. Those thugs bully him constantly, trying to force his sister to yield to them for their amusement. After last year's flood, the city lord opened a porridge shop and stationed soldiers to guard them. Otherwise, the siblings would have been tortured to death long ago." Qingshan quietly calculated, tapping his fingers against his sleeve. After a moment, he said, "Qingjie, go find Aruzi. He's also a refugee, hiding in that rundown shack outside the city. Tell him to steal all the copper coins that little beggar collects today and beat him severely, but don't maim him. After it's done, have Aruzi wait for me under the big pagoda tree outside the city. There's 30 copper coins as payment for his trouble." The next day happened to be the day of the Red Sleeve and on Sivaritan Day's rest period. At dawn's first light, Qingshan already led Qingjie out of Jin City. No sooner had they stepped beyond the city gate than a stench of rotting meat mixed with damp earth hit them like a wall, nearly making them retch. In the wasteland, a dozen blackened iron pots were set over roaring campfires, porridge bubbling inside with steaming white mist rising in thick waves. Around them, 300 armed soldiers prowled, eyes sharp and watchful, forming a solid human barricade. A long line of starving people snaked dozens of yards without a word spoken. The only sounds were occasional coughs and ragged breaths. "Porridge!" came a hoarse shout, breaking the silence. Soldiers swirled long wooden ladles, scooping the thin rice gruel into cracked bowls, each scoop barely covering the bottom, barely enough to keep someone alive. The hungry took the bowls with trembling hands, hunching over to guard the precious food against their chests, and swallowed quickly. At the edge of the clearing, Morley collapsed in the muddy water, eyes vacant, too weak even to move their knees. Most wouldn't survive the day. "Really strange, second brother." Qingshan squinted as he scanned the crowd. "These refugees aren't causing trouble anywhere. Such good discipline." "Big brother, that's because they're starving down to the bone. Even if they wanted to cause a ruckus, they don't have the strength," Qingjie whispered behind him. The two slipped past the crowd and came to the far side of the clearing. Qingjie pointed ahead. "Big brother, look over there. That brother and sister's thatched hut is just there, not far from the camp." Qingshan barely nodded. This kid was becoming sharper with each task. The brothers skirted the perimeter at a brisk pace. After a few dozen steps, a sudden commotion erupted near a low grass hut. A dusty-faced woman with fairly symmetrical features gripped an old chipped bowl, struggling against a burly man for it. The bowl held just a few grains of warm rice at the bottom. "Give me back the porridge, that's mine." The woman's voice trembled, but she wouldn't let go. "Huh, yours?" The man showed yellow teeth and leered. "That's what I saved up. You thieving hag trying to steal my porridge." He wasn't in a rush to use force, just taunting with a sneer. Qingjie's eyes hardened as he leaned close to Qingshan's ear. "Big brother, that woman has a mole on her chin and wears a gray cloth shirt. That's definitely her." Qingshan said nothing but quickened his pace, heading straight for the hut. Hearing the steps approach, the man turned. Seeing the two's imposing presence, he didn't back down, instead shouting, "Damn it! Who are these two bastards? Get lost, or else." Qingchen stopped 5 paces away, sneering coldly. A 7-foot man bullying a woman, does he even deserve the name man? His words reddened the man's face with shame and rage. The man roared, "You're looking for death. I bet you're sick of living." He swung a palm toward Qingchen's face, his attack rough but charged with raw fighting strength. Well prepared, Qingchen advanced instead of retreating. His right palm shot forward like lightning, landing first to press the man's vital wrist point. His fingers gripped like iron clamps. Crack! The sharp snap of a dislocated wrist bone rang out alongside a scream like a slaughtered pig. Cold sweat drenched the man's forehead. Yet his fury only grew. Gritting his teeth, he raised his left leg sharply, aiming low. A nasty groin kick. Qingchen snorted, sidestepping the strike. His left palm turned into a blade, chopping down hard on the outside of the man's knee. Crunch! With a muffled crack, the large man's left leg twisted unnaturally. The dull sound of bone splintering pierced the air as he collapsed onto the ground like a felled tree trunk, his face contorted in pain. His voice turned hoarse as he tried to crawl upright, but couldn't manage to stand. Nearby, a woman's face drained of color and fear. She had personally seen this burly man swing his fists like storms among the rioters, driving off 2 scavenging vagrants in one breath and snatching their porridge and rice. Yet this cold, stern young man before her had crippled the giant's leg with just a few strikes, his ruthless efficiency chilling to witness. Qingchen withdrew his foot and glanced coldly at the few stunned vagrants nearby. With a raised hand, he pointed, you, and you throw this far away." The 3 snapped back to their senses and quickly complied, hoisting the unconscious, agonized man between them before disappearing swiftly into the alley's depths. To them, this meant clinging to the remaining money stolen from that thug, enough to buy another few mouthfuls of food. After dealing with this minor matter, Qingchen turned toward the woman. "Thank you, brother, for intervening so justly," she said, clutching her tattered shawl tightly. Gratitude filled her voice, but cautious wariness lingered in her eyes. "It was nothing," Qingchen replied with a casual smile, his icy expression softening slightly. Seeing no ill intent, the woman's tense shoulders finally relaxed a bit. Before either could say more, heavy, uneven footsteps pounded closer through the dust. Looking toward the sound, they saw a limping boy struggling forward. About 16 years old, his ragged clothes barely hid his gaunt frame. His left cheek was swollen high, a dark bruise shadowed his right eye, and cracked blood crusted the corner of his mouth like dried mud on parched earth. The air seemed to freeze as the woman's eyes widened in horror, fixated on him, her heart aching almost to suffocation. She opened her mouth, but choked on the sob caught in her throat. "Little brother," she finally cried, stumbling over to steady the boy. Once they had belonged to a well-off local family, now they had sunk so low. The boy forced a faint smile, his voice rough. "Sister, I'm fine. I just tripped while walking." Halfway through, his gaze flickered away, avoiding his sister's eyes. Qingchen stood silently beside them, catching the brief flash of hatred in the boy's eyes. He stepped forward with purpose, voice resolute. "That injury wasn't from a fall. The edges are too defined. The bruise is shaped like fists someone beat you brutally." The boy finally noticed him and tensed up reflexively, wary, scanning the young man's stern face, but saying nothing. The woman quickly wiped her tears and urged the boy, "Little brother, thank this benefactor quickly. If he hadn't driven off that thug, we'd still be starving today." Hearing this, the boy's rigid shoulders loosened slightly, but his guarded look remained. Exposed by Qingchen's words, his buried fury surfaced. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "He's a bully. When he saw me hurt, he blocked me, trying to steal the money I begged for to pay the tribute. I fought him desperately, but I couldn't beat him. He took every last coin, didn't leave me a single one." Veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes watering, his voice breaking, he added, "Tonight, the double eagles will come to collect. What am I supposed to pay them with? They'll kill me. Sister, they'll kill me." As he spoke, the boy's eyes darkened with hopeless despair. The plump woman's eyes quickly grew red with worry. "Why don't you try talking to the Double Eagle Society? Just tell them some thug stole your money. Maybe they'll bring justice for you." The young man shook his head, a bitter sneer escaping his throat. "The Double Eagle Society? Sister, haven't you figured it out yet? To them, we're not even people, we're just beasts that make money. If we can't pay, I'm worthless. Why would they stand up for us? They'd probably just blame me for incompetence, beat me even worse, or force you into the brothel." His voice grew fierce as he suddenly swung his fist into his own crippled leg, boiling with rage. "If those scum hadn't purposely broken my leg to make me look pitiful and get more money, would those thugs still have a hold on me?" The woman's heart shattered at his words. Her legs weakened, vision darkened, nearly collapsing. Without caring about anything else, she turned quickly to Qingchen and dropped to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. "Benefactorno, great hero, please have mercy and save my brother. I will do anything, anything you ask." Qingchen's face remained calm and unreadable. Seeing no response, she rushed into the cottage, splashed water on her dirt-smudged face, hands, and neck, then returned showing a faint trace of her former beauty. She dared not hesitate, dropping to her knees firmly again before Qingchen. Qingchen stepped forward, taking her wrist gently in his left hand and naturally supporting her waist and hips with his right, steadily helping her up. His fingers brushed against her skin, and heat flushed her cheeks, a rosy glow spreading from her ears over her face. Since the flood, she hadn't felt a man so close. At that moment, the strength of Qingchen's arms stirred a long-lost warmth inside her. She was once the landlord's minor concubine, but the great flood tore their family apart. Speak standing up, Qingchen commanded. Noticing the blush, his masculine presence grew stronger. He said in a deep voice, "Get up first, don't rush. If your knees give out, your life follows. He'll give you two choices, you choose." The woman had no time for shame. Her mind was consumed with fear for her brother's safety. She nodded eagerly. "Benefactor, we will do whatever you say." No questions asked. Qingchen's palm still touched her warm skin. He inhaled deeply, then extended one finger. "First option, pack your things and immediately leave Jean City. Hide yourselves in a remote town under new names. That way the Double Eagle Society and those thugs can't find you. It's safe." For a moment hope flickered in the woman's eyes, but it quickly faded. "That won't work. You've seen this world too. Outside the city, floods rage, famine spreads, bandits run wild. It's a miracle we made it this far. With so little left, if we leave this porridge shop, we'll starve or be kidnapped and killed within 3 days." Her reply was exactly what Qingchen expected. He deliberately gave them a seemingly doable, but ultimately deadened choice, forcing the siblings into a corner to see the harsh truth. If they don't work for him, there's only death waiting. So be it. Qingchen's voice deepened, carrying a strange, hypnotic quality impossible to escape, yet unbearable to endure. There was only one path left to take. He fell silent for a moment, then fixed a blade-sharp gaze on the boy and deliberately added, "You can only risk your life and fight with everything you have." The woman clutched the hem of her clothes, her cracked lips trembling slightly, as if chanting to herself for courage. Fight with everything, though confusion lingered in her eyes. Those words were like sparks quietly igniting the darkness within her heart. The lame boy standing nearby briefly caught a flicker of light in his normally dull eyes at those words, only to have it fade again. He hung his head and looked at his scarred right leg, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing his knee as a bitter voice squeezed out from his throat. "Fight with everything? What do I even have to fight with? Am nothing but a cripple now, limping with every step." He looked up, his voice hoarse but filled with despair. "Those two bullies from the Shuanging Society, not only have they trained formidable skills, but they also have a dozen thugs under their command, all big and strong. Even if I faced their beggars, I'd be overwhelmed. How could I possibly have the right to fight to the death?" His gaze was like that of a stranger indulging in an absurd daydream. Qingchen was not angry. His eyes were calm and deep like a well of still water. "Alone, you're just an egg against a rock. But what if someone stood behind you, giving you a push? Why don't you ask me? Maybe I'm willing to help you." The boy froze, his lips moving silently before he finally sighed. "In this world, without family or friends, who would risk their life to fight the Shuanging Society for us? Even if you mean well, it might not work. Those guys are ruthless, especially their two leaders. Their eagle claws can crush stone to powder with one swipe, breaking bones and tendons. Death or serious injury is certain." He wasn't doubting Qingchen's goodwill, but had long stopped believing in angels dropping from the sky, or one person's power to shake a whole gang. "Little brother, don't be rude to your benefactor." The woman frowned and stepped instinctively closer to Qingchen, her tone resolute. "I don't know much about martial arts, but I can tell you that Big Brother is no ordinary man. Remember what I said? That tall bully was knocked down with one move by Big Brother. The nearby vagrants didn't even dare to breathe. If Big Brother is willing to help, what do we have to fear?" She understood well that nothing good ever comes for free. A stranger's sudden offer of help usually had some ulterior motive. He was probably interested in her still youthful looks. But at 25 or 26 years old, if she could trade this body for her brother's life, for one chance, it was worth it. After all, they had nowhere left to turn. Qingchen was their only hope. After hearing his sister's words, the limping boy stared at Qingchen in shock. He never imagined that this seemingly gentle young man before him possessed terrifying skill capable of subduing that burly man's prowess, likely rivaling that of the Twin Eagle Guild's leader. Moreover, the dark golden dagger hanging quietly from Qingchen's waist glinted coldly in the sunlight, silently warning the boy that this was no ordinary person. Yet Qingchen didn't immediately promise to help. He took a steady breath and posed a question first. "Tell me, besides forcing you to collect money, what else does the Twin Eagle Guild have you do? Like serving tea and water? Or cleaning the courtyard?" The boy hesitated briefly, then nodded hastily. "Yes, sometimes. Especially when they're drinking, they make us come in and serve." This was exactly what Qingchen wanted to hear. He gave a slight nod. "Good." Then his eyes darkened as he pierced the boy's heart. "Do you want to personally crush those who bullied you? If so, do exactly as I say." The fury long bottled inside exploded instantly. Su Tong's features twisted in rage. His voice was hoarse but resolute. I do. I want it so badly. I dream of it every night. I want them dead. I wish I could tear them apart with my own hands and make them kneel before me. Good. Qing Chen's tone remained calm, but as sharp as an ice blade. To take revenge, hatred alone isn't enough, you need brains too. With that, he turned his head and instructed Qing Jie nearby. Second brother, escort this sister back to the city. Get her settled in the Qing residence. Keep everything secret. Make sure no one finds out. After Qing Jie helped the pale woman away, Qing Chen fixed a stern gaze on the boy. Keep begging as usual. You must never let anyone discover any connection between you and the Qing family. If the Twin Eagle Guild targets you, not only will you lose your life, but your sister will suffer too. He pulled a small pile of copper coins from his pocket, clinking them onto Su Tong's palm. The boy's hands trembled as he took them. He looked up at Qing Chun, but said nothing, silently hobbling back toward the filthy shanty town. Watching the siblings' figures fade into the distance, a faint, cold smile curved Qing Chen's lips. Today's matter was far from over. Beneath the blazing sun, the shadow of the great pagoda tree stretched long. A few miles away on a dirt slope, Huozi had been waiting patiently, his face full of sycophantic smiles. Brother Chun, the job went great, right? That limping brat was bruised and battered, didn't even dare to make a sound. Qing Chen said nothing, merely tossing a heavy sack of money toward him. Huozi caught it with one hand, shook it, and the coins jingled loudly. His eyes lit up with delight. Hey, Brother Chen still as generous as ever. How about I treat you to that brothel at the alley entrance? Qing Chen asked calmly. Have you told anyone else about this? Huozi brushed his chest carelessly. Beating a little beggar, stealing a few copper coins, that's just me. No need to bother others. Next time I get a job, there won't be a next time. Qing Chen said flatly, like stating the weather. Huozi froze. What? Before he could finish, Qing Chun exploded into action. His jade-like internal power roared through his meridians. In a flash, he closed the distance, delivering a right fist straight into Huozi's chest. Bam! The muffled impact shattered the air, sending Huozi hurtling backwards several yards, crashing hard as dust billowed and blood spurted from his mouth and nose. Huozi barely had time to struggle when a dark shadow loomed over him. Qing Chun took a step forward, his hand chopping like a cleaver at the side of the neck. Huozi didn't even gather strength to scream before blacking out. In this chaotic world, mercy didn't get you anywhere. To control the Twin Eagle Guild, one must first draw blood, and Huozi was the sacrificial offering Qing Chen chose to sharpen his blade. First, to spill blood and bolster courage. Qing Chen wanted to know what it felt like to kill a man for the first time. The role of the lame boy was crucial. There could be no loose ends. He had to be made completely loyal and devoted to working for him. A cold glint flashed as the dagger at his waist pressed against Huozi's throat. Qing Chen's expression was indifferent. With a slight twist of his wrist, the blade plunged into the soft flesh like lightning, hot blood spraying out, bright red droplets splattering across his cheek. Huozi's Adam's apple jerked, his voice caught in his throat. His eyes widened in shock before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The tip of the knife dripped blood, tapping on the floor with a steady plip-plop, like a somber death knell. Killing for the first time should have filled him with fear and disgust, but Qing Chun felt none of that. Instead, an uncontrollable excitement surged up in his chest. Was he a natural-born psychopath? He withdrew the dagger, grabbed Huozi's collar, and wiped the blade clean until it gleamed. After confirming the man was dead, he rifled through the body pockets, emptying out all the silver bills and coins before disappearing into the night shadows. 2 months passed quietly amid the chill and bloodstains of Jin City's dark alleys. The lame boy, Su Tong, had become Qing Chen's planted spy within the Twin Eagle Society. The boy diligently gathered information about the gang's fighting skills, the secrets of its 2 leaders, and their dealings with the government and other factions. All of it was reported back to the Qing household via Qing Jie. Late at night in the west courtyard of the Qing residence, the oil lamps flickered faintly, casting a hazy glow over 2 figures on the couch. Qing Chun lay bare-chested, his bronze skin slick with sweat. Next to him, a plump woman with tousled hair flushed from passion breathed heavily. She asked, Brother Chun, has your younger brother made any mistakes recently? Have I caused you any trouble? Qing Chun half closed his eyes, a subtle, unfathomable smile playing on his lips, as if savoring their recent intimacy. After a moment, he murmured, that kid is sharper than I thought. The 2 leaders of the Twin Eagles only know how to pocket money and refuse to share profits. The gang is already fracturing inside. If we focus our strength on taking them out first, once they fall, the others will no doubt bow down. With that, a deadly glint flashed in his eyes, ice-cold, killing intent shining through. Yet he did not reveal his true plan to anyone. Born into poverty, what Qing Chen truly yearned for was the legendary treasure hidden deep in Beimang Mountain. That place was heavily guarded. Anyone who approached would die without a burial. Recklessly breaking and meant certain death. To bring back the treasure alive, he had to rapidly hone his martial skills, and the path required 3 things: money, medicine, and an endless supply of cannon fodder. He needed funds, rare herbs, and most of all, pawns to pave the way for him. Once the plan was set, all that remained was to wait for the east wind. For the next 13 days, Qingchen held back his sharpness, patiently biding his time. That night, deep into the darkness, he discovered a cross carved in charcoal on the blue bricks of his backyard, deliberately deepened by the limping youth's fingertips, the grooves clear to the touch. It was their agreed signal. The Double Eagle Society would be vulnerable tonight. After a stick of incense burned down, Qingchen had changed into a tight-fitting night outfit, his single saber wrapped in black cloth so tightly not a drop could leak. Qingjie gripped a spiked iron rod closely behind him. The cold, damp bluestone road of Jincheng was soaked by the night, their footsteps clicking softly. "Brother, are we really going to do this?" Qingjie's palm was sweating, his voice trembling. The spiked iron rod flickered with cold light, still damp with moisture. Qingchen spun around sharply, his gaze icy. "If we don't act, Ernyang will be doomed sooner or later. Do you want to watch her be humiliated?" The words struck Qingjie like lightning, and heat surged through his veins, hesitation vanishing instantly. The two brothers twisted and turned through winding alleys until they stopped before a desolate courtyard overgrown with weeds. This was the Double Eagle Society's stronghold. "Little brother, this is a Double Eagle's den." Qingchen melted into the shadows. The only sound was the rustling grass. Qingjie nodded heavily, the iron rod creaking under his tight grip. According to Qingchen's intel, a thug guarded the gate every night. Tonight was even more special, the Double Eagle's so-called day of great joy. Hours earlier, Golden-Eyed Hawk and his men had colluded with a prominent clan, brutalizing a family that had lost its male heirs, dividing their wealth, abducting a striking young woman, and completely destroying the family line. Inside, lights blazed, rowdy shouts spilled over the walls. In the main hall, the second-in-command, Iron Wing Hawk, red-faced and roaring hoarsely with a large bowl in hand. "Boss, this time we've really hit the jackpot. This girl's skin is so smooth and tender, way better than those old hags last time. Only complaint is her, but's not big enough." Golden-Eyed Hawk laughed uproariously, one large rough hand groping the nearby woman's waist, making her whimper and tremble. The other hand lifted a cup for a deep drink. "This little beauty, heh. After I'm done, you all get your turn. If I get bored, they'll sell her to the brothel and make a quick buck. Boss is brilliant. Boss, I want to be second in line." The filthy curses mixed with the woman's sobs drifted weakly outside the walls, causing Qingjie's veins to bulge. Soon, the limping youth approached the gate carrying a jar of wine, bowing and scraping as he did. The gate guard, bitter and angry from missing out on food and drink, showed no suspicion when the wine arrived. He snatched the jar and tilted it back, downing several mouthfuls. The fiery liquor scorched his throat and made his head swim. His body swayed unsteadily. A sharp clang sounded. The guard assumed the strong wine was just making him stagger, but the iron rod he held clattered to the ground. "Damn it, they won't give me any money and don't even let me eat meat. These sons of bitches." The guard postman leaned against the corner of the wall, mumbling, a strong smell of alcohol pouring from his purple-stained lips. Clutching a wine jar, his hoarse voice was laced with venomous curses. After a few curses, his head lolled to one side, and his whole body went limp, melting to the ground like all his bones had been pulled out. Just as he collapsed, a shadow shot out from the darkness, moving as fast as a stretched bowstring released. In the blink of an eye, Qingchen was at the guard's back. His left hand clamped fiercely over the man's mouth and nose, knuckles white. His right hand whipped out a thin rope wrapped in black cloth, instantly tightening around the man's throat. The guard snapped awake, kicking wildly with his last strength. His leather boots slammed hard against the bluestone road, the dull thuds echoing. But his breath was completely cut off, and within moments his struggles weakened. To be safe, Qingchen delivered a chopping blow to the back of the guard's neck with the edge of his palm, a sharp crack of breaking bones. Only after confirming death did he lean down and sniff the wine jar gently. The sharp alcohol smell mingled with a faint herbal fragrance. It was the knockout drug he had personally given the lame boy. Satisfied, Qingchen dragged the body up and propped it against the base of the wall, head slumped forward on the chest, looking as if hungover and asleep. He set the wine jar next to him, disguising the scene flawlessly. Finished, he bent low, slipping with Qingjian on each side into the shadow beneath the stairs, silently waiting for the lame boy's next signal. On the other side of the gray brick wall, the noise rose and fell. Rough men's boisterous laughter, the clatter of overturned tables and chairs, and women's anguished screams mixed with the scent of alcohol and cooking oil like boiling soup churning in a pot. Qingchen sat quietly in the darkness, expression cold and unwavering. As long as he could take down the Double Eagle Society, he would secure a foothold in Jin City. With territory under his control, money and supplies would flow endlessly. With silver in hand, his strength would grow, and he could recruit legions of cannon fodder. Would some people die? It didn't matter after all. They were just thugs and hooligans, no real threat to the bigger picture. He knew this perfectly well and felt no guilt. Suddenly, He remembered young Master Zhao from the city lord's mansion. That spoiled brat had once pounded his chest and said, "If anything happens, just drop my name." Qingchen understood that guy had probably long forgotten him already. But in this chaotic age, it was better to raise that banner first. If trouble really reached the city lord's door, who would dare go find young Master Zhao to ask questions? Jin City was one of the 9 major cities of the Jin Kingdom. The city lord's power extended for 200 miles, with a population of about 600,000 middle-sized, but maintaining 5,000 standing troops. Thanks to the memories of the original owner, Qingchen knew this land no longer belonged solely to Jin kingdoms. Even other states of similar size constantly fought for dominance. 100 years ago, the Great Qin dynasty collapsed spectacularly. The Qin ancestor emperor died, and the new ruler lacked the strength to command respect. Orders changed by the hour, and the situation was like fire on oil, triggering widespread chaos. Before the capital could stabilize, the major cities broke away, declaring independence and waging endless wars. It took over a century to reach the current state: constant conflict, rampant banditry, and widespread suffering among the people. At that moment, a faint rustling sound grew closer from afar. The limping boy Su Tong arrived as promised, lightly knocking 3 times on the wooden door. The old hinges creaked, and a thin sliver of moonlight slipped through the crack. By the stone stool, the 2 brothers Qing Chun and Qing Ji held their breath, listening for the signal. Hearing it, they silently stepped forward. Su Tong hurried up, lowering his voice. "Big brother, the chance is here. As you instructed, I only put a mild drug in the wine. It'll take a little longer before it kicks in. Right now, those thugs are drinking and carousing happily." The 2 leaders and several lieutenants have each taken a Miss Lu and her maid into separate rooms. Before he finished, Su Tong noticed the sharp gleam of Qing Chen's single-edged blade. A chill ran down his neck and his Adam's apple bobbed nervously. "Lead the way. We start with Golden-Eyed Eagle's room." Qing Chen's words were sharp and precise like a blade. He gave the boy a nod of approval, then ordered his brother quietly, "Guard the main door. Let no one out. The others inside are drunk, and under the drug's effect they won't put up a fight, but you must be ruthless." Su Tong added, "The Golden-Eyed Eagle stays in the 3rd room of the west wing. The carved door has a beast head bronze ring. The iron-winged hawk is over in the east wing. Let's go." Qing Chen cut him off, tightening his grip on the knife handle. With roles set, the 2 brothers followed Su Tong as he slipped inside the residence. The vermilion lacquered door was half open, spilling heavy, greasy aromas of wine and food. Though the grand manor was faded and run down, its spacious courtyard and delicate rock gardens remained. Even with weeds growing wild, traces of past luxury lingered. The limping boy led the way. Moonlight cast their shadows against cracked walls, flickering as they stuck close to the walls, lurking in shadow, then hiding behind rock formations, skillfully avoiding the drunken thugs wandering the courtyard. Passing through a fake mountain made of Taihu stones, a low, tangled moan caught on the night window, sound both pained and strangely pleasurable, haunting and thick. Su Tong froze. His breath hitched, and his palms grew sweaty. "Turn left," he whispered, pointing toward a covered walkway. They crossed through a moon gate, and suddenly wild laughter shattered the quiet, mingled with muffled sobbing from a woman and a man's harsh yelling like a rough blade scraping the ear. The west wing drew near. The beast head bronze ring gleamed coldly under the moon, like a pair of fangs. Suddenly, the man inside the golden-eyed eagle bellowed with a mad laugh. "Young lady, scream louder. Let the brothers outside all hear Miss Liu's cries. This old bastard's having a blast." "Ha ha ha ha." Su Tong's knuckles whitened, his hand trembling slightly. Qing Chun reacted faster like a clamp. One hand gripped the boy's nape, the other covered his mouth and nose to stop him from making noise. He showed no reaction to the woman's pitiful cries. Right now, all he needed was to wait for the drug's effect to take over. Inside, the rosewood bed creaked under strain. The golden-eyed eagle's laughter turned into heavy panting. "This young lad is pretty strong. If I weren't drunk, I'd have swallowed you whole by now. I've sampled skinny horses before, but you, Miss Lu, you're even more stubborn than a brothel girl. If you've taken your clothes off, what are you still pretending for?" Qing Chen pressed close against the wall, holding his breath as he silently counted each second with absolute precision. The hoarse shouts and curses in the room gradually faded, like a fierce bird of prey strangled mid-screech, losing all its ferocity. Confirming the knockout drug was taking effect, a cold gleam flashed in Qing Chen's eyes. Suddenly, he pushed the door open. It wasn't locked. In the next instant, he slipped inside like a wildcat. On the bed, Miss Lu from the Lu family was curled into a tight ball, clutching the quilt over her body, her eyes wide with terror. The man with golden eyes struggled to shake off his dizziness, frantically jerking his head. A 3-inch scar ran down the back of his head like an ugly centipede. The blue-faced, fang yiksha tattoo on his back twisted and snarled as his muscles twitched, an eerie contrast to his pale, bare belly that flashed with every movement. His right hand still clutched a torn piece of fabric, his huge body sprawled, and swaying over the bed frame. You are before Qingchen could finish. His single blade sliced through the air with a whistle. Moonlight gleamed off the blade's edge, carving out a sharp crescent in the night. The golden-eyed thug's scalp tingled with dread. He hastily unleashed his eagle claw technique, but the drug slowed his reflexes by half a beat. The cold blade plunged into his right hand, blood spurted like a fountain, the bones nearly shattered. Qingchen flipped his wrist, slashing back with a reverse strike. The blade spun in a swift arc, neatly severing the thug's hand at the wrist. The severed hand crashed to the floor. The man's round eyes bulged in shock, his face instantly contorted in pain. But before he could scream, Qingchen swung the sword's sheath hard into his temple. A dull crack rattled the skull, joints shattering inside. Blood seeped from all 7 orifices. The thug staggered drunkenly. His mouth instinctively opened for a cry, but the blade's tip shot forward like a venomous snake, stabbing straight into his throat. The blade pierced soft tissue but was stopped by the cervical spine with a harsh crack, a lethal strike, ruthless and final. Miss Lu at the corner of the bed was paralyzed with fear, pupils shrinking to pinpoints, her mouth hanging open in mute horror. Qingchen's foot lightly brushed the edge of the bed. His left hand flashed up, clamping over her mouth and nose, while his right grabbed the back of her head, twisting without hesitation. Crunch! The sharp sound of a broken neck silenced her scream instantly, which turned into a strangled gurgle. Qingchen caught her limp body steadily, gently laying her down with not a sound. He exhaled deeply. If she screamed and exposed what happened tonight, all their plans would collapse. He had no choice but to strike first. Su Tong arrived, eyes red and swollen, torn between grief and nausea, his chest feeling as if it were being crushed, his stomach in turmoil. Qingchen patted his shoulder, speaking softly. If she lives and screams, we're all dead. Think of your sister. Think of escaping the Twin Eagles Society and living in peace. Stay strong. The limping boy took a deep breath, pulling a short dagger from his sleeve. Readied, he lunged at the golden-eyed thug's corpse, stabbing repeatedly with brutal force. The cold blade rose and fell, pouring out years of pent-up rage and grief with every strike. Taking advantage of the thug's lingering effects from the drugs and alcohol, Qingchen and the limping boy carried the corpse of the golden-eyed eagle back to the main gate. Then they quietly slipped back inside the courtyard and swiftly took down the 3 minor leaders one by one. Weakened by the combined effects, the 3 only had about 20% of their strength left and couldn't last 2 rounds before Qingchen subdued them all, tossing them into a corner and tying them up tightly. 15 minutes later, at the front gate. Bro, why didn't we just sneak through one by one? Why go and alert them? Qingjie panted, confused and out of breath. How else can we keep them in line if we don't show our strength openly? Qingchen's eyes were sharp as blades. He kicked the nearby stone stool with a loud crash. Kicking down the gate, a thunderous shout cracked the night air. Moments later, curses exploded, lights burst open inside the house, and a gang of thugs stumbled out, disheveled and half-dressed. Some yawning, others clutching broken wooden sticks. The golden-eyed eagle looked especially disheveled, holding his pants with one hand and gripping his knife with the other, charging to the front, his face flushed with rage. You want to die? Do you even know this is the Twin Eagles clan? Qingchen pointed to the captured men and the fallen golden-eyed eagle's body. Your big boss and 3 minor leaders were all defeated by me. And golden-eyed eagle is dead. The group turned toward the sound, seeing several familiar leaders lying motionless on the ground and a pool of blood beneath the golden-eyed eagle. Silence fell instantly, everyone's eyes fixed sharply on Qingchen like he was a monster, no one daring to make the first move. No one wants to step up? Then I'll do it myself. He bellowed and lunged forward like a panther at the golden-eyed eagle. Don't think he'll go easy just because you're drunk. His right hand's knife stayed, sheathed as he met the enemy with his left hand. Golden-eyed eagle roared, spreading his eagle claw technique with fingers curved like hooks slicing the air. Qingchen moved gracefully to the side and slapped his chest with his left palm. Bang! The golden-eyed eagle's sternum jolted and his energy surged. Gritting his teeth, he launched several more attacks, but the cocktail of alcohol and knockout drugs muddled his moves. They were slow and clumsy. Before many moves had passed, dizziness overwhelmed him and his footing collapsed into a mess. The small fry were so scared they couldn't even hold their weapons steady. The 3 trusted minor leaders had already been captured, and no one dared rush in. Qingchen seized the opening, delivering a heavy kick to the golden-eyed eagle's knee. Snap! The knee shattered, and he howled in pain, collapsing to his knees. Qingchen's blade flashed as he swiftly cut the tendons in the hand holding the knife, then sheathed his sword and cast a cold glance over the crowd. From today on, the Twin Eagles clan answers to me. These 2 leaders not only treated you like dirt, they also skimmed your pay. How long were you planning to accept this? The gangs exchanged looks. Many recalled the bitter exploitation they endured and lowered their heads in silence. Qingchen seized the moment, his voice dropping a notch. If you swear loyalty, it'll help you live a better life. If not, don't blame me for being ruthless. The golden-eyed eagle trembled in pain. Realizing the situation was settled, he quickly kowtowed repeatedly. Hero, hero, spare my life. Please have mercy. Am willing to surrender. From now on, the Double Eagle Gang will follow you as their leader. Ironwing Eagle fell to his knees with a heavy thud, his forehead smashing repeatedly against the bluestone pavement, producing muffled thudding sounds. He put more effort into this kowtow than a pestle pounding garlic. The dozen or so thugs gathered around sneered with contempt. No one expected this once feared gang leader to be so sycophantic. Qingchen stood with his hands behind his back, a smile spreading across his face as he approached. He seemed intoxicated by his victory, clearly relishing this display of submission. Seeing Qingchen's relaxed expression, Ironwing Eagle felt a moment of relief and lowered his guard slightly. As he was about to catch his breath, Qingchen's light, teasing voice whispered in his ear, "Surrender?" In the next instant, the blade sliced through the air. "Damn it, I don't need a snake like you." The cold steel came straight for his face. Ironwing Eagle tried to back away, but his battered body slowed him down. The blade struck his forehead with a heavy, roaring blow. After a dull thud, the pale-faced man collapsed stiffly to the ground, his eyes frozen in a moment of terror. The whole sequence happened in a flash before the Double Eagle Gang members could even cry out. Their two leaders were already dead. Blood dripped along the knife's edge. Qingchen gripped the single-edged blade horizontally, his cold gaze sweeping across the crowd. No one dared meet his eyes. "I, Qingchen, have no use for disobedient fools. Just work well, and you won't go without your share." His voice was low but crystal clear, piercing everyone's eardrums. The Double Eagle Gang will still be called the Double Eagle Gang from now on, but I'm the only leader. Who's with me? Who's against me? Silence. No one dared utter a word. Good. Qingchen's murderous aura receded, his tone softening. Since you're willing to surrender, your brother's stirring the same pot. Now tell me, what's the real story behind how the Double Eagle Gang squeezes this street? The air felt frozen, every breath grating on the ears. Qingchen's brow creased in impatience, and just as his tolerance reached its limit, a short and stout man nervously stepped forward, trembling. "Mighty leader, my name is Nyodali. Usually, our income comes mostly from bribes from several dozen shops on this street, plus tribute from about 20 beggars." "Oh, how much silver? What's the exact method of collection?" Qingchen inquired calmly. Nyo swallowed hard and answered quickly, "From the beggars, roughly 7 or 8 taels per month. As for the shops, the types vary and numbers fluctuate, but at least 30 to 40 taels also. The head constable on this street expects 3 to 5 taels monthly to keep trouble at bay." Hearing that, Qingchen calculated inwardly, totaling around 50 taels, far less than he had imagined. He raised his voice. "Brothers, follow me, Qingchen, and each of you will earn at least 400 copper coins per month. Work well, and there are bonuses. Make great achievements, and you can even learn martial arts." Excited sparks lit up the men's eyes. In the past, only Qingchen's favorite lieutenant earned such treatment. Most could barely scrape together 200 copper coins, let alone learn boxing and swordsmanship. The new boss was far more generous than the old one, but their joy was premature. Qingchen never made unprofitable deals, and his generosity always meant someone else would pay the price. Now, as he looked at the eager faces of his henchmen, the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a familiar smile laced with a chill that sent shivers down the spine. Time had flown by, and 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye. On the third floor of Hongxiu Zhao, the lamp light in the main room was dim, warm fragrance lingering in the air, and shadows danced behind the curtains. Xiao Yuer, dressed in delicate sheer fabric, leaned sideways in Qingchen's arm, her slender waist pressed against his firm chest. Her voice dropped to a deliberately husky whisper. "Master, you're really something today." Xiao Yuer can hardly hold on, her eyes smiled softly. Captivating, but not seductive. Words flowing like honey, as if letting up even slightly would make her faint. Compared to the elder sister of the lame youth from months ago, still alluring, but worn from life's hardships, this seemingly innocent, yet inherently wild and bold Xiao Yuer brought an intoxicating freshness. Qingchen stroked her gentle arm, his heart mixed with complex emotions. Half a year ago, he was just an ordinary enforcer guarding a spot. Not only did he have no right to embrace a top courtesan, he couldn't even enter a brothel without counting his coins. Now, he was the gangster boss of this street, entitled to hold such warmth close. Indeed, in this world, strength ultimately spoke loudest. His fingers slid down from her shoulder to her waist as Qingchen's gaze grew hazy. In his mind, the trail of blood and betrayal replayed like a flickering film. After that night, he did not blindly trust the remnants of the surrendered Shuangyin gang. Instead, he forced them to prove their loyalty. Each member had to personally strike down one of the original 3 lieutenants. The scar-faced man who had blocked his door went first, followed by 2 other street thugs hacked to death under a storm of blades. As the dust settled and blood pooled on the ground, this brutal act became the fiercest and most direct oath of allegiance. With his power seized and stabilized, Qingchen promoted the first to pledge loyalty, the stocky man Nadali, to head lieutenant. He ordered a monthly tribute of 10 taels of silver be paid to the local constable's tuo, or 3 times the previous amount. Once the bribes were paid, outside pressure vanished, and the street returned to quiet. In just a few months, Qingchen had gathered about 20 men under his banner, laying the foundation of the fledgling gang. He temporarily appointed his second brother Qingjia, Nadali, and the lame youth working as an inside man as 3 lieutenants. Nadali managed daily affairs, while Qingjia and the lame youth studied codes of conduct and kept each other in check. His third brother Qingyan and younger sister Qingyun were still too young to be involved, so they remained in the background for now. To completely erase the chaotic and unruly habits of the past, Qingchun abolished the old irregular fee system and issued new rules. All shops would pay levies only once a week, calculated by revenue share, with no extra charges allowed. He also issued a strict warning. Anyone who dared to use violence or extortion to increase fees would vanish without a trace. On the very day the rules were announced, a careless thug tried to extort in secret. By the next morning, the man had disappeared entirely, leaving only bloodstains behind as a grim reminder that rules were not empty words. Thanks to Qingchen's ruthless cleanup, the street vendors finally found peace. Although they still paid tribute, the constant harassment from petty thugs and random extra fees stopped business prospered. Merchants' net profits after fees were higher than before. While they were not yet grateful to the new Shuangyin gang, they no longer resisted. The gang's treasury swelled steadily, reaching 80 to 90 taels a month. After expenses like gifts, bribes, and fighters' stipends, Qingchen still cleared 70 taels, a figure once unimaginable. He lifted the edge of the curtain, gazed out at the night, and a wild ambition burned in his heart. This was only the beginning. Over these past several months, Qingchen used his ample funds to lavishly purchase the medicinal ingredients needed to enhance his jade refining technique. The furnace burned day and night without pause, herbal scents thick in the air. Sometimes he closed his eyes and cultivated quietly. Other times he sat in stillness to regulate his breath. His power grew at a visible, astonishing pace. Once barely reaching the threshold of the 3rd tier, he had now fully crossed that line, feeling as if he had been reborn. A month ago, his jade refining technique had just reached a minor breakthrough now. By channeling his true qi, his palms could harden like white jade, delivering strikes capable of shattering stone and breaking bones, even taking a life. Thinking back to the twin brother leaders of the Double Eagle Society, he privately assessed. If they met again now, without using any drugs, he could break their limbs and bones within 7 or 8 moves and leave them utterly defeated. When he had seized control of the Double Eagle Society, he had scavenged only scattered silver notes and antiques from where the brothers had hidden, totaling just 300 or 400 taels. For such powerful local tyrants, their state of poverty was pitiful, even to him. Yet even so, that small fortune was enough for him to buy precious herbs. His scattered silver had ultimately been converted into bitter medicinal potions, swallowed and transformed into true qi. Besides the money, the greatest gift from the Double Eagle Society was 2 rare skills, a set of disguise techniques and a style of lightness skill. The brothers had not yet had the chance to fully demonstrate these before Qingchen's crippled youth, planted long ago in their kitchen, administered a knockout drug that silenced them forever. The disguise technique was called appearance refining and bone shrinking technique. Unlike ordinary stage makeup illusions, this method combined external application of ointments with internal energy manipulation to subtly adjust facial features and bone structure with exquisite skill so remarkable that even Qingchen couldn't help but marvel. The gecko wall climbing technique, though a common form of lightness skills in the martial world, was extremely precious to someone always short of money, like Qingchen, especially since he planned to head north to Mount Beimang to search for treasure. With this lightness skill, scaling eaves and climbing walls by leveraging external forces would become far easier. Thus, over the past months, each morning he rose before dawn, leaping across roofs and walls. By nightfall, he repeatedly practiced scaling windows and balconies in dark alleys. To his surprise, his progress was unprecedented, perhaps due to his sharpened comprehension or solid jade refining foundations. He could now silently take several steps along a 3-story high wall, graceful as a swallow. His blade techniques couldn't be neglected either. Following instructions, Neo Dali arranged to acquire a set of 5 Tiger's soul-breaking knives. Though the knife moves were not complicated, they specialized in ruthless attacks. Qingchen spared no expense, paying dozens more taels to obtain detailed instructions, and maniacally polished his skills day and night until mastery. When his blades flashed with the furious force combined with the power of jade refining, the cold gleams slashed through the air like death itself, chilling the hearts of all who saw. Between martial training, he also kept an eye on the shifting tides of the Jianghu. The notorious bandits of Mount Beimang had strangely remained inactive for months, only recently attacking young Master Zhao, a development that caught him off guard. Months earlier, he had egged on young Master Zhao's drunken jest at Lord Diao's wife, the local gang leader's daughter-in-law, relishing the reckless playboy's self-destruction. Afterwards, The city of Jin was calm, and he had thought the mountain bandits too timid to act. But these desperate outlaws actually dared confront a city backed by thousands of regular soldiers. Were it to escalate, and the city mobilized a tenth the sand-strong army, the bandits' 100 or so might crumble instantly. For Qingshun, however, the more chaos, the better. Every storm of blood and fury carried opportunity hidden beneath. He smiled darkly, running a hand over the blade's edge and feeling its bone-chilling cold if the tempest came. He was ready to intervene at a moment's notice. After all, only in turbulent waters could one fish unnoticed and seize their chance. A few days later, the actions of the city lord's mansion confirmed the news. At the city gate, they posted a towering white banner with black characters declaring, "Bandits run rampant outside the city walls, seriously threatening the safety and lives of the people." They announced the formation of a 4,000 strong anti-bandit army, 2,000 civilian warriors as the vanguard, responsible for charging and breaking enemy lines, 2,000 official soldiers forming the main force, ready to provide support at any time. The notice further stated that anyone who distinguished themselves in this campaign would be rewarded with official ranks, gold, silver, and land estates. Those veteran warriors from the vanguard who survived would even have the opportunity to join the regular city guard, opening the door to a limitless future. As soon as these terms were made public, the entire Qingyang city erupted with excitement. Ambitious people flocked to the notice, voices buzzing with eager discussion. Destitute refugees, already starving, looked on with red eyes, seeing this as a rare chance to turn their fortunes around. After all, for 1,000 trained troops laying siege to fewer than 1,000 bandits in the Baiman Mountains seemed like a surefire, easy victory. Several days later, as night fell, the glow from the brothel's lanterns flickered brightly. Qingxin reclined on the soft couch in a private room, tracing his finger around the rim of a wine cup. The amber liquid shimmered faintly, but his mind was already on the impending battle in the Baiman Mountains. Around a round table nearby, several junior officials from the city government sat, each holding a perfumed beauty in their arms, a heady mix of alcohol and fragrance filling the steamy air. "I hear this time the city lord's mansion is recruiting 2,000 strong young men, determined to wipe out those bandits in Baiman Mountain once and for all." One official wiped the wine drip from his mouth, eyes gleaming with excitement. "That's not all," another raised his glass. "The vanguard commander is none other than Lord Wang, a famed second-tier expert who once clad in heavy armor and riding a fierce steed, single-handedly slaughtered 100 enemy scouts. Charge with him, Ledinjif, you can cut down a few bandit leaders. Official rank and riches are practically guaranteed." A third chimed in, "Never underestimate the difference between skill levels. An average third-tier fighter can take on 10 men barehanded. Armored and armed, they become unstoppable. A second-tier expert with riding skills can scatter 100 scouts in moments with a cavalry charge." Seizing the opportunity, Qingxin smiled and stood, clasping his hands in salute to the officials. "Gentlemen, you are my benefactors. I humbly ask for your recommendation so I can secure a post in the vanguard. I promise a generous reward upon success." "Huh, well said. We brothers know how to keep things proper. We won't let you enjoy the wine for free," they replied heartily, clinking glasses. With gold exchanged and favors laid down, the matter progressed smoothly without the slightest hitch. The next morning, the recruitment square in front of the city lord's mansion was packed with a sea of people, flags fluttering in the breeze. Qingxin arrived with over 20 of his gang brothers, their weapons gleaming and carrying an impressive aura. Under the guidance of familiar officials, he smoothly registered his third-tier martial skills, sharp wit, and strong connections with the city lord's mansion, securing him a direct appointment as captain of a 100-member squadron, exactly as he had planned. Third-tier experts were already rare, but in the military, mere fighting skills alone fell far short. More important were leadership abilities and powerful backing. After all, an army depends not only on individual prowess, but also on command talent and solid connections behind the scenes. If an average skilled fighter joined the army alone, chances are they'd be assigned as a scout or a squad leader. But Qingxin was different. Not only was he personally formidable and well-connected, he also commanded over 20 loyal comrades who would follow him to the ends of the earth. This strength earned him the exceptional appointment as centurion of a 100-man outpost as soon as he stepped into the camp. The brothers from his gang also landed key positions within this outpost: bodyguards, standard bearers, quartermasters, medics. Almost every level had his people. The vanguard army structure was very clear. 1. 10 men formed a squad, led by a squad chief. 2. 5 squads combined into a team of 50, headed by a team leader. 3. 2 teams made a 100-man outpost, commanded personally by a centurion. 4. 5 outposts comprised a battalion of 500, overseen by a staff officer called a sishi, responsible for coordination and command. 5. 4 battalions joined to form a regiment, namely the Vanguard Army, under the supreme leadership of a colonel. Qingxin served in the 2nd Battalion of the Vanguard Army. The battalion's sishi, Li Muyun, had a unique background. He was the favored son-in-law of the lord of Jin City. The lord had 4 sons and 1 daughter. The youngest son Zhao was beloved, but the only daughter was truly cherished above all. Li Muyun, widely known as a useless silver spear, wax iron head, had been stubbornly chosen by the daughter as her husband. Though the lord despised him, he couldn't go against his daughter. So he stuffed Li Muyun into the vanguard army to rack up some military merits for promotion while tightly holding the reins of the official army to prevent any mischief from this worthless son-in-law. When Qingshun learned he was assigned to the 2nd Battalion, he almost laughed out loud. The environment couldn't have been more ideal for a paper tiger superior. Capable and strict commanders made life hard for their subordinates, but Li Muyun essentially gave him free rein, perfectly accommodating Qingshun's secretly brewing plans. On the eve of the campaign, deep in a quiet alley of Jin City, a large courtyard was brightly lit. Brother Chun, you going to war still worries second mother so much. Leaving a good life behind, Sai's second mother held Qingshun's hand tightly, her voice full of concern. Is wiping out bandits something to take lightly? I hear those mountain bandits are extremely fierce. You must be careful. Qingshun smiled slightly. Mother, don't worry. Our 4,000 elite soldiers face fewer than 1,000 bandits. What's so hard? I will protect second brother and come back safe and sound. Though reassured, second mother still sighed repeatedly. At that moment, Qingjie appeared, dressed in battle gear, standing tall with youthful sharpness in his eyes. After months of hard training in the 5 Tigers soul-severing blade and gecko wall climbing technique, he could now solo 3 to 5 burly men. Armored on the battlefield, he was like a tiger among sheep. At nearly 7 feet tall and about 15 or 16 years old, he stood before his mother and declared loudly, "Mother, don't worry. I've joined the Vanguard Army too. Now that I have some skill, they'll fight alongside Big Brother." These months of experience had toughened Qingjie's martial skills and soaked him in the bloodiness of battle. His loyalty and courage surprised Qingshun greatly. When his younger brother volunteered, Qingshun didn't hesitate and appointed him as squad chief of his personal guard squad within his outpost. A month passed in the blink of an eye amid marching and setting up camp. The main force of the Vanguard Army arrived at the foot of Bei Meng Mountain, surrounding the area tightly. Meanwhile, the 2nd Battalion was ordered to stay far from the front lines, stationed on a gentle slope 20 li away. There was no sign of battle or bloodshed. Here looked more like a leisurely outing. Horn calls were sparse, and soldiers lounged around small campfires in 2s and 3s, chatting idly. Twilight deepened, the dying sun casting a reddish glow on the edges of the camp's banners. At the center of the 2nd Battalion, inside a tent larger than the others, torches crackled loudly. Qingshun sat upright before a table, his face beaming with ingratiating smiles. The fierce look that once marked his eyes had softened into one of subservience. His smiles were directed at Li Muyun, the battalion's quartermaster, who wore a jewel-studded iron helmet and fine leather armor. "Quartermaster, tonight calls for a proper drink," Qingshun said respectfully, offering a cup of medicinal wine with both hands. "This is a rare vintage I painstakingly hunted down, tonic and invigorating." A sly glint flashed in his eyes as he lowered his voice. "There's also an empty tent nearby, comfortable and quiet. No one dares approach. The little beauty you requested has been securely tied up and is ready to serve you at any time." Li Muyun paused for a moment, then threw back his head and laughed heartily. His laughter reverberated through the tent. He snatched the wine cup and drained it at once. Still unsatisfied, he grabbed the entire jug and poured it down his throat, the wine trickling down his chin and soaking his armor plates. "Haha, Brother Qing, that's the spirit." Li Muyun slammed the empty jug on the table with a loud bang. His palm, stained with wine, came down heavily on Qingshun's shoulder. "You really understand me." Qingshun bent lower with a toothy grin. "Your trust humbles me, sir. From now on, no matter the task, I am ready to brave fire and water for you." Having eaten and lodged together for more than 10 days, Qingshun knew his superior's temper thoroughly. Li Muyun had climbed the ranks through connections, and his laziness was astonishing. While other officers busied themselves drilling their 500 troops and guarding against vulnerabilities, he spent his days idle, indifferent to military duties. In his free time, he went falconry and dog-walking with city elites, always seeking pleasure outside the camp. What was more unusual was how he mastered the art of living off others. Boasting a handsome face, he won favor with the city lord's daughter and indulged in extravagance without restraint. Rumor had it that if even half the effort he put into charming women were applied to leading troops, the 2nd Battalion would already have iron discipline. Yet Li Muyun lived by but one motto: life is but a pursuit of wine, women, wealth, and lust. Li Muyun was a man addicted to fine wine, infatuated with women, fond of delicate scholars, and hopelessly dependent on the drug wuxi san. It seemed that only by doing so could he satisfy a certain twisted desire for domination. Qingshun had long understood this well. A few days ago, under the pretext of leading a patrol, he quietly chose a remote mountain path far from the official road and ordered his men to ambush and abduct a passing woman from another region. Then, he spent a large sum of money to bypass numerous informants and bought top-quality wuxia powder on the black market. Once everything was in place, he set up a secret den of debauchery in the most secluded corner near their main camp. This perfectly tailored and foolproof scheme indeed struck at the softest, darkest part of Li Mayan's heart. What Qing Chun noted privately was that compared to the thrill of women, this Sima lord was even more addicted to the euphoric effects of wuxia powder. So, he generously continued supplying the drug without hesitation. Li Mayan's official salary was limited, and he still had to maintain an extravagant lifestyle. This timely support naturally filled him with delight. Before long, he came to regard Qing Chun as his most trusted confidant, relying on him in every matter. Haha, brother Qing, no need for formalities between us. At this moment, flushed from the wine, Li Muyun laughed loudly and freely, holding a wine jar. From now on, don't call me lord in private, too distant. Just call me brother Yin. That's more familiar. Qing Chin's heart leapt happily, immediately seizing the chance with an expression full of being honored. Hey, then little brother will boldly call you brother Yun. If brother Yun ever has orders, just say the word little brother can do anything. Then, rolling his eyes as if speaking casually, he added, by the way, brother Yun, our camp has been set up 20 li north of Beimang Mountain. I'm wondering if that's a bit far. The vanguard and the main army have all pressed up to the foot of the mountain, surrounding Beimang Mountain tightly. Haha, you don't understand this. Li Muyun wiped the wine from his lips with his head thrown back, looking smug. I came out this time just to get some experience. When the fighting ends, I'll go pick up the spoils, no effort at all. Besides, our current position is perfect. It's far from Beimang Mountain, yes, but if any stragglers escape this way, won't we catch them like fish in a barrel? How comfortable is that? Hearing this, Qing Chen's heart surged with overwhelming contempt. 20 li north of Beimang Mountain was all sheer cliffs and dense forest. Large forces couldn't possibly pass through. There was no chance of any real battle here. Even if mountain bandits came rolling down, there would only be a handful. This guy was clearly afraid of battle and death, yet he could still talk so pompously. He cursed him as a useless idiot inside, but showed none of it on his face, forcing a respectful smile. Brother Yun, your farsightedness is admirable. Little brother is impressed. But I also worry that if others don't understand your intentions and mistakenly think you are missing the opportunity and failing to join the siege of Beimang Mountain, that could cause problems. If rumors like that are exploited by those with ulterior motives, it could harm your future prospects. At this point, he deliberately displayed concern and worry, lowering then raising his eyes cautiously to gauge Li Mayan's reaction. Who dares challenge me? Li Muyun snorted coldly, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Inside the tent, the dim yellow lamp light flickered softly, mingling with the thick scent of sandalwood that swirled slowly through the heavy air. Qing Chin stood by with downcast eyes, the faintest upturn at the corner of his mouth quickly subdued, leaving only an expression of respect and calm. He knew well that this seemingly indulgent general was no ordinary man. If the time wasn't right, reckless moves could bring disaster. Brother Yun, you see clearly, Qing Chin said, bowing slightly with a humble tone. No one openly dares to bring you trouble, but in secret, some petty scoundrels are already scheming. Rumors spread that you hesitate and conspire, aiming to undermine your own foundation. Each word landed deliberately, carefully chosen, yet piercing straight into Li Mayan's heart. The candle crackled faintly, the silence around them so deep that even the soft drip of wax sounded loud. Li Muyun furrowed his brow and raised his gaze toward the darkened camp outside. After a long silence, he spoke quietly. Then, Brother Qing, what do you think should be done? I have no interest in leading the frontline assaults, but with the current mood, if we're not careful, someone might expose all my past faults. Qing Chin knew this commander's temperament intimately. Once his personal safety was involved, he could lose his composure, but if spoken to directly about command, he would only grow suspicious. So Qing Chin thumped his chest and promised, Brother Yun, rest assured, your matters are mine as well. I may not be a great figure, but I am relentless when it comes to relieving your burdens. He paused deliberately, waiting until the tension in Li Mayan's brows eased before continuing with his advice. In my view, you should lead a force under your own banner to join the main army at Beimang Mountain. Outwardly, you'll be participating in the bandit suppression, but secretly, you can still direct operations from within the camp. This way, you show concern for the war effort, while keeping control at your fingertips both effective and prudent. Li Mayan's eyes brightened, and he slapped his thigh enthusiastically. Excellent plan. But then hesitation crept in. But who to send? This isn't a pleasure trip, you can't just switch gangs if it goes wrong. If it gets exposed. I volunteer myself, Qing Chin said, bowing deeply, his tone resolute. Give me 3 squads, 300 men. I will command them personally. As for the other commanders, simply summon them to your tent under the pretense of discussing the campaign. Keep them close and on guard. Li Muyun studied him, weighing his thoughts, then suddenly laughed aloud and slapped Qing Chin hard on the shoulder. Do as you say. When this succeeds, there will be rewards for you. Qingqian swallowed back rising joy, bowed deeply, and left the tent. A chilly breeze swept in, mingling with the faint clang of armor from the camp. He took a deep breath and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Truly, a useless fool. That night, the camp's undercurrents roiled fiercely. Under cover of moonlight, Qingqian busily moved about, selecting 2 additional squads from other units not from old gang allies, but loyal killers holding his leveragito ensure absolute security. Before dawn the next day, the bugle sounded sharply. Under Li Mayan's orders, all officers were summoned to the main tent. Food and drink were laid out, lamps blazing bright. Once assembled, Qingqian signaled his confidant holding the command token to step out and swiftly take control of the 3 squads, organizing the troops and preparing their gear with seamless efficiency. The handover completed in less than half a day, smooth as flowing water. Outside the tent, distant drumbeats rolled as spears and halberds glinted coldly in the dawn light. Inside, wine cups clinked and laughter rang loud. The officers under virtual house arrest still drank and chatted, unaware that the winds of change had already swept across the camp. Qingqian assigned his second younger brother, Qingjie, and Yo Dali, the leader of the Shuangying Guild, to command the 3 outposts, while secretly selecting 50 highly skilled elite soldiers to form a covert squad. Everything that followed would depend on them. That night, in the main army tent, flickering candlelight cast shadows against the fabric walls. Only the 2 brothers remained inside. Qingqian spoke in a low voice. You will disguise yourself as me and travel with Nyo Dali alongside the main forces. You have Li Mayan's command, but no one will dare stop you along the way. Qingjie stood straight and repeated every word carefully. Disguise as you. Join Nyo Dali to lead the 3 outposts. Follow the army closely. Holding Li Mayan's order baton, no one will block us. He'll stay in the main camp, pretending the elder brother remains there. Qingqian nodded slightly with a flicker of approval in his eyes, but quickly suppressed his smile. Leave the specific tasks to Nyo Dali. You just hold the camp. The Shuangying brothers will protect you. Nothing will go wrong. Qingjie responded, though restless beneath the surface, furrowing his brows. Understood. But brother, I feel suffocated not fighting on the front lines. All my years of swordsmanship training would be wasted otherwise. Qingqian's expression darkened. His tone turned sharp. Foolish. Fighting? That so-called vanguard is just a death trap. Bombing Mountain is easy to defend, but hard to attack. They're only scouting to wear down the bandits' morale. When both sides bleed each other dry, the city lord's 2,000 militia will mop up the remnants. You want to join the chaos? How many lives do you think you have? Then, his voice softened again. Remember, if you lack strength, you must rely on brains, not reckless courage. Qingjie was jolted awake by these words, silently bowing his head but nodding firmly thereafter. The candlelight flickered across his youthful face. He could feel the depth of his brother's planning and understand that this mission meant life or death, honor or disgrace for both of them. Suppressing his youthful fury, he vowed silently to uphold the plan without error. Watching his brother step out of the tent, Qingqian let out a long breath. He had strained every nerve to bring Qingjie into the army for tonight's operation. As long as his brother followed orders, he could lead 50 elites deep into Bombing Mountain to execute the real plan, while outsiders still believed he remained in camp. Deeper into the night, patrol footsteps echoed sparsely across the camp. Outside the tent, Qingqian looked up at the starlit sky, fingers tightening steadily around the hilt of his sword at his side, drawing in a deep breath of the night air. Before dawn the next day, a faint scent of herbs already filled the tent. Qingqian lit a small oil lamp and placed the pale green potion he had carefully prepared, along with the human skin mask that had taken days to tan and perfect, on the wooden table. He gestured for his younger brother Qingjie to sit on a low stool, inhaled deeply to steady himself, and began the process following the secret incantation of the disguise and bone contraction technique. The potion, cool to the touch, was evenly spread with his fingertips from the temples down to the jawline without missing a spot. Then, he covered Qingjie's face with the human skin mask, precisely inserting several fine silver needles into hidden points on the face to secure the flesh. After half an hour, Qingqian wiped the sweat from his brow and stepped back to inspect. This Qingqian looked about 70 to 80% like the real him. Qingjie hadn't trained in bone contraction, so his broad shoulders and back still gave away some flaws. But in the dim light or from a distance, it was enough to deceive anyone. Remember, speak little and watch carefully, Qingqian whispered. If there's urgent military business, let Nadali decide. You just need to imitate my posture. Qingjie, or rather, the new Qingqian nodded solemnly, his expression stiff and cautious, afraid to disturb the delicate but crucial disguise. At the first quarter of the Chen hour, Qingjie and his confidant Nadali counted their 3 sentries, then set off toward the vanguard camp under the banner of 2nd Battalion Sima, Limun. Meanwhile, Qingqian's elite squad lay in ambush until dusk. Only after night completely swallowed the fading sun did they gather behind the rear slope of the camp. Stars and moon hidden, the mountain forest wrapped in darkness. Qingqian gave a low command. Move out. Over a dozen men pressed close to the ground, slipping out like shadows down the gentle slope. Using the cover of the forest to speed forward, their target, the northern foothills of Baimang Mountain, a place outsiders considered a hopeless trap. Baimang Mountain's northern face soared 1,000 fathoms, ancient trees twisting like roots, vines wrapping like chains. Regular soldiers could barely climb it, let alone launch a large force. But Tingshen was confident. Years ago, as a youth, he had saved a dying traveler who not only taught him the forging jade technique, but also revealed a secret tunnel leading straight to Baimang's secluded rear. Now, with the Tianqing army's might proudly displayed at the mountain front and the bandit forces tied down there, the supposedly impregnable rear defenses were lax. This was their best chance. Deep inside the dense woods, poisonous miasma mixed with a coppery scent floated in the humid air, thick with swarming mosquitoes and flies. Fortunately, they had applied insect repellent ointment beforehand, whose acrid herbal smell barely kept the pests at bay. Otherwise, bites alone could have thinned their ranks drastically. The path was perilous. Sometimes they had to climb moss-covered cliffs, connected by hemp ropes, searching for crevices with their toes and grabbing protrusions with their knuckles. Other times they waded through rushing streams where slippery river stones forced them to cling tightly to hanging vines or jutting rocks, one misstep meaning being swept away by the current. This grueling march and constant vigilance wore on the men. After just 2 hours, complaints began to surface. Damn it, what kind of path is this? It's like a death trap. A broad-shouldered, sturdy man muttered under his breath, his bare arms streaked with fresh, crimson scratches. Are we lost? We've been walking so long, and haven't even seen a single tunnel shadow. Nearby, a thin young man limped painfully, his swollen ankle throbbing. He gasped sharply and joined the complaints. Did we take a wrong path? Is this road a dead end? Centurion. Another middle-aged man spoke loudly, filled with frustration. Voices of blame and discontent rose one after another, tearing apart the tense marching atmosphere in an instant. Qingchen suddenly spun around, his gaze locking onto the loudest middle-aged man. He knew well that morale was like a drawn bowstring. Once it slackened, it would snap immediately. Anyone who shakes the army's spirit shall be executed without mercy. The cold, severe words sent a chill down everyone's spines. Qingchen strode forward with dark, steely eyes piercing at his opponent. Questioning the route is questioning military orders. Spreading confusion before battle and disturbing our troops, this is punishable by death. Before he finished speaking, his long blade slid from its sheath, gleaming with cold light. A quick, wet sound, blood splattered. The middle-aged man's horrified expression froze. His head rolled away and his body staggered 2 steps before collapsing heavily to the ground. The forest fell deathly silent, broken only by harsh breaths and the soft patter of blood dripping onto leaves. Qingchen wiped the red droplets from his blade, returned the sword to its sheath, and scanned the others with an iron voice. I know everyone's been through a lot, but this path is absolutely correct. Success is just ahead. If we can sneak into the back mountain and destroy the bandit nest, every person here will earn merit 1 official rank promotion and a reward of 20 taels of silver as a minimum. He paused, then raised his voice sharply. For truly outstanding achievements, the reward will be 2 rank promotions and 100 taels of silver. A 2-rank promotion would propel a common soldier up to lead a squad of 50. 100 taels of silver could buy a decent home in Jean City. Under such generous incentives, fear was instantly swallowed by hot greed. Soldiers' eyes took on a reddish glint, and their knuckles whitened as they gripped their weapons. To hell with it. For promotions and the 100 taels of silver, let's do this. Someone roared first. Yes. Follow the centurion all in. Find the tunnel and crush the bandits. Shouts rose again and again, eerie yet fiercely reigniting the troops' morale. The unit resumed their march, stepping carefully through the night dew, pushing themselves even harder through the dense forest than before. About an hour later, the darkness thick as ink, an experienced brother from the Double Eagles slipped up to Qingchen's side, lowering his voice but barely containing his excitement. Big Chief, we found it. Over there's an old pine tree with a carved cross on its trunk. Behind the tree is a stone cliff base covered with waist-high wild grass. In front are scattered stones arranged oddly, definitely not natural. Qingchen's spirit surged. This matched exactly with the secret entrance mark described by the dying wanderer. He suppressed the swelling gladness and whispered, Good. Well done. Rewards will be generous upon return. The group followed him cautiously. Under the moonlight, a massive ancient pine stood tall, its thick trunk embraced by 2 hands. In the shadow behind it, the deep cross carving looked chillingly vivid. Parting the grass revealed the base of a stone cliff with an irregular arrangement of rubble, seemingly deliberate. Qingchen raised his hand to signal alertness, then stepped forward alone. His fingertips brushed across the damp, rough rock surface. Suddenly, he felt a slightly different, protruding stone block. This is it. He was certain, raising his fist. Knock, knock, knock. He tapped 3 measured knocks on the protruding stone. With a dull rumbling, the stone door set into the cliff slowly slid open, revealing a pitch-black cave entrance. Qingshun grew alert, selecting his 3 fastest guards and calling over 2 sharp members of the Double Eagle Society. Lowering his voice, he instructed, "You 5 scout ahead. Find the exit and confirm it's safe, then report back immediately. The rest of you stay hidden right where you Irino 1 moves without orders." The 5 men nodded, drawing their blades and lighting torches. The orange flames flickered in the damp air, illuminating only about 10 feet ahead. The passage felt cold and musty, the stone walls slick with slimy moss, with water dripping softly at their feet. Everyone held their breath and stepped as lightly as possible, wary of triggering any hidden traps. The tunnel twisted and stretched on endlessly, growing darker and narrower the deeper they went. After about half a mile, one soldier suddenly froze, signaling urgently with his palm. In the torchlight, the ground beneath their feet changed from hard rock to soft earth. A Double Eagle soldier crouched down, sniffed the soil, and whispered, "This ground's soaked with underground moisture. It's unstable and loose. Take care where you step." Everyone nodded and moved with even greater caution. As they went deeper, the musty smell faded and the dripping sounds grew distant. After another 300 steps or so, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. Spirits lifted, the soldiers quickened their pace until they reached a tangle of vines revealing the night sky beyond. Parting the leaves, a flat clearing opened up before them, stars sparkling above and a cool breeze blowing. "We're out. We really made it," one young soldier breathed, unable to hide his excitement. "Quiet," a Double Eagle soldier snapped. "Even if it's quiet here, don't let your guard down." After agreeing on a plan, 3 stayed behind at the exit while the other 2 hurried back to report. When the pair reached the stone door, Qingshun was pacing. Upon hearing they'd found a way out, his eyes brightened and he clasped their shoulders firmly. "Well done. You'll be rewarded for this." Then he led the group in dousing their torches, moving forward only by the scattered starlight. Outside, concealed by vines, Qingshun took a knife and silently cut through the foliage pressed against the rock. Once the path was clear, he slipped out first, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings before choosing a hollow behind a small rocky hill as their rendezvous point. Turning, he beckoned, and the group emerged one by one like wild cats, holding their breath as they vanished into the shadows. Just as everyone was hidden, faint voices drifted through the night. Qingshun's brow furrowed, using his modest skills to pinpoint the sound's direction as he quietly detoured. The voice struck a chord deep in his memory. It was none other than young Master Zhao. He pondered quietly in his mind. How could young Master Zhao be here? Could this place be a secret hideout of the mountain bandits? Following the noise, Qingshun crept silently along the rock face. Ahead, a dilapidated thatch hut came into view, its dim light flickering. Sharply angry voices rang out from inside. "My father, Zhao. My father, Zhao. You've doomed yourselves, daring to kidnap this young master." The hoarse tone still carried a spoiled arrogance. Outside, about a dozen bare-chested men stood guard, their bulging muscles taut, each armed with knives, spears, axes, and cleavers, their fierce expressions unmistakable. The leader, with shoulders broad as a bear, was tilting back a drink, a massive mountain-cleaving axe resting across his knees, its blade gleaming coldly. Although young Master Zhao was tightly bound, he kept shouting through the walls, trying to intimidate the bandits with his father Zhao Erhe's name. Qingshun crouched behind a large rock, spying on the bandits' numbers and positions, silently alert. Returning to his temporary hideout, he selected 12 of his sharpest soldiers and whispered low, "Come with me to scout the surrounding area. Make sure there are no hidden ambushes." The men split into 4 groups, melting into the night like spider silk, spreading out in all directions. The northern Mang Mountains were jagged and rocky, overgrown with thigh-high weeds, alive with insects chirping. Qingshun led his team through the terrain, stepping carefully into the gaps among fallen leaves to make no sound. As a third-tier expert, he controlled his breath and focus so tightly that any movement, even breaths from dozens of yards away, would be caught. From his knowledge, human voices carried up to a mile, and even internal energy experts below third rank could only reach about 2 miles in sound. He calculated carefully, treading cautiously. After about a short incense sticks time, the 4 groups regrouped one by one. They reported no signs of a second bandit force within 2 or 3 miles of the hut. Qingshun exhaled slightly, but remained hidden among the weeds, watching closely. Some of the bandits outside had started dozing against trees, but the axe-wielding leader made rounds continually, clearly confident in the mountain's natural defenses. If this really is the only gang, then it's a godsend. His sharp eyes gleamed. The plan was set. Qingshun slipped back into the shadows of the forest and gathered his team, speaking softly but firmly. "We have 3 times their number. We'll strike like thunder from all sides." 30 men, split into 4 squads, attack simultaneously fast, brutal, and kill with a single strike. Then he named a dozen elite fighters from the Shuangying Society. "You guys set ambushes around the perimeter. If anyone tries to escape, show no mercy." Hearing this, knives spun in palms, their eyes fierce. Qingshan's voice dropped, resolute and weighty. We hold the advantage. Move quickly, strike hard, and give them zero chance to fight back. If we can capture prisoners alive, do it. If not, then kill them all. This is our chance to rise and prosper. The sharp clash of blades rang out across the grassy slope as Qingshan's hand stayed firmly on the hilt of his waist sword. Over 30 soldiers split into 4 squads, lunging down the slope like wolves starved for blood. His command, kill them all, still echoed in the air as the front line crashed into the bandits' makeshift camp. By the fire, a bandit crouched, gnawing on a cold biscuit. The flash of a blade swept across his throat before he could even lift his head. Blood splattered onto the half-burnt biscuit, staining it a dark red. Another bandit wrapped in leg bindings barely grasped his axe when 2 soldiers flanked him from both sides. A long blade plunged under his ribs. His scream barely reached his throat before a heavy hand clamped over his mouth. His calf twitched helplessly as he collapsed. The soldiers outnumbered the bandits, 3-1. After the surprise assault, 3 or 4 bandits fell in the first wave like cut stalks of wheat. Blades flashed, and iron sang through the air without pause. The remaining 7 or 8 were hardened fighters, scarred by countless battles. Surrounded by overwhelming forces, they still swung their weapons with desperate fury. Among them, the leader wielding a heavy axe stood out the most. Massive in build, each swing of his axe cracked the air like thunder. The soldier blocking him felt his fingers go numb. His sword violently knocked from his grip and shattered against a rock. A single glance from Qingshan told him the leader's skill was close to that of a third-tier master, rivaling his own level before his breakthrough. Every strike was packed with powerful intent, far beyond ordinary bandits. The leader's reckless ferocity spurred the others on, driving their savage will to survive. Block the axe. Don't take it head on. An old soldier shouted. 4 or 5 men surged forward, aiming their swords at the leader's wrists and knees. But with a sudden roar, the leader swung the axe handle sideways. The sickening crunch of bone breaking came as the axe struck a soldier's chest, sending him flying backwards, blood gushing from his mouth. He crashed into a tree and died on the spot. Within less than half an incense stick's worth of time, over a dozen bodies lay strewn across the slope. The mingled blood of soldiers and bandits soaked into the earth, the metallic, sweet stench choking enough to make one gag. The ringing of clashing steel continued like a relentless thread, each side unwilling to yield an inch. Below the slope, a dozen or so soldiers from the Shuangyin society could no longer restrain themselves, fingers gripping their sword hilts as they stepped forward 2 paces. They were Qingshan's closest men, all trained in basic martial arts. If they joined now, they would sweep away the remaining enemies in moments. Yet Qingshan simply raised a hand, his gaze cold as frozen steel. The dozen instantly froze, recalling his usual strict methods, and all halted their advance. Qingshan's voice then burst out, cutting through the chaos and ringing in everyone's ears. Brothers, these bandits are trapped like turtles in a jar. Hold on just a little longer, and we'll wipe them out completely. For every bandit killed, I'll reward 10 taels of silver. And whoever brings me the bandit leader's head, I guarantee 2 ranks promotion, plus 100 taels of silver. The 20 or so soldiers locked in fierce combat felt their spirits surge. A bloodthirsty light ignited in their eyes, their blades striking harder and faster. Death awaited if they fell back, but rushing forward offered a chance for glory, and with Qingshan's elite force holding the rear, retreat was impossible. On the bandits' side, panic only grew as the battle wore on. Including the leader, only 5 bandits remained, each wounded. One had his forearm slashed so deeply that white bone showed through, blood steadily oozing from between his fingers and dripping down his arm. Another's calf was cut open. He could only kneel on one knee, gripping a sharp blade to barely support himself against the attacks. They all knew the officer opposite them spoke not a word, never offered surrender, clearly intent on wiping them out completely. What baffled them more was that a dozen or so elite soldiers stood motionless at the bottom of the slope. If those hardened troops charged, they wouldn't last 3 rounds, but they didn't move an inch. Had someone miscommunicated orders? Before they could unravel the mystery, a bandit suddenly had a long blade thrust through his throat, blood spurting torrentially as he collapsed instantly. Now only the leader stood alone. The others either moaned on the ground or showed no signs of life. The leader's black iron axe was dulled and chipped all over. He breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, sweat mingling with blood blurring his vision. Yet he gripped the axe's handle tightly, staring straight at the encircling soldiers with eyes filled with fierce desperation. He knew he would likely die here today. On the soldiers' side, though they had won an initial victory, the cost was steep. Their force of over 30 men was now down to only 16. The battlefield was stained with blood, littered with scattered weapons, some soaked red, others broken and mangled. Qingshan sensed the moment had arrived. Taking a deep breath, the energy of the jade refining technique surged through him, heat spreading swiftly from his dantian, muscles tightening like forged steel. He lightly touched the ground with his toes and glided forward silently like a shadow. Years of practicing the gecko wall walking technique ensured even on flat ground he could approach without a sound. The leader, busy swinging his axe in furious offense, suddenly sensed a rushing wind behind him and was about to turn when Qingshun was already at his side. The leader's sweeping blow came slow and weak. Qingshun gathered his jade chi in both palms and snapped a palm strike straight to the leader's back. Boom! The impact echoed like a muffled thunderclap. The leader felt a fierce force slam into his body. Organs compressed and shifted violently. He immediately spat a mouthful of fresh blood, and the black iron axe clanged heavily to the ground. Struggling to turn, the leader was too slow. Qingshun moved to face him, grabbing his wrist with his left hand and clutching his belt with his right. With a sharp shout of up, he hoisted the nearly 300-pound giant bodily into the air before slamming him down hard. Thud! The leader crashed onto the ground, causing the surrounding grass to quiver and bounce. His joints felt as if they had shattered, and fresh blood poured from his mouth uncontrollably. He had no strength left to resist. Internally bruised, his body was helpless. Qingshun clapped his hands together and called over a few soldiers from the Double Eagle Company. Brothers, fall back to camp. I will record your valor and ensure your family's welfare. You must take the wounded and withdraw through the tunnel down the mountain. Wait for orders at the entrance. Remember, no one leaves the group. Violate this order, and military law will apply. The soldiers answered in unison before helping the fallen to their feet. One man, his leg broken, leaned heavily on companions as they moved step by painful step toward the tunnel's mouth. Blood dripped down his pant leg, leaving a long red streak illuminated by dawn's light. Qingshun stood atop the slope, watching them disappear into the tunnel's shadowy depths. The wind carried a thick scent of blood. Inside him was neither joy nor sorrow in this chaotic world. There was only killing or being killed, and nothing more need be said. The last wounded soldier disappeared into the tunnel entrance before Qingshun finally turned around. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the few remaining soldiers of the Double Eagle Brotherhood. Wherever his eyes landed, those men instinctively straightened their backs. His stare finally settled on two barely breathing bandits, one a small thief lying on the ground twitching, his arm severed. The other their leader, Tiniu, bruised across his chest and abdomen, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Tie these two up. Use the hemp ropes soaked in cold water. Make sure they're tight. No sooner had Qingshun spoken than the soldiers hurriedly opened their packs and pulled out the coarse ropes that had long been soaking in their water bags. The freezing ropes wrapped around flesh, each loop tugged tight, the knots hammered in with wooden wedges. The small thief convulsed in pain, teeth clenching audibly. Tiniu shut his eyes, silent, veins bulging on his neck as if about to burst. When you're done binding them, apply medicine. Don't let either of them die. I still have questions. Someone knelt to treat the small thief's wounds, but accidentally pricked his injury with a fingertip. The thief groaned softly, curling up like a shrimp in agony. The soldier flinched, dropping much of the powdery medicine onto the ground. Qingshun's eyes flickered coldly, sending a shiver through the man's face, who immediately dropped to his knees begging for forgiveness. What's the rush? Qingshun kicked the medicine jar over. If there's no medicine left, go search the dead and waste time. After finishing with the prisoners, he glanced down at the bodies scattered on the ground, both his soldiers and bandits. His brow furrowed slightly. Still standing there like idiots? Carry them all to the north cliff of Baimang Mountain. Throw them off. Leave not one behind. Fear gripped everyone's hearts, but no one dared disobey. Below the cliff lay an abyss of jagged rocks, where corpses would shatter into fragments. Two soldiers lifted a body and, stepping carefully on loose stones, pressed close to the edge. About 15 minutes later, the muffled thuds of rock-bound bodies echoed on the wind, sounding like rotten melons smashing against the stones. The noise sent chills down their spines. Strangely, earlier Master Zhao had been causing a ruckus over there, but the moment the blades flashed, he became as quiet as a cat, not daring even to breathe. It saved Qingshun a lot of hassle. He had no desire to waste attention on that noisy troublemaker. He picked 4 agile soldiers and pointed to a nearby thatched hut. Stand guard here. If anyone dares come near or come out, they die. The 4 nodded in unison, hands resting on their sword hilts, guarding the doorway. With arrangements complete, Qingshun led the remaining troops and dragged the 2 bound bandits toward a patch of waist-high dry grass not far off. The grass mixed with rocks in the shadows. He chose a flat boulder to sit on, then raised a hand and pointed. Whip them hard. Don't hit vital spots. Aim for the meaty parts. One soldier cracked a cowhide whip, the lash ringing sharply as grit wrapped in the tip cracked. The small thief shuddered. Another clenched his fists, knuckles cracking crisply. The whip struck first on the thief's wounded arm. Grit dug into flesh as a fresh bloodstain bloomed. With a stinking sock forced in his mouth, he could only muffledly howl. Tiniu turned his head aside, eyes shut tight, teeth clenched, veins bulging on his neck. Switch places, Qingshun said with a smile. Following orders, The soldiers struck the small bandit's calf repeatedly with their whips, quickly staining his leg with swollen purple-black welts. Tears and snot dripped from the boy's chin as he let out agonized, broken cries. On the other side, Iron Bull's ribs took blow after blow from fists, each strike punctuated by a muffled grunt, the blood trailing from the corners of his mouth growing darker and thicker. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, both men were battered and bruised, lacking even the strength to struggle. The ordinary bandit, a filthy sock stuffed in his mouth, could only emit muffled whimpers. He twisted and writhed frantically, but was tightly bound by coarse rope. His desperate eyes locked onto Qingshan's as if begging for mercy. At last, Qingshan raised a hand to signal a halt, and the soldiers removed their socks. No sooner were the socks yanked away than the ordinary bandit spat out blood and tears, wailing, "My lord, please have mercy. Don't hit anymore. Ask me anything you'll confess. My name's Jiang San. Just a runner, I've never killed anyone." "You traitor Jiang San." Iron Bull's eyes snapped open violently, trying to lunge forward, but the ropes cut into his bleeding shoulders. "Jiang San, I swear I'll gut you." Jiang San's cries grew even louder. "My lord, Iron Bull is Lord Diao's trusted man. Lord Diao sent him to watch over young Master Zhao at the back mountain, to protect him from other gangs." Qingshan said nothing. Drawing a short knife from his boot, he tapped the back of it lightly against Jiang San's cheek, flicking drops of blood. A cold smile curled at his lips. "That was just an appetizer. When we interrogate you separately, if your stories don't match," he paused, his voice suddenly icy cold, "they'll chop off each finger on your hands and feet, then cut off your own business down there, and make you swallow it yourself." Qingshan signaled the soldiers to drag Jiang San aside while he fixed his gaze on Iron Bull. After a long silence, Iron Bull's voice was hoarse, rasping like sandpaper scraping stone. "Lord Diao did order me to watch young Master Zhao, to keep him safe from other gangs she fears making an enemy of the Jin City Lord." "The Lord of Jin City?" Qingshan raised an eyebrow. "Is Lord Diao trying to join forces with him?" Iron Bull nodded. Lord Diao was originally the second-in-command of Mount Beimang. The previous leader and his son both died by his hand. Now he keeps young Master Zhao as leverage to prove his loyalty and win favor with the Jin City Lord. "What about his daughter-in-law?" "Lord Diao couldn't care less if she dies," Iron Bull said bitterly. "To him, she's just a woman, dead or alive makes no difference. But if this mess escalates, his position will be at risk." Another incense stick burned quietly away as Qingshan closed his eyes in deep thought. Turmoil churned in his heart. These people who held official posts and controlled their territories were truly ruthless. Compared to Lord Diao, his own methods still lacked cruelty. To survive in this chaotic world, he thought, one must harden their heart even more. According to Tiniu, Qingshan learned that in order to stabilize the situation at Beimang Mountain, Elder Jiao had to put on a show of seeking revenge to satisfy appearances. In front of the mountain bandits, he slammed his fist on the table and ordered the kidnapping of young Master Zhao, the youngest son of the Jincheng City Lord, using him as a hostage to intimidate the restless subordinates. But once everyone dispersed, he secretly summoned his closest confidants to a side room and lowered his voice. "Don't really go all the way, stop at a warning. Don't provoke the city lord." This instruction revealed both his caution and his urgent desire to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, fate had other plans. The old followers of the previous leader were already disloyal, and those rebellious bandits slipped past his watch to actually go down the mountain and bring young Master Zhao back. The moment Zhao was tied up and brought to the mountain, Elder Jiao's face immediately shifted from iron blue to a deathly gray. The very hostage he used as a bargaining chip had become a blazing hot potato, and his painstakingly crafted image collapsed spectacularly. With his reputation in ruins, Elder Jiao had no choice but to secretly send men down the mountain overnight to coordinate with the Jincheng City Lord on a solution. They quickly reached an understanding. During the city's upcoming anti-bandit campaign, all the disobedient bandits would be sent to guard the most dangerous mountain. Paci's strategy to let others do the killing. This way, the city lord could rescue his beloved son, earn full credit for the campaign, and bring the Beimang Mountain faction under control. Meanwhile, Elder Jiao could eliminate dissenters and clean his own name, killing two birds with one stone. The city lord's offer was even more tempting. Once the plan succeeded, he would guarantee Elder Jiao the rank of a 5th-grade dauntless captain. In the Jing Kingdom's military hierarchy, this was a considerable position. 9th grade, squad leader, commanding only around 50 men. 8th grade, centurion, overseeing roughly 100. 7th grade, Sima, commanding several hundred. 6th grade, captain without a title, wielding authority over about 1,000. 5th grade, titled captain, such as dauntless captain, commanding several thousand. 4th grade, deputy general or brigade general, capable of leading 10,000. 3rd grade, military governor, also called Duke of War, commanding regional forces. Jincheng City Lord himself was a 3rd-grade frontier general. 2nd grade, Grand Marshal, a position reserved for royal family members. 1st grade, mostly honorary titles awarded posthumously for exceptional service. Elder Jiao's sharp mind grasped that this was the perfect opportunity for rebirth. If successful, he would transform from a former bandit leader into an official of the Jing Kingdom, legitimately stationed at Beimeng Mountain as a recognized mountain lord. This is why he was especially concerned about young Master Zhao's safety. To prevent further mishaps, he sent his most trusted man, Tiniu, to quietly hide Zhao in a secret cave at the back of the mountain. The entrance was guarded by hidden sentries and traps, so no outsiders could get close. The cold mountain wind howled and the night was dark. Tiniu gripped the steel knife at his waist, watching the cave entrance without a moment's rest, patiently awaiting the right moment to make their move. Qingchen finished processing all the information and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. To the high-ranking officials, thousands of lives were nothing more than pieces on a chessboard, disposable at a moment's notice. The cold calculations sent a chill down his spine. Compared to them, Qingchen might even be considered decent. Yet he understood clearly that these schemes had little to do with him. What mattered most now was how to sneak into the council hall on Beimeng Mountain while the main forces on both sides remained at a standstill. There lay the thing he desired above all else in life, something powerful enough to change his fate. Legend had it that the seat of the great leader was a mechanism. That's what the gravely injured wanderer had told him. Perhaps the man had once been a trusted aide to the former chief. If one pressed the eagle's claw on the Beimeng sky eagle mural on the wall and twisted it in the correct sequence, the throne would spring open, revealing a hidden chamber. Suddenly, Qingchen seemed to recall something and glanced back toward the thatched hut near the cliff face. With a flick of his hand, he summoned two soldiers, his gaze cold and hard as he pointed outside at Jiang San and Tiniu, tightly bound. He had said before, no killing, but if his subordinates made the move, it was no longer his concern. The soldiers exchanged a knowing look and drew their blades, the sheath scraping stone with a sharp metallic sound. Jiang San only managed to open his mouth before the blades slashed across his throat, spraying blood onto the dead grass and seeping quickly into the earth. Tiniu, however, was tougher. He didn't utter a sound, only widened his eyes in shock until the blade sliced through his windpipe, and he fell stiffly to the ground. The two soldiers grabbed the corpses by their ankles and dragged them to the cliff edge like dead dogs before tossing them over. There was a dull thud below, followed by the sickening crack of bones echoing twice through the valley before silence reclaimed the canyon. Qingchen did not look back. There was no use in lingering. He pushed open the door to the thatched hut. The roof was caved in, cold wind pouring through the hole. Stains of yellowish filth marred the floor, and the stench of rot and stale urine filled the air. Young Master Zhao was curled up in a corner, tangled hair matted into clumps, a bloodied gash running diagonally from his temple to chin. His clothes were torn like a battered fishing net, exposing bruised and swollen arms. His dazed voice mumbled, "Don't kill me. My father is Zhao, elevated to nobility, a marquis for generations." Qingchen squatted down and lifted Zhao's miserable face by the chin, his tone teasing. "Young Master Zhao, a good memory is never as reliable as a written record. I'm not a bandit. I was that night's hired thug in the brothel, blocking that fleeing female thief for you. Now, I'm the captain of the vanguard sent by the city lord to subdue Beimeng Mountain." Zhao lifted his head and stared blankly for a long moment, then suddenly recoiled as if burned by fire. Upon recognizing Qingchen's face, he lunged forward, clutching at Qingchen's sleeves with a cry in his voice. "Save me! Save me! They'll grant you a title, silver, anything. Just take me out of here. They'll give you whatever you want." Months ago, this young master had been the picture of prestige in the brothel's glow. Now, he begged like a lost dog. Qingchen looked at him, a surge of indescribable satisfaction rising within. Here was this once powerful figure, now groveling at his feet. The feeling of controlling the fate of someone born into a higher status than himself thrilled Qingchen deeply. Qingchen lightly tapped young Master Zhao on the shoulder, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. "Don't worry, young Master Zhao, I will definitely get you out of here. But really, are you willing to give me everything? Your official rank, your wealth, your beauties?" Young Master Zhao stiffened, his molars grinding painfully. Half a year ago, the memory suddenly crashed into his mind. Back then, when Qingchen saw him, he didn't even dare lift his head, just a street thug. Now, this same ruffian who once took orders from him was not only holding his life in his hands, but was openly making outrageous demands. A venomous thought surged in Zhao's heart. Once I'm free, they'll make you wish you were dead. Yet he kept these thoughts hidden, forcing a smile on his face that looked more painful than tears. "Yes, yes. As long as you get me out of here, I'll give you everything. I swear it." Qingchen fixed his gaze on Zhao, catching the fleeting flicker of bitterness and helplessness in his eyes, and snorted coldly in his heart. He already knew this spoiled brat's nature well, seeming to beg humbly while harboring hatred as deep as the sea. "Are you secretly planning to deal with me once you get out of this dump? To punish this brothel rogue who dares to jack up the price?" Qingchen suddenly smiled. Zhao's face instantly drained of color like he was doused with ice water, his knees buckling. "Remember, in the one who decides whether you live or die. Qingqin's voice was like a dagger, piercing straight into Zhao's chest. Zhao finally broke down, collapsing with a thud, forehead hitting the dirt, voice trembling. Spare me. Lord Qing, please spare me. That's enough. Qingqin withdrew his gaze, tone teasing. I've played long enough. Right now, your only value is that piece of life you're clinging to. Next time, don't mess with people you shouldn't. A few days ago, from Tiniu, Uncle Diao's trusted man, Qingqin had forced out the conspiracy between the city lord and Uncle Diao. After carefully analyzing the whole game, the city lord and Uncle Diao were just two cunning old foxes behind the scenes, but the one thing that could bring the whole scheme crashing down was young Master Zhao, the city lord's only son's safety. If Zhao died at the foot of Mount Beimang, his head held aloft by bandits in front of the vanguard army as a grim trophy, would that carefully arranged performance still play out? At that moment, all the calculations of the city lord and Uncle Diao would crumble into dust. So Zhao had to die? Once that thought took root, a bloodthirsty gleam lit up Qingqin's eyes. He turned toward Zhao, who was still wailing on the ground, his right hand already gripping the cold handle of the dagger. Swish, the blade flashed like lightning through the darkness. Zhao suddenly felt a chill rush down his throat, as if an ice spike had pierced it. Then hot blood poured out wildly, instantly sealing his airway. He tried to cry out, but only managed pitiful gasps while clutching his throat desperately, blood spurting through his fingers. Qingqin deftly withdrew the blade, blood droplets falling along the edge, splattering dust into tiny spots of mud. He looked down at Zhao's eyes, now bulging wide, terror, confusion, regret churning like a dying carp flopping on the shore. Standing beside the pool of blood, Qingqin felt no ripple in his heart, only a strange, satisfying exhilaration. He pressed his foot down on Zhao Gongzi's wrist to prevent him from struggling, while his other hand gripped the knife and sliced down along the wound on his neck. With a crisp snap, the head tumbled to the ground, the dead eyes still fixed unwaveringly on Qingqin. Qingqin pulled a crumpled note from his pocket, dipped it in fresh blood, and scrawled a few words. Corrupt official Zhao, using your son as a blood sacrifice. He pressed the bloodied fingertip firmly onto the note, sticking it onto the severed head. Then he untied the coarse cloth belt around his waist and carefully wrapped the head. The cloth quickly soaked up the blood, the bundle heavy and grim. Everyone, come inside. He barked at the doorway. Several Shuanging society soldiers guarding outside quickly stepped in. When they saw the corpse on the ground and the bloodied bundle in Qingqin's hand, their faces immediately drained of color. Each of you, strike this corpse once. Qingqin flicked the short knife casually, the cold blade glinting. The soldiers exchanged hesitant glances, unwilling but too afraid to disobey. One after another, trembling hands gripped their weapons and carved a slash into Zhao Gongzi's torso. Blood and flesh spilled out grotesquely, a horrific scene. Qingqin nodded in approval. Now, we're all grasshoppers on the same string, beloved friends, sworn brothers to me. Qingqin, what blessings we share alike. What hardships we face together. His tone grew colder as he pointed at the mutilated body. Throw this useless thing over the cliff to feed the wolves. He then ordered one soldier to carry the wrapped head and instructed everyone to clean the bloodstains inside and outside the hut. When it was done, he led a few men to the tunnel entrance. Hidden behind a thicket, Qingqin crouched to feel the dirt wall, checking there were no footprints left behind. Then he signaled the soldiers to use branches to sweep the bushes back into place so it would blend seamlessly with the surrounding foliage. Let's move. He led the way into the pitch-black tunnel. The musty smell of mold and wet earth hit them immediately. He struck a fire starter. The faint glow revealed dense scratch marks on the wall. After about the time of burning an incense stick, the group saw light ahead. The exit was near. Outside, several Shuanging society soldiers guarded alongside a dozen or so wounded comrades who had barely survived the morning's melee with bandits. Some groaned leaning on stones. Others had arms hanging limply, legs wrapped in bloody bandages. As Qingqin stepped out, he scanned the group, cleared his throat, and spoke loudly. We've cleared the bandit nest this time. Everyone will be rewarded when we return. Then his gaze sharpened abruptly. But some things cannot be allowed to leak to outsiders. He exchanged meaningful glances with a few Shuanging soldiers, and then pointed slowly at the wounded men, making a throat-slitting gesture, the old secret sign of the Shuanging society, meaning silence. The soldiers' expressions shifted dramatically, but they dared not disobey. What the hell are you all standing there for? If we don't kill them, do you think you'll survive? If this leaks out, we'll all be dead. Qingqin barked. Reluctantly, the Shuanging soldiers closed in quietly on their unsuspecting comrades, who had dropped their guard. Kill! The low roar shattered the air as blades flashed brutally, striking defenseless chests and backs. The wounded men, already badly hurt, never expected their own brothers in arms to turn on them. They never saw it coming. A thick, metallic smell of blood hung heavy near the tunnel's exit. The soldiers, having just survived a brutal battle, were exhausted both in body and spirit, with fresh wounds still bleeding freely. They lay scattered on the stone floor not far from the exit. Gripping their knives tightly, members of the Double Eagle Society prepared to strike again. The first to move was a burly man with a face full of scars. Without hesitation, he drove his blade deep into the abdomen of a nearby young soldier. The young man gasped out "You," before blood burst from his mouth, splattering the attacker's face in crimson. The scarred man showed no emotion, not even blinking. A twist of his wrist shredded the victim's insides. "You've mutinied. Damn you, you've all mutinied," shouted an old soldier with a broken leg as he struggled to stand, clutching his spear. But barely halfway up, a double eagle cut throat slid him down from behind. His head rolled to the ground, eyes wide open, fixed on the deep night sky beyond the tunnel. Qingchen stood in the shadows by the exit, arms crossed, calmly watching it all unfold. A sluggish double eagle soldier was held tightly by an injured man grabbing his arm. Qingchen's gaze sharpened. With ease, he flicked a short knife from his boot. The blade sliced past the soldier's ear and buried itself precisely in the wounded man's forehead. His voice was low and steady but carried unmistakable authority. "Dragging your feet? Want to give them time to call for reinforcements?" At his words, every double eagle soldier instantly quickened their pace several-fold. 15 minutes later, the ground was clear of survivors. More than a dozen corpses lay piled haphazardly, blood staining the stone slabs, seeping like dark crimson ink. Qingchen kicked a body to test it, then ordered the soldiers, "Drag the bodies to the northern cliff and throw them off. Cover the blood with sand and seal the tunnel's entrance with stones. Leave no trace behind." The soldiers wasted no time, moving 2 by 2 with urgency toward the cliff edge. Qingchen squatted to wipe his short knife on a dirty rag. Its edge still gleamed coldly. He glanced up as the moon disappeared behind thick clouds. The night deepened just right for traveling. After tidying the scene, Qingchen led the double eagle soldiers swiftly toward the vanguard camp. The night wind was biting, carrying the chill down from the mountains, but he felt nothing. His mind kept replaying the severed head of Lord Zhao and the twisted expression of the city lord when confronted with it, a cold smirk creeping onto his lips. After more than an hour, flickering torchlight appeared ahead. Qingjia was waiting with 3 sentries. Seeing Qingchen arrive, Qingjia rushed forward. "Big brother, you finally made it. No trouble, right?" "What trouble could there be?" Qingchen patted his shoulder and surveyed the soldiers behind him. "How's the vanguard? Any unusual activity?" Qingjia lowered his voice, shaking his head. "Everything's normal. The vanguard hasn't made any major moves. They've been keeping a tight watch on several key points, like they already know what's going on." He paused, then added, "Also, the city lord's troops have camped 20 miles out, haven't even dared near Beimang Mountain. Big brother, this whole thing feels off." Qingchen nodded silently, knowing this was all a carefully orchestrated play. Now, the task was to shatter the entire performance. He pulled out a set of night clothes from his pack-coarse black fabric, neatly stitched, perfect for blending into the darkness. "Wait here for me," he said, quickly changing. He tied the cloth-wrapped head of Lord Zhao at his waist, steeling himself for the storm fast approaching. He crouched low, moving silently toward the vanguard camp, his footsteps as light as a cat's, making no sound on the grass. As he neared the camp, he slipped behind a dirt mound hidden by wild grass, peeking through the gently swaying blades. The sentries on the ramparts nodded off, their spears carelessly propped against the battlements, snores rising and falling in waves. These hastily assembled troops were exactly as had expected. Guard duty was slack, loose as a rusty hinge. Qingchen smirked inwardly, natural cannon fodder. He drew a deep breath, his fingers gripping the cracks between bricks, pressing his body against the wall. His gecko-like climbing skills made him rise like a shadow. The sentries remained sound asleep, unaware. Reaching the top, he flipped inside the camp shadows with agility. Under the moonlight, he quickly confirmed no one was around before darting toward the central flagpole. The pole rose over 6 meters high, the vanguard banner hanging limp in the pitch-black night. Qingchen untied the cloth bag from his waist. The blood inside had long since dried and hardened. Then he pulled out a wooden plaque head carved along the way, its crooked characters reading, "Grave of Zhao Erhe's youngest son." He tied the bloody bag to the very top of the flagpole, then hung the plaque beneath it. All movements were swift and silent. Mission accomplished, he hugged the wall and slid down, melting into the forest under cover of darkness. Dawn spread pale light across the camp as soldiers waking for their morning duties stirred restlessly. One water-fetching soldier passed the flagpole, his eyes catching the strange bundle hanging there. At first, he thought a comrade was just lazily hanging their pack, so he reached out casually. The bag felt icy cold and sticky. His heart skipped. He hastily untied the knot. The next moment, a dripping, bloody head tumbled out, the sharp stench of blood filling the air. Purplish-black blood smeared the face, eyes still wide open. "What the hell is this?" His scream shattered the quiet like a stone thrown into water, instantly rousing everyone nearby. A crowd gathered. Someone recognized the characters on the plaque, their voice trembling as they muttered, "That corrupt official Zhao Er, using his own son as a sacrifice for the flag." Chaos erupted across the camp. Some staggered back, others collapsed onto the muddy ground, legs giving way. Fear, disgust, and fury tangled together in a rising chorus of breathless gasps. News reached Captain Wang quickly. His face turned pale as he threw open his tent flap and strode toward the flagpole. The bloody bag, the plaque, the severed head, all three imprinted on his eyes like iron nails. His complexion drained of color, chest tightening painfully. The city lord's favorite son, the youngest, was at the center of this nightmare. It was over. Completely over. Suppressing his panic, he barked orders. Sound the alarm. Prepare the whole army. Immediate mountain assault. Report this matter to the city lord at once. 20 li away, the provincial army camp was heavy with tension. Even the oil lamps flickered dimly. Sudden footsteps burst in as a scout knelt, urgently delivering the report. The city lord broke the seal and scanned the letter. Rage surged instantly, and he slammed his fist on the table, ink and brush flying. Bastards! He growled through clenched teeth, then turned to his guards. Issue the order. Over 2,000 soldiers ready at once. Abandon all supplies and head straight for Baimang Mountain. The guards took off at a run, shaky but unstoppable. The city lord summoned another messenger and commanded in a low voice, "You mount the fastest steed and deliver my order straight to the vanguard commander." Before the ink dried, he had written 5 bold characters: "Bloodbath at Baimang Mountain." The messenger accepted the command with both hands, spurred his horse, and thundered out of the tent, disappearing into the morning haze. At that moment, in the vanguard camp, Lord Wang stood solemnly before the military tent. The night sky hung low over the banners, while the campfire cast a red glow on the bloodstained secret order. In his hand, 5 fierce characters glaring from the paper. "All troops, listen up." His voice cut through the air like a blade. "Draw your swords, knock your arrows. In half an hour, we assault the mountain. The city lord's orders: no prisoners. Anyone from Baimang Mountain kill on sight. Leave no one alive, old or young." The training ground froze instantly, then burst into thunderous agreement. Past mountain assaults had been all bluff, but now the killing intent was unmistakable. A rookie panicked and drew his sword, the scabbard clanging loudly against his armor plates. The veteran next to him shot a sharp glare. "What's the rush? Don't hesitate when it comes time to cut them down." Half an hour later, the vanguard formed a long, dark snake winding up the mountain trail toward Baimang. Lord Wang sat tall on his horse, the tiger-head saber at his side shaking gently with the rhythm of hooves. He frequently looked back behind him. The disciplined squad marched with gleaming long blades in hand. Anyone who lagged would immediately meet death by their steel. 1 li away in the grass, Qing Chen crouched low, his face smeared with grass stains, the itch nearly maddening, but he dared not wipe it off. Earlier had feared the vanguard's attack was a bluff, but now, clearly, this was a desperate strike. If Baimang fell before he got his hands on the immortal artifact, things would only get harder. Once the black serpentine formation disappeared, Qing Chen sprang up, brushing off leaves and dirt, then dashed toward where his horse was hidden. A deep chestnut horse was grazing quietly. Spotting him, it exhaled a puff of white mist. Qing Chen swung onto its back, pulled the reins sharply, and the horse screamed into the night as it galloped toward the tunnel. The mountain path was narrow. Branches whipped his arms, tearing his clothes and burning his skin. Fallen leaves rustled under hoofs. Rocks rattled his calves with numb jolts. After about the time of a burning incense stick, thick woods appeared ahead. The exhausted chestnut horse let out a final, strained whinny. Qing Chen shoved his palm down, and the horse shuddered and collapsed. Leaving the body behind, he unleashed his lightness skill like an agile ape and leapt through the forest. Finally, at the cliff base, he found the secret cave entrance. He drew a deep breath and slipped inside without hesitation. The dim tunnel was cold and damp, footsteps echoing against stone walls. A faint light glimmered at the end, his heart pounding as he rushed toward it. Stepping out, he stood once again on the rear hill of Baimang, the scene unchanged from last night. God help me. Let the fight get even fiercer. Qing Chen chuckled low, pulling out a small porcelain bottle. He rubbed the black disguise paste over his cheeks, kneading his knuckles to reshape his features. Then he tore a strip from a rough cloth in his pocket and wrapped it around his head, imitating Tai Nyo's hairstyle perfectly. Holding his throat, he tried to produce a hoarse voice. Sculptor Elder had assigned him to patrol the mountain, and his voice now resembled Taineus by about 70 or 80%. Qing Chen nodded with satisfaction and dashed along the narrow trail behind the mountain toward the council hall. The path was soaked and softened by rain, each step sinking half an inch into the mud, leaving a clear trail of footprints that showed the bandits had just fled through in haste. Qing Chen moved nimbly, skipping past mottled wheel tracks and prints with a speed like a darting wild rabbit. Yet so light, he stirred no dust. Ahead, the cacophony of battle thundered, clashing swords, roaring shouts, and blood-curdling screams surged, but the mountain's rear was empty. All the bandits guarding here had been pulled to the front lines, leaving no one to notice his presence. The intelligence he had extracted from 2 bandits came flooding back. Every detail about the council hall's location was etched as clearly as if stamped in his palm. Qingchen took a deep breath of the blood-tinged mountain air, summoned his strength, and surged forward toward his target. At the northern foot of Mount Baiman, the battle had ignited like a fierce blaze. Vanguard soldiers raised wooden shields high, edging forward through a field of arrows stuck thickly in the ground. Their shields were riddled with feathers and shafts, some arrows bent from impact. A soldier stepping onto the first stone stair was suddenly struck on the shoulder by a heavy rock hurled by the bandits. With a sharp crack, his bone broke a chilling, crisp noise. He screamed in agony, rolling down and knocking over a comrade. Behind a pile of rubble, bandits released bowstrings in rapid succession, weaving arrow curtains that cut like rain. A bare-chested leader bore scars crisscrossing his chest, wielding a fierce ghost head broadsword. Seeing an approaching soldier, he swung a brutal strike, severing the man's entire arm. Blood sprayed out, yet the bandit leader threw back his head and sneered viciously. "Come on, let's see if your life is tougher than my blade." On a large boulder higher up, the bandit chief of Mount Baiman, Sculptor Elder, stood facing the wind and gazed down at the surging tide of black-armored troops. His heart was filled with confusion. According to the plan he had made with the city lord, these days should have seen only sporadic probes, yet now there was an all-out assault. Why the sudden desperate fight? What's really going on? He muttered, brow furrowed. A trusted aide approached, voice trembling. "Sculptor Elder, our arrows are nearly gone, and our stone throwers are barely holding. If this continues, at most another half hour." A burly bandit glared angrily, shouting, "Don't worry, Sculptor Elder. The men of Mount Baiman aren't pushovers. Even if it's a death fight, we'll make sure they know we're not easy meat." Another whispered nervously, "Sculptor Elder, something's wrong there, must be trouble below." After a moment's thought, Sculptor Elder rasped a command. "Pick 2 smart men to circle around the back mountain and find out what the city lord is really up to. No surprise attacks between us." His aides turned to go, but he called out again, "Wait. Tell them to be careful not to get spotted by the vanguard. And inform Tina to keep an eye on Zhao Gongzi. No mistakes allowed." He didn't understand why the vanguard suddenly launched such a reckless attack, nor could he discern where the hidden plan had failed. He could only concentrate his trusted men on the most critical points, holding the line to the last. Otherwise, Mount Baiman would fall before nightfall. Unbeknownst to him, Tiniu had long since turned into a pile of broken bones at the northern cliff's base, and the false Tiniu was now briskly approaching the council hall along the mountain's back trail. Qingchen drew ever closer to the hall, roughly constructed from thick logs. Its window frames were riddled with arrow holes, and the roof bore the flag of Mount Baiman. The council hall on Mount Baiman was nestled deep within the mountain's belly. Pitch-black stone walls sealed off all sides, leaving only a narrow stone staircase wide enough for 2 to walk side by side, connecting it to the outside world. Qing Chun had taken on the guise of Tainyo, his face thickly smeared with ash from grass and wood, the jagged scar running from his brow to jawline outlined in charcoal gray. Even his voice was forced low and rough. As soon as he reached the stone gate, he spotted 2 bandits casually leaning against the door. Framion with a full beard was chewing on a half-a-lice of dry, hard wheat cake, crumbs falling onto his boot. The tall, thin one was boredly fingering the hilt of his blade while yawning. Drawing a deep breath of icy air, Qing Chun told himself to stay calm and show no weakness. He adopted Tai Nyo's heavy step and strode over, deliberately stamping with his boots and shouting gruffly, "Brothers, must be tiring standing guard all shift, huh?" Raising a hand, he prepared to pat the bearded man's shoulder, just as Tai Nyo would. Halfway through, the bearded bandit stopped chewing, the wheat cake frozen mid-bite. Squinting, he stared at Qing Chun. "Leader 5, what happened to your face? You weren't this dirty yesterday." Qing Chun's heart jumped. He quickly withdrew his hand and suppressed his anger. "Damn it. The outhouse on the back mountain collapsed, splashed me with mud. What, you got a problem with that?" The thin man stepped forward, fingers brushing the blade's hilt. "Not picking a fight, Leader 5. Big Boss ordered you to guard the back mountain and watch over young Master Zhao. Why are you here at the front mountain now?" His eyes landed on Qing Chen's waist. Tai Nyo's usual short axe was missing. Only a ringed saber hung there. Cold sweat soaked Qing Chen's back instantly. He raised his voice, putting on Tai Nyo's explosive temper. "Guard my ass." The vanguards almost crashed the mountain gate. Young Master Zhao's holed up in a hut, like a turtle. What trouble could there be? "I came to get the deployment map, and then chop a few heads up front to show strength. You 2 keep yapping, and see if I don't slap you silly." The bearded man frowned and opened his mouth, but the tall one gave him a tug and mouthed toward the hall. "Leader 5, the deployment map's on the table, but..." Before he could finish, Qing Chen struck. Cultivated inner strength had been stored quietly in his palm. His left hand shot out like lightning, pressing against the tall man's temple. Not full force, no external injury, but enough to subtly force his internal energy into the brain. The tall man's eyes popped wide, mouth gaping silently as his body wilted like noodles, sliding down the stone doorframe. The bearded man reached for his knife, but Qing Chen's right foot kicked his knee sideways. There was a crisp crack. The bearded man dropped to one knee in pain. A cry barely escaped when Qing Chen's right palm came down hard on his chest. Inner energy surged through his body. His face turned pale gray, and a mouthful of black blood welled at his lips, but Qing Chen caught it with his hand before a drop escaped. All in barely 2 breaths' time, both bandits lay dead. Panting, Qing Chen dragged their bodies aside against the stone walls in the same manner. The wheat cake was stuffed back into the bearded man's hand, his mouth set in a natural biting arc. The tall man's hand still rested on the sword hilt, head tilted, as if dozing. Qing Chen tore a scrap of cloth to carefully wipe the black blood from the tall man's lips, finally relaxing a bit. No visible wounds, so the deaths wouldn't be noticed quickly. Steadying his breath, he pushed open the door and entered. The council hall was larger than had imagined, with a darkened wooden table at the center. On it sat a half-finished pot of sorghum wine. Crumpled scraps of paper lay scattered nearby, each bearing crooked, hand-drawn maps marking the bandits' lookout posts. The most eye-catching was a large painting on the wall of the Baiman sky, a giant eagle spreading its wings, its gaze sharp and piercing like a blade. Qing Chen leaned in for a closer look and finally noticed something unique about one of the eagle's talons. Its claw was drawn with thicker lines and a darker shade. Following the Wanderer's code, left 3, right 2, twist slowly, his fingertip pressed lightly on that claw and gently twisted it. Creaked suddenly, the tiger-skin chair behind the long table sprang upward, revealing a dark secret door about 2 feet square. The black hole of the doorway showed it hadn't been opened for a long time. Qing Chen didn't rush in, but stood quietly listening by the door. Outside, only the wind whispered. The 2 bandits he had subdued remained stiff and motionless. After confirming it was safe, he bent down and slipped through the hidden door, then pushed the chair back to seal off the light from outside. The secret passage was pitch black. He flicked open a fire steel and exhaled to ignite a spark. Just as the flame flickered to life, a soft wish came from above. Rows of wall-mounted torches suddenly sprang out of the stone, blazing to life in a flash of orange light that instantly banished the darkness but also reminded him that traps were everywhere. His heart leapt, and he nearly dropped the fire steel, silently cursing the trapmaker's cruelty, while also being grateful the torches provided illumination. The firelight danced on the stone walls, revealing faint carvings. Qing Chen recalled the Wanderer's warning and stepped carefully, placing each foot deliberately. Not far ahead, the first trap revealed itself. A half-arm-long stone blade suddenly shot out from the wall, aimed to slice vitals. He dodged to the side using a wall protrusion. The blade narrowly grazing his clothes. It was a close call. Immediately, the second wave struck. Dozens of slender poisoned arrows shot out silently. Qing Chen dared not withstand them heat in. Swinging his blade like a tempest, he knocked arrows down one by one. But the barrage was too dense. He had to carve through while retreating, searching for an opening. Suddenly, the floor beneath him shifted slightly. Steadying himself, he looked down to see the bluestone pocked with tiny holes. Another trap. Switching tactics, he tapped the ground with his long blade to test the way forward and stepped cautiously. At the corner, a sudden gust blasted down from above, and a massive stone hammer thundered down with force enough to pulverize a man. Qing Chen used the recoil off his blade to vault just in time, narrowly escaping. Before he landed, a whistling missile came from behind. Reacting fast, he swung his blade back and deflected an iron arrow. Muttering curses under his breath, he said, "Damn these trapmakers, may their line end in the next life." The road ahead grew even deadlier. With his deep inner strength from his forging jade skill, light-foot agility, and sharp blade technique, Qing Chen dismantled trap after trap. Still, a sweeping spiked club tore a chunk of flesh from his thigh, agonizing pain searing through him as blood soaked his trousers. For an ordinary third-rate fighter, this place would have been a death trap. About 30 steps later, a heavy stone door blocked his path. Carved on its surface was a ferocious tiger's head, its eyes inlaid with polished black stone that gleamed like living orbs watching him. Qing Chen panted heavily, sweat streaming down his cheeks, his bloodied hand trembling as it gripped his blade. Inside was said to lie the immortal treasure the Wanderer had spoken of. Qing Chen tried pushing the stone door. Just as he gathered strength, he suddenly heard a faint click, not from the door moving, but from deep within the stone wall beside it, the sound of gears turning. In that split second, he recalled the dying words of a wandering swordsman. The stone chamber door is locked. Before pushing, feel for an indentation on the left side of the door, press it 3 times, then push. He immediately stopped exerting force and slid his left palm along the doorframe. Amid the cold, rough stone surface, sure enough, there was a circular indentation about the size of a knuckle. Holding his breath, Qing Chen pressed down firmly with his fingertip. Click. The second press. Click. The third press locked the mechanism completely. Trying again, the thick stone door several inches thick gave way smoothly, slowly opening a narrow gap accompanied by muffled scraping sounds. He ducked to peer inside. The chamber was roughly a square, about a few meters wide. with several ever-burning lamps embedded in the walls. Their warm yellow light illuminated the dust motes clearly. The air mixed the scent of aged sandalwood with the damp, mineral smell of stone. The room's contents were plainly visible. A worn meditation cushion sat in the center, and before it stood a dark wooden rack. On the shelves, items were arranged neatly. 1. A dusty gray cloth pouch, tied shut with hemp cord. 2. A palm-sized, glossy black stone. 3. A crystal-clear jade bottle, its stopper intact. 4. Another palm-sized jade piece, vivid green and smooth to the touch. 5. 2 ancient stitched books with faded ink covers. Only up close could the titles be read. Immortal Chronicles and Changchun Nei Jinggong. Qingqin tiptoed and crouched to scan every corner, first confirming there were no hidden traps like poison darts before exhaling in relief. Then, swift and careful, he gathered every item into his cloth bag, even rolling up the central meditation cushion and stuffing it inside. After emptying the shelves, he hesitated briefly over whether to dismantle the rack and floor tiles, suspecting hidden mechanisms or inscriptions. But repeated knocking and prying revealed nothing unusual, just ordinary cedar wood and bluestone with no spiritual aura. Weighing the difficulty of carrying such heavy pieces, he gave up. With a final check to ensure nothing was missed, Qingchen closed the stone door quietly and slipped to the side entrance. Outside, the 2 bandits remained unconscious, sprawled rigidly in place. Confirming no one else was in the corridor, he gently pushed open the secret door, hugged the wall, and moved swiftly up the stone steps, stealthily making his way back to the tunnel entrance. Only after entering the dim tunnel did he dare stop, leaning against the dry rock wall to catch his breath. Once calm, he drew out the Immortal Chronicles, lit a fire striker, and opened the pages under the faint glow. Secrets hidden between the lines widened his eyes. The legends deep in the Beimang Mountains were closely tied to the once glorious Qin dynasty from a century ago. This book was originally one of the dynasty's treasured relics. It also revealed that the Jing city of Jing Kingdom, where he now stood, was actually located on Juetian Iceland, an isolated island on the northern edge of the Zonglong archipelago in the Moonsea region of the Gowu Sea's 3 realms. The Gowu Sea Islands were classified according to their spiritual veins. First-tier islands possessed primary spiritual veins suitable for finding cultivators, usually small towns with a few tens of thousands of residents. Second-tier islands had stronger veins covering hundreds of miles and could support foundation establishment cultivators with populations over 1 million. Third-tier islands were larger still, capable of nurturing golden core cultivators. Fourth-tier islands rivaled a continental landmass and were sanctuaries where nascent soul grandmasters chose to reside, revered as sacred places of cultivation. And the Juetian island beneath his feet was, well, it was his own Juetian island. Spiritual energy was scarce to the point of being pitiful. The nearest island lay 100,000 miles away, separated by storms and sea monsters that made navigation impossible. Only once every 30 years would the Ningxuan sect of the Zonglong archipelago send their spirit ships through the waves to select the lucky few with spiritual roots. The sect would issue tokens, and only those holding these tokens could board the ships. But those who stepped aboard were never seen again. Reading this, Qingchen's heart suddenly raced. He pulled out the dark stone from his pocket, the so-called spirit root test stone, used to measure the attribute and grade of spiritual roots. Spiritual roots were divided into 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with rare cases of abnormal roots like wind or thunder. Their grades ranged from lowest to highest: miscellaneous, low, medium, high, earthly, and heavenly. Following the book's instructions, he pressed his right palm on the stone's surface, holding his breath and focusing. After a moment, the test stone suddenly emitted a faint glow. Red, yellow, blue, green, and black shone simultaneously. Though not dazzling, the light was surprisingly clear. The indicator beside the glow stopped at the character for medium, a medium-grade 5-element spiritual root. Qingchen's throat tightened, feeling both joy and worry. Joy that he was not an ordinary person and could embark on the path of cultivation. Those with spiritual roots appeared once in 1,000. Worry because medium grade was far from outstanding. Without luck, even reaching the foundation establishment stage might be difficult. Still, he thought, it was better than having no spiritual root or a miscellaneous or low grade. Those people had almost no hope of cultivating foundations. If only he had a heavenly or earthly spiritual root, then perhaps he could achieve the Tao of the primordial spirit. The book outlined the cultivation stages as qi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul. It said nothing about higher levels. Only true masters who reached the other shore could glimpse those secrets. Once breaking through qi refining, lifespan could extend to 100 years. At the 7th level of qi refining, late stage, up to 120 years. But the path to foundation establishment was tough and had to be broken through before 60 for any chance of success. The foundation establishment period was called the 100-day foundation building, transcending the mundane critical phase. Early stage lifespan, 200 years. Middle 220, late stage 250 years. For mortals, this was unimaginable. Most died before 50 due to calamities. As for the mysteries of core formation and nascent soul, the Xianyu Chronicles left nothing but endless speculation. Thinking of all this made everything worthwhile. Qingchen stood up, dusting off his clothes. Outside the tunnel, distant shouts and battle cries could be heard. The vanguard army was still attacking the mountain, but that no longer concerned him. His mind was now filled entirely with cultivation and leaving Juetian Island to see the world beyond. As for the Changchu Neijing Gong, it is a foundational cultivation technique classified as yellow grade. The Xianyu Jianyulu had long explained that immortal cultivation methods are ranked in 4 tiers: yellow, black, earth, and heaven based on their power, potential, and limits. He had already handled the cloth pouch, and the verdant jade slip 7 or 8 times. The pouch was soft to the touch, shaped and colored exactly as described in the book's depiction of a storage bag. The jade slip was icy cold like forged iron, but unfortunately, he hadn't even reached the chi refining stage, so without divine awareness or energy, he couldn't open the pouch, let alone discern the contents within the jade slip. Qingchen guessed it was a transmission jade slip, most likely containing precious techniques or secret arts. Even if unusable now, he kept the 2 treasures close, wrapping them inside his robe near his chest. These were the closest things to the immortal path he had. Cautiously retracing the secret passage back down the mountain, the sky showed no change. The vanguard army's shouts and clashes still echoed thunderously from the northern Mang Mountain. Qingchen dared not linger and took a shortcut back to the military camp, where he stuffed the treasures into his personal bag before finally exhaling deeply. 3 months later, a stench of blood still hung heavy in the wind over Jincheng. After the battle on Beimang Mountain, no fewer than 3,000 corpses lay abandoned. The heads of bandits were stacked half a man's height outside the city gate in grisly piles, darkened by sun and rain, swarmed by flies. Diao Ye's head hung from an iron hook displayed at the city tower's most prominent spot, the rope brittle from exposure, creaking in the breeze. That day, Qingchen stood at the West City Gate wearing a 7th-ranked blue official robe, holding a wooden inspection token, but his gaze was distracted from the passing crowds. His father-in-law, the city lord, had managed his affairs, claiming Qingchen had commanded well on Beimang Mountain, slain numerous bandit leaders, and earned great merit, thus promoting him from a cannon fodder sergeant to assistant commander of the West Gate. But Qingchen knew better. All those victories were fabricated stories. Still, the flashy rise meant little to him now. With the storage pouch, transmission jade slip, and cultivation method in hand, his only focus was on cultivation. Back at his quarters, he closed the door behind him, tossed his official robe over the chair, and went straight into the inner room. The furnishings were simply single straw cushion in the corner worn pale at the edges, the paper window stained yellow from oil lamp smoke. He sat cross-legged, pulled out the Changchun Neijing Gong from beneath his pillow, flipped to a page he knew by heart, and began performing the hand seals and mudras as the book instructed, trained this way for 3 whole months. Changchun Neijing Gong is wood element-based, emphasizing perceiving the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, drawing it into the body, and transforming it for one's use. The book clearly states, those with middle grade spiritual roots can sense chi in 20 days, upper grade in 10 days, earth grade in 3, and heaven grade even faster. The fastest recorded in Xianyu Jianyulu was in a single incense stick's time. By comparison, his middle grade spiritual root was about as useless as it could be. After 3 months of day and night hard training, all he gained were numb legs and sore waist muscles, not the faintest trace of spiritual energy. He even suspected the spiritual root testing stone might be a fake. Examining it repeatedly, it remained jet black and glossy. Only when he pressed it did a faint yellow glow appear, clearly confirming a middle-grade spiritual root. Could it be that the energy on Juetian Island was so thin, even a middle-grade root couldn't absorb any chi? Qingchen muttered curses softly, slapping the book sharply against his thigh. On the desk lay a stack of Taoist scriptures he borrowed from the Jincheng library, still spotted with ink splatters. He smiled bitterly, mocking himself aloud. He never expected that a brothel rogue like him would end up reading Taoist classics. Based on his understanding of the cultivation method, this technique actually draws from the Taoist concept of the microcosmic orbit. It requires the practitioner to first channel spiritual energy into the dantian, then open and connect the ren and du meridians, allowing qi to circulate continuously within the body. This harmonizes yin and yang, cultivates the body and mind, and extends longevity. During cultivation, practitioners often see flashes of colorful light, hear strange sounds, and feel slight vibrations along their meridians. These inner sensations directly reflect smooth qi circulation and signal progress in their practice. As a low-tier yellow-grade technique, its entry difficulty is not high. Qingchen had spent 3 months deeply studying the Daozang scriptures and had already figured out the cultivation method, yet still couldn't perceive any trace of spiritual energy, suspected the environment was too poor. Juetian Island is located in the Songlong archipelago within the Gowu Sea and UC region. The Gowu Sea is vast and divided into three domains: Sun, Moon, and Star. The Sun and Moon domains are inland seas cultivated by humans for thousands of years, with countless immortal islands scattered throughout. The Star domain is the more distant outer sea, where humans confront sea demons on the front lines, and countless cultivators have perished, yet it also holds untold rare treasures. To truly enter the immortal cultivation world, Qing Chun had to leave Juetian Island and venture into the Songlong archipelago. The only way out was with a boarding token from the Ningxuan sect. The Golden Core sect sent spirit ships here every 30 years, and anyone holding the token with a spiritual root could board and depart. While Qing Chun was pondering how to get hold of the token, suddenly there was a knock at the door, accompanied by Li Mayan's bright, yet slightly drunken shout. "Brother Qing, open up." Qing Chun quickly stuffed the cultivation manual back under his pillow before going to open the door. Li Muyun was dressed in a brocade robe, carrying a wine jug, his face full of displeasure. "Since you became Sima, you've gotten so carefree. Why don't you visit me at my place anymore?" The two went inside and sat down. Li Muyun poured himself a full cup of wine and then filled Qing Chen's as well, his tone tinged with resentment. "Once you're an official, you start distancing yourself from your brothers?" Qing Chen raised the cup, but did not drink. After 3 months of secluded cultivation, he had little interest in worldly drinking parties. But as he looked at Li Mayan's slightly flushed face, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. This man was the city lord's son-in-law, and the city lord held immense power, perhaps. Just as the thought arose, Qing Chen clenched his cup to suppress his urgency and smiled apologetically. "Brotherly, please don't blame me. Lately, the customs inspections in West City have kept me extremely busy. I really couldn't find the time." Li Muyun snorted coldly and tilted his head back to gulp down his wine. West City busy with what? Probably just watching porters and cart drivers. Listening to his rambling, a clear idea gradually took shape in Qing Chen's mind. Qing Chen wore a broad smile as he quickly stood up to refill Li Mayan's tea. "Brother Yun, you flatter me far too much," he said with a slight bow, lowering his voice to sound humble and deferential. "Back then, I was just muscle at a brothel, only keeping watch for the patrons. It was all thanks to your support that I managed to get enlisted in the army. Now, with this post as a 7th-rank assistant commander, I might seem impressive to outsiders. But in my heart, Brother Yun, you will always be my big brother, my benefactor. I'm still just your loyal runner." Qing Chen sneaked a glance at Li Mayan's expression. Seeing the corners of his lips twitch, he hurried to continue. "For 3 months I've been walking on eggshells, afraid of making any slip-ups and embarrassing you. Just yesterday, I finally got some free time and specially reserved a private room at Maple Forest Inn. It's secluded, and they have excellent medicine. Brother Yun, you must honor me with your presence." Li Muyun finally looked pleased and smiled, patting his shoulder. "I see you've got some conscience, kid. But your assistant commander post isn't just for show. You're guarding over 300 men at the city gate. Be back by your shift tomorrow night. Don't let me catch you slacking off." After sending Li Muyun off in his carriage, Qing Chen's smile vanished as he turned sharply to enter the inner hall. In a low voice, he called out to a shadowy figure, "Niu Dali." The curtain fluttered, and a broad-shouldered man stepped forward. His blue military uniform strained over his muscular frame, and the sword at his belt gleamed cold in the lantern light. This was Niu Dali, a 9th-rank officer in charge of the West City Gate's 1st Company, 100 times better than the thug he once was in the Twin Eagles Society. Many of the old brothers from the Twin Eagles had been recruited under Qing Chen. His second brother Qingjie now led the personal guards, and the rest who survived were at least squad leaders. "Boss," Niu Dali greeted solemnly, his deep voice resonating with authority. "You called for me." "Sit." Qing Chen nodded and tapped his knuckles coldly on the table. "I have a very secret task. No mistakes allowed." Niu Dali was barely halfway down when he snapped upright. "Your orders, sir." "Pick a few old brothers from the Twin Eagles," Qing Chen said darkly. "Dress them as bandits, and send them out beyond the city to the nearby villages. Capture a medic who knows their herbs. They must return within 3 hours without anyone seeing their true faces. Ideally, find a handsome, pale-skinned scholar with a slender build and no injuries." A chill ran through Niu Dali. This was no small job, but he didn't dare ask questions and only nodded silently. "Remember," Qing Chen added quietly, "don't kill anyone or steal anything, just capture. If there's resistance," he pressed his thumb down sharply, "break their legs if you have to, but don't kill." "Yes, sir." Niu Dali clasped his fist and strode out. He went straight to the barracks by the West City Gate, selecting 8 ruthless men from the old Twin Eagles days who had plenty of blood on their hands. Night was just falling as they slipped out the side gate. Outside the city walls, on a barren slope, the men hurriedly changed into rough black cloth outfits that had been prepared. The handles of their knives scraped softly against their belts. They rubbed ashes behind their ears and over their faces to hide their identities. "Move out." Clear Creek Village. Niu Dali vaulted onto his horse, cracking his whip sharply. "There's a medic scholar there. The 8 horses cut through the night wind as Clear Creek Village was just beginning to fill with the thick smoke of cooking fires. The scholarly Uni sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, holding a copy of the Binchao Compendium of Materia Medica. Beside him lay a medicine mortar, still containing a few chunks of licorice root that hadn't yet been ground. Newly married, he had expected life to be calm and steady, but disaster was silently closing in. Thud thud thud, urgent horse hooves thundered like rolling thunder from the village entrance, kicking up dust as they rapidly approached the small courtyard. Li Yuni looked up to see a group of men in black charging through the gate. Their leader was a burly man with a face full of harsh scars, his fierce eyes like those of a wolf. In fright, Li Yunyi's hand trembled and the book slipped from his grasp, the pages fluttering noisily in the wind. Run! He barely had time to shout before turning to dash inside. But the mount of Neo Dali, the big, muscular man, was already blocking the doorway. The imposing figure swiftly dismounted and, with a hand like a palm fan, grabbed Li Yuni by the collar, hoisting him up as easily as if he were a chicken. Boy, you're coming with me. Neo Dali's voice was hoarse and tinged with the metallic scent of blood. Li Yuni struggled in terror, kicking wildly. Who are you? How dare you kidnap an innocent citizen in broad daylight? Innocent citizen? Neo Dali sneered, exchanging a glance with his men behind him. Find him. 2 of the black-clad men stepped forward, quickly wrapping hemp ropes around Li Yunyi's arms and fastening them behind his back. They shoved a rag into his mouth to gag him. Inside the house, Li Yunyi's wife, Mrs. Wang, rushed out, her hair disheveled, still clutching the half-sewn long shirt she had been working on, the trailing threads fluttering in the breeze. You beasts! Let my husband go, she cried, lunging at Neo Dali, only to be kicked hard in the stomach by a nearby henchman. She gasped and fell backward, the sewing box spilling, silver needles scattering across the bluestone floor. Several pierced her palm sharply, and blood immediately oozed out. Neo Dali glanced at her with a cruel smile. Young lady, consider yourself lucky. We only want your husband. If you know what's good for you, stay out of this. Despite the pain, Mrs. Wang scrambled upright, trying to rush forward again, but the blunt edge of a blade pressed heavily against her shoulder. Helpless, she watched as Li Yuni was hoisted onto a horse, bound tight, and carried away to the sound of galloping hooves. Tears streamed down her face. Night fell as the horsemen reached the West City Gate. The guards recognized Neo Dali and let them pass without question. On the cart, Li Yunyi's face was pale and drawn, his body trembling beneath the coarse gag. The abandoned granary by the city gate was bone-chillingly cold. Neo Dali threw Li Yuni inside and locked the door, leaving 2 men to keep watch before hurrying off to meet Qing Chen. In the dimly lit main hall, 2 cloth bundles sat on the table. Qing Chen unwrapped the first, revealing a snail shell of grayish-brown, intricately textured. It was the Ingli snail shell recorded in the mysterious Xian Yu Jianwen Lu. The second bundle held several shiny black, razor-sharp spider fangs called the 5 spider teeth. The man has been brought? Qing Chen looked up. Yes, big leader. He's locked in the granary, Neo Dali reported with a salute. Good. Qing Chen nodded, his eyes dark. Li Muyun has a taste for both wuxia powder and beautiful men. A talented scholar who knows medicine and literature like this is just what he likes. And with this special wuxia powder, he won't live long after taking too much. As the hour of the dog approached, the night deepened. The Fenglin Tower was brightly lit, faint sounds of silk and bamboo music drifting out. Ha ha ha, Brother Yun, you've come early tonight. Qing Chen laughed as Li Muyun pushed open the door. Li Muyun chuckled nervously, his excitement barely contained. Ah, Brother Qing, to be honest, I'm quite anxious tonight. A moment of spring night's passion is worth 1,000 gold coins. Let's get straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Qing Chen let out a low chuckle, a knowing glint in his eyes. Brother Yun, how could I not understand what you mean? The room was brightly lit by candlelight, the fragrance of wine filling the air. Both the outer chamber and the inner room were laid out with exquisite dishes, though the style of preparation differed greatly. Qing Chen spoke as he stepped aside to clear a path, lightly gesturing towards the inner room with a subtle air of suggestion. Brother Yun, feel free to choose whichever dish you want to try first. You really read my mind, Brother Qing. Huh. Li Muyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands eagerly, mumbling, only Brother Qing truly understands me, before pulling aside the curtain and rushing into the inner chamber. As the curtain fell back into place, the smile on Qing Chen's face vanished instantly. He drummed his fingers on the table, mentally timing the effects of the medicine it was supposed to make someone lively, slightly disoriented, and especially talkative. 15 minutes later, the curtain suddenly whipped open. Li Muyun stumbled out, his shoes dragging, collar askew, chest damp with sweat, and a flushed face clearly under the influence of the drug. He smoothed his clothes with satisfaction, then plopped down carelessly onto a chair. Grabbing the wine pot, he poured himself a cup, gulped it down, wiped his face, and laughed heartily. Delightful. Brother Qing, you sure know how to handle things. After Li Muyun left, Neo Dali entered the outer hall with several men from the Shuangying Society, ready to carry out a separate task Qing Chun had assigned. Raising his cup, Qing Chun lightly tapped it against the rim of Li Mayan's cup, feigning casualness. Glad you're pleased, Brother Yan. The past few days have been quiet while guarding the city, so I leafed through some old books. They talk about immortals riding swords and commanding the wind and rain. Sounds like fairy tales to me, hard to say if any of it's true, but it's certainly enviable. That's no mere storytelling. Li Muyun burst out laughing, setting the wine pot down to sip from his cup. Immortal cultivation really exists, though it's not meant for people like us. His tone shifted as he lowered his voice, yet the effects of the medicine and wine made him unusually chatty. Out of thousands, very few can embark on the path of cultivation. It requires something called a spiritual root, a natural gift. Without that, all your hard work is useless, like trying to carry water in a bamboo basket. Suppressing the pounding in his chest, Qing Chun feigned ignorance. Spiritual root? What's that? Like a type of ginseng? Or something you're born with? It's innate. Li Muyun slammed his palm on the table and sighed long and deep. I once dreamed of it in my youth, but no spiritual root, so no cultivation for me. Thankfully, worldly fame and fortune aren't bad either. He gave a self-mocking laugh. None of this I figured out myself, it's all from my wife. She said cultivation starts with the spiritual root. Back then, the city lord took all his children to Jing Kingdom's capital to be tested by the royal diviner, but none had spiritual roots. Such a pity. Royal diviner. Capital Qing Chun silently noted those words, but acted increasingly curious. So having a spiritual root means you can cultivate? Do you still need secret manuals or pills? Like when I practiced the Duan Jade technique, I needed a teacher's guidance. Li Muyun curled his lips and leaned back in his chair, intoxication swirling in his eyes. My wife told me even if you have a spiritual root, it's useless in Jing Kingdom, it's not a guarantee of anything good. Because Jing Kingdom lacks a certain crucial element, cultivating immortality, there is extremely difficult. Only by boarding the celestial shipable to soar over the thunder pool and cross countless miles of territory can one reach the truly blessed lands suitable for cultivation and set foot on the path to transcendence. These facts were hardly secrets. Most of the kingdom's nobles and officials knew, but all pretended to keep silent on the matter. In the elegant private room of a tavern, candlelight flickered gently. Qing Chun lifted his cup casually and asked as if without much thought, "That great ship. I wonder how many silver coins it costs to buy a ticket?" Li Muyun laughed scornfully, a breath reeking of stale wine escaping his nostrils. Silver coins? Humph. Even if you brought a mountain of silver or gold, you couldn't sway those immortals. To board the ship, you must possess a special token. A token? Qing Chun quickly picked up the thread, his eyes flashing with fervor. That must be something valuable, ordinary people probably never get to see one. I've never even heard of it. He feigned respect, yet his heart pounded so wildly, he could almost hear the roar of blood surging in his ears. Li Muyun shook his sleeve and laughed out loud with pride. Huh. Exactly. Even those who become marquises or chancellors don't necessarily get to see one. But my wife has, she saw one with her own eyes. Back when the city lord won great merits for Jing Kingdom, the ruler personally awarded him a token as a reward. Where the token is now, I don't know, and I never asked my wife either. Before finishing his words, he tilted his head back and swallowed a mouthful of strong liquor. A drunken hiccup escaped as the haze of intoxication crept to the corners of his eyes. Overjoyed, Qing Chun thought. He had assumed there might not even be a single token in Jincheng, yet it had already fallen into the hands of the city lord. He hastened to flatter him. The city lord truly deserves to be a military governor, even granted a treasure from the immortals. Back when I worked in the brothel, I heard of your fame, the way you led 20,000 elite troops to repel 50,000 enemies. Truly impressive. Li Mayan's drunken eyes blurred as he swayed his cup closer to Qing Chun, his words slurring. Old brother Qing, you don't understand. These wars actually, they're games for the immortals. My wife says every 20 or 30 years, the nations have to fight a war forced by the immortals. They pull the strings behind the scenes. Once the fighting dies down, they hand out tokens and elixirs, letting a few climb aboard that mysterious celestial ship and enjoy the blessings of the immortal path. Another loud hiccup burst forth, the stench of alcohol heavy in the air. Qing Chun instinctively stepped aside half a pace, quietly sighing. Human life and death were nothing but a farce to the immortals. Memories flooded his mind, the humbling smiles forced upon the powerful in the brothel, the ruthless strangling of prisoners in the Baimang mountain tunnels to pursue the immortal path, and the frustration of 3 months of grueling training without sensing a shred of spiritual energy. His hand clenched slowly beneath the table, nails biting into his palm as the pain sharpened his focus. He fixed his gaze on the drunken ramblings of Li Muyun, poured himself another cup, and downed the fiery liquor in one gulp, burning his throat. If a chance to board that ship existed, who would willingly give it up? Qing Chun swore silently. One day, he would break free from the immortal's shackles and truly seize control of his own fate. He refused to drown in wine and forced smiles like in his past life. He refused to spend a lifetime suffering insults and abuse. Step by step, he vowed he would rise to the very top. Seeing Li Muyun dizzy and dazed, Qing Chun tried to squeeze out more information and feign surprise, asking, "Is that true? Then why would these immortals do such a thing?" Li Muyun let out a drunken hiccup, showing no suspicion, and swayed as he replied, "I'm not exactly sure. But my wife mentioned that whenever there's a great battle, strange flagpoles and huge intricate patterns always appear on the battlefield. Maybe the immortals are scheming something." Qing Chen carefully memorized the words flagpoles and huge patterns, but he knew his current status wasn't enough to investigate such secrets further. Turning his thoughts inward, Qing Chun felt a wave of emotion. Just months ago, he had been a small-time thug in a brothel, with barely enough money for food and no access to medicinal herbs. His cultivation barely scraped the lower ranks of the third tier. Later, after risking everything to seize territory from the Twin Eagle Society, he managed to earn his first fortune by some blood-replenishing pills and by sheer willpower break into the third-tier ranks. But now was a different story, wearing the official robe of a 7th-rank assistant commander, empowered and with rare medicines flowing in. Blood pills had become common goods. His medicine case was stuffed with earth dragon pills and snow ginseng pills. One round would churn his inner energy like a fiery dragon rising, pushing his cultivation steadily upward. With these resources accumulated, plus dedicated study of the inner landscape practice of Changchun and months of poring over the Taoist canon, he gained high-level insights, connecting principles, and clearing the blockages that had held him back in his jade tempering technique, causing his progress to leap forward. Qing Chen's innate talent was extraordinary, aided by memories from a past life, making him unbound by conventions. His power was now approaching the second-tier elite level. When circulating true energy, his flesh surged like waves crashing on a shore, energy straining to burst through his meridians. Activating the jade tempering technique, a soft white radiance flowed beneath his skin, like warm, polished jade, a clear sign of near mastery. In addition, the Phantom Clone Lightness skill manual he had captured from the Vanguard army was another leap. Having originally trained in the gecko wall walking technique, his foundation was agile and flexible, making mastery of the lightness skill quick and efficient. After only about a month, he had grasped the essentials. Last night, testing it in his courtyard, his footsteps left a faint afterimage, utterly astonishing Nyo Dali. As dusk fell, Qing Chen skipped going to the official bureau and instead returned home. Passing through the backyard, he reached the withered well, moved aside the third blue flagstone, revealing a pitch-black hole. He descended the 10 steps into the underground secret chamber he had dug himself. A dim oil lamp hung in a niche, casting a soft glow. On a Namu wood table lay a jade bottle, smooth and pale like white jade, the very object he had obtained in a secret chamber on Mount Baimang. He sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, staring at the bottle for a long moment. He had tried all the usual tests, finger seals as described in the Xianyu records, infusing it with true energy, even blood sacrifice refining, none elicited any response. The bottle was cold and smooth, the Taoist seal couldn't stick to it. "Damn it, I'm going all in," Qing Chen muttered through gritted teeth. If the bottle truly held a miraculous elixir, it might push him past the breakthrough into the second tier and increase his odds of winning the token. If it was just an empty container, he could treat it as a lost trinket. With that thought, he suddenly rose. He swung the jade bottle with full force and smashed it against the ground. With a loud crash, the oil lamps shook violently. The jade bottle bounced up, fell to the ground, rolled twice, yet didn't even crack. Qing Chen froze in place, bent down, and picked up the jade bottle. His palm still felt its warmth, as if it had never fallen. He cursed under his breath, "Damn strange," then activated his jade tempering technique. Inner energy surged to his fingertips as he pressed hard. Still, the bottle remained intact. Determined, he drew the ring-handled saber at his waist. This blade was taken from a bandit and had once cut through bluestone without dulling. With all his strength, he poured his inner energy into it and executed the white tiger leaps the ravine strike from the 5 tigers soul-severing saber technique. Clang! Sparks flew. The oil lamp's glass shade was scorched, and the force made his hand numb, yet the jade bottle only gained a hairline scratch. Unwilling to give up, Qing Chen struck again and again, each cut like a rainstorm. Sweat dripped from his chin onto the ground. 3 ring-handled sabers shattered in succession until finally a crisp snapped. The jade bottle cracked open. 3 pale blue pills rolled out onto the jade cloth he had prepared. They emitted faint wisps of white vapor, and the air was filled with a pine needle fragrance tinged with bitterness. He picked up one pill. His fingertips could feel it was hard and cold, almost like a small stone. He scraped it lightly with his knife, and green powder fell away. Then he turned toward the corner of the secret room, where an iron cage held 3 black cats, 3 hunting dogs, and 5 bound death row prisoners, all borrowed from the jail by Nyo Dallas arrangement. He sprinkled the first powder into a black cat's mouth. In less than half an incense stick's time, the cat arched its back violently, blood seeped from its 7 orifices, it twitched twice and died. The hunting dogs stiffened immediately after eating the powder, their bellies swelling like drums. Qingchen's face darkened. He scraped some powder and forced it into the mouth of the first prisoner, a thief with no martial skill. As the powder took effect, the man's face flushed, he clutched his chest, spat blood, and died. The second and third prisoners met the same fate, their bodies bursting violently from the drug's effects. The fourth prisoner was a third-rate internal martial arts expert convicted of murder. Qingchen gave him half a spoonful more powder than the others. At first, the man furrowed his brow in pain, then suddenly opened his eyes wide, moved his wrists, and said in a clearer voice, "Sir, I feel my inner energy connecting." Qingchen's heart leapt. He took the man's pulse, steady and strong, far better than before. A normal person wouldn't survive, but one trained in internal energy could disperse the drug's poison. Several hours passed, and the man remained spirited and vigorous. Qingchen swiftly slit his throat, then dragged the corpse and the other dead prisoners to the dried well, burying the cats and dogs along with them. Back in the secret room, only one pill remained in Qingchen's hand. He shaved off a tiny piece, inhaled deeply, and placed it in his mouth. The pill dissolved immediately, unleashing a chilling wave rushing down his throat and straight into his dantian. The force was several times stronger than the snow ginseng pills. Qingchen sat cross-legged, circulating his jade, tempering inner energy. The drug's power was tightly contained but violently surged through his meridians, stinging like acupuncture needles in his Tsuchi acupoint. The drug's force was stronger than 3 snow ginseng pills combined, but it still fell short of the final breakthrough. He opened his eyes, sweat dripping from his temple, staring fiercely at the half pill left in his hand. So close, but not quite. Embedding everything. Without hesitation, he sliced off another small piece and swallowed it in one gulp. The moment the pill slid down his throat, it instantly melted into a surge of spiritual energy. That force burst forth fiercely, like a wild bull rampaging inside his body. His meridians stretched painfully, sharp as if pricked by countless needles. His chest heaved violently, as if it might explode any second. Humph. Qingchen grunted deeply, but remained calm. Had anticipated the pill's violent power and chose to steady his mind through the pain. As the torrent of spiritual energy surged toward his dantian, he suddenly bit his tongue, the sharp blood taste instantly clearing his mind. The latent internal strength within him cracked like a whip, forcibly restraining the raging energy. Direct it to the dantian, he commanded silently, his inner strength firmly guiding the flow. Within a single breath, veins bulged on his forehead, cold sweat trickled down his cheeks, but he dared not slacken even a bit. If the spiritual energy went out of control, failing the breakthrough would be the least of his worries. The rupture of meridians would be a far worse consequence. After roughly the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the wild energy was finally condensed into his dantian. Just as he prepared to catch his breath, his dantian felt as if filled with boiling water, the heat causing his whole body to tremble. Moments later, the meridians around his dantian cracked softly, like a thin shell shattering. The shackles that bound second-tier practitioners were broken. The spiritual energy surged wildly through his limbs and bones. Where it passed, tense muscles relaxed, and the old calluses left by practicing the jade tempering technique subtly warmed. As the energy swept over his brow, Qingchen distinctly felt a subtle resonance with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A wave of joy surged in his heart. This is my chance. He immediately activated the Changchun inner vision technique. That previously wild force now obeyed his guidance like a gentle stream. With focused intent, the energy first circled slowly 3 times in the sea of qi. Once the warm current stabilized, it traveled along the Ren meridian, rising from the sea of qi up to the chest center, gliding past the throat, then bursting out through the bai wei point atop his head. Every step felt like warm water flowing through his meridians, a sensation so pleasant he nearly moaned aloud. Next, the energy descended along the Du meridian, passing the Yangwen and Mingmen points, before returning to the sea of qi to complete the circuit. At this point in his cultivation, he felt as if walking on clouds. Colorful orbs, red like blazing fire, green like fresh leaves, danced around him. Faintly, the sound of flowing water whispered in his ears. This was the inner vision described by the techniquian extraordinary sign of smooth energy circulation. Achieving such a mystical phenomenon solely through the foundation of yellow-level qi refining filled Qingchen with indescribable euphoria, far surpassing the excitement of previously reaching second-tier mastery. His refinement continued into the late night. When the first pale dawn light appeared outside the window, he slowly ended his practice and opened his eyes. Raising his hand, he noticed his skin smoother than before, and the old scar on his wrist had faded almost completely, a clear sign of reaching the first layer of qi refinement. The satisfaction of initially mastering the Changchun inner vision far outweighed the thrill of breaking through into the second-tier realm. By now, his sea of qi had begun to accumulate faint spiritual energy, symbolizing his true entry into layer 1 of Qi refinement. But just as joy blossomed in his heart, his brow furrowed. After the pill's power had exhausted, he tried to draw in spiritual energy from the air. To his surprise, the ambient energy was so thin it was nearly imperceptible. The spiritual energy in the air was so thin that even if he practiced meditation for 10 or 20 years, it would be nearly impossible to break through to the second level of Qi refinement. Qingchen opened his eyes and looked around the damp stone chamber. It was empty except for a single oil lamp flickering stubbornly in the corner. Sitting cross-legged, he silently assessed the faint spiritual energy barely sustaining his cultivation inside him. If he stayed on Juetian Island, forget about advancing, just not regressing would be considered a stroke of luck. The words of the Xianyu journals echoed clearly in his mind. For a cultivator with a middle-grade spiritual root and no bottlenecks, it takes about 2 years to progress from first to second level of Qi refinement. For the mid-stage, each level takes 3 to 5 years, the late stage even longer. According to this, a cultivator with a middle-grade spiritual root who starts at 16 would take 30 to 40 years of steady progress to reach the 9th level of Qi refinement. But the path of cultivation is full of twists and turns. Many cultivators with middle-grade roots never reach the peak due to unpredictable bottlenecks in their lifetime. Thinking this, he muttered to himself, one pill to get started, why waste time sitting in meditation? If everyone got a pill, wouldn't it be much easier? But reality was harsh. Drawing spirit into the body may be dull, but it's the safest approach. Newcomers are still mortal flesh and blood. Recklessly taking pills can easily cause their bodies to explode. That day, he only tested pill fragments on a prisoner, and the man coughed up blood, severely injured. An unforgettable lesson. A sudden thought brought a rusty, greasy stench into his nostrils. Qing Chun looked down. His entire body was covered in thick black mud, and a light rub caused the clumps to fall off like aged residue. His clothes were soaked and emitting a foul smell. So this is the bone washing and marrow cleansing? He said with a wry smile. Yet he clearly felt his muscles and bones stretching, and the soreness from practicing the jade strengthening technique had vanished. He stood up and stretched, hearing his joints crack softly. Flying birds flapped their wings in the adjacent courtyard. He could clearly see the feather patterns. A punch sliced through the air, his internal force rushing down his arm at twice the speed before. The gust almost blew out the oil lamp on the table. At that moment, Qing Chen's physique and strength surpassed that of an average second-rate expert. His extraordinary perception made him feel like he could see every opening on a battlefield. Even if he sparred with his former self, he was confident one strike would send himself flying. He reached to his Qi Si. The thread of spiritual energy, as fine as a hair, lay dormant like a seed waiting to sprout. As soon as I leave Juetian Island and find a place rich in spiritual energy, it'll take root, grow, and soar to the heavens. With that thought, his fighting spirit surged. There was still some warm water in a bucket in the corner of the secret chamber. He added more hot water, stripped off his clothes, and stepped in. The black mud dissolved at contact with water, quickly bringing thick, oily scum to the surface. As he scrubbed, he organized his plans. Now that he had become a second-rate expert and stepped onto the path of cultivation, the next step was to seize the city lord's token. Li Muyun said that token was bestowed by the national lord and likely hidden in the city lord's mansion's secret chamber. How to get inside was something he still needed to figure out carefully. Just after the morning bell struck at the Mao hour, Qing Chun was already standing atop the watchtower by the west city gate, eyes fixed on the distant direction of the city lord's mansion. Behind the unusually thick wall at the northwest corner lay a storeroom he had been watching for a whole month. The mansion's treasury. For this deal, by day he used his identity as deputy commander of the west gate to cozy up to the officials inside, and by night, he mingled and chatted with Li Muyun to familiarize himself with the mansion's pathways and guard shifts. All the intelligence he gathered was jotted down on a coarse hemp paper, then folded into a fingernail-sized square and tucked into the soles of his boots. The reports indicated 2 likely hiding spots for the city lord's treasures. One was the study where he handled official and private affairs, and the other was the treasury dedicated to rewarding his men. Tonight, thick clouds had mostly veiled the moon, casting a dim light perfect for making a move. Qing Chin changed into rough black linen clothes that blended into the darkness. Tucked in his belt were a handkerchief soaked with a sedative, 2 thin iron wires, and a double-layered cowhide pouch. Taking advantage of the shadows by the back wall, he slipped out silently, his toes barely touching the bluestone slab with not a whisper. Having refined his stealth skills to a small degree, his footsteps were lighter than a cat's. His fingertips found a crack in the wall, and employing his gecko climbing technique, he treated the entire surface as flat ground. The rough bricks slightly pressed into his palms, while the slippery moss beneath warned him to stay cautious. He scaled the wall and pressed himself flat on the battlement. 2 guards leaned against columns by the treasury gate, half asleep, their long spears resting against the ground. Qing Chen clenched the handkerchief tightly as he lightly dropped into the courtyard, knees bending to soften his landing without a sound. circling behind the guards. His left palm covered the mouth of the one on his left. The sedative handkerchief covered his nose and mouth. The guard's nostrils twitched, but just as he tried to struggle, he went limp. Qingchen caught him and set him down in a wall corner. He repeated the same method on the second guard, completing both in less than half a cup of tea's time. The treasury door was made of thick wood studded with copper nails, its brass lock face clearly worn from use. Qingchen pulled out a specially bent iron wire and inserted it into the keyhole. With a gentle twist of his fingertips and the power of his internal force, there was a soft click. The latch popped open. He pushed the door and entered, immediately hit by a damp metallic smell. In the darkness, he struck a flint lighter to ignite a faint flame. The flickering light revealed rows of wooden shelves, blades, spears, swords, and halberds hanging on the wall. At the top hung a ring-handled saber with a sharkskin scabbard that shimmered faintly blue in the firelight. Among the racks were jade and porcelain bottles arranged haphazardly, some labeled with words like blood tonic, bone strengthener, and soyang, though many characters had blurred. In the corner piled dozens of swords and armor made of mysterious black iron, their plates dented and mottled as if struck by blunt weapons. He had no time to examine further. His eyes locked onto the top shelf, the place Li Miyun had said held the truly precious items. Just as he raised his arm, a sudden chill pricked the back of his neck, like tiny needles piercing the skin. Qingchen spun around sharply. Perched on a beam was an old man in a gray cloth robe, half white hair tied tightly into a bun, his hands calloused and tougher than iron. "You're bold, young man, to dare break into the city lord's treasury." The old man's voice was low but carried an aura of true energy. Before Qingchen could react, the old man's palm slammed down. Qingchen could only raise his hand to block. Bang! The palm felt as if it had been struck by a hammer. Numbness shot up his arm to his shoulder. Staggering back 2 steps, he bumped into a shelf. A bottle of elixir slipped off and shattered on the floor, spilling powder everywhere. "How could you sense me?" The elderly man on the beam jumped down, frowning deeply as he stroked his graying beard. "With your meager internal strength, you're barely a second-rate fighter. If I'm hiding on the beam, you shouldn't have detected me at all." Qingchen said nothing, quietly tightening his grip around the double-layered leather paper. He knew he was no match for the old man. Force behind that strike was like an iron plow turning over a river. Resisting it meant certain death. Seeing his silence, the old man's anger flared, and he launched another palm strike. The howling wind pressure squeezed the air, like an invisible mountain wall rushing toward Qingchen. He quickly stepped back, his foot sliding on the scattered powder. Using the momentum, he twisted aside and pulled out the leather paper package. "Old thief, taste my black fire," he growled hoarsely, throwing the paper pouch at the man's face. "Despicable scoundrel." The old man's expression changed. The treasury was full of flammables. If the black fire ignited, he couldn't bear the consequences. His palm swept fiercely to knock the package away, but at the instant the wind hit it, the double-layered leather tore with a sharp rip. Pale yellow dust exploded out, instantly enveloping him. "What is this?" The old man was about to curse, but suddenly felt his cheeks burning and breath quickening. His vital energy was violently pulled as if by a rope, his blood surging. Qingchen stifled a sly laugh. "Haha, old thief, this is 20 times the potency of regular aphrodisiacs. Enjoy tonight, you're on your own now." Before he finished speaking, he spun and dashed toward the back window of the treasury. The moon peeked from behind clouds, silver light cast on the courtyard walls. Qingchen stepped on the windowsill and leapt silently down. His toes barely made a sound on landing. Clang clang clangor rattled as the guards on the outer corridor raised the alarm. "Catch the assassin. Don't let him escape." Shouts thundered. The old man's blood surged uncontrollably. Unable to yell back, he sat cross-legged, forcibly circulating his energy to quell the raging fire inside him, but it barely worked. Qingchen's figure flickered like shattered light under the torch flames as he sped toward the servants' quarters on the east side. Utilizing his phantom clone and gecko wall-running lightness skills, his steps were light as feathers. In the blink of an eye, he crossed several yards. The low wall around the servants' yard barely reached his chest. He tapped a brick with his fingertip, pushed off, flipping down into a high pile of hay, barely rustling a leaf. Shouts and footsteps grew louder behind him, torchlights sweeping across the rooftops. Not daring to pause, Qingchen crouched low and slipped into a nearby woodpile. The old wooden door swung open with a push. Damp and moldy smells hit him. Spider webs brushed his face. He hid deep inside the pile, holding his breath, heart pounding fast but steady. "Search thoroughly around here. Don't let the assassin hide." The guard stomped heavily outside the door. Qingchen quietly circulated his internal energy through his limbs and bones. The soreness and numbness in his shoulder from the earlier strike still throbbed. When the footsteps faded a bit, he moved out again, slipping through the attic, corridors, and courtyard, his shadow flashing under the eaves in moonlight. Sometimes he crawled across rockeries, sometimes scaled rooftops, like a gecko clinging to the wall. Every landing was as soft as a feather. Every leap so fast it made you blink in surprise. In the end, the soldiers' torches wove an impenetrable net. Though Qing Chun changed direction multiple times, he was forced back into the inner courtyard. Finally, he slipped into a quiet back corridor, pushed open a dusty wooden door, and had to hide inside a remote attic room. The loft was tucked away in a corner of the city lord's mansion, seldom visited in ordinary days, and no one dared approach it. Under the heavy cloak of night, Qing Chun silently crept to the window, gathering his inner energy. With a subtle vibration of his fingertips, the window latch broke with a soft snap. Using the back of his hand, he gently pushed the window open, slipping inside like a shadow. Moonlight slanted across the room, sharply outlining his profile. Beads of sweat gathered at his temple, trickling down from his chin. Thanks to his mastery of the snow treading without a trace technique, he landed without a single sound. Scanning carefully, he found no sign of armored guards outside the courtyard. Relief crept into his chest, yet he wouldn't let his guard down completely. Suddenly, his ear twitched. Beyond the faint rasp of his own breathing, he caught an unusual sound from deep within the loft, a splash of water followed by a woman's faint moan. His spiritual senses, honed to the first level of chi refinement, transmitted the sound clearly to his mind. Someone was inside. Tension tightened in Qing Chen's heart as his right hand slowly reached for the sword at his waist. The outside search was still underway. If he startled whoever was here, it would be like adding fuel to the fire. He crouched low against the wall and moved carefully around a yellowed, old wooden table. Ahead, a flicker of candlelight appeared. It came from the inner room, seeping through a slightly ajar door. A richer scent of lavender mingled with warm steam, creating a humid warmth in stark contrast with the chill outside. Qing Chun held his breath and pushed the door crack open with a fingertip. The scene before him made his fist clench. Against the wall was a large round wooden tub, with swirling hot steam rising. Inside, a woman soaked in warm water, only her shoulders and neck visible. Her long hair, black as ink, fanned out and clung to her pale skin. Water droplets trickled down her neck, catching the candlelight like tiny golden sparks. She lightly touched the water's surface, her slender wrist delicate as if it might snap, fingertips tracing a wet line along her collarbone before slipping beneath the water again. Qing Chen swallowed, a barely audible thud betraying his racing heartbeat. He was sure he'd seen this woman before, but had never encountered such an intimate image of her, and his mind wavered briefly. Then he suddenly remembered the remnants of powder on his cloak, the same intensely potent aphrodisiac dust he had scattered at 20 times normal strength during the earlier fight. While his spiritual energy shielded him from its effects, the scent still clung to his clothing. As expected, the woman halted mid-movement, a faint frown creasing her brows. She placed her palm over her chest, her breathing growing fast and shallow as though stoked by invisible flames. Her cheeks flushed visibly, the rosy tint spreading to her earlobes. Even her shoulders showed subtle red patches. How hot, she murmured softly, her voice barely more than a breath. A heavy weight settled in Qing Chen's heart. He knew the strength of that powder all too well. Ordinary people exposed to even a trace would be overwhelmed. This delicate-looking woman would hardly be able to hold out for long. The water in the tub stilled once more. The woman leaned weakly against the rim, her eyes half closed as if struggling to endure the burning heat inside. Not long after, she sighed deeply, a mixture of helplessness and confusion thick in the sound. He recalled her story, the wife of Li Muyun. Married for years, Li Muyun had cared for her gently in words, but grown increasingly distant in their intimate life. Especially since Qing Chun had met Li Muyun and frequently gifted him with rare delicacies and fine wine, the man had become even more aloof towards his wife, nearly never approaching her. These memories replayed clearly as the room's warmth seemed to climb higher still. Qing Chen's throat felt dry and raw, his breath carrying a faint metallic tang. At that moment, his stomach rumbled loudly in abrupt, unmistakable growl. Since evening, he hadn't eaten a single grain of rice, and the intense sparring with the old man had drained much of his strength. The sound echoed sharply in the quiet attic. The woman inside snapped her eyes open, her voice instantly tense. "Who's there?" Qing Chen's heart tightened. He knew that any delay would alert the guards outside. Like an arrow released from a bow, he slipped through the narrow gap of the door. His footsteps were silent as he pressed his left hand over the woman's mouth and gripped her shoulder with his right hand, pushing her gently against a nearby wooden bucket. Steam still rose from the water inside, and if a single drop splashed, the guards would immediately notice. Even if he could grow wings, escape would be impossible. The woman's body was so soft it seemed boneless. When pressed, she swayed lightly, her slender fingers instinctively clutching Qing Chen's wrist. He felt the surprising heat radiating from her palm. A faint fragrance mixed with medicinal powder brushed against his nose, weaving through her hair. Her eyes were wide with panic at first, but as she stared at him, the fear gradually faded, replaced by a different kind of sparkle. Her gaze lingered over the black cloth mask covering his face, then drifted to his broad shoulders. Though separated by thin clothes, she could sense a robust masculine presence. like a wave of warm air flooding over her hollow heart. Compared to the flashy yet insubstantial feeling she got from Li Muyun, this raw virility caused Zhao Ningyi to momentarily lose herself. Qing Chen noticed she did not struggle. Instead, she subtly leaned closer, her chest pressing against the back of his hand soft enough to unsettle him. Just as he was about to speak, her fingertips lightly scratched his wrist. Her voice slipped out softly between her fingers. "Who are you?" The air seemed to tighten around the question. Qing Chun felt a twinge of awkwardness and lowered his voice. This lady. Actually, I am a decent man." Zhao Ninjia's eyes shifted slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. "I believe you." Qing Chen's embarrassment deepened, but he forced himself to continue. "To be honest, I got lost." She chuckled lightly, teasing, "To be the first person who manages to get lost from the city gates all the way to my attic. You really are unique." Footsteps outside came and went, near then far. Qing Chun smiled bitterly and shook his head. "There are enemies hunting me all through this city tonight. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you." A strange trust blossomed in Zhao Ninjia's heart. Her voice softened. "I can let you go, but you must tell me who are you?" "I am Zhao Ningyi, daughter of the city lord. I have the power to help you, and the power to capture you." Qing Chen frowned, weighing his options. "If I tell you my real name, but you seize me afterward, what then?" Zhao Ningyi met his gaze steadily, her tone calm, but commanding. "You either kill me, force me, or tell me. Or don't speak, and without my help, you will never escape." The wind rustled past the window frame outside. Qing Chen drew a deep breath and made up his mind. "My name is Shimin Qing. I live near Jin City. This intrusion was only because my enemies chased me. Surrounded by the authorities, I had no choice but to take desperate measures. I apologize for troubling you." Qing Chun hadn't entirely lied among the soldiers guarding the West City Gate. They privately called him Lord Shimin Qing, partly because he held military authority over the West Gate, and partly because his name included the character Qing, which made the nickname roll off the tongue easily and sound commanding. But in front of the city lord's daughter, he didn't dare call himself lord. He just clipped the honorific and left it vague to get by. When Zhao Ningyi heard the name, a strange glint flashed in her eyes. She tightened the sash of her bathrobe with her fingertips, her voice low and steady. "Shimin Qing. I've got it memorized. Since you're willing to give me your name, I won't make things difficult for you anymore." As she spoke, her long lashes fluttered slightly, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Yet she couldn't help stealing a glance at the jaw beneath his mask. The fierce masculinity lingering under his mask was much more appealing than Li Mayan's restless, perfumed airs. "Remember this. If a third person finds out about tonight," she paused, her eyes sharpening, "I will chase you to the ends of the earth and show you no mercy." "Miss Zhao, rest assured." Qing Chen hurriedly nodded. "I, Shimin Qing, have a tight lip. This will stay buried deep inside me." As he finished, a flush colored Zhao Ninjia's cheeks, making her delicate face even more radiant. Qing Chen's heart gave a sudden jolt, sensing the atmosphere had shifted awkwardly, and he scrambled to change the subject. Before he could speak, Zhao Ningyi cleared her throat gently and steered the conversation back to serious matters. "My father's city lord residence isn't a place anyone can just walk into. The outer guards change shifts every 15 minutes. There are hidden sentries on the watchtower. The walls of the treasury and study are reinforced with iron plates, and not to mention the old steward, who's a master fighter, stands guard." Before she finished, Qing Chun recalled the numbness spreading through his arm when he had locked palms with the old steward. The force had surged through, crawling from his hand to his shoulder, still faintly throbbing now. Frowning, his voice dropped a few degrees. "Circumstances forced my hand. I hope you, sister, can keep this secret. But with security this tight, how can I slip out unnoticed?" Seeing the sweat forming on his forehead, Zhao Ninjia's heart tightened. She pressed her lips and smiled softly. "During the day, it's easier. I could hide you inside a sedan chair and carry you out the side gate. But tonight, the treasury's alarm has gone off. My father will have masters guarding every door. Even if they don't search the sedan, just lifting the curtain and peeking inside would give you away. Then what? What am I supposed to do?" King Chin's worry deepened. If trapped inside the manor, he might never find the token and his life could be in danger. Zhao Ningyi considered for a moment, then seemed to make up her mind. She turned and walked toward the depths of the attic. "Follow me." Still wearing only her bathrobe, her wet hair clung to her shoulders, dripping faint trails onto the wooden steps. Qing Chin followed closely, catching a faint scent of lavender from her, more distinct now but never overpowering. At the far end of the attic was a small study lined with shelves full of poetry collections. Zhao Ningyi went straight to the innermost shelf and pressed her finger against the spine of a book of songs. With a soft click, the entire shelf slid sideways by half a foot, revealing a pitch-black passage behind it. "Don't rush," she whispered. "This is my family's secret escape tunnel, leading straight from this attic to the city moat. It's enough to avoid all the hidden sentries." She grabbed a firelighter from the desk, flicked it gently to spark a small flame, and handed it to Qing Chen. "There are stone steps inside, follow them forward. The exit is among the reeds on the riverbank. No one will notice." The flickering light illuminated the narrow passage walls, and Qingshan's mind raced with worries. Could this be a trap? But meeting Zhao Ninjia's calm and steady eyes, he pushed doubt aside. Before he could say anything, she stepped first into the dark tunnel, her dress brushing the stone steps, her voice low but clear. He'll lead you through the first stretch. There aren't many forks inside. You won't get lost. The passage was narrow, allowing only one person through at a time. Qingshan followed behind, catching the faint scent of dampness in her hair. Zhao Ninjia's footsteps were light and quick, her voice echoing softly down the long corridor. Shimenqing, remember this: if enemies ever come after you again, you can find me here. Just tap on the secret door with a wooden stick. They moved in single file through the passage, the walls cold and damp, a mixture of mossy earthiness and the moisture clinging to the woman's hair, blending into a strange scent. At the end of the corridor stood a stone door. Pushing it open, the space beyond suddenly opened wide, and the night breeze, heavy with mist, rushed in. About the length of an incense sticks burned from the exit, the dark riverbank revealed glimmers of silvery light. Zhao Ningyi stopped and turned, lowering her voice. Here we are. On the other side is the moat. Go downstream, and pass through the outer city's woods. That way you'll be safe. Under the moonlight, her eyes were unreadable, full of complex emotions. Qingshan looked at her deeply once more, then plunged into the water, causing a spray of tiny waves before disappearing into the darkness. Zhao Ningyi stood on the bank, watching as the ripples slowly calmed, remaining silent for a long moment. Finally, she sighed softly and turned to close the stone door, muttering in her heart. Shimenqing. Back in the study, she pushed the bookshelf back over the secret door, carefully wiping away the dampness on the spine of the classic of poetry, ensuring no trace had been left behind. Only then did she gather her still damp hair and return to her chamber. Before dawn the next day, Qingshan hurried back to his courtyard, his clothes still dripping with cold water. Sitting cross-legged, he pondered the matter of the immortal ship talisman. If only he could devise a safer method, perhaps he wouldn't have to break into the city lord's residence by force. He racked his brain until daylight, but came up with no good plan. Early morning, the courtyard gate was knocked loudly. Niu Dali bowed outside. Young master, Li Gongzi awaits you at the tavern, says it's urgent. Qingshan changed into plain clothes, wiped off the dampness, and set off briskly toward the street. On the second floor of the tavern, by the window, Li Muyun guarded a pot of leftover wine. Seeing him arrive, he waved urgently and lowered his voice. Brother Qing, have you brought any new surprises? Anxiety flickered in his eyes. Qingshan smiled faintly, responding like practicing Tai Chi. Brother Yun, be patient. The situation is tense, so still need to wait a few more days. Since his failed night raid on the city lord's residence, Qingshan had realized the place was full of hidden talents and fierce guards. Getting the talisman under such tight watch would be almost impossible. Last time he barely escaped, thanks to rare pills and powders. Although his cultivation had improved somewhat, his jade refining skill was far from breaking into the top level, something reserved for those founding their own martial sections. What was worse, according to the calendar from the Seven Kingdoms chaotic era, the immortal ship's return to Juetian Island was imminent. He had no time for slow cultivation, nor could he quickly achieve great merit to gain the city lord's favor. Li Muyun sighed. Alas, my stubborn illness has no cure, only wuxia powder can save me. When he said save, his fingers gripped the cup's rim tightly, knuckles whitening. Qingshan caught the urgency, and a sudden plan sparked in his mind. Brother Yun's troubles are mine to bear. This matter will be resolved in the coming days, please be patient. Then, as if casually but intentionally, he asked, Brother Yun, does your wife know about your condition? Li Muyun hurriedly waved his hand and smiled wryly. Dare not let her find out. If she did, she'd skin me alive. She returns to the city lord's residence every other day to serve her in-laws. That's the only time I can slip out to find medicine. Hearing this, Qingshan's mind was made up. Zhao Ningyi was approaching 30, alone in an empty chamber. Even with her gentle nature, the loneliness bred melancholy, especially since her husband was practically useless. The night's intimate scene had satisfied Qingshan's desires but stirred ripples in her heart. Her parting words about knocking on the secret door were a subtle invitation, a woman's modest way of extending trust without speaking outright. But he was in no hurry. To follow her now would be mere indulgence, just another fleeting liaison, unlikely to truly move her heart. It had little to do with his real goal of obtaining the talisman. He would endure this waiting game with her, bide his time patiently, and act only when the moment was right. Several days later, Qingshan arrived at Li Muyun's residence. No sooner had the courtyard gate swung open than Li Muyun hurried out with a beaming smile, reaching out to tug on Qingshan's sleeve. Ah, Brother Qing, you finally made it. If you hadn't come soon, my worry would have taken root in my heart and become incurable. Qingshan smiled faintly and stepped aside to avoid the sleeve tug, lowering his voice. Bandits have been rampant around Jincheng recently, preying on the common folk. As a medicine merchant, I just happened to get caught in their trap and lost my supply. I had to dodge countless checks and visit several places before I could gather everything. Gathered everything? Li Mayan's eyes lit up as if lit by a lamp, but then he glanced at the sky and shook his head with regret. Too bad today's an odd day, my wife is home, so it's not convenient. They'll come see you first thing in the morning. With that, he patted Qingchen's shoulder heavily, urgency in his gesture. Qingchen sighed accordingly, rubbing his stomach. Indeed, I just managed to gather it all, and didn't even have time to eat a warm meal, worrying you might be too anxious. Oh, that would be rude. Li Muyun slapped his thigh and pulled him inside. We're just about to have lunch. You might as well join us. Don't mind the simplicity of my household fare. Qingchen feigned modesty. That would be improper, disturbing your wife. Disturbing. Li Muyun glanced back with mock anger, amused at his own words. You're now a 7th-rank assistant commander, respected and important. You think your brother here can't afford to host you? Not at all. Not at all. Qingchen hurriedly cupped his hands. Since you, Brother Yun, insist so warmly, your humble servant must accept without hesitation. They crossed the courtyard. Several peach trees were shedding blossoms, petals carpeting the blue stone floor. A young maid swept hurriedly and lowered her head to step aside when she saw them. Entering the main hall, the 8 immortals' table was set with dishes, glistening braised pork, scallion-sprinkled egg drop soup, refreshing cold cucumber salad, and in the center, a steaming plate of ants climbing a tree, minced meat wrapped in trembling glass noodles. A woman sat beside the table. Her dark cyan-embroidered baize highlighted her slender waist. A simple pale blue inner garment showed at the collar, her black hair neatly coiled into a bun. A red gold hairpin and a pair of pearl earrings sparkled under the lamplight. This was Zhao Ningyi. Approaching 30, she carried the refined elegance and charm that made it impossible to look away. When Qingchen's eyes met hers, the air seemed to freeze in an instant. Zhao Ningyi's casual glance unexpectedly stirred a great wave in her heart. You or she whispered, voice trembling just slightly. Memories of that night surged. In her loneliest moment, the strong and handsome man had shielded her from the cold, revealing a vulnerability even her husband never saw. Qingchen's eyes darkened slightly, clearly recalling that unspeakable past. Though she should have been angry, recalling that moment always left her oddly enchanted. Although the man wore a mask that night, his build, his eyes, and that unmistakable aura were deeply etched in her mind. Since then, Zhao Ningyi had quietly dispatched over a dozen trusted subordinates, spending a fortune to investigate a man named Shimin Qing. But after several days, there was no lead. Time and again, she sat in the study, waiting for a secret knock, yet nothing ever came. Today, seeing Qingchen suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. At that moment, Li Muyun was facing away, chatting and laughing with Qingchen, unaware of the subtle change in her expression. Qingchen bowed his head first and clasped his hands. I am Qingchen, greetings to sister-in-law. Li Muyun pulled Qingchen down to sit and smiled as he introduced. Oh, Ningyi, this is Qingchen, the assistant commander of the West City Gate, me good brother. Zhao Ningyi smiled faintly but spoke with a hint of inquiry. Qingchen, Shimin Qing. Somehow this assistant commander seems more like a Shimin than a Qing. She let her gaze linger quietly on Qingchen. Li Muyun immediately spoke seriously. Ningyi, don't be rude. Little brother Qing is my sworn brother. Back in the day at Mount Bailang, when we were fighting bandits, we stood side by side, our bond runs deep. Qingchen scratched his head awkwardly, avoiding Zhao Ningyi's eyes. Sister-in-law, you jest. My surname is Qing, and Chun is just my given name. Li Muyun patted his shoulder. Don't be so formal. When you're at my house, treat it like your own. My wife is your sister-in-law, so no need for formalities. He laughed heartily, and the atmosphere instantly grew warm and friendly. No sooner had Qingchen sat down than Zhao Ningyi picked up silver chopsticks and placed a serving of ants climbing a tree noodles into his bowl, her wrist lightly turning. Little brother, have a taste. This dish will tease your heart and make you yearn. Qingchen looked down at the glass noodles and murmured awkwardly, thank you, sister-in-law. Li Muyun had been unable to wait any longer. He pulled out a jar of aged wine from under the table and broke the clay seal, releasing a rich fragrance. 30 years aged. If not for Brother Qing's visit, I wouldn't have dared to open it. He poured a full cup for Qingchen and then for himself. If you get drunk, rest this afternoon, we can leave later tonight. Come, drink up. Amid clinking cups, Zhao Ningyi was unusually warm today, frequently raising her glass and urging, husband, if you're happy, have a few more drinks. Li Muyun was delighted by her encouragement. My wife really takes care of me, he said, raising his head and draining his cup. Less than half an hour later, Zhao Ningyi handed him another cup. Husband, you drink like a true hero. Li Muyun drank cup after cup, finally staggering drunk, and eventually collapsed face down on the table with a dull thud. Zhao Ningyi immediately steadied him, confirmed he was thoroughly drunk, then signaled to a maid. Help the master back to his room. Gently don't wake him. The candlelight in the guest room suddenly flickered twice. Qingchen closed his eyes to rest, his mind calm and untroubled, while his internal energy slowly circulated, dispelling the lingering poison from the alcohol. Suddenly, an inexplicable shiver climbed his spine, causing his whole body to tense instantly. He snapped his eyes open and silently slipped out of the guest room, moving like a shadow-cloaked phantom. After a long moment, Qing Chun arrived at a door. With a slight push of his fingers, the door opened quietly without a sound. He stepped into the bedroom shared by Li Muyun and his wife, cautiously scanning both sides of the bed. Finding no sentry or trap, he quickly appeared at the foot of the bed. Fixing his gaze on the sleeping Li Muyun, he bent his finger lightly, gathering a thread of internal force that struck with lightning speed, precisely targeting the Shunshintang point behind Li Muyun's heart and the Zhongmen point at his waist. These two acupoints blocked his meridians, rendering him unable to move, but without affecting his breath. So from the outside, he still seemed peacefully asleep. Sure enough, Li Muyun's breathing paused momentarily before returning to a steady rhythm, his body limp as if without bones. Qing Chun reached out gently, lifting him from the bed with tender care, slipping his arm beneath Li Muyun's armpits. His steps were extremely light as he carried him slowly to the side chamber on the bedroom's west side. This small room was cluttered with miscellaneous items and had an old tatami mat, where he carefully placed Li Muyun down. Having arranged everything, Qing Chun turned around, his gaze falling upon the vanity table in the center of the bedroom. Zhao Ningyi had changed out of the daytime dress and now wore the vivid red gown she had donned for the farewell that evening. The bright color made her appear all the more enchanting and delicate. You. Zhao Ningyi's voice trembled slightly, her lips quivering as if she had 1,000 things she longed to say, but only squeezed out one word. She wanted to speak, yet feared waking Li Muyun in the side room. She tried to back away, but with the vanity table right behind her against the wall, there was nowhere to go. Helpless, she could only watch Qing Chen step closer. Qing Chen stared into her eyes, catching the mixture of fear, hope, and subtle pleading. He sighed inwardly. Slowly, he stepped forward, his fingertips lightly brushing the hem of her dress, silently conveying unspoken words. At the banquet, passion stirred beyond control, the beauty startled by an old lover's face. Her eyes held silent sorrow, her words edged with sharp longing. Full cups of wine hasten intoxication, the red dress gleams, fueling endless desire. Her husband sleeps in the side room, while Qing Lang quietly approaches the dream's edge. Gentle hands unbind the silk sash, crimson lips part, revealing jade-like scent. Disheveled cloud-like hair resists restraint, cheeks flush as passion lingers still. Warm scents mingle amid flower shadows inside the canopy. A light breeze and dim moon plunge the soul into dreams wild. A Wu mountain night of cloud and rain unleashed, tender embraces stretching until dawn's light. The candlelight slowly dimmed. Outside, moonlight filtered through thin paper windows, casting a soft, hazy silver glow across the floor. After more than half an hour, Zhao Ningyi's brows twitched, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her whole body felt sore and weak, as if just pulled from warm water. Qing Chun lay beside her, his breathing steady, warm breath brushing her neck. Awake? Qing Chun asked softly. She replied in a low voice, barely more than a whisper, yet with a newfound delicate charm after waking. Do you hate me? He continued. I hate that you deceived me. Hate that you didn't come to find me. Hate that you're back now to bully me again. Zhao Ningyi turned her head away, tears shimmering in her eyes. Qing Chun didn't rush to soothe her. Instead, he quietly began to tell a story no one else knew. Ningyi, do you know? Half a year ago, I was just a refugee blocked at a city gate. If your father hadn't given out porridge to help the needy, I would have starved to death on the streets long ago. Zhao Ningyi was taken aback by his words, her eyes wide with shock. How is that possible? You're clearly a second-tier expert, and you were even a 7th-rank assistant commander. How could you end up in such a dire situation? The young man's gaze grew steadily more intense. Qing Chen stared at her, his voice low and serious. Because I don't believe in fate. I want to climb higher, to live a better life. Someone like me, even if I risk everything and face death 100 times over, might never even reach where your life began and could very well die along the way. But you, just by speaking, get whatever you desire. He forced a bitter smile. That's why I lied to you. I don't have the confidence you have. I can't afford to lose, and I don't dare to lose. If I lose this gamble, I die. My second mother, my younger sibling style be driven out of the house, left to wander the streets, or even sold into a brothel. Zhao Ningyi had never known such struggle or hardship. She stared silently at the young man before her, a sudden pang of sorrow rising in her heart. So this was how he had made it this far, by stepping through countless storms. After a moment, her cheeks flushing, she whispered, Then why did you treat me the way you did before? Qing Chen's gaze landed softly on her face as he answered quietly. Back then, I couldn't afford to take the risk, so I didn't dare approach you. But today, seeing you on the street, I don't want to hide anymore. He briefly glanced at her red dress. Your red dress, it looks beautiful. An unexpected flutter stirred in Zhao Ningyi's heart. She asked again, So why did you come to my residence today? Qing Chan was silent for a moment, weighing his words, then spoke frankly. I rose through the ranks so quickly because I delivered the specially made 5-stone powder to Li Muyun gifts of women, men, even money. He accepted them, so he's willing to help me. At this, Zhao Ninjia's face turned pale. She snapped her gaze toward where Li Muyun was. The last shred of guilt in her heart vanished instantly, replaced by disgust and loathing. What? Him? He's been cold to me all these years because he looked down on me? Qingchen nodded. Yes. He always orders me to collect 5-stone powder and handsome men and beautiful women for him. He sighed deeply, the resignation heavy in his voice. Holding the handkerchief tightly in her hand, Zhao Ningyi hesitated before timidly saying, Then will you stay with me from now on? Li Muyun comes from the gentry of Jin City. If you give me some time, maybe we can be together for good. She looked nervously at Qingchen. He said nothing at first, only nodded gently. Yet deep inside, a chill ran through him. He thought, she's already hooked. It wasn't for nothing that I put in all this effort. Time flew, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 months, Qingchen met Zhao Ningyi 4 or 5 times through a secret passage behind the city lord's mansion. Each time, she grew more forward than the last. In the narrow corridor, she would suddenly leap into his arms. She pressed homemade treats into his hands. She whispered pleadingly for him to stay a little longer, as if afraid she might never see him again. Qingchen understood that only those who are hungry cherish warmth and sustenance deeply. Zhao Ninjia's dependence on him grew day by day, and without realizing it, that dependence had transformed into deep affection. Her courage grew too. Once, after a long absence on his part, she secretly left the city lord's mansion, veiled herself, and traveled to the western part of the city just to catch a glimpse of his residence. That day, in the dimly lit secret room, the candle flickered. The space was small, sandalwood incense burning brightly, the warm fragrance weaving a sweet, lingering scent. Zhao Ningyi sat beside him, carefully peeling a segment of orange, placing it on a small plate, then picking up another to gently lift to his lips. The fresh citrus scent filled the air. Qingchen suddenly sighed softly. Zhao Ningyi quickly set down the orange and turned to look at him, her voice softer even than the scent. My lord, why do you sigh? Qingchen gazed at the gentle face before him, his lips twitching slightly as he lowered his voice to ask, Ningyi, do you know why I snuck into the city lord's mansion that last time? The lingering scent of incense still curled softly through the secret chamber, the fragrance of osmanthus, Zhao Ninjia's favorite. The padded cushions, low couches, and gauzy lanterns bathed the room in a warm yellow glow. Her fingertips still held the fresh oil from the orange peel as she pinched a newly peeled segment of fruit. After listening quietly to Qingchen's words, without hesitation, she brought the juicy slice to his lips and said, Is it for the techniques in the family treasury, or for the elixirs? You don't need to sigh, my lord. If you want, I can fetch them from my father's treasury for you. After all, that treasury will be yours sooner or later anyway. Qingchen didn't speak, just shook his head gently. A while ago, Li Muyun told me about immortals. Ever since, I've been restless, wanting to see for myself how wondrous cultivation truly is. That Li Muyun again. Zhao Ninjia's knuckles clenched tightly, the pale palm crushing the orange segment until juice spilled out. She gritted her teeth, the soft flesh of her cheek pulling taut. She wished she had taken his life back then. This was not empty anger. 2.5 months ago, she uncovered Li Muyun's cold indifference was a facade, and immediately wept as she begged her father to deal with him. Their city lord, who always doted on her most, promptly accused Li Muyun of embezzlement and stripped him of office. Out of old ties, Zhao Ningyi spared his life but sent him off as a low-ranking clerk in a nearby town. What she didn't know was that shortly after her father acted, Qingchen secretly sent men disguised as bandits to ambush Li Muyun, castrated him to render him a eunuch, drugged him into madness, and destroyed all his martial skills. Then he handed him over to the families of apothecaries ravaged by Li Muyun's schemes, leaving the enraged villagers to tear him apart. Now, hearing Zhao Ningyi curse Li Muyun again, Qingchen pressed a steadying hand over her trembling wrist, retrieved the crushed orange segment, and dropped it onto a white porcelain plate beside them. Don't be angry. He can no longer trouble us. Zhao Ninjia's chest heaved a few times before she calmed, peeling another orange segment to hand over. Immortals? You want immortal cultivation techniques? My father's treasury definitely doesn't have any. I snuck in there as a child. The best they held were first-rate martial arts, not a trace of anything immortal. No one in Jing Kingdom truly knows cultivation. Besides, even if it existed, you'd need the aptitude. Li Muyun once said cultivation requires a talisman. Qingchen said, biting into the orange slice but barely tasting its sweetness. So I want to go find out if I have the chance. A talisman? Zhao Ningyi frowned. Even with one, you first need a spiritual root. My father once asked the national master of Jing Kingdom to test mine and my brother's. We're both mundane roots now, even the lowest mixed roots. She recalled the cold jade plaque that measured spiritual roots, then pushed the thought aside and gently said, Actually, having no spiritual root isn't so bad. staying at home with the family fortune, and being with you every day to ascent that beat chasing after immortal cultivation? But I won't give up, Qing Chen said firmly. If this world really has an immortal path, I want to see it with my own eyes. I can't feel at peace if I don't go. Looking at his determined profile, her heart suddenly softened completely. She rested her forehead against his shoulder and mumbled, then I'll get you that talisman. But you must promise me one thing. Not one thing, hundreds, thousands. I'll agree to anything, Qing Chen said, his tone gentler as his hand slowly covered her back. He'll get that talisman for you. But when the immortal ship descends, if you lack the aptitude and the talisman is reclaimed by the immortals, then you must stay with me for life and marry me, Zhao Ningyi said, looking up at him with eyes full of hope. She knew full well that out of 1,000 people, it was rare to find anyone with a spiritual root, and it was very likely that Qingqian did not have one either. Zhao Ningyi calculated everything clearly in her mind. Once the truth was confirmed, she could bind this young man tightly by her side, share in wealth and honor, and never worry about him slipping away again. The fire crackled warmly inside the room, and the sweet scent of oranges filled the air. Qingqian suddenly froze, not answering right away. He met Zhao Ningyi's gaze, her eyes shining now like the clearest stars in the night sky. Memories surged uncontrollably. 3 months ago, she stood alone before the dressing table, dressed in a pomegranate skirt and jacket, her eyes flickering with emotion. Last month, disguised as a servant, she waited by the street corner near the West City mansion, only slipping away quietly after seeing him return. Just now, she peeled an orange carefully, wary of the juice staining her clothes. These little details blended into an inexplicable warmth that made Qingqian's heart flutter slightly. Don't you want to? Zhao Ningyi's voice faltered slightly as she noticed his silence. Qingqian snapped back to the moment, suppressing that flutter, took a deep breath, and replied with an elusive tone, No, it's not that I don't want to. If I truly have no aptitude for cultivation, then I will stay by your side for life. Good. Zhao Ningyi's eyes curved like crescent moons in a smile. In a month, the envoy from Ningxuan sect will arrive at Haiqing in Jing Kingdom. Nobles from all 7 kingdoms will attend. They'll leave with my father in a few days and hand you the token then. All right. Qingqian nodded, emotions swirling but unsure what else to say. Half a month later, at the border of Shu Kingdom, ancient city of Hanchuan, the dawn mist still lingered as the cold dew soaked the blue stone slabs at the gate. The clip-clop of horse hooves fractured the silence, but could not mask the heaviness of parting. 16-year-old Qingji's eyes were red as he stared fixedly at his elder brother. Brother, do you really have to go? Must you walk that path of cultivation? Qingqian didn't answer directly, but handed his younger brother a box he had prepared for days. Second brother, be careful once you enter Shu. You've made some progress with the jade refining technique. You'll be able to protect yourself. The notes on shadow cloning and the art of disguise and bone shrinking are in this booklet. Don't be impatient and study the Taoist scriptures diligently. I've also arranged for former members of the Twin Eagles Society who wish to follow me to stay here. You must keep in contact with them. Is there really no way to change your mind? Their stepmother's voice choked with emotion. Through all the hardships, she regarded Qingqian as her own. Qingqian laughed loudly, brushing away his melancholy. All my life, I've feared neither heaven nor earth. Now I have the chance to challenge the heavens. How can I back down? The scriptures speak of reincarnation, and in my dreams, I often see blurred images of my past life. That person was at others' beck and call, flattering over wine, living in humiliation. I won't accept that. Given this chance in this life, I will climb step by step to the summit of the 9 heavens, a son who defies even the heavens. When I succeed, I will return. Then, who dares bully me? Only I shall bully others. Young Qinggan and Qingyun silently looked up, their eyes bright, yet silent. Qingqian patted his horse's neck, swung himself into the saddle, squeezed the horse's sides with his legs, and the steed neighed. Sparks flew from the stones as his figure faded into the morning mist, never looking back. The path of immortality is vast and wild, the mortal world fleeting and narrow. Heaven's way is vast and boundless, and life's road stretches endlessly ahead. Jingguo's Haiqing ranked second among the kingdom's 9 major cities. Spanning over 200 miles with a population exceeding 1 million, its walls hugged the vast sea, where waves roared day and night, merging with the horizon. From Jincheng, traveling southward, Qingqian crossed mountains and rivers, journeying nearly 1,000 miles, almost traversing the entirety of Jingguo before finally entering this sprawling coastal metropolis. The moment he stepped inside, Qingqian was struck by the dazzling vibrancy. Streets wide and flawless, shops lined up like scales on a fish. Silk stores overflowed with bolts of shimmering fabric. Jewelers glowed under brilliant lights. Tea houses and taverns exuded rich aromas. The clamors of hawkers, dialects, and rolling wheels blended into a vibrant hum of life. In contrast, the city he once called home, Jincheng, instantly felt like a dim, rustic village. What caught his eye most was Haiqing's distinctive architecture, gray bricks paired with dark tiles, eaves curling like sea breezes, yet retaining the simple elegance of the central plains. The streets unfolded like a living painting at a glance. Hey, you look like a stranger here, don't you? A long-haired youth smiled cheekily as he stepped before Qingchen. The boy's eyes gleamed with sharpness and a touch of confidence. How could you tell? Qingchen narrowed his eyes, watching warily. Easy, the boy patted his chest. Regulars around here don't get surprised by the hustle and bustle. But you? You're looking all around like it's your first time. I could spot it instantly. So what's your line of work then? Qingchen raised an eyebrow. I've been hanging in Haicheng since I was born. I know every tea house, tavern, brothel, and inn by heart. The boy's eyes sparkled. If you need a place to stay or some info, your man just throw a few coins my way. Qingchen said nothing further and tossed a silver ingot to him. The boy caught it gleefully. It was enough to cover a month's living expenses. This is a deposit. He'll have a few questions answer well, and you'll be rewarded handsomely. Please ask away. The boy bowed respectfully, his gaze shining as if he'd just seen a fortune. Around here, have there been more outsiders than usual this month? Absolutely. It's been strange, the boy nodded repeatedly. Not just the nobles from Jingguo's cities, but even guests from the 6 other kingdoms have come, all decked out in gold and jade, rich and powerful. The whole city's under lockdown now, soldiers everywhere questioning people. Where are these people usually housed? Guests from the 6 kingdoms go to Jianku Guan under the Honglu department's care. Our Jingguo nobles are hosted personally by the city lord, mostly in Lixian Pavilion near the lord's mansion. Take me to the inn closest to Lixian Pavilion. Qingchen ordered coolly. The two weaved through streets and alleys for a good half hour until they reached a 3-section courtyard with blue tiles Haicheng Inn. Lanterns hung high by the door, and the signboard's bold characters read Haicheng. Qingchen tossed another silver or two, and the boy thanked him profusely, bowing deeply. A month ago, he and Zhao Ningyi had agreed to meet at midday sharp at the inn nearest to Lixian Pavilion. Now, Qingchen sat at the first table just inside the entrance of Haicheng Inn. The table was laid with 5 or 6 exquisite dishes, and a bottle of aged wine waited to be opened. Outside the wooden window, the setting sun cast orange-red light into the inn, making the sheen on the wine jug and dishes sparkle. The waiter busily refilled plates and chopsticks nearby, occasionally glancing toward the door. Suddenly, the wooden door swung open, and a flash of crimson caught the eye. A woman dressed in red Zhao Ninja stepped through the snow. Her long hair curled slightly, and her usually cold, steely gaze softened instantly when she spotted a familiar figure inside. A smile blossomed on her face, drawing the attention of passers-by. I've missed you this entire month, she teased, tapping the tabletop lightly with her finger. Tell me, are you missing me, or that token you hold? The young man called Qingchen looked up, but his usual sharpness was gone, replaced by a quiet hesitation. He murmured, both. His expression faltered. Zhao Ningyi raised an eyebrow. Not happy to hear that. The scent of wine lingered as Qingchen suddenly asked, if I truly have the spiritual root, what will you do? Humph. She feigned anger, but her eyes shone clearly. Then I'll have my father bind you, so you can't run away again. She laughed, arching her brows. Why the sudden question? In an hour, the immortal of the Ningxuan sect will arrive, and everything will be revealed. From her sleeve, she pulled out a pair of new boots and handed them to him. Look, I specially made you a pair in blue. It took me a long time to learn sewing before this. I only made stuff for my parents. The soft fabric and precise stitching surprised Qingchen. Warmth spread slowly through his chest. In all his lives, no one had ever hand-sewn clothes for him before. They're really beautiful, he said, tracing the boot's edge. But why blue? I always feel you carry so much inside, Zhao Ningyi said with a smile. Blue brings calm. I spent a full month making Thezodont. You want to praise me? Qingchen opened his mouth, but no words came, so he gripped the boots tightly. Zhao Ningyi kept her bright smile, then offered an ancient-looking token. Keep this safe, there's only one in Jin City. He took it quietly, murmuring thanks. That's it, she muttered, shaking her head. After a long silence, Qingchen looked up, voice serious. If tomorrow the test shows I have no spiritual root, I will give up everything and roam the world with you. Zhao Ninjia's heart skipped. A strange unease flooded her. Why say that all of a sudden? Qingchen said nothing, but reached into his chest and pulled out a smooth jade piece, handing it over. Found it in the mountains. Rare material, very precious. For you. It was actually a fragment from a shattered jade vial that had contained spiritual pilshed, painstakingly collected every piece. Thinking even the smallest mosquito is still meat. It's beautiful, she said softly, no longer cheering, but quietly stroking the jade. They sat facing each other, the air filled with only the scent of wine and the sound of their hearts beating. After some time, the warmth of the wine rose in Qingchen's chest. He was about to raise his cup when a roar like crashing waves thundered from the horizon. Thunderstorm clouds appeared in broad daylight, and clear bell chimes rang one after another through the sky. He's here, Zhao Ningyi whispered, her smile fading. Let's go. Qingchen stood and stepped forward. Side by side, they walked through the streets, lights gradually coming to life in the dusk. Passing a small pond, Ripples shimmered as colorful carp darted beneath the surface. Zhao Ningyi suddenly spoke up. Look at those two carp. The one on the left is determined to leap over the dragon gate and transform into a dragon. The other, though aware it can never compare, chooses to swim alongside it all the way to the gate. In the end, it can only helplessly watch the left carp either soar into the clouds as a dragon or stumble and fall onto the riverbank. She sighed softly. If only they could swim freely in the water forever, how wonderful that would be. Time quietly passed, and the two of them found themselves unknowingly at the seaside. Amidst the surging waves, a translucent white, immortal ship rested silently. Its hull stretched over 100 zhang in length and more than 10 in width, resembling a small island floating on the sea. A faint golden aura shimmered around the vessel, casting a hazy glow over the water. The outer walls of the deck were engraved with profound runes that pulsed with a soft light, revealing its extraordinary nature. Suddenly, swirling clouds rolled across the horizon, and a group of immortals descended, stepping gently on the air. They wore resplendent Taoist robes embroidered with intricate patterns of mysterious symbols. Their garments billowed with the breeze, each step releasing rippling waves of spiritual light. Hovering above the mortal world, they gazed down from midair. Hundreds, even thousands, of nobles dressed in splendid attire had gathered around the immortal ship. The moment the immortals appeared, everyone knelt in unison, forehead touching the ground, terrified of showing disrespect. Qingchun hurriedly pulled Zhao Ningyi down onto her knees as the sea wind abruptly ceased, plunging the surroundings into complete silence. After a brief pause, a serene yet clear voice drifted through the void, reaching straight into each person's heart. Those holding the token stepped forward. Despite the large crowd, no one moved. The overwhelming presence of the immortals made their hearts tremble and limbs heavy, as if filled with lead. The leading immortal furrowed his brow and suddenly shouted, "Step forward immediately. If you miss this time, this humble Taoist will no longer offer passage." With a loud rumble, the people snapped back to awareness and bent low, moving quickly. Qingqin met Zhao Ningyi's gaze for a moment, filled with complexity, then turned to ascend the steps of the immortal ship. At the ship's bow, an immortal joined two fingers to form a seal, and a thread of spiritual light shot into each person's brow to test their spiritual root. No spiritual root. No spiritual root. Low-grade Waterwood spiritual root. Board the ship. No spiritual root. No spiritual root. Mid-grade 5 elements spiritual root. Acceptable. Board the ship. No spiritual root. No spiritual root. High-grade wind spiritual root. Not bad. Board quickly. No spiritual root. No spiritual root. Over 100 people queued up, and what seemed like it would take ages was done within a quarter of an hour as the light flickered. Only about a dozen remained at the side of the ship. The rest had their tokens confiscated and turned away dejectedly. It was then Qingshun realized that not everyone could, like the governor of Jin City, have a master test their spiritual root early. Most simply held a token and hoped for luck. Qingshun. Suddenly, a voice pierced the crowded girl dressed in red burst forward, tears streaming down her face. Why do you have a spiritual root? Why? Everyone froze. Someone dared to lose composure and cry out loudly before the immortals. The air seemed to solidify, and a whisper spread, "Is she mad?" Ningyi stepped back immediately. "There are immortals here. No reckless actions allowed." A stern-looking middle-aged man stepped forward, pulling her aside sharply in a low voice. Qingchun looked at the tearful Zhao Ningyi, his throat moving, but he said nothing. He turned and stepped onto the glowing gangplank. The deck stretched beneath his feet as his figure slowly vanished into the ethereal mist of the ship. Zhao Ningyi stood blankly, as if her soul had been drained. The sea breeze brushed past her. She raised a hand to wipe her tears, eyes fixed on the ship's side, and choked out softly, "May you ascend to immortality." Her voice drifted lightly in the wind. The vast ocean stretched endlessly, where water and sky met and melted into one another, a magnificent and awe-inspiring spectacle. The immortal vessel had been sailing the sea for several days. On deck, the salty breeze rustled continuously, and the low, steady sound of waves striking the hull was so persistent it dulled even the most stunning views. At this moment, several cultivators from 7 different kingdoms stood quietly at the bow, each gazing toward the distant horizon, their thoughts far from uniform. Qingchen stood with his hands behind his back, his black hair gently lifted by the sea wind, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the direction from which they had come, as if willing his gaze to pierce the thinning mist and see thousands of miles ahead. Beside him, the earnest 15-year-old boy Yuting could no longer hold back his curiosity. Bounding over a few steps, he lowered his voice but could not hide his enthusiasm. "Brother Qing, what are you looking at? You've been staring that way for a good 15 minutes without blinking. Aren't your eyes tired?" "I'm looking toward Jing Kingdom," Qing Chun said with a faint smile. "I wonder if life will ever give me a chance to return there." Yu Ting scratched his head, then remembered the image of that anxious girl in red shouting at the port a few days ago. His eyes blinking, he pressed on. "Is it that girl in red who called out to you? Are you missing her?" "You err," Don't be rude, came a calm reprimand from Xiaoyu. The man was about 30 years old, dressed in a neatly washed but slightly faded blue robe. His spirit root was of inferior quality in water and wood elements, granting no exceptional talent, but his steady temperament lent him strength. Brother Xia, it's nothing. Qing Chun waved a hand dismissively. There was no point in pretending to be sentimental never had. What truly occupied his mind was something else entirely. Why did the Ningxuan sect have to undertake this long journey across the Immortal Island every 30 years? Was it really just to recruit a mere dozen newcomers? That seemed impossible. The realm of immortals was vast and mysterious, while the mortal path was fleeting and narrow. Having lived twice over, Qing Chen's mind had long shed the trappings of his 20 years. Worldly affairs had become mere passing clouds. His immortal destiny lay straight ahead beneath his feet only forward. The past was simply experience, not a burden. He turned to Xiaoyu with a smile. Brother Xia, what is your unique perspective on the path of cultivation? Xiaoyu blinked, then returned a faint smile, a touch of worldly weariness in his eyes. The path of cultivation is not a matter of days, nor years, nor even a decade. It requires perseverance, and above all, an unyielding heart. Though my roots are humble, I hope to walk as far as I can. Fortunately, Brother Qing and my disciple here both have middling spirit roots, so I believe the future holds promise for us. Haha. With that, he ruffled the top of Yu Ting's short hair. Though encouraged, Qing Chen's heart remained unmoved. What was cultivation to him? A scramble snatching money, supplies, and furnaces. Whatever could benefit him was fate's gift if it fell into his hands. Yu Ting took his master's comfort without reservation and smiled broadly, showing neat, white teeth. He'll listen to master. If he says cultivation is good, then he'll cultivate hard. In the boy's pure gaze was written an eager longing for the unknown. Their conversation drifted to the ears of a young man standing nearby. Ding Buxing, hands grasping the railing as the sea wind swept over his face, suddenly called out boldly. My father says cultivation can move mountains, fill seas, and allow flight and invisibility. If I succeed in cultivation, I'll return and live 200 years with my father. His bold words had just finished when a scoffing laugh arose. Leaning against the mast, the proud young woman Shui Yubing brushed her dark hair from her forehead, lips curling in derision. Live 200 years? What ignorance to speak such nonsense. The path of cultivation is nothing for me. With my superior wind spirit root and exceptional talent, who among you fools could even hope to compare? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu simply smiled faintly, unwilling to argue with Shui Yubing. Ding Buxing nodded in agreement. Big Brother Xia is absolutely right. The path to cultivation is long and arduous, relying on perseverance and an indomitable spirit. Talent is important, but character matters even more. The group were all cultivators from 7 different countries who had sailed with Qingchen. Xiaoyu was in his early 30s, with a calm and steady demeanor. He possessed a low-grade with spiritual root, not exceptionally gifted, but reliable and mature, earning others' trust. He got along well with Qingchen from the start, and they enjoyed good conversation. His disciple, Yu Ting, was only 15, simple and sincere, with a mid-grade with spiritual root. His youthful face was still soft, full of dreams about the world of cultivation. Shui Yubing was 16, beautiful and graceful, possessing a top-grade wind spiritual root, the highest talent among them. She was proud and aloof, looking down on everyone with a hint of disdain. Ding Buxing was 18, determined and ambitious, with a mid-grade fire spiritual root. Since their countries were allies, they had grown quite familiar with each other over the past few days. As they chatted, the immortal ship suddenly jerked violently. A huge wave crashed against it with a loud bang. Qingchen initially thought they had struck a reef. The next moment, a booming voice shouted, Senior Brother Gu, it's a late first-stage red chain sea serpent. A first-stage demon beast corresponds to Qi refinement stage, second stage to foundation establishment, third stage to nascent soul, and fourth stage or above can transform into humanoid forms. That voice was filled with excitement and battle intent, as if this wasn't disaster, but a fated trial. Upon hearing this, Senior Brother Gus' brow tightened, and he called out boldly, Good. We couldn't find the sect gate, but this wretched beast is just fate. Watch my sword. Before he finished, he was already in action. Qingchen vowed silently it was the first time he had ever seen such a huge sea serpent. It was massive, 7 or 8 zhang long, thick as a water jar, entirely crimson red with iron-like scales, radiating a fierce, imposing aura. Senior Brother Gu flicked 2 fingers, and a cold gleam suddenly appeared on the sword scabbard behind him. A flash of sword light shot out like a falling star, stabbing straight at the sea serpent. The sword's edge sparkled with chilling sharpness in the sunlight. The sea serpent's red eyes flashed with ferocity. It lashed its tail like black iron, trying to smash the flying sword to pieces. But the sword light flickered swiftly in the air, dodging deftly. Its roar thundered, tail whipping up waves a zhang high, attempting to crush the sword, entangling its body. Senior Brother Gu continuously shifted his sword formations. The sword light danced like a swimming dragon, relentlessly targeting the serpent's vital point. Above the waves, sword light and serpent shadow intertwined, spray flying everywhere. The ship rocked violently. Qingchen gripped the railing tightly. Yu Ting cried out in alarm. Battle intent surged in Shui Yubing's eyes. Ding Buxing clenched his fists until knuckles cracked. Xie Yu watched with focused concentration. After several breaths, senior brother Gu found an opening, and the sword's icy light surged. The sea serpent suddenly spat a black glow from its throat to block it, but the sword light flashed again, slicing through the dark energy, which scattered like sparks. In a flash, the flying sword accurately pierced the serpent's vital spot. The giant serpent let out a miserable screech, its body stiffening abruptly before going limp and sinking. Blood mixed with seawater in a dark red streak, rapidly swallowed by the waves. The sea surface calmed again, leaving everyone aboard the immortal ship stunned and silently awed. After more than 10 days of sailing, they finally reached a vast island. Milky white mist encircled the mountain peaks, which appeared faintly through the clouds like a paradise on Earth. The flying shuttle sliced through the layers of fog, then gently paused and landed steadily on a smooth blue stone platform. Qingchen followed the crowd of people from 7 nations as they filed out. The cool, fine stone beneath their feet felt refreshing, while the sea breeze carried a faint salty scent mixed with the fragrance of plants and trees. "Ah, senior brother Gu, you're back from your mission?" Suddenly, a cheerful greeting came from a stone pavilion beside the platform. Qingchen turned toward the voice and saw 2 disciples in blue robes standing below the pavilion, mountain guard embroidered in light gray on their sleeves. One of them smiled warmly and stepped forward quickly. Senior brother Gus' face was as cold as frost, barely nodding in response. "Yes, I brought back some disciples." He turned his back to the crowd, hands clasped behind him, speaking in a cool, monotone voice. "We've arrived. Everyone, get down. I'm in a good mood today, so before we go to the General Affairs Hall, I will explain the sect rules. I will speak, you listen. No interruptions allowed." Blending in with the crowd, Qingchen quietly studied senior brother Gu. His features were sharp but expressionless, and when he spoke, his Adam's apple moved only slightly, like an ice sculpture. Qingchen chuckled inwardly. It was a real poker face. When his own cultivation matures, he thought, he would also want to demonstrate his power confidently in public. The group followed him up a winding stone path. The road was steep and paved with blue stones, flanked by exotic flowers and plants layering in shades of vermilion, azure, and gold. The air was filled with a sweet fragrance. After about half an hour's walk, Qingchen felt a faint soreness in his calves. The strength, gained from mundane martial arts, still seemed weak on this mountain path. Just then, the path suddenly opened up. A magnificent hall stood halfway up the mountain. Above the door hung a golden plaque with the 3 characters General Affairs Hall shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Elaborate cloud patterns curled along the plaque's edges, exuding an extraordinary aura. Throughout the journey, senior brother Gus' tone remained steady as he carefully explained the sect's background and restrictions. Qingchen listened intently, almost forgetting his leg pain. The Ningxuan sect had been passed down for nearly 3,000 years and was the top sect in the Canglong archipelago. It had nearly 10,000 qi refining disciples, over 150 foundation establishment elders, and more than 5 gold core masters. The phrase nearly 10,000 qi refining disciples made Qingchen's heart race. In Jing Kingdom, the strongest he had seen were first-rate warriors, and even across the 7 nations combined, experts probably didn't total that many. The foundation of an immortal sect was truly worlds apart from the mortal realm. The sect's signature inheritance technique, Xuanji Jade Heart Spirit Concentrating Art, was a top-grade Earth-level cultivation method that could be practiced up to the nascent Soul True Lord stage. This technique could stabilize the mind, accelerate progress, and protect one's Dao heart in danger. Qingchen secretly vowed, no matter how difficult, he would master this profound art. The Ningxuan sect maintained neutrality and was headquartered on Dishuan Island, the primary island in the Gouwu and Haiyu Sea area, an elite Grade 3 island. Islands in the Gouwu Sea were classified into 4 grades. Grade 4 islands had the prefix T on heaven. Grade 3 bore the prefix D earth. Though there were many second and first grade islands, they were unclassified. Qingchen quietly memorized this system. The sect's rules were strict. Violations were punished regardless of status. Disciples were divided into outer sect, inner sect, and true transmission ranks. Outer disciples receive 3 spirit stones per month. For the first 3 years, they don't have to do any chores and can focus solely on cultivation. Starting from the 4th year, they must serve 5 years doing miscellaneous tasks, helping out at places like the Herb Hall, Refining Hall, or Arts Hall. If they fail to break into the mid-stage Qi refinement within 8 years, the sect stops giving them spirit stones, and they end up as low-ranking, constantly busy errand disciples. After that, they must complete a sect mission every 5 years. Those who advance to latest stage Qi refinement before age 35 automatically enter the inner sect. If they reach 40 without such progress, they must pass an assessment. If still stagnant at 40, They become unpaid, ordinary disciples free from chores, but losing access to resources. When Qingxin heard 3 spirit stones, he quickly calculated that this was not a bad offer. Yet breaking into mid-chi refinement within 8 years would be no easy feat. He silently warned himself to seize every minute. Inner sect disciples receive 5 spirit stones monthly and primarily focus on reaching foundation establishment. Although no chores are mandatory there, they often take on missions to exchange for cultivation resources. If they still haven't reached foundation establishment by 60, they too are demoted to ordinary disciples or stewards. True disciples, those who have reached foundation establishment, are the sect's elite. They enjoy better treatment and hold the highest status. At this point, Senior Brother Gu stopped walking and glanced over the group, lingering briefly on Qingxin. That look made Qingxin's heart tighten. His back straightened instinctively, careful not to show any sign of weakness. The sect structure was straightforward. The highest were the Supreme Elder and Sect Leader, both Golden Core Stage Immortals. The Supreme Elder lived in seclusion, avoiding daily affairs, while the Sect Leader held absolute power. Elders and the heads of various halls formed the Elders' Council to assist the Sect Leader. Below them, the halls had clear roles. War Hall managed battles and formations. Herb Hall brewed pills. Refining Hall forged magical weapons. Arts Hall organized miscellaneous crafts. Steward Hall distributed tasks and resources. Law Hall enforced rules. And Instruction Hall taught cultivation methods, led by elder instructors or senior stewards. Qingxin focused on Steward Hall, and Instruction Hall. One handled resources, the other cultivation techniques, places he would need to visit often in the future. Senior Brother Gus' tone turned cold. All right, you may enter now. I want to escort you further. Remember, if after 8 years you're still stuck in early chi refinement, you will be sent to do chores in various halls. Your freedom will be limited, and your cultivation time drastically reduced. Your path to immortality may be cut off. Make good use of your time, don't waste it. With that, he turned and walked away. Earlier he had slowed his pace for the newcomers, but now he moved swiftly like the wind and vanished at the corridor's end in the blink of an eye. Qingxin was still dazed when a disciple in a gray Dao robe approached. Embroidered on the front were the characters for steward. Ink still stained the tip of his finger, showing he had just been writing documents. Looking impatient, he clicked his tongue. Lucky you, Senior Brother Gu escorted you personally. He said all that needed saying. I won't waste words. He then handed out several Blackstone tokens along with multiple storage bags. Take these. Wear the tokens on your fingertips and drip blood to bond with them. Follow the instructions to your outer sect quarters, then proceed to the instruction hall. The storage bags contain your entry gifts. Don't lose them. Qingxin took a heavy storage bag. The black token was cold and hard like obsidian, sending a chill through his palm. He glanced at the steward disciple, whose frown deepened, clearly unwilling to linger, and joined the others in collecting their items. Once everyone finished, the gray-robed disciple waved them off with irritation. All right, move along, don't block the way here. Qingxin gave the disciple a look, but said nothing more. Qingxin clenched the black token tightly and followed the group from the 7 kingdoms down the mountain. The moment his toes touched the ground, the soreness and stiffness in his legs seemed to be drawn away, leaving him feeling light as air. The tightness in his chest suddenly dissipated. He looked down at his palm. The token was faintly glowing red. A warm current traveled from his fingertips up his arm, as if an invisible hand was lifting his body, gently pushing the group forward. Their pace instinctively quickened, and each person moved with a grace and ease reminiscent of top-tier lightness skills. Qingxin felt a chill in his heart. So this was the fabled technique of the immortal sect? After about half an hour, the mountain path curved into a lush bamboo forest. The bamboo leaves rustled softly, and through the gaps, a towering peak pierced the clouds. Thick mist cloaked the mountain's base, revealing only its dark green silhouette. Just as the group stepped into the bamboo, a sharp shout abruptly rang out. Stop! Who are you, daring to trespass on Outer Gate Peak territory? Qingxin's heart tightened. He looked up. At the forest's edge stood a tall, slender man with his hands behind his back, his gray Taoist robe gently billowing in the breeze. His brows were furrowed, and his gaze swept over the group like a blade, filled with scrutiny and caution. Xiaoyu quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands respectfully. Senior brother, please calm your anger. We are newly admitted disciples, brought here by Senior Brother Gu from the inner gate. The tokens we carry were issued just now at the Bureau of Affairs. The tall man took the token, examined it closely, muttering under his breath. The Bureau of Affairs is getting more careless. They can't even accompany new recruits and just hand out tokens to find their own way. What kind of discipline is this? He tossed the token back to Xiaoyu with a slightly softened expression. Fine. Since Senior Brother Gu brought you, you're one of us. My surname is Gao. Call me Senior Brother Gao. I'm on duty guarding the outer gate today. He gestured toward the mist-covered peak. The sect's protective formation has recorded your energy signatures, which is why the lightness skill is leading you all to Outer Gate Peak. The caves have already been assigned. The whole mountain ahead is Outer Gate Peak, home to thousands of Outer Gate disciples. Follow your token, and you will find your assigned cave. Place the token on the cave door, and the barrier will open automatically. His tone shifted abruptly, raising his voice. Remember this. For the first 3 days, the guiding connection won't break. Within these 3 days, you must go to the transmission hall to receive your cultivation method and fasting pills. That's the newcomer's ceremony. You must also listen to the officials explain the key points of cultivation, then return quickly to your caves for secluded breakthrough. If you miss this 3-day window, the guiding will fail. With just a mortal body, traversing the mountain paths, even if you try all day, you won't reach the transmission hall. Qingshun memorized the instructions carefully, not wanting to miss a word, and followed the others out of the bamboo grove. Stone steps stretched ahead, with wisps of white mist rising from the ground. Just then, the token in his hand heated up again. He felt a gentle pull at his wrist, as if tugged by a silk thread. His body was drawn to the left. Others were pulled in different directions, some veering toward the mountainside, others heading right, and the crowd quickly dispersed until only Qingshun remained. After about the time it takes for incense to burn once, at the end of the stone steps appeared a dark cave entrance. Above it were 7 carved characters reading number 5533. The edges of the inscription were rounded and worn smooth by time. Qingshun reached out to touch the cold stone wall of the cave entrance. I was originally the owner of cave number 5533. Qingshun couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth into a slight smile, feeling a wave of emotion inside. Just a few months ago, he was nothing more than a bouncer blocking punches for clients at the brothel on Juetian Island. Now, he had become an outer disciple of the Ningxuan sect. The blood and sweat poured into this journey were known only to himself. He raised the sect token and pressed it against the stone door of the cave. Click. The protective barrier rippled like water, revealing a narrow opening. Taking advantage of the daylight spilling in, Qingshun stepped inside quickly. The cave measured about 70 to 80 feet square and was divided by stone walls into 3 separate rooms. On the left was a training room with the floor neatly covered by a single large slate slab. The middle room served as a resting area, furnished simply with a stone bed and stone table arranged neatly. The right side was the reception area, the most basic of all, containing just 2 square stools with cold, smooth stone surfaces. Though humble in layout, this cave was vastly superior to the damp and cramped caves of Mount Beimang. He had no intention of resting. From his pocket, he pulled out a worn, creased old meditation mat, the only spoils head found in the secret chamber on Mount Beimang. Placing the mat on the slate floor, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to circulate his cultivation energy. In the next moment, spiritual qi flowed into his nose at a level many times denser than on Juetian Island. Warm currents stirred in his energy sea, washing away the blockages that had plagued his practice before. Qingshun suddenly opened his eyes, brimful of ecstatic joy, and couldn't resist throwing his head back to laugh aloud. If the cave's soundproofing weren't so good, his fellow disciples would surely think he'd lost his mind. A third-tier supreme island really lives up to its reputation. If I keep training here, reaching the 2nd level of qi refining within a year will be a sure thing. He clenched his fist, feeling his chest throb as if the path ahead had suddenly cleared. After calming his breath, he pulled out the sect-issued storage pouch and sent a sliver of his divine awareness inside. The contents were plain to see. 3 pale blue spirit stones, 2 pills coated in light yellow wax, a gray Taoist robe, and a short sword no longer than his palm. He first took out the pills and examined them closely. These were exactly the kind that dropped from the jade vial on Mount Beimang. He recalled what senior brother Gu had said. The pills were called Yunqi Dan. Outer disciples only received 2 per year. 1 pill was equivalent to 10 days of tough training, and their market price was 2 or 3 spirit stones each. Next, he picked up the gray Taoist robe. The stitching was neat, and while not a magical artifact, it symbolized outer disciple status. Inner disciples wore black robes, which were genuine, low-grade magical tools. Finally, he drew the sword. A chilling gleam flashed from its blade, nearly transparent, and Razorthina, low-grade magical weapon. Qingshun estimated it alone was worth 20 or 30 spirit stones. Adding the 3 spirit stones, 2 Yunqi pills, the robe, and the pouch itself, this reward totaled at least 50 spirit stones. The saying "lean on a big tree to enjoy the shade" proved true according to the Xianyu Chronicles. A typical mid-stage qi refinement solitary cultivator might earn only 50 to 60 spirit stones in a year. Just entering the sect already equaled more than half a year's worth of savings. With this in mind, he instinctively reached for another storage pouch he kept on him. He had picked it up empty from Mount Beimang, measuring about 3 feet in all directions inside. Also a low-grade magical artifact worth at least 20 spirit stones. He had never dared to use it. After a quick tidy, Qingshun gripped his token tightly and hurried toward the sect's transmission hall atop the mountain. The token felt hot in his hand, as if pulling him forward to face the next trial. Ancient pines lined the path, the mountain wind whipping through their branches. He moved swiftly as thoughts raced. The Changchun internal view technique he practiced on Juetian Island was only a yellow rank skill. Now that he was part of the Ningxuan sect, he could hopefully exchange it for something far more refined. Yet senior brother Gao's warning echoed in his mind. 8 years to reach mid-chi refinement, or you'll serve for life. If he couldn't break through in 8 years, he would be nothing more than a beast of burden for the sect forever. Qingqian silently resolved that if this opportunity to serve the sect was better suited to someone else, he would willingly step aside. Senior brother, I am Qingqian, a newly inducted disciple. I've come here specifically to select a cultivation method. This is my identification token. As he spoke, he handed over the token with both hands, his tone sincere. The gray-robed disciplinary disciple on duty looked up, his pale, waxy face drained of color under the dim lighting. He took the token, examined it front and back, then compared it against the roster on a jade tablet. After confirming its validity, he lazily tossed the token back. His hoarse voice carried a bureaucratic indifference. New disciples get one chance to enter the first level, lasting only an hour. If you don't pick a method in time, the opportunity is void, and next time you'll have to spend 10 contribution points. The token landed in Qingqian's palm with a faint tremor. Deep down, he weighed the value of contribution points. He had heard senior brother Gao mention they were precious, but never imagined they were quite this priceless. An idea flashed through his mind, and a subtle pulse of spiritual energy stirred within him. Quietly, he withdrew a kind-fused pill from his storage pouch. While the gray-robed disciple bowed his head to carve characters onto a wooden plaque, Qingqian flicked the pill off his fingertip, letting it slip silently down the wide sleeve to rest near the wrist. I'm still unfamiliar with the rules of the Sutra Library. May I trouble you, senior brother, to clarify a few things? The gray-robed disciple paused, his sleeve trembling slightly. He instinctively rubbed his wrist, then a faint smile curled on his lips as his tone warmed. Brother Qing, you understand the rules well. My name's Qin Zig, you can just call me senior brother Qing. He glanced around before lowering his voice. The spots on this floor are extremely precious for outer disciples. 10 contribution points aren't easy to earn. Doing odd jobs, washing medicine pots for a month barely gets you a single point. Not even half a point can be exchanged for one spirit stenito. You see how valuable these points are? Qingqian nodded repeatedly. Thanks for the warning, senior brother Qing. I'll make sure to manage my time carefully. Don't focus only on picking a method. Qin Zigu added. After you choose, flip through a few more books. Next time you want to change methods, you just go to the transmission hall and give your name. Contribution points will be deducted accordingly. Remember, there's nothing good here on the first floor. The Xian level methods are all on the second floor, reserved for inner disciples only. This floor holds only Huang level methods, but they're better quality than outside, mostly high grade and top grade. A gleam lit in Qingqian's eyes as he tested the waters. Senior brother Qin, have you heard of the Changchun inner landscape technique? What level is it? Is it true there's not even a single Xian level method on this floor? Qin Zai's eyebrows furrowed slightly. After a brief pause, he studied Qingqian carefully, as if measuring his understanding. Finally, he whispered, Changchun inner landscape technique? The Sutra Library doesn't accept that. It's a low-grade Huang-level technique, practiced by scattered cultivators not even qualified as entry-level. He leaned forward and looked deeper into the library to make sure no one was listening, his voice dropping lower. Xian-level methods are not entirely absent, but all of them have serious flaws. Practicing them often leads to inner fire going awry. At best, you ruin your foundation, at worst die inside your cave. Qingqian's heart tightened, a quiet warning ringing within. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Our sect stays neutral, doesn't restrict methods, as long as practitioners can control the art without defying heaven's harmony. Those problematic Xian-level methods are piled on a dusty shelf in the west corner of this floor. No one even cleans it. I suggest you don't touch them. Pick a top-grade Huang-level method instead, like that diamond body technique over there in the back row. It's safe. Don't risk your life chasing a Xian-level method. Qingqian bowed respectfully, repeatedly thanking Qin Zigu, then exchanged a few polite words. When I have free time, I will invite senior brother Qin to the Immortal Workshop for some immortal brew and a stroll through the Immortal Stable. Qin Zigu waved off the invitation with a smile, but his expression soon returned to the cold discipline of a guard. All right, get moving. Time's almost up. Qingqian stepped into the scripture pavilion, and the moment he crossed the threshold, a sudden chill prickled the back of his neck. It felt as if countless tiny needles were lightly stabbing him, a cold sensation creeping up his spine, as though unseen eyes were intently watching him from the shadows. Startled and suspicious, he spun around sharply, only to see Qin Zigu leaning against the doorway, head bowed as he carved a wooden tablet with a short knife. Inside the pavilion, a sparse number of disciples were absorbed in their own jade slips, paying no attention to his unusual behavior. Was the pavilion's protective barrier warning him? Or was someone deliberately spying on him? Qingqian's mind raced with these thoughts, but he suppressed the strange tingling sensation and pressed deeper inside. The pavilion was so quiet that only the gentle tapping of jade slips against the shelves could be heard. Rows of wooden shelves stood in neat formation, each topped with handwritten wooden tablets indicating the categories. yellow rank middle grade escape techniques, yellow rank high grade body refinement, and so forth. Though the ink on the tablets had faded slightly, the labels remained clear at a glance. Following senior brother Qin's instructions, Qin Shun avoided lingering in the front rows and instead passed through several corridors to reach the section housing high and supreme grade yellow rank cultivation manuals. He raised his hand and brushed away the thin layer of dust on the shelf's surface, names of jade slips catching his eye one after another. 7 Kill Heart Method. Wood Element, Supreme Yellow Rank, draws killing energy into the body, secret technique to shape the killing aura. Demon Trap Escape Technique. No Element, high-grade yellow rank, specializes in evasion, includes a deadly trapping skill. Blazing Incineration Art. Fire Element, Supreme Yellow Rank, fierce and powerful magic, includes the Blazing Incineration Technique. Indestructible Body of Diamond. Earth Element, Supreme Yellow Rank, focuses on body refinement, offers incredible defense. He first picked up the indestructible body of diamond. The cool jade slip sent a rush of information straight to his mind. It draws Earth's spirit energy into the muscles and fascia, gradually tempering skin and flesh over years, with mastery allowing one's body to withstand attacks from top-grade magical weapons. The idea stirred warmth in Qingshan's heart, but his gaze soon shifted to the 7-kill heart method. He pressed another jade slip to his forehead, letting the spiritual energy flow in, but a trace of fierce intent accompanied it. The description appeared quickly. The killing aura of heaven and earth originates from burial grounds and battlefield remnants, requiring a strong will to tame. Any misstep would allow the aura to assault the mind, causing anything from confusion to insanity. It was immensely powerful, but equally perilous. Qingshan frowned slightly, weighing the risks silently. For the next half hour, he paced back and forth in the rear section, clutching 5 or 6 jade slips, comparing them repeatedly. The spiritual turtle art leaned toward water attribute and excelled at endurance. The spirit wood renewal technique focused on self-healing, gentle but slow to show effect. If he wanted stability, indestructible body of diamond was ideal. For explosive power, 7-kill heart method had the edge. As someone with a middle grade 5 spirit root body type, he could cultivate either. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. If he could get his hands on an Xian rank manual, perhaps 8 years of hard training could catapult him to the top. Senior brother Qin had mentioned a batch of flawed Xian rank manuals. What if he could master one? When he was on Juexian Island, from his days as a refugee to becoming assistant Sima, every step had been a gamble. If he stuck only to the supreme yellow rank methods, no matter how diligent, he wouldn't outpace those cultivating Xian rank manuals. With that in mind, he decisively returned the jade slips had been holding to their places and strode toward the northwest corner of the pavilion. The closer he got, the cooler the air became, and the shelves were coated with a fine layer of dust, clearly seldom disturbed. On the topmost shelf, several jade slips were tightly wrapped in black cloth, the surface embroidered with a bright crimson character meaning danger, an unmistakable warning. Qingshan lifted his hand, fingers resting on the edge of the black cloth, preparing to take a look. He took a deep breath and pulled the cloth aside, revealing the jade slips inside. The spirit blood goo breeding scripture, the killing word sword technique, and the Brahma demon refining art. 3 crystal-clear jade slips were displayed prominently on the stone rack, their faint glimmers reflecting in Qingshan's eyes. His thoughts shifted slightly as he picked each jade slip in turn, probing their secret writings with his spiritual awareness. The spirit blood goo breeding scripture, a method using the cultivator's own qi and blood, flesh and bones, to nurture poisonous goo insects until human and goo become one. Yet if practiced carelessly, it can cause one's cultivation to collapse at best, or at worst, body and soul to perish and fall into the netherworld. The killing word sword technique, a path of killing, nourished by killing. Without innate sword Dao talent or iron will, one is doomed to fail. Without absolute resoluteness of heart, its true meaning remains hidden. The Brahma demon refining art. Only the chi refining chapter and a fragmented foundation building chapter remain. This skill devours the chi and blood of beasts and enemies, and can also consume one's own essence and blood, using the spirit as fuel to rapidly ascend in cultivation. But those with a weak spirit or chi are often fatally rebelled upon. Their lifespan sharply shortened, most dying young from it. The power of these 3 arts far exceeded ordinary yellow-grade techniques at the same level, their profound brilliance unmistakably revealing a Xian-grade edge. Yet each hit a deadly trap, 10 chances with no survival, or 9 out of 10 ending in death. Qingshan silently recited the jade slip's contents, his chest rising and falling as his mind churned. After a moment, he moved to inspect the other jade slips on the rack. Time was limited, and even the smallest scrap of useful info was worth searching for. The opportunity before him was worth 10 spirit stones. It must not be wasted. An hour passed in an instant as the lamplight dimmed. Qingshan finally selected 1 jade slip and, with steady steps, approached the disciple guarding the pavilion, Qin Zigu, presenting it with both hands. Senior Brother Qin, I wish to cultivate the technique recorded on this jade slip. Very well. Qin Zigu nodded out of habit, about to have him swear the heart demon oath, but when his eyes landed on the carving on the jade slip, he suddenly stiffened and his tone changed sharply. What? You want to cultivate the Brahma demon refining art? King Qin's gaze was calm as he gently nodded. Exactly. I have made up my mind to cultivate this art. Qin Zigu furrowed his brow and stepped closer, lowering his voice. Are you sure? Although the Brahma demon refining art advances cultivation quickly, it consumes the spirit severely. If your spirit is weak and chi feeble, you'll be rebounded upon halfway through, losing your lifespan. Many fellow disciples have died from this technique. He gestured toward another rack. Why not choose the Vajra invulnerability body instead? It's slower but stable. Qin Qin remained unmoved, his tone steady. Cultivation inherently defies the heavens. Brother's talent is average and lacking magical support. If I proceed step by step, I may never even reach the peak of chi refinement. Rather than wait to see my lifespan run out, I'd rather take a gamble. Qin Zigu fell silent, recalling how his own fear of risk led him to choose only yellow-grade skills. 10 years of hard training had brought him only to mid-stage chi refinement, trapped in the scripture pavilion. Looking at King Qin's unwavering eyes, he felt a touch of envy. At least this kid had the courage to bet on himself. Fine. Qin Zigu sighed and withdrew a blank jade slip from his robe. With a flicker of spiritual power at his fingertips, he copied the entirety of the Brahma demon refining art onto it and handed it to Qin Qin. Swear the heart demon oath. Swear that the Brahma demon refining art you learn in this life will never be passed on. Break this oath and the heart demon will devour your body, shattering your foundation. Qin Qin recited the oath to the end, then took the replica jade slip and cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you, Senior Brother Qin. He carefully put away the jade slip, then turned and dashed swiftly along the stone steps. A thin stream of spiritual mist from the mountain's protective array trailed behind him like a narrow current. His green robe whipped in the wind as he hurried around the mountain path's bend, soon vanishing completely into the forest. Qin Zigua stood motionless, watching that figure disappear before reaching into his chest to pull out a palm-sized communication talisman. The paper was as thin as cicada wings. Fingers glowing with spiritual light, he infused it with power and spoke softly. Senior Brother Amo, another disciple has chosen the Pantheon Devil refining technique. His name is King China, new outer sect disciple with no apparent background. As his words fell, a flick of his wrist transformed the talisman into a streak of silver light that shot through the air toward the inner sect peak. Deep within the inner sect peak, inside a dim cave dwelling, a man sat still on a meditation cushion, as withered as dead wood. Blood vessels traced red lines at the corners of his pale lips, while an empty pill bottle in his hand continued dripping leftover blood. A silver light flashed in, and he raised a hand to catch it. Scanning with his spirit sense, he murmured softly, Qingchen. He barely spoke before a violent cough shook his chest, as if it would burst. Pressing a handkerchief to his mouth, he watched it quickly stain scarlet. Hastily, he pulled a blood-red pill from his storage pouch and swallowed it. As the medicine spread warmth with a metallic sweetness throughout his limbs, his coughing gradually subsided. Looking up at the empty pill bottle, he smiled bitterly. The blood pills are running low again. The deeper I cultivate, the harder it gets. Meanwhile, Qingchen rushed like the wind back to his own cave. The stone door closed behind him. Sitting cross-legged, he eagerly immersed his spirit into the jade slip, instantly unfolding vast information. The Pantheon Devil refining techniques, first level comes with the Pantheon Blood refining secret art. When cultivated to a minor success, it opens a Pantheon aperture on the soul to store surplus essence and blood. In times of crisis, this stored energy can be burned without damaging the root base. If the third level is understood in the late Qi refining stage, success rate in foundation building can increase by 15. This very point was why Qingchen decisively chose it from the cultivation manual pavilion. However, the Pantheon Devil refining technique demands extremely high soul strength. Ordinary disciples seldom progress past this stage, as the lowest soul secret arts capable of meeting the requirement are at least at the Xian rank. Qingchen, however, was unconcerned during the Battle of Beimang Mountain. He had unexpectedly obtained another ancient jade slip from a secret chamber, containing the demonic seed Golden Lotus. The demonic seed Golden Lotus has 3 levels. The first level, condensing the demonic seed, from the cultivation stage onward, a unique method hones the soul day and night, condensing and drawing in chi and essence by spirit guidance, eventually producing a pitch-black demonic seed. This is the foundation for everything that follows. The second level, foundation building of demonic fire. Upon foundation building, the demonic seed becomes a furnace, pouring in liquefied magic and essence to kindle demonic fire. Mastering the 9 refinements of demonic fire can increase pill-forming success rate by 20, an incredibly powerful aid. The third level, Demonic Fire Golden Lotus. 9-turn demonic fire solidifies into a golden lotus, which can foster lethality within flames and refine all things. Such a divine ability's power multiplies beyond measure. Qingchen privately reckoned this technique might already surpass the earth rank. Within that jade slip, the soul-refining secret art perfectly filled the biggest gap of the Pantheon devil refining technique. Calculating it all, he had only one task left to gather a large amount of essence and blood. With this thought, Qingchen's eyes burned bright. He pushed open the stone window of the cave and gazed down at the roaring tides beneath the night. His fighting spirit blazed in his heart. In this sea region, the thing least lacking was monsters and cultivators alike. Qingchen sat cross-legged on the stone bed inside the cave dwelling, fingers forming the hand seals of the demonic seed golden lotus technique, sweat beading on his forehead. The moment he began channeling the hand seals, his mind exploded with a buzzing sensation, as if a heavy stone hammer was relentlessly striking the crown of his head blow after blow, each impact shaking his awareness until it staggered, causing even the dull gray meditation cushion before him to blur and split into double images. That cushion, picked up from Mount Baimang, now glowed faintly, its outline soft and indistinct. You don't train with all your might. Then what the hell are you doing cultivating immortality for? Might as well go home, farm some land, marry a few wives, and raise a house full of fat boys. He growled silently, using this rough self-mockery to force himself through the torment. His jaw clenched so tightly it ached, lips bitten until they bled, fists gripping so hard that veins bulged from wrist to elbow. The pounding pain in his head intensified like relentless hammer blows. He groaned lowly as sweat dripped down the bridge of his nose. After 2 hours, Qingchen could no longer endure it. With a heavy thud, he collapsed onto the meditation cushion, gasping for air, chest heaving violently, while his spirit still throbbed with aching pain. 2 hours was his absolute limit any longer, and his soul risked shattering completely. In fact, those who had practiced the secret art before always took high-grade soul protection pills first and limited their smashing to 1 hour maximum. Qingchen was still stuck in the early soul hammering phase, half a step short of reaching mid-chi refining stage. Only upon entering mid-chi refining could he attempt to truly condense the demonic seed. Most cultivators in early chi refining could only extend their spiritual perception about 15 to 20 feet, but Qingchen, due to his transmigration background, had pushed his range to 30 feet, nearly reaching mid-chi refining level. Mid-chi refining cultivators typically reach a spiritual perception range around 40 feet. This extraordinary spirit strength accelerated his soul hammering progress significantly. As usual, he had sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion from Mount Baimang for 2 hours of recovery. The strange thing was, whenever he sat on this cushion, his spirit healed exceptionally quickly. Without it, he wouldn't dare endure 2 hours of soul hammering in a row. After some breathing exercises, he brought the jade slip containing the Pantheon demonic refining technique before his eyes. In a corner of the cave sat a rough clay jar filled with demon beast blood, the blood of a first-tier low-grade iron spine wolf. He had spent a full 15 spirit stones to acquire it. Forming the relevant hand seal, the blood transformed into a slender red thread that penetrated through his fingers into his palm, then surged along his meridians toward his fan cavity and chi. Thanks to his exceptional spiritual strength, he successfully completed the first stage of the Pantheon demonic refining technique, opening the first fan cavity in his soul. For an ordinary early chi refining cultivator, this would be intolerable. Any misstep would damage the soul, smash the body, and ruin the foundation, risking death. Approaching the 4th hour, he decisively ended the session any longer, and he would injure his foundation. Breaking the hand seals, he leaned back against the cool stone wall, breathing heavily, soaked as if just pulled from water. He felt in his storage pouch. Spirit stones were running low. Last month, he had sold an empty storage pouch found on Mount Baimang for over 20 spirit stones, which he had used to buy demon beast blood and a first-tier demon beast corpse. A normal first-tier early-stage demon beast corpse usually cost between a dozen and 30 spirit stones. Meanwhile, most mid-chi refining wandering cultivators earn around 50 to 100 spirit stones per year. By comparison, Qingchen's monthly stipend from his sect was only about 40 spirit stones. Therefore, the prices for monster corpses were not actually very high. A lower-tier first-stage beast full of vitality was just enough to meet Qingchen's needs for cultivating the Pantheon Lian Mo Gong. For him, as long as he could refine the corpses of beasts or enemies at a similar level to himself, the efficiency of accumulating magical power was comparable to taking pills. Inside the training chamber, a dim spiritual lamp burned steadily. Every day, Qingchen set aside a full 8 hours, half devoted to the Pantheon Lian Mo Gong. The other half focused on the demonic seed golden lotus without once relaxing. In the remaining time, he spared no opportunity to improve himself. The bustling market halfway up the outer sect's main peak was lively, simple stone stalls lined up, where outer sect disciples displayed spirit herbs, broken magical tools, and all kinds of refining materials. When night deepened and voices quieted, Qing Chun would cloak himself in a black cape and wear a mask, using the secret technique of the demonic seed golden lotus to suppress his aura and appear silently. No one knew he repeatedly bought piles of monster corpses, nor did anyone sense the dark power fluctuations hidden in his sleeve. Besides the two fundamental cultivation arts, he also collected jade slips of various basic spells: chi gathering technique, fireball spell, heavenly eye spell, wind riding technique, sound transmission spell, earth shield spell, object control spell, water arrow spell. With all 5 elemental spiritual roots, he made sure to develop evenly. He additionally spent 3 spirit stones to purchase a sword technique manual, solely to nurture the low-grade flying sword awarded to him by the sect. Who doesn't dream of being a sword immortal? Every time his fingertip touched the sword sheath, he felt an urge to leap into the air and slash enemies. Time passed silently. The osmanthus outside his cave bloomed and withered 3 times. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had gone by. One morning, Qing Chun changed into a gray robe faded from washing and entered the office hall with a group of disciples. On the steps, a middle-aged cultivator wearing a gray robe and holding an office hall token called out loudly, "Everyone, the 3-year term is up. Time to take on sect assignments. Completing tasks earns contribution points, which can be exchanged for spirit stones, pills, and sharpen your skill so win-win. From now on, regularly come to the office hall to receive assignments." That's the right path. Qing Chun glanced over. Among the 50 or so disciples who had entered the sect the same year as him, some wore fresh new robes. Others carried magical tools at their waist. Clearly, their hard work in the past 3 years had borne fruit. Just as he was observing them, a heavy hand suddenly patted his shoulder. "Big Brother Qing. Big Brother Qing." He turned around to see Yu Ting's honest, smiling face, 2 little tiger teeth showing at the corners of his mouth. "Finally found you. I looked for you so many times these past 3 years, but never saw you. Like our master, you've been training in seclusion." Qing Chun nodded slightly, smiling, but said nothing. He had never cared to talk much with that silly kid. Besides going to the market, he had rarely left his cave in the past 3 years. Even when he did, he disguised himself, so naturally Yu Ting could not find him. Yu Ting scratched the back of his head, his goofy grin growing even wider. "Brother Qing, did you know? I broke through to the 2nd level of chi refinement a year ago." He puffed out his chest and lifted his head, as if showing off a rare treasure, his eyes shining brightly. "How about you? How's your cultivation been these past few years? When we get together to discuss Tao, we often mention you. By the way, why do you look so pale? Did something go wrong with your training? This guy just keeps going on and on." Qing Chun sighed inwardly and answered vaguely, "About the same as you. I broke through to the 2nd level of chi refinement a year ago. As for the pale face, probably because I haven't been out in the sun much." Half truth, half lie. In reality, he had already advanced to the 3rd level of chi refinement a year ago. That ruthless Fan Tian demon refining technique ramped up his cultivation wildly, as long as he had demon beast corpses to feed it. After 6 months with the technique, he hit 2nd level. Another half year later, by refining his soul with the demon seed golden lotus, he pushed straight into the 3rd level. Now his divine sense had expanded from less than 10 zhang to 15, nearly on par with mid-stage chi refinement cultivators. He instinctively patted the storage pouch at his waist, only a few spirit stones left at the bottom. The iron-spined wolf corpse head bought last time was completely refined away. These days, he didn't dare use the Fan Xiao blood refining secret technique recklessly. That method drained essence and blood. Without demon beast blood to replenish, it would burn his own life force, something he definitely wanted to avoid. "Damn, if I can't afford demon beast corpses, the demon refining technique starves," Qing Chun muttered inwardly. Then he recalled Yu Ting's earlier mention of slowly sitting in meditation and felt a chill down his spine. He was used to rapid progress, making him switch back to slow, steady cultivation of a yellow-grade technique felt like torture. Maybe it was time to go out and scavenge. Find unsuspecting rogue cultivators, snatch their storage pouches, grab spirit stones and essence at once. Maybe even take down a few comrades to seize resources. No harm in that. As he planned, Yu Ting chimed in again with a look of envy. "Brother Qing, you've been pretty fast, too. But Shui Yubing is even stronger. She broke through to the 3rd level 6 months ago. Having a top-grade wind spirit root is just different. I heard the elders have their eyes on her. If she keeps up the pace, she might skip right into the inner sect." Shui Yubing. Qing Chun felt a flicker in his heart. That girl's skin was fair, and during the spirit root test, the steward had even called her a promising seedling. He smiled wryly. "Top-grade spirit roots are exceptional. We can't compare. Our sect hardly has any top or even earth-grade spirit roots. Top grade is rare and highly valued. That's normal. We just have to focus on solid cultivation and not daydream." Those words were directed at Yu Ting, but also served as a reminder to himself. He knew well that with his middle grade 5 spirit roots, his speed was all thanks to the Fan Tian demon refining technique and the demon seed golden lotus. If those were exposed, Forget getting into the inner sect, even surviving would be uncertain. Ding Buxing's fate was a lesson in that. Yu Ting sighed and lowered his voice. When I first went to the scripture pavilion, I only picked a mid-grade yellow-grade technique, and only just reached the second level of chi refinement now. Luckily, my master Xiaoyu later advised me to search deeper for top-grade yellow-grade techniques in the back rows, or else I'd have really fallen behind. As he spoke, he patted his chest as if relieved and grateful. Qingchen nodded without responding. Ding Buxing was familiar to him, a tall and thin fellow, but he hadn't expected such a poor assignment. In the path of cultivation, the greatest taboo was to take a wrong step. Choosing the wrong technique could be more fatal than lacking spiritual stones. The main hall buzzed with noisy chatter. Suddenly, a middle-aged cultivator standing on the steps cleared his throat sharply and commanded in a deep voice, "Quiet. Now distributing the sect tasks that occur every 5 years. Completing these will allow you 5 years of rest afterward." He bent forward to pick up a stack of wooden tablets about half an arm's length long, rough in texture. Each was inscribed with a disciple's name and assigned destination. He casually flipped to the first tablet and loudly read aloud, "Ding Buxing, Bai Hall, apprentice to the talisman master for 5 years." Low murmurs immediately spread like wind through treetops. Ching Chang glanced sideways at Ding Buxing standing in the corner, whose face flushed a deep purplish red. The Bai Hall specialized in talismans, but his mid-level yellow rank cultivation technique had shown no progress. After 5 years, he would probably remain stagnant. The second tablet was revealed. The middle-aged cultivator declared, "Shui Yubing, Transmission Hall, apprentice to the transmission steward for 5 years." The uproar grew louder this time, all the disciples turning their gaze toward Shui Yubing. The transmission hall taught high-level techniques, and becoming a steward's apprentice was like securing a powerful backer, practically paving the way for admission into the inner sect. Qingchen also looked up. Shui Yubing stood at the front row, a barely concealed pride curling the corners of his lips. Next, Yu Ting, by Chao Hall, apprentice to an alchemist for 5 years. Hearing this, Yu Ting immediately beamed with joy, bowing to those around him while repeating, "Good luck, good luck." Alchemists were in high demand within the sect. Studying under one was not only easier than joining the talisman hall, but also allowed cultivation to be accelerated with medicinal pills. The following tablet read, "Xiaoyu, Refining Hall, apprentice to a refining master for 5 years." Xiaoyu simply nodded slightly with calm composure. Everything had been arranged in advance. His assignment to the refining hall was expected. The middle-aged cultivator drew out another tablet. Qing Chun was clearly carved on it. Just as he was about to announce it, a gray-robed cultivator suddenly rushed out from the rear hall. He quickly walked up to tug on his sleeve and whispered urgently, "Junior Brother Wu, Steward Mo, is asking for you. You need to go to the back immediately." The man named Wu paused in surprise, hastily placed the wooden tablet on the table, and bowed his fists to the gray-robed cultivator. "Brother Yu, please help distribute these for me. I'll be right back." Before finishing, he hurried off toward the rear hall, forgetting even to take the tablets with him. Brother Yu had no choice but to take the tablets and casually flipped through them, casting a cold, indifferent glance at King China's, if evaluating a worthless object. After a moment, he announced in an unhurried tone, "Qingchun, Huangzhou Island, stationed for 5 years." As soon as the words of the disciple surnamed Yu landed, the affairs hall erupted into chaos. Near the door, a round-faced junior rubbed his hands together quickly and muttered quietly, "Sent out on a remote post? The new guy's luck really sucks. Everyone's first 5-year assignment is some menial task in a hall. How did he end up with something like this?" His companion beside him sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Exactly. Huangzhou Island is just a low-grade first-level island. Its spiritual energy is less than half of the outer gate peaks. If you can't reach mid-stage chi refinement in 5 years, your cultivation path's basically over." In the corner, an older cultivator with a goatee lowered his voice to add, "Inner gate seniors said no one usually wants to go to that ghost place. The cultivation resources there are far fewer than here in the sect. This junior must really piss someone off." The chatter swelled and subsided, leaving Yu Ting looking pale with worry. He quickly grabbed Qing Chen's sleeve, lowering his voice. "Brother Qing, did you accidentally offend some steward? Maybe we should go plead for leniency first?" Qing Chen didn't answer, but his brow furrowed deeply. In 3 years, had barely left his cave. When he did descend to buy monster carcasses, he always wore a cloak and mask, suppressing all his aura with the demonic seed golden lotus technique. Logically, he shouldn't have ruffled any feathers. If this had happened anywhere else, he would have unleashed the 10,000 souls banner and burned those secretly causing trouble to ash. Thinking this stirred a surge of murderous intent, though his face remained as calm as an icy lake. He engraved the steward yes face firmly in his memory. Even if this person were reincarnated, he'd recognize him immediately. In truth, Qing Chen deeply resented being sent to menial tasks in the halls. There was no hope for advancement in such roles. Contribution points were pitifully few, and he had to serve senior brothers every day, meaning no chance to hunt beasts outside. By contrast, spiritual energy was sparse on Huangzhou Island, but that wasn't terrible. Relying on Brahma refining demon technique and the demonic seed golden lotus, he only needed a steady supply of monster essence to nourish his true essence, so low spiritual energy posed no threat. Besides, Huangzhou Island was just a few thousand li from the main island, reachable in hours for foundation-level cultivators, with no major beasts or meddling high-level experts. Very safe. Yet all this luck depended on having his two divine techniques. Others would have begged overnight to exchange such a post. That's why he was certain Steward Yu had targeted him deliberately. At the supply distribution, Qing Chun expressionlessly accepted the storage pouch. According to regulations, remote postings received 5 years' worth at once. 180 lower-grade spirit stones, 10 Kai accumulating pills, while contribution points settled only after returning to the sect in 5 years. He weighed the spirit stones in his hand and felt only cold heaviness instead of joy. Normally, he would have taken them immediately to the market to buy monster corpses. But now the mission was suspicious, and he feared he wouldn't be able to rest until everything was uncovered. Back in his cave, he tossed the pouch onto the stone table and crossed his legs on the mat, frowning deeply. Qing Chun carefully reviewed his 3 years of cultivation. He used disguise techniques, masks, and the aura-concealing methods of the demonic seed golden lotus to hide his identity. Early and mid-stage Qi refinement juniors couldn't possibly detect him or care about a disciple only buying common first-level monster corpses. His only connection was Qin Zigu from the Sutra repository, but he had given Qin Zigu a Kai-accumulating pill at the time. They bore no grudge, so why would Qin Zigu harm him? After long thought, with no leads, Qing Chun changed into a clean gray robe and headed toward the bamboo forest near Outer Gate Peak. He needed to ask Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was well connected and had his finger on the pulse of all the latest news. A gentle afternoon breeze rustled through the bamboo grove at Outer Gate Peak, the leaves whispering softly. Amid the deep shadows of the bamboo stood a stone pavilion, silent and still. Inside, Xiaoyu held a delicate celadone tea cup, sipping slowly. Footsteps approached, and he looked up to see Qing Chun, who hadn't appeared for a long time, walking down the stone steps. 3 years without seeing you, Brother Xia. Your cultivation has only deepened. Qing Chun greeted respectfully, cupping his fist. Xiaoyu quickly rose and returned the salute, laughing heartily. Ha, Brother Qing. I'm truly humbled that you could endure 3 years of solitude and secluded meditation without stepping outside your cave. Qing Chun forced a wry smile and sat opposite him, pushing back his sleeve to take a sip of tea. After 3 years indoors, the moment I step out, I have to embark on a 5-year mission far away. Talk about bad luck. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow and lowered his voice. I heard the sect suddenly changed your assignment. Did you offend Brother Yu or Brother Mo? His tone carried genuine concern. No, Qing Chun shook his head. It's my first time meeting Brother Yu. As for Brother Mo, I don't even know who he is. That's strange. Xiaoyu set down the teacup gently, his expression serious. I thought you must have crossed Brother Mo adjusting sect assignments at will. Isn't something ordinary students in the Household Affairs Hall? Can only the stewards have that authority? And Brother Yu is Master Mo's trusted aide. Qing Chen's heart skipped a beat. He pressed further. What kind of relationship does Steward Mo have with Qin Zigu from the Sutra Library? Qin Zigu? Xiaoyu paused, then smiled. Brother Mo, Brother Yu, and Brother Qin are sworn brothers. Years ago, all 3 worked as errand boys in the Outer Gate. Later, Steward Mo contributed a cultivation method, broke through to late Qi refining stage, was promoted to Inner Gate disciple, and became a steward in the Household Affairs Hall. He then arranged for Brother Yu to enter the Household Affairs Hall and sent Qin Zigu to the Sutra Library. Their story became well known in the sect. He took a sip of tea before continuing. So, Brother Qing, if you've offended any of the 3, it's better to smooth things over quickly. Qing Chen's fingers tightened involuntarily around his teacup. So that was it. Qin Zigu belonged to Steward Mo's faction. When he chose the Brahma demon refining skill back then, Qin Zigu must have immediately reported it to Steward Mo. He forced down his emotions and cupped his fists at Xiaoyu. Thank you for the warning. I will definitely find a way to reconcile with them. But who exactly is this Brother Mo, and where should I pay my respects? His name is Mo Qiuxian. Xiaoyu recited like a well-known fact. Though he's a steward in the Household Affairs Hall, he's still an Inner Gate disciple with a residence there. If you want to visit, go to Inner Gate Peak. His spiritual roots are only lower grade, but he's a big name in the Inner Gate. By the way, that Brahma demon refining skill in the Sutra Library was something he found in some ruins long ago. He exchanged it for a large contribution and broke through to late Qi refining stage to ascend to the Inner Gate. Qing Chen's mind buzzed. Mo Qiuxian, the one who contributed the Brahma demon refining skill. Thank you for telling me. He took a deep breath and stood to smooth his robes. I need to pack and prepare. I have to leave within 3 days, so I won't keep you. Take care, Brother Qing. Xiaoyu cupped his fists in farewell. Returning from the Bamboo Grove Pavilion, Qing Chen's back was already soaked through. All the way, he clenched his teeth and repeated silently to himself. Mo Qiuxian. He couldn't make sense of it. He was only practicing the Brahma demon refining technique. How did that 7th-stage Qi refiner senior brother get involved? Could it be that Immortal forbade anyone else from cultivating the technique he had mastered? If so, why would Qingchen have contributed it to the sect in the first place? Clearly, things were not so simple. Qingchen reviewed all the details. He hadn't shown any massive breakthroughs in power, so others wouldn't suspect spiritual secret arts. On that day in the administrative hall, he had deliberately used the disguised bone shrinking technique, making his complexion pale as if his vitality was depleted. Coupled with carrying no special treasures, there was no apparent reason for Immortal to take action against him. That leaves only one possibility. He suddenly sat upright in the courtyard. For cultivators of the Brahma demon refining technique, soul and blood vitality mattered most. Qingchen hadn't revealed any spiritual secret skills, so the only valuable part left was his flesh and blood. The Brahma Qi refining blood method worked better. The richer one's blood essence was, yet Mo Xiuxian, a high-level Qi refiner at stage 7, was targeting a mere stage 3 Qi refiner like him? Unless the other was waiting for him to break through to mid-stage Qi refinement. First suppress his progress, then seize the opportunity to strip him of his outer disciple status. The sect naturally wouldn't pay attention to a talentless nobody. Afterwards, they'd transfer him to dull places like the administrative hall to control him, and once his blood essence grew richer, swallow him whole. So I'm just a fattened pig raised for slaughter? Qingchen slammed the stone table hard, shattering the teacup into pieces. Thinking that other disciples practicing the Brahma demon refining technique might share the same fate, an inexplicable excitement welled up inside him. Was it the pleasure of unmasking a conspiracy, or the anticipation of an impending counterattack? Even he wasn't sure. At dawn the next day, he changed into a black cloak with a wide brim. Using concealment techniques, he reduced his aura to only a faint level consistent with a stage 3 Qi refiner. He stuffed the sect-issued short dagger into his storage pouch, then tapped on the remaining 180 spirit stones inside. Taking a deep breath, he headed straight for the mid-mountain market. The Outer Peaks market was far livelier than when Head last visited. Stalls stretched on for nearly half a mile, with calls and shouts rising one after another. Tier 1, low-grade spirit herbs. 5 spirit stones a bundle. Freshly made fireball talismans. 3 stones apiece. The crowds were thick and the fluctuations of spiritual energy chaotic, perfect for masking one's presence. Qingchen slipped through the throng, his eyes scanning row after row of stalls. She needed to pick up some means of self-protection. Soon he stopped at a stall covered with various spirit talismans. The stall owner was a bearded outer disciple, carefully wiping ink markings off the talisman papers with a rough cloth. Senior brother, he'll take all these talismans. How about 80 spirit stones? Qingchen lowered his voice. The bearded man glanced at him, immediately frowning. He threw the cloth back onto the stall. Junior brother, isn't 80 stones a bit low? Look at the quantity, you should add some more. Qingchen smiled. Senior brother, you have 10 low-grade and 10 mid-grade talismans here. Counting up, it's around 70 spirit stones at most. I'm giving 80, you profit by 10 already. That's fair. The bearded man grew agitated, quickly gathering the talismans into his arms. You can't say that. Those 5 escape talismans are for saving your life. He pointed to several marked with wind patterns, raising his voice. Escape talismans sell for 10 stones each in the marketplace. 5 of those is 50 stones. Add the rest, it easily comes to 100 spirit stones. Qingchen felt a quiet thrill. This was exactly the confirmation he wanted. All right, 100 it is. Before he even finished speaking, he had already pulled a small handful of crystal-clear spirit stones from his storage pouch. Counting each one carefully up to 100, he swiftly laid them out on the table. Senior brother, you've got to keep your word. The eyes of the nearby cultivators pinned tightly on the bearded vendor, making the rough-faced man's expression crumple instantly. He opened his mouth to argue, but no word of backing out came out. Knew perfectly well that even if these spirit talismans couldn't fetch 120 stones, they could easily sell for 105 or 110. But once the words were spoken, to take them back would mean breaking his word. Grudgingly, he shoved a stack of talismans into Qingchen's arms. Take them, take them. Just don't come to my stall again. Qingchen glanced down. 10 fireball talismans, 5 escape talismans, 5 water arrow talismans, more than enough to handle a low-rank beast. Innerly, he chuckled. As expected, a gentleman may be deceived by formalities. This prideful vendor feared public scrutiny above all else. If he were the one running the stall, no way would he sell for less than 110 spirit stones. Riding the momentum, he stepped over to the neighboring magical weapon stall. The owner was tall and thin, casually flipping over a small, heavy black iron shield. How much for this shinsteel shield? Qingchen asked, pointing to it. 45 spirit stones. The tall man straightened up immediately. Low-grade defensive magic weapon. Blocking early low-rank beasts is no problem at all. Qingchen deliberately shook an empty medicine bottle in his hand, then opened his pouch to show only a few stones left. I just sold some finding pills and beast blood, and have only 42 now. If you want sell, they'll look somewhere else. The tall man stared at the bottle, then weighed the thin pouch carefully. His lips twitched, and finally he sighed. Fine, I'll sell it to you. After completing the spirit stone transaction and acquiring the shield, Qingchen moved over to a small table filled with formation plates. The vendor, wearing a blue robe typical of inner disciples, was spinning a palm-sized wooden formation plate, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding crowd. Tracking and warning formation plate. 80 spirit stones? Qingchen frowned. Senior brother, a low-grade defensive formation plate shouldn't go for more than 50. Besides, this is just a small formation for guarding a cave. Selling it for 80 is like pricing it the same as a mid-grade magic weapon. The blue-robed disciple leisurely raised the formation plate. Junior brother, don't rush. This plate's higher price has a reason. It's equipped with a warning function. If someone breaches the formation, a communication talisman within a onomil radius immediately ignites to alert you. That extra life saved is worth it, right? It was this warning feature that truly enticed Qingchen. After weighing it briefly, he grit his teeth and raised his hand. 75, not a coin more. Deal. The disciple smiled easily, tossing the plate over with a smoothness as if had expected this outcome. A formation really is a goldmine. A low-grade, entry-level plate selling for mid-grade weapon prices had Qingchen biting his lip in frustration. He figured the cost to make the plate couldn't have been more than 20 spirit stones, yet it was selling for several times that. The many arts of cultivation were not overrated among them. The path of formations was indeed the most difficult. The reputation was well earned. After this satisfying spree of buying, nearly all the spirit stones and pills allocated by his sect were spent. Yet his storage pouch was stuffed full. A package of talismans, a shinsteel shield, and a warning formation played his feeling of security soared. Still, vigilance could never slacken. He was willing to spend more spirit stones and effort to avoid ever falling into danger himself. After all, life was only given once and couldn't be repeated. As long as he lived, there was always a chance to turn things around. A few days later, on the clear blue sea, a tiny spirit vessel cut through the waves. At the bow, a gray-robed junior disciple tightly gripped a compass, its small needle spinning rapidly. Spotting Qingchen watching him, he raised a hand and pointed to a shadow beneath the waves, speaking briefly. It's time, Brother Qing. We've reached Huangzhou Island. You can disembark now. Qingchen cupped his hands in thanks. Spiritual energy surged into his feet as he lightly touched down on the soft sand. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged cultivator in gray robes standing not far away. Kneeling in the sand beside him were several ordinary people, young and old. Their knees had already sunk into the grains. The middle-aged man's gaze swept over Qingchen with a flicker of sympathy. His lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately he only shook his head with a sigh and turned to board the spirit ship again. This vessel was one of Ningxian sect's maritime patrol ships, tasked with ferrying newly assigned island disciples to their posts and bringing back those whose terms had ended. The deck shifted slightly as a pale blue shield rose, and in the blink of an eye, the ship became a small glint of cold light on the sea surface. Qingchen's fingers brushed over the short sword at his waist as he snorted inwardly. Now they pity me, but when I rise in power, there will be plenty who fawn over me. He turned toward the still kneeling villagers, his voice steady. Who is the island's governor? Step forward and answer. Sand slipped as an elderly man with white hair lifted his head, his face deeply lined. Bowing respectfully, he said, if the immortal lord wishes to know, I am Chun, the governor of Huangzhou town, serving for over 30 years. Qingchen took 2 steps forward. Tell me about the island's situation. Yes. Governor Chen hurriedly rose to report. Huangzhou Island spans 20 to 30 li. It's named for the grove of yellow bamboo here. The only town on the island is Huangzhou town, home to around 70 to 80,000 people. Are there many sea beasts? Do they often attack the island? Qingchen interrupted, gazing at the dark green sea where fish fins occasionally broke the surface. Chen's face paled, and he rubbed his hands nervously. I don't know the exact number, but the sea beasts attacking the island are not many. The immortal lords have set up formation arrays on the island to repel them. Each time an immortal lord arrives, they first inspect the formation array's location. So the sect really has set up a protective island formation, Qingchen thought. For Ningxian sect, territory, population, and spiritual veins are paramount. An equally ranked medium-grade formation like this protective island array is far more valuable than simpler methods just guarding a cave. The resident disciple's duty is to activate and maintain the formation, and if necessary, send warnings using long-distance voice transmission talismans. Take me to the dwelling where the formation array is located, he said calmly. Governor Chen immediately led the way. The two passed through Huangzhou town. The common folk, hearing of their arrival, slipped into bamboo huts and only dared to peek through cracked doors. The air was thick with sea salt and bamboo scent. The crooked bamboo huts were roofed with thatch and far less grand than the cities of Jing Kingdom. After about half an hour, a low hill appeared ahead. At its base was a dark, deep cave entrance. Beside the opening stood a stone tablet, inscribed with 4 characters Island Protection Formation Mansion. Chief Chen stopped 3 steps from the cave entrance and bowed deeply. Immortal, the formation plate has been set inside. No need to send anyone again this month, Qing Chun said calmly, lifting his chin slightly. Next month, send a servant to deliver meals once a day. You may all leave now. Though he had entered the qi refining stage, Qing Chen still couldn't fully escape the need for ordinary food. Back when he was at the outer gate peak, the sect provided fasting pills as part of the stipend. 1 pill counted for an entire month. Now on this island, he had no choice but to eat regular meals honestly. After watching Chief Chen hurry away, Qing Chen pulled out the maze formation plate and formed hand seals. White light burst from the plate, instantly enveloping the cave entrance. A milky mist swirled, sealing the mouth of the cave tightly. After confirming the maze formation was running smoothly, he stepped inside. The cave was surprisingly spacious, over 30 feet tall. Luminous pearls were set into the walls, emitting a gentle glow that lit the stone walls and floor like daylight. In the center lay a circular formation plate about 10 feet wide, covered in mysterious runes. A faint cyan spiritual light swirled along its grooves. Qing Chen crouched and touched the plate with his fingertip. The surface was icy cool and smooth, heavier than even his steel shield. He pulled the sectitude formation key from his sleeve and inserted it into the central groove. A clear vibrating hum echoed out as the plate flared with light. The island's defense formation was intact and ready to hold against any monsters that attacked. But thoughts of Mo Xian made his back tense. This cave was too conspicuous. If that person sent men to surround it, he'd have no way to turn the situation around. His only option was to carve out a retreat for himself. He gritted his teeth and pulled a short sword from his storage pouch. This low-grade magical weapon was a gift from the sect. With a flash of spirit light, he swung the blade down hard. Crack! The rock wall split as if it were tofu. Sparks flew, falling on the luminous pearls and casting shifting shadows inside the cave. He kept hacking, the sharp sounds echoing back and forth. After nearly half an hour, a gap about a person's width had formed. Sweat streamed down his face as Qing Chen caught his breath against the wall, muttering under his breath, "This is more exhausting than killing monsters. Damn Mo Xian." But just imagining his opponent lurking somewhere nearby, watching his vitality, made him grip his sword tighter and keep digging. By day, he dug the tunnel. By night, he practiced the Brahma demon refining art. As his vitality churned in the Brahma aperture, he steadied his spirit with the demonic golden lotus seed. He knew well any place visible to others was never safe. Only by hiding in darkness could he feel truly secure. More than half a month later, the tunnel was complete, running from his cave all the way to the bamboo forest behind the mountain, 50 feet deep. Qing Chen stood in the damp passage, flicking his wrist and hacking a few more times. Then he cast petrification magic. Pale gray spirit light wrapped the tunnel walls, instantly solidifying loose rocks into iron-like stone. Next, he used the earth burrowing art to refill the extracted earth, leaving only a small crawl space for one person concealed beneath overgrown brush. When everything was finished, he sat cross-legged in the cool tunnel and finally felt some peace. If you want to become a great immortal, first you have to learn how to dig a hole. Just as he began to meditate, a frown creased his brow. The formation and spell array at the entrance seemed to have been triggered by someone. After returning to the cave dwelling, Qing Chun saw the old town chief standing outside with a woman carrying a bamboo basket. The mountain wind howled past the cave entrance, pressing the woman's pale blue blouse tightly against her figure. Her hands were folded gently over her stomach, and her head bowed low, almost burying her face in her chest, like a frightened white rabbit trying to stay still. The old town chief wore a forced smile, but beads of sweat steadily rolled down his temples. Wasn't it arranged for someone to be sent after a month? Why have you come rushing before the month is up? Qing Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone cool. Lately, he had been troubled by a lack of vital energy for cultivation and felt impatient with mundane matters. Please forgive me, immortal sir, please forgive me. The old chief bent forward, voice trembling. I was worried about your excellency's comfort living here, so I took the liberty of sending a maid early to assist with daily life. He extended the bamboo basket forward. Inside were some wild game and dried provisions. Lowering his voice, he added, "This woman is my daughter-in-law. My son was born simple-minded and slow, and she has cared for him diligently and skillfully. You can trust her completely." Qing Chen's gaze flicked from the basket to the woman, then back to the old chief's face. His thin lips parted slightly. "No need. My cultivation has long severed worldly ties. She may bring meals daily, but nothing else." But inwardly, Qing Chun remained cautious. The old man had only been on the island days before sending a woman as a gesture, either to ingratiate himself or sent by others to probe for information. Thinking of Mo Xian, a frown deepened between his brows. Before he could finish speaking, the old chief's expression fell, and he forced a dry laugh while nodding repeatedly. "Yes, yes, your excellency's realm is lofty. I have been presumptuous." He quietly pushed his daughter-in-law aside but lingered, hands fumbling in his chest, eyes darting nervously. "Is there something else?" Why hesitate? Qing Chen narrowed his eyes sharply. No sooner had he spoken than the old chief dropped to his knees with a thud surprisingly quick and forceful for his age, shaking the stones beneath him. Immortal sir, please save me. He wept, voice hoarse and choked with tears. I have a request, but dared not speak rashly. Qing Chen stood calmly, hands behind his back, silently watching for him to continue. Seeing Qing Chen's silence, the old chief's heart steadied. He immediately pulled out 2 spirit stones from his chest, quail egg-sized, and emanating a pale glow, and held them out with both hands. Immortal sir, these are spirit stones used by cultivators, the only 2 I have. I offer them all, hoping you will help me. The light from the stones reflected off the cave walls, casting flickering rays. Qing Chen's eyes glimmered with interest as he slightly nodded, signaling him to explain further. Alas, the old chief sobbed heavier. I am cursed in life, with only one son, who is simple-minded. I know some martial arts and have kept order among the villagers on the island. But recently, the eldest son of the Wang family, outsiders to our town, suddenly became a second-tier expert. Now, he and his 4 brothers, along with more than 20 trained followers, stand daily at the town's entrance, saying they intend to take my position. He wiped away his tears, his voice growing more urgent. Actually, I don't mind giving up the mayor's position to them, but I'm worried those people are ruthless. Tile wipe me out completely. I beg you, Immortal, please have mercy and save this old man's life. There's actually a second-tier expert among them. Any other martial artists? Qing Chen looked up, his tone turning serious. Back on Jueshin Island, he had reached the second-tier level himself, and knew well how solid and abundant the energy at this stage could be. The old mayor immediately nodded and bowed anxiously. Yes. Among the 5 brothers, the eldest is a second-tier expert, and the other 4 are strong third-tier fighters with no less skill. They also command about 20 capable henchmen. Am no match for them, and can only beg the immortal for rescue. A cold light flashed through Qing Chen's eyes, as if he'd caught an important clue, and he pressed further. But you've held the mayor's post for 30 years. You can't have no trump cards at all, right? The old mayor smiled bitterly, his wrinkles deep like old bark. You speak wisely, Immortal. I've served for 30 years and trained some people. I have a disciple who, like me, is second tier. But am old now, my energy and strength much weaker than before. The rest of my subordinates are just average third tier or below, not top-notch, but still a force on this island. Qing Chen stroked his chin, studying the dim light inside the room, secretly surprised. The martial art scene here on this remote small island was unexpectedly strong. There were so many with practiced energy cultivation. But it made sense this place was under the rule of a major golden core cultivator. Without martial strength, even a common unclassified sea beast would be hard to handle. With 70,000 to 80,000 people on the island, this foundation wasn't surprising. The old mayor had his skills to hold the post for 3 decades. He quickly weighed the forces. The old mayor's side had 2 second-tier fighters and about 10 weak ones. The Wang family had 1 second-tier, for third-tier experts, plus over 20 henchmen. If he acted, whether by sword control or fireball technique, handling these mortal martial artists would be effortless. Still, in the cultivation world, second-tier fighters were no match for early-stage chi refinement cultivators. But their long-cultivated physical energy was rich and abundant, a deadly temptation to monsters, far surpassing ordinary mortals. If they reached top first tier, their energy depth would be almost unfathomable, with every move rivaling common chi refinement techniques. If only I could turn them all into flesh and blood cultivators, it would attract so many demons. Qing Chen thought to himself regretfully. Too bad the Brahma demon refining technique can only refine chi and blood of similar strength, or else there would be medicine everywhere. Since Huangzhou Island lacked spiritual energy and elixirs were hard to find, with no instructors to teach or answer questions, Qing Chen decided to take a different approach. He resolved to cultivate by hunting and killing monsters to absorb their essence blood. The demonic golden lotus seed had already tempered his soul to extraordinary resilience. He had met all the requirements for the first level of the Brahma demon refining technique and could begin attempting the second. What he lacked most now was a large supply of monster essence blood rich in spiritual energy. Once acquired, his magic power would surge dramatically. At that moment, he learned from the old town chief that the island was home to a large number of martial artists. Qing Chen immediately changed his plan. Originally, he intended to use mortal blood as bait, but mortal blood was weak and scattered. To attract sea monsters effectively, he would need the lives of dozens or even hundreds of mortals, which would cause chaos, casualties, and possibly draw sect investigations. In contrast, martial artists were fewer in number and smaller targets, but their lifeblood was powerful and vibrant. Dozens or even hundreds of mid-tier experts' aura and blood would be far more enticing than that of 1,000 mortals. If rationed carefully, it could sustain his cultivation for 5 years. The old chief's secret stash of spirit stones also caught Qing Chen's attention, but he held back his curiosity for now. Putting on a different demeanor, he said, "You have served Huangzhou Island faithfully for 30 years. Your contributions are significant. Those common folk have indeed been troublesome. Pausing deliberately, his gaze flicked subtly over the town chief's back. The chief immediately bowed lower, his voice trembling. Immortal, if these unruly people are not dealt with, this old servant. Chinchin smiled inwardly, but kept a severe face. Yet they are my subjects as well. How can I simply cast them aside? The old man's face drained of color, his fingers twisting nervously at his clothes, sweat beading his forehead. Why, your insight is unmatched, Immortal. Sensing the right moment, Chinchin said casually, my cultivation requires certain resources. You understand. As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man became desperate, kowtowing repeatedly. This old servant only has 2 spirit stones, truly nothing more. Chinchin closed his eyes and sat in meditation. His ears, sharpened by the demon seed's training, caught the pounding of the chief's heart like a drum, while the withered hand hidden in his sleeve trembled uncontrollably. Clearly, the man was lying. After half an hour, a heavy thud sounded as the chief knelt again, his voice hoarse with sobs. Immortal, this old servant actually has 3 more. They were all gifts from past immortals over 30 years. Today, I offer them all, begging only for mercy. Chinchin slowly opened his eyes and studied the 5 pale green spirit stones lined up before him. Their faint radiance intertwined, yet the sight only deepened his suspicion. How could a struggling island cultivator be so generous with spirit stones? The old man plainly hid something. Still, Chinchin chose not to expose him. He raised a hand to signal him up and said evenly, you have worked hard, and those unruly people deserve punishment. I will take care of them for you. The town chief kowtowed repeatedly, his knees striking the stone floor loudly. When he finally stood, his legs were weak, and he had to lean on the doorframe, bowing as he retreated. Once the door closed behind him, Chinchin's gaze grew cold. That old man had to be holding more than just 5 spirit stones. There was definitely something strange going on. The previous island cultivators had been scholarly and simple-minded, but Chinchin, having endured storms, murder, deception, and emotional manipulation, had long since forged eyes that could see through the hearts of men. After leaving the island's protective formation cave, the old town chief had barely stepped into the main hall when he heard footsteps from the inner room. The wooden floor creaked slightly, worn by time, and the doorframe, weathered by the sea breeze, gave off a faint creaking sound. Looking up, he saw his daughter, Chenjuer, standing on the threshold. The hem of her moon-white cloth dress was stained with a few damp spots, and tiny droplets of sea mist still clung to the tips of her hair. She had clearly been waiting for quite some time. Father, how did your negotiation with that man go? She hurried forward, her breath carrying a slight damp, salty scent from the sea. Chenjuer was 20 now, with lively eyes and delicate features, but her tone was tinged with impatience. The old chief sighed, setting down his dew-dampened bamboo hat as he settled into his rattan chair, frowning before speaking. It's fair to say I persuaded him, but that fellow is insatiable. I initially offered just 2 spirit stones, but he didn't even bat an eyelid. In the end, I had to raise it to 5 stones before he reluctantly agreed. 5. Chenjuer's voice shot up sharply. She stamped her foot, making a sharp sound on the wooden floor. 5 spirit stones. Father, how could you give him so much? Wouldn't it be easier for me to handle this? A few fire flame spells could take care of those mortals. Why waste so much? The old chief's expression darkened. He raised a hand and pointed at the door and windows, lowering his voice to a resolute whisper. Absolutely not. Your cultivation is our greatest secret. Your spiritual root absolutely must not be exposed, not even a trace. Even the slightest risk is unacceptable. Seeing her father so stern, Chenjuer knew arguing was pointless. She pouted but nodded. All right, father. They'll be careful and won't let anyone find out. Relieved to see her relent, the old chief's face softened slightly. He took a sip of the cool tea on the table, its chill dispersing some of his frustration. Then, frowning again, he asked, by the way, you were serving the young master of the Sioux family on Haichong Island, right? Why did you suddenly return a few days ago? Is the young master displeased with you? No, father. Chenjuer shook her head quickly, gently touching a small porcelain vial at her waist with a hint of pride. The young master treats me very well, rewarded me with many chi pills, and even gave me a chi activation pill. I'm already at the 2nd level of chi refinement, and my foundation is solid. The old chief tapped the table anxiously. Then why did he send you back? Did something go wrong during your service? Nothing at all. Chenjuer denied it again, her voice suddenly dropping a few tones. She pulled out several thin, delicate talismans from her bosom. The young master gave me 10th San Mile transmission talismans and told me to stay on Huangzhou Island and report any movements related to the Ningxuan sect immediately. If the sect changes the resident cultivators on the island, or if any cultivators pass through or stop by, I must report it right away. Basically, anything involving cultivators. The old chief's frown deepened and his breath grew heavier. The Sioux family only relies on the Ningxuan sect's foundational family. Yet they want to spy on sect movements? This is no trivial matter. Please don't ask, father. Chenjuer folded the talismans away, her gaze resolute. Knowing too much is dangerous. If not for the young master valuing me, a cultivator with a low-grade spiritual root like me wouldn't even have a chance to walk the immortal path. Now I belong to the young master. All I have to do is get the job done. Looking at the stubborn hope burning in his daughter's eyes, the old chief sighed from the depths of his heart, a child captivated by the path of immortality. After a long pause, he waved a hand gently, his voice softening but not losing its unwillingness. Ah, a woman cannot be kept at home forever. Fine, focus on your cultivation then. He'll take care of gathering information. You mustn't act so hastily. For now, just stay quietly in our family's underground chamber to cultivate. The newly arrived immortal, according to the previous generation, is just an inexperienced youth at the second level of chi refinement. He was sent here right after entering the sect, probably to be easily managed. The old town chief paused for a moment, then added, besides giving him 5 spirit stones, I also sent your brother's newlywed wife to serve as this immortal's maid. That way, he won't make things difficult for us. Chun Zhuer frowned. Father, why do you keep having my brother marry? Count it's married several times already. You don't understand. The old town chief's expression was complicated. Those cultivators, no matter how high and mighty they seem outside, are still men. If you send them your wife or daughter-in-law, it stirs some special feelings in their hearts, making them easier to manipulate. Those women, after being used by them, are no longer perfect brides. Once the immortal leaves, he'll definitely silence them. At that point, if your brother marries a fresh, perfect woman who is both a wife and untouched, even the immortal can't resist her allure. We're doing this all for the family's safety. Do you understand? The old town chief's eyes gleamed shrewdly. Those people only care about cultivation. They have no idea about these complicated tricks. As long as they accept our gifts, they'll look out for us a bit more. Shinjuer was silent for a moment, then suddenly pulled out a communication talisman from her bosom and handed it to her father. Father, this talisman from the young master feels strange. The runes don't look like the ones I saw on Haichong Island. I asked the young master, but he only told me to follow orders. The old town chief took the talisman, squinting at the crooked runes with a puzzled look, but didn't want to investigate further. Whatever. As long as it lets you cultivate in peace, it's fine. Don't go out, and be careful not to let anyone discover your cultivation. Stay in our underground chamber. Understood, father. Shenjuer agreed, and walked briskly into the inner room. Her mind was focused on reaching the 3rd level of chi refinement, fully committed to completing the young master's mission. After his daughter disappeared from sight, the old town chief slowly moved to the window, drew back the curtain slightly, and gazed out into the dark night. Moonlight dimly lit the stone path below. His heart was heavy with conflicting thoughts. 5 spirit stones and a daughter-in-law, these were all the Chun family's assets. But if they could secure their daughter's immortal path, the price was worth it. What he didn't know was that the communication talisman in Chun Zhuer's hand was never meant for Haichong Island. The young master of the Su family, Su Jinsheng, had long grown tired of Chun Zhuer and sent her back only to use Huangzhou Island's location to spy on the movements of the Ningxuan sect. The true destination of those talismans was an island belonging to another foundation-building family, where the Su family had secretly set up a contact point. Even if Chun Zhuer was exposed, the investigation would only reach that contact and never implicate the Su family in any way. As for Chun Zhuer's fate, Su Jinsheng simply didn't care. He had plenty of maids around him. If a low-potential woman died, he could easily replace her. There were countless wandering cultivator women everywhere who wouldn't want to pursue the immortal path. Leaning against the window, the old town chief yawned and planned quietly. In a few days, he'd send some gifts to the island's immortal to build favor and make it easier to gather information. He had no idea that the seemingly inexperienced Qing Chun wasn't someone to be underestimated, was a venomous snake, ready to devour any prey at any moment. That day, Qing Chun finished his training in the practice chamber 50 zhang beneath the protective island formation's cave dwelling. After 2 hours of circulating the demonic seed golden lotus technique, he remained seated cross-legged on the meditation cushion, eyes closed in deep focus, carefully regulating his spiritual energy within. For nearly a month now, whether refining secret techniques or polishing his cultivation methods, he had locked himself in this dim stone chamber where the spiritual energy was thin, but it was the safest place. He raised a hand to press his throbbing brow, his peripheral vision flickering to a pitch-black tunnel at the corner of the wall. The passage was barely tall enough for one person, winding 10 zhang straight toward the sea, its exit hidden beneath a reef covered with creeping vines. If any emergency occurred, he could slip into the tunnel, dive into the sea, and vanish in an instant. This escape route existed thanks entirely to the black array plate resting in his bosom. The plate was smooth and warm like jade, etched with dense runes, the core of the mist-tracing alert array he had painstakingly purchased for 78 low-grade spirit stones at the marketplace, costing him 2 full years' worth of sect stipends. Standing before the stall, clutching a nearly empty storage pouch, he had hesitated long before biting the bullet, and spending the stone's life was worth far more than spirit stones. The array plates were placed throughout the cave dwelling. If an intruder entered, thick white mist would instantly rise, trapping them in an endless illusion of stone paths. A chi refinement stage novice would be confused for at least a full 2-hour cycle before finding an exit. Even a mid-stage cultivator with no special means would be trapped for a whole incense stick's burn. Latest stage chi refiners would struggle to break through it all enough time for Qing Chun to escape through the tunnel and disappear into the ocean. His fingertip lightly touched a pale yellow alert talisman next to the array plate. The talisman was linked to the formation, glowing whenever a cultivator trespassed, its brightness indicating the intruder's cultivation strength. A strong glow meant immediate retreat. A faint glow presented an opportunity for a stealthy counterattack. Caution was not his preference, but it was the only rule for survival at the sect's edge. Thinking this, Qing Chin clenched his fist and sighed softly. The pace of his cultivation was painfully slow. His divine power accumulated in his chi sea like stagnant water, barely rising. Over the past month, when not practicing demonic seed golden lotus, he simply meditated refining, Brahma heaven demon refining technique. Yet the spiritual energy on Huangzhou Island was meager, far less than the outer gate peaks. A whole day here couldn't match half a day's cultivation outside the sect. He recalled how, when his Brahma aperture had absorbed demonic beast blood, his power had flooded his chi sea like a dam breaking, filling it instantly, the fullness almost comparable to that of a top-tier superior root disciple. The Brahma aperture in his technique was designed to accelerate cultivation. If he could open a second aperture and supply it with enough blood essence, his progress would soar. At this thought, desire gleamed in Qing Chen's eyes. He understood that upon reaching the 4th stage of foundation establishment in the technique, he could condense a second Brahma aperture. With his medium-grade 5 elements spirit root aptitude, his cultivation speed might finally rival those elite geniuses blessed with top-grade superior roots. Within the sect, disciples with such supreme roots practically held steady positions in the inner gate, and many were likely to receive the sect's rare foundation establishment pills as rewards provided they did not perish first. After successfully establishing his foundation, he received the honorific title of Master and enjoyed over 2 centuries of carefree life. There was even a chance of earning the favor of the Golden Elixir Immortal. But what about him? He only entered the Ningxuan sect at 20 and possessed merely a mid-grade spiritual root. If not for the fortuitous discovery of the heretical Fanteon demon refining technique, he would most likely be stuck outside the inner sect his entire life, barely scraping by until the late chi refinement stage. He needed to spur these mortals into infighting quickly. Their turtle-like cultivation pace was maddening. Compared to that, devouring flesh and blood energy directly was far more satisfying. Just as the thought arose, a faint ripple came from outside the cave abode. His spirit-sensing technique had been triggered. Not a trace escaped his perception. Qing Chin immediately became alert. It must be the mortal girl who was scheduled to deliver the meal. But what if someone was lurking behind her, secretly orchestrating something? He didn't appear right away. Instead, with a pinch of his fingers, he silently activated the earth escape technique. Pale yellow earth elemental power swirled around him like fine sand, enveloping his body, sinking him soundlessly into the stone floor of the cultivation chamber. He moved through the dark rock layer, stealthily approaching the cave entrance. The cave was slightly brighter than the cultivation chamber. Fluorite stones embedded in the walls cast a cold glow, fully illuminating the stone path patterns. Qing Chun concealed himself behind the wall and used heavenly eye technique to spy. A young woman in a faded blue cloth dress stood at the entrance. The fabric appeared bleached from many washes. Her hair was tied in a bun with a wooden pin, with wisps falling loosely. Her complexion was pale and anxious. One hand fidgeted with the skirt edge, the other held a bamboo basket. Inside, several porcelain bowls gently clinked as she moved. "Come inside. Follow the magic markers." Qing Chin spoke calmly, but with icy authority. On the ground, several faint cyan talisman patterns pulsed softly, his own magical markers. Following them led all the way to the inner chamber. Stray from them, and the maze array's barrier would activate, trapping intruders forever. The woman, visibly startled, whispering tremblingly, Senior Immortal, is it those glowing talismans ahead?" As she spoke, the basket swayed, revealing 2 white steamed buns, several small side dishes, and a bowl of steaming rice soup with shimmering oil on the surface. "Yes, come in," Qing Chun replied blandly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on her. Through heavenly eye, she appeared barely in her early 20s, skin snowy white, figure curvaceous, her delicate features conveying fragile vulnerability. She carefully stepped along the talisman patterns, each step as cautious as walking on thin ice. Qing Chun, who had long cultivated a heart of detachment, found his gaze involuntarily following her form, igniting a flicker of unspoken irritation deep within. The woman's light footsteps stirred unexpected heat in the heart of the cold-hearted Qing Chun, who had spent many years dedicated to ascetic cultivation at the mountain gate. In this moment, he couldn't help but steal a few extra glances, a rare flicker of fiery feeling stirring inside him. As Su Zixuan quietly moved along the pale blue magic seal toward the inner chamber door, Qingqin's fingertips subtly gathered a thread of spiritual energy. He remained seated with eyes closed, the divine eye technique silently activating faint golden patterns swirling in his pupils, sensing fluctuations of spiritual power within 3 feet around him. Though his divine awareness was not yet at the late qi refining stage, it was sharp enough to catch the faintest traces of mid-stage qi refining cultivators nearby. After confirming the surroundings were calm, he half opened his eyes and asked softly, "You came with Chief Chen that day, didn't you? What's your name?" "I'll return to you, Immortal Master. This servant is Su Zixuan." The woman's voice trembled as she bowed her head even lower. Qing Shan didn't get up, only raised his right hand. A thread of pale blue spiritual energy gently wrapped around Su Zixuan's slender waist like a soft ribbon. He deliberately did not control the force. When the energy withdrew, she stumbled forward, a startled cry escaping as she fell into his arms. The person in his embrace was light, carrying a faint scent of soap pods. His gaze flickered over her reddened earlobes, fingers trailing down to her arm to carefully investigate her skin was clean, her blood flow normal, no hidden items. Satisfied, he slowly helped her steady herself, but deliberately let his hand linger and roam a bit. "I, Immortal Master." Su Zixuan blushed deeply, her neck flushing a soft pink. The basket of vegetables in her hand dropped with a clatter as she tried to retreat, but her legs weakened and wobbled. Her heart raced rapidly, yet she didn't dare resist. Qing Chun picked up the basket and placed it on the stone table. His gaze rested on her face for a moment, amused. "Why aren't you saying anything now?" Speaking, he raised his hand again and gently pinched her shoulder. Su Zixuan shivered. Qing Chen then moved along the line of her shoulder as if to test his control over her. Her voice was barely audible. "Immortal Master, the food, the dishes will get cold." Her eyes grew slightly red as if pushed to the edge. If the taste isn't right, this servant can make something else." She was so flustered she almost bit her tongue, fearful of angering the guest before her. King Chen's fingers hesitated, then withdrew. He studied her face, carefully refined and graceful, moderately pretty, more like a virtuous woman than a frivolous one. Making a judgment, he said hoarsely, "Eat first. If there's anything, he'll call you." Su Zixuan quietly exhaled in relief, but kept her eyes lowered. Qing Chun lifted the cloth covering the basket. Inside, the dishes were neatly arranged. A plate of stir-fried greens, some pickled sea shrimp, and a bowl of egg drop soup. The colors were clean and fresh, evidently prepared with care. "Eat with me," he said, picking up chopsticks and gesturing to the stone bench opposite. "Judging by how you look, you haven't eaten yet." Su Zixuan's head lowered so far it nearly buried in her chest. "This servant dares not. I brought flatbread, just a few bites will do. These dishes, this servant isn't qualified to eat them." Before finishing, she reached into her bosom and took out a wax paper bundle. Inside were indeed 2 hard, dry flatbreads. Qing Qin asked with genuine interest, "Aren't you the daughter-in-law of Chief Qin? Why do you call yourself a servant?" Su Zixuan answered softly, her eyes tinged with timidity. "I was sold by my father to Master Qin's household as a servant since I was a child. Recently, Master Qin arranged a marriage for the eldest young master, and after that, I was assigned to serve the Immortal Master." Her words carried a mix of helplessness and sorrow, like a lonely cat with nowhere to rely on. Hearing this, King Chen's lips curved into a knowing smile. "Ah, so that's how it is. That old man really knows how to play games. It seems the cultivators under Chief Chun were served the same way before." His gaze flickered with a hint of sarcasm. "Yes, yes, Immortal Master." Su Zixuan glanced at Qing Chen cautiously, then respectfully repeated, "Master Chun said that if I serve the Immortal Master well, I might have the opportunity to return to the Immortal Sect with him and continue serving there." Qing Chen raised an eyebrow, but said no more. He knew that great things often started from small, unnoticed details. Waving his hand, he said firmly, "Let's eat together. Tell me about this island while we're at it." His tone left no room for refusal. Su Zixuan moved carefully and perched on the edge of the stone bench, half her seat hanging off. She held her chopsticks with trembling hands, slowly picking up a piece of vegetable and chewing it thoughtfully. Qing Chen said nothing, quietly watching her. When she sampled every dish without showing the slightest discomfort, he finally withdrew his spirit's sight. His golden eyes gradually returned to normal. He lifted his bowl and scooped some egg drop soup, his voice steady as he asked, "Besides the abundance of martial artists on this island, is there anything else unusual here?" "No, nothing else," Su Zixuan replied hastily, swallowing her food. Qing Chen picked up a hard-shelled shrimp and abruptly changed the topic. "What about Chief Qin? Is there anything unusual about him? Has he done anything secretive? And is his eldest son really that foolish?" Caught off guard, Su Zixuan hesitated before answering, "I don't know much about Master Chun. He always keeps us servants at a distance, even the steward waits outside the door. The eldest young master is truly foolish, everyone in town knows. Last year, he chased a dog halfway down the street, which made Master Chin quite angry." "Does Master Chin have a youngest daughter?" King Chen's gaze sharpened suddenly. Su Zixuan blinked in surprise, then nodded. Yes, her name is Chun Zhuer, but I haven't seen her for years. Cook Zhang said Master Chen sent her away. No one knows where she went. If anyone in the household mentions Chen Zhuer, Master Chen becomes furious. Qing Chen said nothing further. He finished the rest of his meal quietly, then wiped his mouth with his sleeve. His tone grew low and serious. What I say today must not reach Chief Chen. If anyone asks, tell them I never spoke to you, nor even looked at you. Only that I asked you to take care of daily chores. Do you understand? Terrified, Su Zixuan quickly stood up, bowing even lower. Yes, yes, I understand. Immortal Master, rest assured, I won't say a word. Master Chen gave me to you, so I belong to you now. She answered with a respectful tone, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, a mix of modesty and firm resolve. After the meal, Su Zixuan crouched down, carefully wiping the vegetable juice that had spilled into the cracks between the stones with a cloth. She faced away from Qing Chun, her back slightly hunched, the cloth twisted into wrinkles by her grip. Her coarse skirt had faded white from years of washing, but the dark patch at the back of her waist didn't look shabby. Instead, it highlighted her slender waistline. Qing Chun reclined leisurely in the wicker chair, his gaze fixed on that slender figure from behind. Since arriving at Huangzhou Island, he had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, maintaining a pure and detached mind, never paying much attention to the maids. Yet, just now during the meal, catching a glimpse of Su Zixuan's nervous downward glance had stirred an unfamiliar restlessness in his heart. When the old town chief brought her here the day before yesterday, he had noticed her delicate features but, out of respect for his identity as a cultivator, had kept those thoughts to himself. You go on ahead and wait by the wooden tub in the quiet chamber, Qing Chen said in a low, husky voice, as if restraining some emotion. I feel a bit tired and need a moment to compose myself. Su Zixuan's shoulders twitched, and she immediately stood up, folding her hands over her abdomen with a slight tremble. Your servant obeys, he'll prepare it at once. Saying this, she stepped lightly, her skirt brushing quietly against the stone floor. Once her figure disappeared inside the quiet chamber, Qing Chun took out the talisman array from his clothing to check the formation's integrity. Only then did he rise and follow her. The quiet chamber was narrower than the outer hall. In the corner stood a wooden tub half a person's height, filled with warm water, white steam swirling up mingled with a faint herbal scent calm grass he had casually purchased at the mountain gate. Inexpensive but effective at soothing fatigue from cultivation. Beside the tub, Su Zixuan stood perfectly still, fingers clenched white. Her long hair hung by her cheek, hiding most of her expression as she stole glances toward the door out of the corner of her eye. When Qing Chun entered, she hurriedly lowered her head, even further, a blush spreading from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. What are you standing there for? Qing Chun approached, his tone flat, but leaving no room for refusal. Come here and help me undress. Su Zixuan suddenly looked up, meeting his gaze. Her heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly replied in a quiet voice, Yais, Master Immortal. She stepped forward quickly, fingertips brushing his sleeve awkwardly. The fabric was smooth and cool, like soft, fine leather completely different from the coarse cloth she usually wore. When loosening the belt, the rope was wound several times, and she carefully unwrapped it bit by bit. Her fingertips occasionally brushed his wrist, light as a feather, carrying a faint warmth. Qing Chun let her work, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. This woman was genuine, unlike those who flattered him deliberately. Slow down. Don't rush. You're doing well. He softened his tone. Hearing this, Su Zixuan relaxed her breathing and carefully slid the long robe off his shoulders, revealing the white inner garment beneath. When her fingers touched his arm, she hesitated briefly before quickly pulling away. After finally removing both her outer and inner clothes, she immediately lowered her head, eyes fixed on the tips of her shoes, too shy to look up. From childhood until now, she had never been this close to a man, let alone to an exalted immortal master standing before her. The strange, burning flutter in her chest left Su Zixuan nearly overwhelmed. Qing Chen paid no mind to her embarrassment. He took a long step to the wooden tub, stepping steadily into the water with a soft splash. The warm medicinal bath rose to his waist, carrying a faint herbal fragrance that instantly washed away the weariness from his days of cultivation. Leaning against the tub's side, he closed his eyes and spoke in a low, terse voice, Bring me a towel. Flustered, Su Zixuan hurried to pick up the towels folded by the tub's rim and carefully stepped beside him, offering the towels with both hands. Qing Chen only raised his chin, Help me wash my back. The towel nearly slipped from her trembling fingers. Taking a deep breath, she moved behind him and gently pressed the soft cloth against his broad shoulders. Her touch was light yet meticulous, tracing every small groove between his shoulder blades. The steam swirled around them, and a blush quickly spread across her cheeks. Her fingertips sliding over his firm muscles brought an unexpected sense of relief to Qing Chen. Though relaxed, Qing Chen's mind remained sharp. Suddenly, his voice carried a hidden meaning. Chief Chen sent so many maidservants to those immortals. Do you think they were really taken away? Suzy Xuan's hand froze. Her voice wavered. I don't know. But Master Chun said they were all taken by the immortal masters and never returned to the estate. There are rules at the sect, Qingchen said, his tone growing heavier. Cultivators may not bring mortals into the mountains freely. That was true. The sect was strictly regulated. Outer disciples could never bring mortals inside. Only inner disciples had that privilege. Suzy Xuan's heart suddenly sank, her fingers trembling. Then why did Master Chen say they were all taken away? Perhaps to be taken away doesn't mean brought into the immortal sect, Qingchen replied, eyes still closed, words weighed with deep implication. It might mean disappearance in another sense. Disappearance? Suzy Xuan's voice sharpened as her hands froze completely. She abruptly looked up at his back, her face draining of color. Did they die? Qingchen turned calmly, his gaze steady on her. Don't worry. You belong to me now, and I will take good care of you. Before she could respond, a surge of spiritual energy burst forth, pulling her whole body into the tub. The flickering candlelight casts a rosy glow. Tender words linger with hesitant hearts. Qing Lang's passion stirs like rising clouds and rain. Beauty cannot restrain the long, enchanting dream. The warm curtains and fragrant scents awaken spring's lively spirit. The gentle breeze and hidden moon intoxicate the dreaming soul. Though tonight holds 1,000 fears, let us get drunk together on Mount Bliss. Half an hour later, steam still curled above the water's surface. Suzy Xuan's breathing remained uneven, droplets still clinging to her eyelashes. Unexpectedly, Qingchen sensed the presence of a spiritual root in her pulse, meaning she had the potential to become a cultivator and to be a valuable ally in building his influence, tasked with gathering rare resources and intel. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, he quietly declared, from now on, you are my maidservant. A few days later, inside the island's protective formation cave, the stone table still held the rough ceramic bowl that Suzy Xuan had brought the day before, faint tea stains clinging to its rim. Qingchen half reclined in a wicker chair, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. The sharp tapping echoed through the empty stone chamber as his cold gaze locked onto the figure opposite him. The old town chief stood bent over, his back almost touching the floor, a thin sweat beading on his forehead. After all these days, he had finally come up with an idea, though he lacked confidence in it. You've had so much time to think, and this is the best you could come up with? Qingchen's voice was low but carried a chill. The town chief forced a smile, voice trembling but persistent. The immortal's power is boundless. What are we mere mortals to contend with? All I need to do is lure them all to one place. With a wave of your sleeve and a few spells, they'll scatter like ants. This, I can handle on my own. A mocking smile tugged at Qingchen's lips. You want to fight 5 brothers alone? If you invite them individually, their first instinct will be suspicion. They'll run before you can say trick, let alone show up. The town chief's face burned red, his voice shaking. Then, Immortal, what do you suggest? Please be clear. Spread the word across the island, Qingchen said, halting his tapping. Tell everyone that whoever wants to be town chief must prove their strength. Bring all your men and face them head-on. They'll only believe a fair fight out in the open. The town chief's eyes lit up as if struck by sudden inspiration. He nodded eagerly. Of course. How did I not think of that? Once the whole island knows, even if they doubt, they'll have to come. If they don't show, they lose face and their men won't respect them. Then we strike easily. His excitement grew, and he added a flattery. Immortal, your wisdom is unparalleled. I could never match you. Qingchen said nothing, simply ordering flatly. In 3 days, the duel will be by the sea. That place is open on all Sedesno escape. They'll either surrender or die. A flash of killing intent passed his eyes. Whether the 5 brothers' followers or the town chief's lackeys, none would be spared. They were excellent bait for cultivating his energy. Yes, by the sea, perfect. The town chief nodded repeatedly. He'll arrange it right away, no one will get away. After more flattery, Qingchen waved him off impatiently. The town chief kept nodding eagerly, backing toward the door, but turning for a deep bow. Rest assured, Immortal, I will handle everything thoroughly. Once he left the cave, the town chief wasted no time. That very day, he and a few trusted aides roamed the island's taverns and tea houses, spreading rumors that the 5 brothers were battling for his position, rallying their men to fight to the death to protect their leader. They also deliberately sent word into the brothers' territory claiming, the town chief is setting up a contest, winner becomes the new chief. Within half a day, every household on Huangzhou Island knew about this life-or-death duel. Qingchen did not stop the rumors. He knew the wider the news spread, the more spectators gathered, the messier the scene became and the easier it would be to trap them all. As for the curious islanders drawn like moths to the flame, he paid them no mind. According to the clues Suzy Xuan had provided, his secret reconnaissance in recent days had already located the home of the town chief's disciple. 3 days later, the sea breeze on Huangzhou Island blew fiercely, scattering sand and stones on the beach. A small crowd had gathered at the designated shoreline. Most were idlers, but some daring fishermen hid in the grass at a distance, clutching leaves nervously, afraid to draw breath. The Old Town chief's men stood on the left side, about 50 in number, each dressed in rough, short cloth garments and clutching knives and axes. On the right were the 5 brothers' men, nearly 50 burly men densely packed across a stretch of sandy ground. The eldest brother was broad-shouldered as a gate, dragging behind him an axe as wide as a door panel, the heavy blade chipped at the edge and showing irregular rust patterns under the sunlight. The other 4 brothers each gripped their weapons tightly, their tusk-like eyes fixed fiercely on their opponents. Together, the 2 groups numbered over 100, separated by just a few dozen paces. The sea breeze could not disperse the tension thick enough to ignite at any moment like gunpowder. The sun climbed slowly to its zenith, the scorching light bleaching the sand white. The agreed time was nearly upon them, yet Ching Chun had not shown. Should they wait a few more hours? The Old Town chief's heart burned with anxiety. His palms were sweaty, but he could only feign composure, standing tall and looking ahead while cursing Ching Chun 1,000 times in his mind. In the midst of this stalemate, Xue Pingji suddenly moved behind the Old Town chief. A disciple personally trained by the chief, while known on the island as a second-tier expert, he now tightly gripped a steel blue sword. With a slight tip of his toe, his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, skimming close to the ground. The sword's edge scraped the sand, scattering sparks and stones as he lunged at a burly man on the 5 brothers' side wielding a large wooden axe. The man hadn't time to react before a sharp, ringing sound rang out. Xue's sword struck precisely at the chipped part of the axe blade. With a wrist twist, the heavy axe flew from the man's grasp, crashing into the sand and throwing up a spray of grains. In a flash, Xue stepped forward half a pace, the sword's tip suddenly piercing the man's chest. Blood spurted, staining the fine sand beneath red. The man's eyes bulged in shock, his throat gasping ragged breaths as he slowly sank to his knees, fingers clawing desperately at the sand. The tragedy ignited the enemy's fury. The eldest brother's eyes instantly bloodshot as he roared, "You're asking for death." The massive door panel axe whistled through the air like a spinning windmill, viciously swinging at Xue Pingji. The other 4 brothers, ignoring any prior agreements, roared and charged, weapons raised. What had been a planned, unknown duel transformed in an instant into a chaotic battle of over 100 men. The Old Town chief could no longer remain seated. He shouted and surged forward with his men. On the beach, the clang of metal rang out, sparks flying wildly. Screams and curses echoed over and over, the metallic sweetness of blood carried by the sea breeze into the nearby bushes. A few timid onlookers' legs turned to jelly. They wanted to run but couldn't tear themselves away. This was a rare spectacle decades in the making. Amidst the outbreak of battle, Xue Pingji revealed astonishing skill. Impressive swordsmanship. Xue Pingji's moves were even faster than before. The third of the 5 brothers barely raised his axe to chest height when a sword struck through his wrist, forcing him to drop the handle with a clang on the sand. Blood dripped from his fingers, staining the rough wooden shaft a deep red. How did this kid get so powerful all of a sudden? Cursed the 5th brother. He swung his steel blade fiercely, but Xue Pingji sidestepped, the sword's edge sliding along his waist and cutting a line of blood through his clothes. The 5 brothers, who had been holding their own earlier, were now driven back, sand spraying under their feet like falling rain. Unnoticed, a shadow lurked on a nearby low hill. Ching Chun was cloaked in a gray Taoist robe, the demonic golden lotus technique already coursing through his body. With spiritual concealment spread, he was invisible to ordinary eyes like air itself. If the daughter of the former town chief was truly here, he would lock onto her without hesitation. His eyes fixed unwaveringly on everyone in the clearing. The battlefield grew more chaotic. "Xue Pingji, you fool. Why attack before the immortal arrives?" The Old Town chief cursed silently, his grip shaking on the long sword. Though once a mid-level expert, age and weakness drained his strength. He barely held his ground. After parrying a strike, a heavy kick hit his lower back. "Old man, prepare to die." The attacker roared, swinging down. The town chief rolled aside just in time. The blade bit into the sand where had fallen moments before and shredded his cloth, blood soaking his back. Screams rose one after another. A third-rate martial artist was stabbed from behind, blood gushing while he clung desperately to his attacker's thigh before falling under further blows. Another fighter's calf was severed. He collapsed in the sand screaming until a finishing strike silenced him. The terrified villagers hiding in the grass looked pale and frozen. One idler tried to slip away quietly, but his legs stiffened as if nailed to the spot, mouth open, but no sound coming out. On the hill, Ching Chun crushed several hemp tendon talismans between his fingers. The black-gray powder scattered on the wind, clinging to flesh and binding muscle and bone. Seeing the villagers trapped in place one circle at a time, a faint smile curved his lips. Leaving them alive was only a nuisance, and they would be dealt with soon enough. Fighting raged on in the clearing. The Old Town chief sighed, and the 5 brothers fought with bloodshot eyes, bodies piled atop one another, dark red blood soaking the sand. As the sun dipped west, Only about 30 of the original 100 fighters remained, all wounded, hands trembling on their weapons. Xue Pingzi's steel sword was now dulled and warped. A deep gash on his arm let blood run down to the hilt, but he grasped the sword even tighter. No one dared retreat. This was a death match, and surrender only meant a quicker death. At that moment, the unexpected happened. A dark shadow rose from the hill like a ghost, and in a flash moved into the battle. Immortal Master! Save me, Immortal Master! The old town chief reacted first, scrambling towards the shadow despite the pain in his back, clutching at a lifeline. The remaining 3 brothers, the eldest, second, and fourth, froze in place, faces pale as death. Though they had never seen a cultivator before, the overwhelming pressure radiating from the figure chilled them to the bone, their fierce hatred instantly turning to numbness. The other survivors stopped fighting as well, all staring at the shadow in horror. Qing Chun ignored the old town mayor, his eyes beneath the black robe scanning the chaotic scene. Blood stained the sand in streaks, corpses and severely wounded lay scattered in every direction. A few feigned death, too afraid to make a sound. Xue Pingji, battered and gasping heavily, struggled to stay on his feet. When he caught sight of Qing Chun, a chill ran down his spine. Immediately, he bowed deeply and called out, "Master." Qing Chun raised a hand, flicking a small dark red pill from his fingertips, refined using the ungraded essence blood of a sea beast, specially made to replenish qi and blood. The pill cut through the air and landed steadily at Xue Pingzi's lips. He quickly tilted his head back and swallowed it. In an instant, a faint red glow surfaced on his chest. His breathing grew steadier and stronger, the wounds on his arms began to close, and his eyes snapped back into sharp battle focus. Back when the notice had appeared days ago, Qing Chun had already subdued this stubborn yet loyal disciple by firm means. Facing life and death, Xue Pingji kowtowed with relentless fervor. The half-kneeling old mayor, hearing the words master, felt his head buzz and looked back and forth between Xue and Qing Chun, utterly unable to understand how Xue Pingji could have submitted. A cold voice rang out from beneath the black robe. "Pingji, tie up this old man first. The 5 brothers leave none alive." After speaking, his gaze swept over more than 20 still able-bodied warriors. His voice grew even colder. "As for the rest of you, only 10 will be allowed to live. Only 10 may remain standing." The words hit like a thunderclap. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the survival instinct exploded. A tall, thin warrior's eyes gleamed fiercely. In one swift motion, he stabbed the blade into the abdomen of a comrade who had just been fighting side by side with him. Pulling out the long knife, fresh blood splattered his face and ignited the murderous gleam in everyone's eyes. "Madness!" Someone shouted angrily, but the blade in their hand still slashed at those around them. Allies instantly turned into merciless executioners. The bearded man hesitated, about to speak up, but a sudden slash to his throat knocked him down. He collapsed onto the sand, gasping twice before death claimed him, his eyes wide with unresolved terror. Xue Pingji rose, grabbed his sword, and approached the old mayor. The moment the mayor tried to beg for mercy, Xue Pingji struck him in the back of the head with the hilt, causing him to faint immediately. He tore the broken rope to pieces, and in a few swift motions bound the mayor like a wrapped dumpling, tossing him onto the sand. Turning, he faced the 5 brothers. First, he drove his sword through the leader's chest. The second brother roared in fury and lunged forward, only to have both hands severed. Xue Pingji then decapitated him in one seamless motion. The fourth brother, overwhelmed by fear, turned to flee, but Xue's feet seemed to fly. He caught up quickly and plunged his sword through the man's back, ending his life. Nearby, nearly 30 warriors fought viciously among themselves. Some with broken arms clung tightly to their opponent's calves, biting and clawing. Others feigned death, but once turned over, a blade stabbed deep into their chests. Blood mixed with sand into a choking, pungent slurry. About the time of burning one incense stick, the sound of slaughter abruptly ceased. Only 9 people remained standing, trembling on the beach. One short, stocky man had killed an extra victim. His bloody blade dripped as he panted like a bellows, his eyes wild with frenzy. "Not bad. Very well done." Qing Chen's voice echoed again. He raised his hand and pointed toward the group of terrified villagers frozen in the bushes. "You 9 go kill those onlookers as well. No one is allowed to leak any information. If anyone does, kill them too." The 9 warriors, their eyes bloodthirsty, charged fiercely at the gathered crowd without hesitation. Their sword swings were swift and decisive, leaving no room for doubt. The short, stout man swung his blade so hastily that the edge got stuck in the shoulder blade of an old man. Cursing, he stomped hard on the elder's chest and yanked the blade free with a schlick, blood splattering across his flushed face. A woman clutching her child trembled in terror, unable to make a sound, while the infant's cries pierced the air with heart-wrenching intensity. The tall, thin warrior strode over coldly, a single slash silencing the child's wails instantly. The woman's head rolled onto the sandy ground, eyes wide open. Like a pack of ravenous wolves storming a sheepfold, They struck every neck with deadly precision. In no time, the innocent villagers were slaughtered without mercy. Truly, their movements were fast, and their killing ruthless. Qingqian nodded slightly, his expression unreadable, as if silently approving the gruesome massacre. Scanning the bodies on the ground, he ordered coldly, "Pile the corpses beneath the rocks to the east. Don't let them scatter. Shui Pingji, keep an eye on them." Shui Pingji responded immediately, eyes sharp as he fixed his gaze on the 9 warriors. "Hurry up. Those who dawdle, my sword won't show mercy." The 9 warriors dared not slack off, scrambling to drag the bodies hastily, fearing Shui Pingzi's rebuke. Qingqian paid no attention and walked over to a nearby clearing. From his pocket, he produced several jade bottles. These spirit storage bottles were bought from the sect's outer market, usually used to hold fragments of spiritual objects. Qingqian touched the mouth of one bottle, and faint black mist began to seep from his fingertips. This was the hand gesture to activate the Pantheon demon refining technique. First drawing energy into the body, then wielding the demonic hand to draw fresh blood of fitting bait. He chanted an incantation, and with a soft sound, the surrounding air suddenly cooled. Black mist poured from his fingers, transforming into a dozen or so translucent little hands that drifted toward the pile of corpses beneath the eastern rocks. As the small hands touched the body's surfaces, fine blood veins immediately oozed thin streams of blood, which the hands absorbed and drew upward, gathering into clumps of pale red mist. The mists moved slowly, like crawling serpents, circling Qingqian once before slowly slipping into the jade bottles. Qingqian's eyes glittered with a trace of madness as he stared at the bottle openings. He sensed the unusually intense blood aura in the mist's warrior's blood was dark and rich, while villagers' blood was thin and light, yet mixed. It felt even denser. He pressed harder, accelerating the demonic hand's suction. The number of bloodlines on the bodies multiplied rapidly, the skin beginning to shrivel and contract. "This technique of the master is truly sinister," Shui Pingji murmured, glancing secretly, a faint unease stirring within him. Inside the jade bottles, the blood aura quickly condensed into bright red, crystal-clear droplets that settled at the bottom, glaringly vivid. After an hour passed, the corpses in the pile were shriveled like mummies. Qingqian finally stopped, stuffing the storage bottles heavy with blood droplets into his bag. The warriors dragged the desiccated bodies to the shore and carelessly tossed them into the sea without a second thought. Only then did Qingqian speak. "The 9 of you, return to town with Shui Pingji. Remember, don't cause trouble. Obey everything Shui Pingji orders." Having said that, he approached the 9 warriors and pressed each of their foreheads with his fingertips. At the touch, a cold sensation swiftly pierced their minds, causing their entire bodies to shiver, yet none dared to ask why. This was Qingqian's secret heart-biting forbidden spell, which would cause unbearable headaches and death without the counterspell. A few days ago, he had also planted this spell on Shui Pingji. "Shui Pingji, come here." Qingqian beckoned. Shui Pingji hurried over immediately. Qingqian's gaze was sharp and cold as a blade. He leaned toward Shui Pingji beside him and quietly issued orders. "You, take this old man to his house. Remember, don't silence him this time. Let him shout all he wants. Just make sure he doesn't kill himself. Once there, you can torment and humiliate him however you want, as long as you leave him alive. Also, I've already given his daughter to you. Use this old man to force her out. Once she appears, she's yours for the taking." "Thank you, my lord. He'll handle it perfectly." Shui Pingzi's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement as he grinned viciously. Suddenly, he burst onto the beach, grabbing the old town mayor by the collar, soaked with seawater and mud, lifting him up like a sack of garbage. The old mayor had just woken, blood still wet at the corner of his mouth. The sudden pain made him emit a hoarse, agonized cry, though he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. "You wretched bastard. Have you forgotten who gave you your first meal? Who guided you to learn martial arts?" He gasped weakly. "May you die a wretched death, traitor who betrays his teacher and ancestors." Shui Pingji lowered his eyes and sneered with contempt. "Humph, old man, you still dare mention that? If you hadn't secretly kept it from me and refused to pass the mayor's position to me, would things have come to this? You knew I loved Zuber, yet you wouldn't marry her to me. Everything today is your own doing." With that, he raised a hand and slapped him hard. The sharp crack echoed, and the old man's mouth was filled with a metallic, bloody taste. Dusk settled over the small town, the horizon still stained dark red. Dozens of martial artists escorted Shui Pingji and the old mayor back into town. Along the way, the mayor's agonized screams echoed through the empty streets, but not a single resident dared peek out. At the Chen family estate gate, Shui Pingji kicked open the heavy wooden door, the iron-reinforced corner crashing loudly against the wall. "Get inside." He shoved the old mayor into the yard. With a loud thud, the man's bones hit the bluestone slabs, causing him to convulse in pain. "Tie him to a pillar," Shui Pingji casually commanded. 2 martial artists stepped forward, tightening rough ropes around the old mayor's wrists and ankles until he was firmly bound to the pillar in front of the hall. sitting on the steps, looking down with amusement. Shui Pingji taunted, "Old man, shout all you want. Scream as loud as you can. Let all the neighbors see what happens to an old dog like you." The mayor gasped for breath and struggled to lift his head. In the dim light, Shui Pingzi's face was nothing but cruelty, no trace left of the innocent boy he once was. The mayor's mind drifted back 20 years, to that skinny 10-year-old child fainted from hunger at the Chin estate gate. He had given him a bowl of porridge and personally taught him the first martial arts form. "Zuber, leave quickly, don't come back. Don't try to save me," he suddenly shouted hoarsely into the night. Shui Pingzi's expression darkened instantly. He kicked him hard in the abdomen. "I told you to shout?" The old man's stomach churned violently, almost losing consciousness. Shui grabbed a handful of his graying hair and yanked his head up forcefully. "Call out again, and I'll chop off your fingers, one by one." Tears and blood streamed from the mayor's pain-stricken eyes, but he still cursed quietly. "You'll meet a terrible end. You're all the Samathiel, make you pay sooner or later." "Pay with your life?" Shui Pingji laughed scornfully, glancing around the Chun estate walls. "Now I have my lord's backing. Who dares touch me? Bring out Chin Zuber immediately." Before the words had even finished, he drew a dagger from his waist and flicked it mockingly in front of the old mayor's eyes. "You despicable beast, crueler than a wolf and lower than swine." The old town chief sits bound to the pillar, veins bulging on his neck ready to burst. Thank heavens he wasn't promised to you truly a blessing from the ancestors and fate. "You ungrateful wretch, you deserve to rot in the mud and suffer." Shui Pingzi's eyes suddenly reddened, filled with fierce hatred. He leaned in slowly, the cold tip of his dagger pressing against the old chief's fingertip, tension crackling in the air. "Old man, still defiant in front of me? Call me father, and I might spare your life today, ha ha ha." His laughter twisted and chilling, like a mad monster's. "Or I'll start by chopping off this finger here. Let you taste the pain of exposed bone." The old chief ground his teeth and stiffened his neck like iron, shouting back with unyielding pride, "If you've got the guts, just try. I've lived many decades. I'm not afraid of a wretched beast like you." Even as blood seeped from his injured finger, his spirit refused to break. Hiding in the shadows, Ching Chun watched coldly, his gaze deep and thoughtful. Human nature was nothing if not complicated. A decade of master-disciple loyalty shattered in mere days. When the bond broke, they became enemies, wanting to tear each other apart. Ching Chun understood this cruel world even better now that only reality was power. Without strength, one was but a pawn, controlled and trapped in a fate worse than death. Shui Pingzi's voice cut through the air, cold and harsh. "Looks like no rescue is coming. My patience is running out, master. How about a little game?" A mad smile spread over his face as the blade slid slowly, piercing the chief's flesh. "If I cut off all 10 fingers and toes, and you still don't pass out, they'll let you go today. What do you say? Doesn't that sound fun?" He relished the torment he inflicted on his master, eyes void of mercy for the man who had given him everything. Suddenly, from outside the courtyard wall, faint rustling came from the old locust tree. A figure crept silently along its trunk, Shinjuer, fingernails digging into the bark. She had seen her father tied up, bloodied, her heart tightening in pain. But she didn't act rashly. Instead, she quickly summoned her magic, scanning the surroundings carefully. "Just a bit longer. If Shui Pingji dares to harm my father," she bit her lip, hand moving toward the flying sword at her waist. Though a low-grade magical tool gifted by the Su family heir, she still had backup. The dagger edged closer again, blood now oozing from the chief's fingertip. "Call me father." Shui gritted his teeth, grabbing the old chief's hair violently and slamming his head against the pillar. "Say it once and I'll stop." Dizzy from the blow, the chief spat angrily, "Dream on. I should have thrown you to the fish long ago to stop you from causing trouble now." Shui's crazed grin grew wider as he raised the dagger high. "Fine. Since you insist, I'll start by chopping off your hand. Let's see how long you can keep up the act." Just as the blade was about to fall, a faint blue light flashed across the courtyard wall. Chenjuer could wait no longer. Swiftly forming a hand seal, her flying sword buzzed sharply through the air, striking at Shui Pingzi's back. "You despicable traitor. I swear I will light your sky lantern and curse you never to find peace. Your soul shattered forever." Shui spun around abruptly, eyes wide with terror as if invisible chains gripped him tight. Goosebumps surged down his spine, and his legs wobbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. "My lord, save me." His voice torn and desperate, filled with panic. On the rooftop, Qing Qin remained motionless, a cold observer ever present like a shadow following this deadly confrontation. At that moment, Qing Qin saw Chun Zhuer's power surge as her flying sword sliced through the air. He immediately understood she was only at the second level of qi refinement. Confident in his advantage, the black energy swirling at his fingertips deepened sharply. Fully opening his Brahma aperture, he spat 3 drops of dark red blood. The blood droplets ignited the flying sword with a hiss, instantly turning into 3 wisps of black mist carrying a metallic, bitter scent, tightly ensnaring the sword. Simultaneously, a pitch-black sword light shot out from Qingshan's palm, moving more than twice as fast as Chun Zhuer's flying sword. It cut straight through the night with a chilling whoosh, aiming directly for her lower abdomen's qi. Chun Zhuer, having just seen her sword pierce Xue Pingzi's chest and spray a spray of blood, was about to exhale in relief when a sudden chill ran down her spine. The cold, murderous intent locked onto her spirit. She hurried to recall her sword, but before the blade had fully withdrawn half an inch from Xue Pingzi's chest, the black light had already reached her eyebrows. This is bad. Her face went deathly pale. In a desperate, urgent moment, she summoned her last card. From her embrace, she pulled out a pale pink handkerchief, a low-grade defensive talisman gifted by the young master of the Su family. Pouring her remaining magic fiercely into it, the handkerchief unfurled with a swoosh, expanding in the wind to form a faint white barrier in front of her. Bang! The impact struck like a giant hammer, smashing a city gate. Tiles scattered and fell in the courtyard. The white light on the handkerchief's surface rippled like waves, then in the next instant, a long slash tore through it. The black sword light maintained its momentum, slicing through the defense like a chopstick through tofu, piercing her qi and dantian with a sharp ft. With her foundation utterly shattered, her cultivation collapsed. Chun Zhuer's throat tightened as she stifled a groan, blood flooding from her mouth, staining her clothes crimson. Clutching her abdomen, she staggered and dropped to her knees, feeling her magic seep away like a broken dam, her legs weakening until she nearly collapsed. Her flying sword, now uncontrolled, clattered to the ground, its once brilliant blue spiritual glow rapidly fading. On the rooftop, Qingshan silently landed and didn't even glance at Xue Pingji. The man still had a sword in his chest, coughing up blood and twitching weakly, barely clinging to life. Qingshan had used him to lure out Chun Zhuer and force her into action. His usefulness was now spent. Qingshan bent to pick up her flying sword, slipping it into his sleeve, then casually tore off the storage pouch at her waist and stuffed it into his pocket with satisfaction. Zhuer. Nearby, the old town chief, tied hard to a wooden post, glared fiercely. He charged forward suddenly, the coarse rope cutting into his shoulder, drawing blood. You bastard. I'm coming for you. Qingshan ignored him. With a cold smile, he pressed the tip of his black sword under Chun Zhuer's chin, forcing her to look up. Second level of qi refinement, and you dare to act tough in front of me? The searing pain made Chun Zhuer tremble all over, silent tears slipping down her cheeks. Qingshan straightened and sneered, casting a glance at the old chief. Old man, you've hidden well. Never mentioned you had a daughter practicing cultivation. The town chief clenched his teeth, a mixture of rage and despair flashing in his eyes. Humph. I truly underestimated you. Thought you were only a petty youth in your 20s, but your schemes run deep. You've played us all like puppets in your hand. Foolish of me to think I held your fate, when in truth, you're a lurking venomous snake. Words won't save you now. Aren't you afraid it'll cut out your tongue? Qingshan replied icily, his voice like a shard of ice. If you don't answer my questions properly, I swear you will die painfully, and your daughter will suffer even worse torment right before your eyes. Qingshan ordered his men to drag the father and daughter into a dark, grim torture room inside the old town chief's house. His eyes swept over the dim space, a cold smirk curling his lips. Inwardly, he thought how ironic it was, though the ultimate truth could never be escaped. These people insisted on bringing suffering upon themselves first. Did they really think they were invincible warriors, their bones as tough as steel? This was no place to withstand torment so easily. He believed their fragile frames would shatter like porcelain at the slightest fall. Two henchmen complied, hauling the old town chief forward. The iron wires wrapped around the iron frame had been heated red hot. The moment they pressed his arm onto the burning wire, a sharp sizzling sound pierced the room, as flesh instantly stuck to the scorching metal. The chief emitted a muffled groan, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The wire bit deep into his shoulder, blood slowly dripping down the frame, pooling into a small dark stain on the floor. At the same time, Chun Zhuer was dragged in by two other goons. She staggered as she landed. Her outer skirt had been shredded to tatters by flying swords, leaving only a nearly transparent white silk inner garment, thin enough to reveal the bruises and whip marks across her body. The men roughly tied her wrists to an iron hook suspended above her head. When they pulled the rope taut, she was left hanging. Her feet were clad in pale yellow cloud-walking shoes, but her delicate, fragile frame looked all the more helpless in that cold, unforgiving chamber. Qingshan didn't rush to begin the torture. Instead, he pulled a small jade bottle from his robe and poured out a pale green ointment. Approaching Chun Zhuer, he dabbed some onto his fingertip and gently spread it over her body. As a cultivator, her body could heal quickly, but she simply couldn't withstand this kind of torment. Let me ease your pain a bit first. When it hurts again later, it won't be that bad. The ointment proved effective. After half an hour, the swelling and redness on Chun Zhuer's skin visibly subsided, though the fear in her eyes only deepened. Her suspended body trembled slightly. She dared not meet Qingshan's grim gaze. Silence filled the room again. Qingshan straightened, clapped his hands, and his voice suddenly cut cold. Still no one speaking? One of the henchmen, long waiting for this moment, snapped the iron clamp open with a click and quickly stepped forward, gripping Chen Zhuer's calf. The iron teeth bit deeply into her flesh, forcing a shudder from her. As she barely had time to let out a whimper, another thug cracked a whip wrapped with coarse salt. The whip lashed sharply across her back, emitting a crisp snap. Granules of salt stung the raw wounds, sending tears streaming down her cheeks in instant agony. Slap! Crying out, "Stop! Please stop!" Chen Zhuer's desperate screams echoed hauntingly through the cold torture chamber, tightening the chests of those who heard. Her silk undergarment soon soaked with blood, the fresh whip marks overlapping in vivid, brutal stripes of red. The other henchmen watched with dark, peculiar gleams in their eyes, fixated on Chen Zhuer, as if intending to etch every inch of her skin into memory. The old town chief struggled weakly on the iron frame, his voice trembling. "Stop. If you want to punish someone, punish me." But Qing Shun acted as if he didn't hear, stepping directly toward the chief, his figure leaning slightly forward as his gaze locked onto the man's eyes. "This is your last chance," he said, pointing toward the 7 or 8 henchmen beside him. Their faces mixed greed and cruelty, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on Chen Zhuer. "If you still choose to keep silent, the punishments that follow will be even more interesting. You will remain here, along with these men. As for what they'll do to your daughter, don't expect me to step in to save her." King Chen's cold words stabbed into the old chief's heart like an ice spear. The man showed no strength to resist. His body went limp instantly, his face drained of all color, as if every ounce of vitality had been sucked away. He glanced at the thugs, and then at his daughter, pale and hanging in midair. The flickering torchlight made her toes quiver slightly, the ropes creaking under the strain. The old mayor felt his chest tighten, had hoped that if his daughter managed to break free, the Su family might come to their aid and turn the tide. But King Chen's mind was colder and more ruthless than a serpent's. She had used one of his own disciples to set a trap, forcing his daughter into the open and ultimately delivering her into King Chen's hands. Beneath the torture frame, blood dripped in dark red arcs. The old mayor's eyes burned with agony, his heart twisted as if pierced by knives. He deeply regretted underestimating King Chen and, even more so, the fact he hadn't ended this disaster with his own death. I will tell you." His voice came out as a faint thread as he lowered his head, struggling to look up. "But you have to promise me if I speak, I don't expect to leave alive. I only beg you to spare my daughter's life." Qing Chen stood with his hands behind his back, half hidden in the torchlight shadows. A cold smile curled at his lips. "At a time like this, do you really think you have the right to make demands?" The old mayor's chest heaved as he forced himself to take a deep breath, closing his eyes as if searching through buried memories. 10 years ago, there was an outer disciple from the Ningxuan sect named Deng Zhiping. Outer disciple? Qing Chen raised an eyebrow. "Yes," the old mayor whispered. "He was born with a low-grade spiritual root and couldn't get ahead in the sect. So he went to the sea region to hunt beasts and collect spirit stones. He often stopped at Huangzhou Island and grew familiar with me over time." Deng Zhiping said he only needed to hunt one more rockshell crab to gather enough funds to return to the sect. Qing Chen knew that rockshell crab, a first-rank low-grade spirit beast with a shell as hard as refined iron, excellent for forging low-grade defensive magical tools. Scarce and expensive, it was already approaching middle-rank first level, fiercer than typical specimens. He underestimated that beast. The old mayor's voice turned hoarse. Fighting it Hedon, he ended up battered and bruised, barely escaping back to the island by burning his vital energy. Afraid to alarm the sect cultivators stationed on the island, he asked me for a quiet place to heal, and even taught me some beginner qi refinement techniques, saying I could protect my family by reaching early qi refinement. Qing Chen scoffed coldly. "He wasn't afraid you'd turn on him?" To him, mortals were like ants, the old mayor said bitterly, wiping blood from his lips. "He believed I had no intention to harm him, but he didn't expect me to poison him." His trembling voice revealed a sharp cruelty. "In that quiet room, I burned poison smoke and poured mercury into his wounds. Defenseless Deng Zhiping died sealed inside." In the flickering candlelight, King Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of grudging admiration. This old man was harsher than he had expected. "I took his belongings, but, having no spiritual root, I couldn't open the jade boxes or cultivate his techniques." The old mayor's gaze shifted to Chen Zhuer, his heart convulsed seeing her tear-stained eyes. "Later, by chance, I discovered Zhuer had a low-grade spiritual root just enough to train Deng Zhiping's skills. I hid the relics and let her secretly train, hoping that if she could walk the path of immortals, our Chen family might rise." The old man had finished speaking. This was the secret he had hidden for over 10 years, now laid bare. Chun, the town magistrate, looked pale and worn. His legs knelt stiffly, but his cloudy eyes held a flicker of determination, like a prisoner awaiting his final judgment. He lifted his gaze toward the young cultivator Qing Chun, who sat high above. His voice was hoarse and trembling. "I beg the immortal lord for mercy. Please spare my young daughter's life. I An old fool and ready to die without regret. Qingchen looked down at the mortal clinging to life, his eyes calm, yet not rushing to reply. After a long moment, he asked without any emotion, "You say Deng Xiaoping's cultivation level is at Qi refining stage 3? Yes, Qi refining stage 3. Chen hesitated slightly, afraid to miss any detail. He went out to sea searching for an opportunity to break through. Unfortunately, his fate was unlucky and he could not enjoy the same good fortune as your immortal grace. He gripped his hands tightly, pressing his forehead against the cold floor tiles. My daughter's cultivation was influenced by him. Later, after using some things he left behind, she barely broke into Qi refining stage 2. His voice was filled with guilt. This is all my sinful burden. I am willing to pay with my life. Just beg you for mercy. Qingchen's expression did not change, but in his mind appeared the storage pouch he had just taken from Qinjur. He probed it with his divine sense. In barely a breath, surprise flashed in his pupils. Inside were not only ordinary women's clothes, but over 80 spirit stones, 2 jade slips, several 10th sand mile transmission talismans, 4 or 5 spirit talismans, and 2 bottles of pills. He quickly identified them. The first jade slip, a yellow grade lower rank foundational cultivation method. The second jade slip, a yellow grade upper rank technique. The first pill bottle contained 10 Qi condensing pills for early stage Qi refining cultivators. The second pill bottle only 1 pill, but it caused Qingchen's breath to hitch. A Shaoxin pill. If a Qi refining stage 3 cultivator with complete magical power took this Shaoxin pill, they could likely leap directly into mid-stage Qi refining. It was worth at least 100 spirit stones, extremely precious with no market value, even more valuable than a mid-grade defensive artifact. Qingchen's mind turned quickly. This old man was clearly hiding more than he admitted. He withdrew his divine sense, his eyes suddenly cold, his voice sharp as a blade cutting iron. You said your daughter was influenced by Deng Xiaoping to cultivate. Was Deng Xiaoping killed by you because he wanted to go out to sea to hunt demon beasts to try for mid-stage Qi refining? Yes, yes, your immortal grace. Everything I said is true. I dare not hide anything. Chen's body trembled violently, sweat dripping down his temple. Qingchen raised a hand, pointing at the pale Chenjur nearby. Look at your daughter's expression. Do you really think, as a mere mortal, you understand the cultivation resources she holds? His tone deepened. Her storage pouch contains a pill powerful enough for a stage 3 Qi refining cultivator to jump straight to mid-stage. If Deng Xiaoping had that pill, would he have needed to risk his life going out to sea? At Qingchen's words, Chen's pupils constricted as if struck by thunder. Seeing his daughter's desperate eyes, he collapsed to the ground, lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Qingchen sneered coldly. Foolish wretch, you don't cry until you see the coffin. He looked up and ordered the cultivators outside the door, his voice icy to the extreme. You lot, drag that woman to the cell next door. Do whatever you want with her. Upon hearing Qingchen's words, the few guards were overjoyed. The iron shackles clanged as they hurriedly untied Qinjur's ropes, dragging her like a ragged sack into the nearby cell. No, no, father, save me. Her piercing screams echoed sharply, accompanied by the guards' low, cruel sneers. I'm telling you everything. Please spare her. The old town chief's face turned deathly pale, his chest heaving as if stabbed, desperation spilling from him as he begged. But Qing Chun watched coldly, letting the guards continue their torment as if observing a dying ant's final struggles. He thought to himself, without a little pain, that old bastard won't speak. It's like this. Besides Deng Xiaoping, there's also Su Jincheng, the young master of the Su family on Haichong Island. That elixir definitely came from him. The old town chief finally broke under the pressure, spitting out a secret long buried. Only then did Qing Chun raise his hand and wave. You lot, stop. Bring this woman here. Though reluctant, the guards dare not disobey and reopened the cell to drag Qinjur back under the dim lamp. The girl's inner garment was torn to shreds, dirt and sticky fluids smeared across her face, hair tangled like dead grass. Her vacant eyes filled with terror, her whole body trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. Qing Chen glanced at her once, then fixed his gaze on the old town chief. Old man, if I catch a single lie, I swear your Zhuer will become the most famous courtesan on Huangzhou Island free of charge. If the two of you don't match up, I guarantee you'll be there every time she serves a client, and you won't be able to close your eyes. Want to kill yourself? Impossible. As his voice fell, he waved his hand again, signaling his men to drag Chen Zhuer into another torture chamber. I'm done talking. Just end this now. Chen Xinjiang sighed deeply, his voice hoarse. Over the next half hour, the old town chief spilled every detail. Qing Chen's expression darkened further. After Deng Xiaoping's death, the chief's cache of relics had nowhere to sell until 3 years ago, when Su Jincheng passed through Huangzhou Island. The Su young master immediately recognized Chen Zhuer's inferior 5-element spiritual root, gifted her cultivation methods, spirit stones, and elixirs, and ordered her to secretly monitor the movements of the Ningxian Sex Island cultivators, as well as passing disciples on their trials. Qing Chun recorded the entire confession with his spirit stone, his mind roiling. A small foundation establishment clan daring to spy on a golden core-level sect, like Ningxian? Unless the Su family behind Haichong Island has an even more terrifying backer. Worse still, these secret transmission talismans left no solid proof if the news leaked. The Su family might be safe, but he would be hunted down relentlessly. I'm not about to serve my sect blindly, he thought, a chill running down his spine. A latest-stage chi refinement cultivator like Immortal already made him tread carefully. At a foundation establishment family like the Zus, and he felt his scalp tingle. The secret was nothing short of a death warrant. Afterwards, Qing Chun interrogated Chen Zhuer about the cipher structure. Through repeated questioning, torture, and testing lasting 6 hours, he finally confirmed she hadn't lied. Nor could she possibly have pieced together such a flawless cipher method in such a short time. Chen Zhuer needed to send a 10th Sandmile sound transmission talisman to the Su family on Haichong Island. But the talisman contained only encrypted text, even sound was strictly forbidden. Qing Chun could figure this out with his toes. The talisman would never fly directly to Haichong Island. If a foundation establishment cultivator was foolish enough to do that, they'd have long since died on a mass grave hill. Since Chen Zhuer had already sent an encrypted message before revealing the garrison situation, he just had to use the same encryption format and throw in some meaningless phrases to pass it off. Just as he was planning this, a muffled noise came from deep inside the prison. Qing Chen looked back to see Chief Chun collapsed in a corner, hoarsely shouting, "Give me a release, father, father." The iron bars clanged loudly next door as Chen Zhuer hammered against them like a madwoman, her face pale and her expression numb. Qing Chun frowned. The value of the father and daughter was spent. Having received the spirit stones and pills, he rarely showed mercy. Drawing his sword with a flash of cold light, he quickly ended Chief Chen's suffering, sparing him further torment. As for Chen Zhuer, though her cultivation was destroyed, she still retained years of accumulated spiritual energy and a robust body. With a mindset of freeing her from suffering, Qing Chun used the secret blood refining technique from the Brahma demonic refining skill to transform her into a crimson ceramic bowl of essence blood, granting her a final dignity. After dealing with the father and daughter, he glanced toward the next cell where several guards were still cursing. Qing Chun wasn't inclined to get involved. He stood at the door, flicked his fingers once, and a small fireball shot into the plainclothes guards. Flames surged up, quickly engulfing a few faces, filling the air with the smell of burning flesh. Silence fell inside the room. When the fire died down, only charred ashes remained on the floor. He cast a cold glance, then turned and walked away. Sigh. I really wanted to be a good person, he thought to himself, not saying it aloud, casually touching the tip of his nose. After clearing the survivors, Qing Chen searched Chief Chen's storeroom and found a small wooden boat about 30 feet long. Using the oars to push into the sea wasn't too difficult. The protective formation around Huangzhou Island still emitted a faint white glow, like an inverted bowl clamping down on the island's vitality, locking it in place. Qing Chen knew water escape techniques, but found them too energy draining. With over 90 spirit stones on hand, he preferred to conserve his power. Use the good steel on the sharp edge. About the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the sea color gradually deepened from light blue to dark as the boat gently rocked. After sailing a while longer, a gray shadow appeared where the sky met the water. It was a small island less than 100 feet wide. He casually named it Baizhong Island. After landing, he circled the island to confirm there was no sign of life. He noticed several black lacquered rocks standing silently by the tide. Then he took out a palm-sized bronze formation plate, a maze-like warning formation. The intricate patterns were buried in the damp sand, and he planted 4 bell-bearing formation flags around it. The sea breeze passed silently, and the bells would only ring if a demon beast approached. With the setup complete, he pulled out a jade bottle containing the refined blood and poured about a 20th of it into a white porcelain bowl. Once placed, the scent of blood was carried by the coastal wind, thick and sticky like a coagulated mist. Qing Chen slipped behind one of the rocks, feeling the chill of green moss against his back. His right hand rested on the spirit sword's hilt as his gaze fixed on the white bowl. The preferences of a first-stage early demon beast were unknown, so he was testing with a small dose first. The sound of waves rose and fell. In a moment, the water splashed as a 2-foot-long black-skinned sea crab crawled up the beach. Its shell was quite thick, and its 2 large claws clicked loudly, strong enough to crush rocks. It crawled toward the white porcelain bowl. The moment it stepped into the formation, Qing Chen's spirit sword flashed from its sheath with a sharp swish, a silver gleam slicing through the air. One of the sea crab's large claws dropped with a heavy thud, still twitching. Before the creature could even struggle, the sword tip pierced its shell, splattering dark brown liquid that stained the sandy floor red. Over the next half hour, the creatures that entered one after another were ordinary sea beasts like meter-long sea eels and hard-shelled ink dredgers. Qing Chun grew bored from the repetitive kills, casually piling the corpses within the formation. His gaze shifted back to the porcelain bowl, brow furrowing. Could it be that the essence blood was insufficient? Why was only these small fry being attracted? He pulled out a jade bottle and poured in twice the usual amount of warrior's essence blood. The porcelain bowl immediately filled with a dark crimson liquid. He steadied his breath, growing increasingly alert, afraid of missing any movement. After a short while, the sea surface stirred without wind, waves curling as if disturbed by a massive underwater creature. Ching Chun gripped his sword tightly, staring intently at the churning water. With a sudden splash, a blue light burst through the surface. It was a nearly 3-meter-long blue-scaled fish, its scales dazzling and blinding under the sunlight, tail fin thrashing, sending splashes that rocked the sea. A low-grade first-rank beast, a blue-scaled fish. Though only its heart and waist flesh contained pure spiritual essence, it was enough for Ching Chun, a third-stage chi refiner, to cultivate for 2 months. Before he could think further, the blue-scaled fish dove straight into the maze warning formation. Tiny bells jingled loudly, and a milky white mist surged out, wrapping the creature tightly. The fish thrashed violently, its tail stirring rolling waves of mist, but it could not break through the labyrinthine fog spanning tens of meters. Ching Chun stepped forward quickly, first retrieving the jade bowl to avoid attracting more beasts. Then he summoned his spirit sword. The blade flashed like a green snake, stabbing directly at the fish's side. Clang! The sword tip bounced hard off the scales. The fish winced in pain and swung its tail fiercely, strong gusts hitting Ching Chun's face. He dodged back, seawater spraying onto his clothes. Deciding not to fight Heaton, he maneuvered the spirit sword skillfully, targeting the gaps between scales. Soon, blood flowed from the fish's side, turning the seawater a pale red. Just as the fish grew sluggish, it suddenly halted. A patch beneath its scales swelled with an intense blue glow, as if igniting in flames. Ching Chun's heart tightened. This was the beast's dying wrath. Sure enough, the blue-scaled fish slammed into the formation wall with a thunderous crash. The mist trembled violently, causing the sand-buried formation plates to shake. Ching Chun quickly took out a low-grade spirit stone and embedded it into the plate. The mist thickened instantly. He inhaled deeply and poured all his spiritual power into his sword, which flared sharply. Earlier, he had chipped away several scales over the heart and burned a hole in the fish's armor with a low-grade talisman. Now his blade struck directly at that vulnerable spot. The fish sensed the killing intent, but, drained from the last attack and before new strength could emerge, it couldn't evade in time. The sword light puffed as it pierced through, emerging from the fish's back. Its body stiffened for a moment. The blue glow on its scales faded gradually. Then with a heavy splash it fell into the sea, slowly sinking beneath the waves. Ching Chun let out a sigh of relief, unwilling to delay any longer. The metallic scent of blood from the beast he had just slain still lingered in the air. If anything else showed up now, it would spell big trouble. With a cold flash from his spirit sword, he sliced the corpse into several pieces. Then he pulled out 2 storage pouches, clasped the openings, and tipped them downward. A faint pale light shield enveloped the fragments, and with a soft swish, they were all absorbed inside. Weighing the pouches, he was already certain this was an early first-rank beast. Its flesh could be refined to cultivate chi and blood. Its scales served as fine materials for forging, and it was worth at least 30 spirit stones. For an independent cultivator at chi refinement's 3rd or 4th layer, catching 2 or 3 of these a year would count as impressive. He recalled the old town mayor mentioning Deng Zhiping. That man nearly lost his life over a mere rockshell crab, and eventually was trapped and killed by Mayor Chun inside a secret chamber. Compared to that, King Chun's ease owed entirely to his Fanteon demon refining technique, which processed and condensed the warrior's essence blood as bait. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't even stand a chance living under a beast's claws, let alone catching one. Arrays and talismans were his other sharp weapons. Turning to withdraw the mist trace warning array, Ching Chun held the bronze array disc in hand. 3 pieces of low-grade spirit stones had already been more than half spent. The blue-scaled fish's earlier collision with the array consumed far more energy than expected. Another beast encounter would mean burning through the rest of these stones for sure. He pulled out the array flag, shook off the sand, and slipped it back into a storage pouch. Nearby, a pile of black-shelled sea crabs and eel corpses emitted a strong stench. He frowned and snapped his fingers. A small fire grenade dropped with a hiss, bursting into flames. The shells quickly charred to ash. The warrior blood bait was sufficient. The extra carcasses were only a burden and had to be discarded. Once everything was tidied up, he leaped aboard a small wooden boat. The paddles sliced through the seawater as he set course back toward Huangzhou Island. Arriving back at his cave dwelling, Ching Chun remained cautious and immediately activated all defenses. A milky white light shield sealed the cave securely. Then he emptied the storage pouch containing the blue-scaled fish remains, the cold aura still not dissipated. The corpse was placed into a bronze cauldron, and he formed hand seals invoking the Fanteon blood refining seal. Whispering the incantation under his breath, pale red flames rose from the cauldron's bottom. The fish slowly melted into streams of faint red qi and blood essence. Qing Chun inhaled deeply. The essence circulated through the Fantion aperture, and the qi sea like a furnace's spinning fire, forcefully drawing in spiritual energy from outside. It infused his limbs and bones, quietly transforming his flesh and magical power through the burning flow of light. The long-missed surge of strength tugged a slight smile to his lips. Before, relying solely on absorbing the world's spiritual energy, he barely advanced in a month. Now, refining beast flesh and blood gave him as much progress in a single day as he once gained in several. It took him more than a full month to fully extract the essence from the blue-scaled fish's flesh and blood. Over the next year, he maintained a pattern of going out sea every 2 months, sometimes catching early first-rank ink-scaled sharks, sometimes gathering baskets of red-striped shrimp. His cultivation and gains soared together. By year's end, the spiritual power in his qi sea was almost overflowing, ready to break through at any moment. Yet who would have expected that on the very last expedition of that year, something would go wrong? That day, he set up the formation on Baizhang Island, but only poured 1/10 of his vital essence into the jade vial. Usually, this amount would attract just a single demon beast. But to his surprise, 2 dark shadows surfaced from the sea, and 2 early-stage Tier 1 rockshell crabs crawled ashore one after the other. Their gigantic shells looked like millstones, covered in sharp protrusions, and seawater dripped from the cracks of their armor. Qing Chen's scalp tingled. Hissing, why did they come together? He suddenly remembered Deng Zipingho years ago had been gravely injured, nearly dying while hunting a rockshell crab, burning half his vital essence just to escape back to shore, only to be lured into a trap by Captain Chun in a secret chamber. If he retreated now, the 2 crabs would certainly dismantle the warning Maze Araya crucial last reserve. Before he could finish his thought, the crab on his left barged into the formation area, its massive claw snapping and smashing a formation flag apart with a crack. The pale mist instantly thinned. Qing Chun frantically slapped 3 spirit stones into the formation plate, thickening the fog again. But the crab on the right also stepped in. The 2 circled the array's center, their giant claws smashing madly. The spirit stones in the formation disc rapidly withered before his eyes. We can't just wear it down. He gritted his teeth, gathering his energy, and poured all the vital essence stored in his Brahma aperture into his low-grade magic sword. The blade roared to life, wrapped in red light and silver gleam. He targeted the weaker left crab with a powerful downward slash. The sword's light tore through the night, striking right between the shell plates. Pale green crab blood sprayed out. Capitalizing on this, he threw out 2 Tier 1 low-grade golden sword talismans in quick succession. The sword light flickered, cracks spiderwebbed across the shell. The magic sword stabbed repeatedly. Puk, 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 stirring the crab's brain, and the creature collapsed with a heavy thud. Before he could catch his breath, the remaining crab lunged wildly, touching its companion's corpse with its claw tips, then smeared the ground so hard the earth shook. Worse, the formation's spirit stones dimmed completely. The pale mist instantly dissolved, and Qing Chen's figure was fully exposed. The giant claw came down hard. He raised his sword to block, clang. The blade was knocked back half a foot, blood splitting from his hand's tiger mouth. Wiping the coppery taste from his lips, he growled, "This is it." Placing a hand over his heart, where a few precious drops of his core vital essence lay hidden, essence he had never used since cultivating the Brahma demon refining technique ignited it. Fiery power surged, his meridians thundered as the energy poured fully into the magic sword. The sword's strength surged explosively as he drove it straight into the crabshell crack he had cut open before. She. The sword tip pierced through the shell, the crab's scream abruptly cut off. The giant crab twitched a few times and then went limp dead. Qing Chun breathed heavily, his arms numb and aching, blood dripping from his palm, heart aching faintly. That was a huge loss. The core essence will be tough to replenish. After a quick cleanup of the 2 crab corpses, he abandoned the sea and headed straight back to his cave on Huangzhou Island. Once the defensive array was sealed to its maximum, he emptied the demon beast vital essence he had collected over the past year. Blue-scaled fish, red-striped shrimp, rockshell crabs, all with different hues, the fishy stench overwhelming. Qing Chun activated the Brahma demon refining technique again, the demon beast essence flowing like a rushing river into his body and into his Brahma aperture. Inside the deep cavern, time seemed to stand still. Qing Chun sat cross-legged, surrounded by thick, almost visible spiritual energy that shimmered like a mist or flowing light, tracing the calm outline of his figure in the darkness. After months of grueling cultivation, his Brahma aperture burned hot like a furnace. His blood surged like a river. The essence of heaven and earth gathered like countless streams converging into a sea, waves repeatedly crashing through his meridians. Each impact felt like a hammer smashing into flesh and bone, the tearing pain causing sweat to pour down, but also rapidly refining both his body and magical power. Mortal iron being forged rigorously into steel. At the darkest hour of night, The cicadas outside the cave suddenly fell silent. The long-accumulated spiritual energy roared inside him like a flood-breaking dam, rushing fiercely against every blockage. Qing Chun felt the bottleneck that had bound him for so long beginning to loosen, poised to shatter with one final strike. He didn't reach for his treasured Shaoxian pill being a middle-grade spiritual root cultivator. This barrier was naturally far thinner than those faced by inferior or low-grade spiritual root practitioners. Now's the moment. With a flash of determination, he ignited 3 drops of his essence blood within his Brahma aperture. The molten blood fell into his spiritual furnace, instantly sending the raging spiritual current into a frenzy. A whirlwind erupted within the cave, tearing stones and dust into the air before pulverizing them into powder. In the next breath, a thunderous blast echoed in his sea of consciousness only he could hear if bottleneck shattered. An overwhelming surge of power flooded every limb and sinew. Chi Refinement Stage 4 achieved. With this breakthrough, he officially entered the mid-stage of Chi refinement. The newborn strength expanded inside his body. His bones cracked softly, and his organs were enveloped in a layer of gentle spiritual light. His physical resilience surged, and his magical power grew much denser. Just as joy swelled within him, the second layer of the Brahma demon refining technique's core scripture naturally surfaced in his mind. Along with the scripture, an attached offensive secret skill blood Chi shaping became vividly clear. It could condense his internal chi and blood into visible, tangible forms for attack and defense, with terrifying power. Qing Chun immediately closed his eyes to study it. Following the scripture's guidance, he summoned his fresh magical power, directing the scorching blood chi to his palm. Condense, he commanded in a low voice. A blood-red blade tore through the air, its sharp whistle shattering the silence as it sliced open the cave wall, leaving a cleft several feet deep with smooth edges. His eyes gleamed with sharp light as his hand seals danced swiftly. His blood chi bubbled fiercely, and a blood-colored longsword rapidly formed in his palm, its blade glowing with dark red flowing light, quivering like a living thing. He swung the sword in swift cuts, controlling the blade's momentum with ease. Every strike whipped up a roar of blood chi. Burning more essence blood would instantaneously raise its power. At his current cultivation, this blood chi form could easily contend heat-in with mid-grade magical instruments. Even more remarkably, this technique barely consumed spiritual energy and struck unexpectedly, making it his hidden lethal move. As his realm rose, blood chi shaping's potency would only grow stronger. If he attached this blood chi to actual magical weapons, he could stack effects multiple times, far surpassing crude methods that merely infused weapons with burning blood. After a year of secluded training, he had made great leaps in the Brahma demon refining technique, and the magical seed golden lotus inside him had never been neglected. Now when he looked inward, his spiritual power was rich and thick, radiating faint golden light as it flowed. What surprised him even more was the change in his spirit perception. His sensing range had expanded to 20 zhang, reaching the late Qi refining stage threshold. This meant he could detect killing intent earlier in battle and control magical instruments with greater precision. In the perilous world of cultivation, this could mean the difference between life and death. At the same time, the strength of his spirit finally met the standards for condensing the demonic seed, as described in the Magic Seed Golden Lotus Manual. To condense the demonic seed, one must first sever the soul. This line from the scriptures echoed repeatedly in Qingchun's mind. This step was extremely dangerous. A single misstep could destroy the entire soul. That was why cultivators needed to temper their souls from the very start of the Qi refining stage until they hardened like iron. Qingchun took a deep breath, sank his mind into the sea of consciousness, and unfolded the old meditation mat he had obtained at Beimeng Mountain on Jueshan Island, sitting cross-legged. Inside the sea of consciousness, his soul appeared as a pale white orb of light. Years of tempering had made it unusually solid, its aura gentle, yet pulsating faintly. Qingchun calmed his thoughts and extended a sliver of spiritual sense. Like a surgeon wielding a scalpel, he slowly approached his own soul. With each step forward, instinctual resistance rose like an invisible wall surrounding him. Sweat soaked his garment, but he dared not let his will falter. His spiritual sense finally touched the area painstakingly tempered by secret arts. The target was to cut off a small piece. Qingchun lightly touched it 3 times then withdrew, testing the pain threshold. On the 4th attempt, his mental claw sharpened and slowly clawed the edge of the soul orb. The moment his fingertips pierced the light ball, a red-hot iron needle seemed to pierce the back of his head, and his vision instantly went black. Damn, this hurts worse than getting pinched by a rock crab, he growled, gripping the stone bed's edge so tightly his nails left deep gouges, but he refused to let go. If he stopped now, all his efforts would be ruined, and his soul might be damaged. The mental claw pressed deeper, gripping the pale spirit and clawing out tiny sharp corners. With every bit of progress, his eardrums roared and his chest felt squeezed by an invisible hand. his breathing growing rapid. Then, an indescribable pain engulfed his entire body, far worse than 1,000 cuts, like countless fiery pincers tearing at his soul, ripping it piece by piece. The sea of consciousness shook violently, his vision blackening repeatedly as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Uchingchen let out a stifled groan, his throat tightening as veins bulged wildly on his temple like writhing worms, even the muscles at his hairline twitching uncontrollably. The color drained instantly from his face, leaving it as pale as translucent rice paper. His body stiffened, half kneeling, half sitting, as if all life was about to be sucked out of him at any second. Agonizing pain rent his consciousness apart like shreds, yet he gritted his teeth with fierce resolve, his knuckles whitening as he clenched that thread of soul essence. Not only did he refuse to let go, he tightened his grip, pulling harder and more ruthlessly. Like peeling silk thread by thread, he painstakingly tore that fragment of his soul's origin from the vast sea of spirit. If a mortal feels some relief when flesh is cut with a blunt blade, this torture that struck directly at his soul afforded no such mercy. Time lost all meaning in the midst of the torment, leaving only an endless, tearing agony stretching on without cessation. His soul trembled wildly, his consciousness teetering on the verge of collapse and struggling to survive. But driven by his craving for power and obsession with immortality, Qingchen stubbornly held onto the last shard of clarity in his spiritual core. He knew that if he failed here, all was lost. Only by enduring this soul-ripping ordeal could he complete the first step described in the secret technique of the demonic lotus seed, condensing the demon seed. Once the demon seed was formed, he could further strengthen his soul and then cultivate the Brahma devil refining skill, prying open a narrow crack to higher realms. The secret text promised that upon successfully establishing his foundation, the demon seed would transform into foundation-building demon fire, which would be tremendously powerful in battle and could repeatedly temper his magical energy. After 9 temperings, it would give him an additional 20 chance to break through to golden core realms 2 whole steps closer. Right now, he was only at the mid-stage of chi refinement, insignificant both inside and outside the sect. Such a chance to defy fate was within reach. If he retreated in fear of pain, he would regret it bitterly in his final moments. The cultivation path was all about seizing these narrow windows of opportunity. Once you have the method, you train without hesitation. How long had passed? It could have been moments or several hours. Cold sweat soaked through his clothes, and the damp cloth pressed against his skin sent shivers through him. Finally, when the last tether was forcibly severed, an unprecedented wave of exhaustion flooded him, nearly toppling him over. At the same moment, a faint ghostly glow lit up the center of his soul. See, the soul essence he had isolated, the very foundation for condensing the demon seed. 1 month later, inside the island's protective cave residence, the old meditation cushion was worn white, and Qingchen sat cross-legged. Though his complexion remained as pale as if drained of blood, his gaze was sharper than any cold blade. He closed his eyes and focused inward, his consciousness delving deep into his soul. There, a flicker of ghostly light about the size of a fingernail appeared, wavering between tangible and intangible, slowly revolving like a tiny vortex, the embryonic form of the demon seed. His divine sense gently touched it. The energy that radiated back was warm yet tinged with a subtle chill, stirring an inexplicable tremor deep within him. Though faint, this glimmer contained a portion of his soul's origin and untold potential. This was only the first step of his long journey ahead. From here, he would have to nurture and cultivate the demon seed day and night with the power of his own soul, strengthening it steadily for the trials to come. Each night, it became even more crucial to draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth along with the moonlight's essence, using secret runes for imprinting and ritual refinement to continuously strengthen it. This continued until the demonic seed was fully matured, manifesting the extraordinary phenomenon of the fiery demon lotus. For a cultivator at the chi refinement stage, lightly disturbing one's soul is like demolishing a great wall of protection. A minor disturbance shatters the soul's light and halts the Tao path, while a major one disperses soul and spirit on the spot. Yet this secret technique, called demonic seed golden lotus, surpassed ordinary methods. It subtly tempered the soul even during the chi refinement phase, multiplying its quality and resilience several times over. Although the total soul mass did not increase, it gave him an overwhelming edge against peers. Thanks to this harsh training, Qingchen had the confidence to sever a seed from his soul. Legend says the souls of those at supreme realms can detach from their bodies, roam the void, and survive countless tribulations. At its core, the demonic seed golden lotus draws upon the cultivator's nearly infinite potential as fuel, tempering day and night until an astonishing demonic lotus crystallizes within. But even the most gifted, without top-grade spirit pills to replenish soul power and expert protectors to stabilize the mind, risk near certain death if they recklessly attempt it. Qingchen's initial success owed half to his secret talent, half to the old meditation cushion he casually took from a hidden chamber on Baimang Mountain. When severing his soul, the cushion continuously radiated a cool energy that shielded his soul's core and eased the pain. Afterward, it secretly nourished the wound, rapidly sealing the breach. Without it, there was an 80 chance his soul sea would collapse during the process or leave unrecoverable damage, destroying his foundational path. 3 months later, on the restless gray sea, a lone boat drifted forward. At the bow stood Ching Chun, cheeks flushed, hands behind his back, his calm eyes sharp with focus. His spiritual power was far denser than 3 months before he had fully stabilized mid-stage chi refinement. Though the flesh and spirit blood from 2 rock-armored crabs couldn't support long-term cultivation, it was enough to lock in his realm. After a brief rest on Baizhang Island, he resumed his demon hunting journey. This time, he boldly increased the proportion of warrior spirit blood in his bait, even using Chun Zhuer's essence. As the ratio neared 1/4, the formation finally attracted a first-rank mid-grade demon beast to trespass. Once stable in cultivation, Ching Chun immersed himself in this medium-risk, high-reward demon hunting training. The surrounding seas of Huangzhou Island became his stage for secret cultivation and monster slaying. Years slipped by 3 or 4, it seemed. The sea creatures slain by his hand far exceeded the total killed by ordinary demon hunting teams after months of searching. Initially, he scorned using common sea beasts, but warrior spirit blood was depleted too rapidly and income couldn't keep up. So he began refining even mortal-level sea beasts into basic spirit blood reserves. Later, most early first-rank demon beast corpses were also refined into new bait to lure stronger prey. During these 3 or 4 years, his repeated escapes from near death relied on 3 trump cards. 1. A few precious drops of life-saving spirit blood stored in his Brahma aperture, capable of manifesting a protective form in emergencies. 2. The newly condensed demonic seed prototype, which strangely intimidated low-intelligence demon beasts, causing their souls to tremble. 3. A crude but effective labyrinth warning formation that had saved him breathing rooms several times. However, all his magical tools were low-grade. Chun Zhuer's green steel sword, a first-rank low-grade defensive artifact, and a standard sect-issued flying sword, all mediocre quality. As time passed, fighting demons exhausted his spirit talismans completely. The labyrinth warning formation was destroyed when he fled his ship after pulling in a high-grade first-rank demon beast, leaving only scrap metal. Assessing his assets now, he had just over 10 low-grade spiritual stones left, and the intact green steel sword, the same low-grade flying sword Chinjur once carried. The defensive artifact and sect flying sword he bought long ago had been broken one by one in fierce battles, utterly destroyed. However, the grueling battle over nearly 4 years had brought Ching Chun remarkable rewards. Alone on this resource-poor overseas island, he personally hunted down no fewer than 15 mid-stage rank 1 demonic beasts. Every beast's tendons, fur, claws, and flesh were infused with abundant spiritual energy, making them excellent materials for forging instruments or refining pills. Properly prepared, each could be sold in the market for dozens of low-grade spirit stones. But even more valuable to Ching Chun was the immense vital energy within their blood and flesh combined with the Fan Tian demon refining technique. Each beast's energy could sustain him through an intense 3-month secluded cultivation. Everything he exchanged his life for had ultimately become the most solid stepping stone on his path of cultivation. The 5-year guard duty was about to come to an end in the blink of an eye. On this day, the sound of breaking wind suddenly came from the horizon. A spirit boat engraved with the insignia of the Ningxian sect pierced through the thin mist and hovered outside Huangzhou Island. The boat's door opened, and 2 streaks of escaping light landed on the island disciples sent by the General Affairs Hall for handover. Ching Chun had long been waiting at the shore, his eyes betraying a subtle excitement. Anyone else stranded here for 5 years would surely be eager to return. The 2 disciples looked around, then their eyes settled on Ching Chun, who waited quietly. The younger one, handsome and wearing a jade pendant at his waist, stared at him a few moments before his eyes flashed with surprise. Smiling, he said, "Oh, Brother Ching, didn't expect you to have held out on Huangzhou Island and even broken through to mid-chi refinement. Congratulations, your future is unlimited." Ching Chen's brow twitched slightly as he recognized the man. This was Yu Cheng, the cultivator who had sent him to Huangzhou Island years ago. "Thanks to Senior Brother Yu," he replied evenly, giving away no emotion. "In the future, I will have to get closer to Senior Brother Yu. I hope you won't close yourself off." Yu Cheng's smile faltered, and he hummed quietly without speaking further. The other disciple, clad in dark robes and carrying a calm aura, seemed to be the one officially in charge of the handover. He studied Ching Chen for a moment, then said, "You must be Ching Chen. Guarding the island for 5 years and already at Chi refining stage 4. With solid foundations, you're clearly no newcomer to this realm." Ching Chen cupped his hands and smiled to this senior brother. "You flatter me. It's just some luck and minor gains in cultivation." In truth, his actual level was far beyond the apparent fourth stage of chi refinement. The demon seed golden lotus he carried had a subtle concealment technique that not only masked the faint demonic aura, but also hid most of his true cultivation. In his first year on the island, relying on 2 rock armor crabs and numerous low-grade demonic beasts' flesh and blood, he had managed to reach chi refinement stage 4. Over the following 2+ years, he simultaneously condensed the demon seed and continued hunting beasts, using their vast vital energy to push himself further, successfully breaking through to stage 5. His current magical power was deep and steady, just one step away from the 6th stage. Beyond cultivation, even more astonishing was his soul transformation. As the demon seed's embryonic form solidified day by day, his spiritual awareness grew proportionally. Now, when extended, it could cover a radius of 25 zhang around him, an awareness far beyond that of an ordinary latest-stage chi refinement cultivator. The progress in refining the demonic essence was also very encouraging. Although not yet perfected, it could already be used to assault enemies to some degree. Once unleashed, anyone with a weaker divine consciousness would be shaken into instability within moments, even falling into brief confusion. Even cultivators with comparable divine perception would find it hard to maintain concentration if caught unprepared. In life-or-death battles, every second counts, and this was precisely the surprise he had prepared for certain adversaries. The young man in dark robes Li Fei shook his head slightly after hearing this. This isn't just luck. New disciples breaking into mid-stage chi refinement within 5 years on a desolate place like Huangzhou Island rely on strength and mindset. Brother Qing, you needn't be humble. Your rapid progress even impresses me. You can just call me brotherly if you don't mind. Glancing at the sullen-looking Yu Cheng beside him, his tone grew low. Still, Brother Qing, have you made any enemies in the General Affairs Hall? If you've offended anyone, it would be best to hold back when you return to the sect. The sect has many tongues, and no matter how advanced your cultivation is, you need to exercise caution. Qing Chun frowned briefly but soon relaxed, returning the smile. Thank you for the advice, brotherly. I've focused solely on cultivation and have not deliberately neglected anyone in the hall. Once back at the sect, I will keep a low profile and concentrate on training without causing trouble. Li Feiyu nodded, his eyes showing some approval. Good. The path of cultivation is long. Humility and caution are key. Time is tight, let's set off. Wait, brotherly, Qing Chen suddenly said, I want to take one more person with me on the spirit boat back to the sect. Yu Cheng immediately objected. No, the sect's core area does not allow unknown people on board. Brother Qing, maybe living too long on Huangzhou Island has made you reckless. Li Feiyu's gaze shifted to Su Zixuan, who had been quietly standing behind Qing Chun. The girl was only at the 2nd stage of chi refinement, her aura weak. He frowned, not immediately responding. Qing Chun explained in a low voice, you're misunderstanding. I'm not bringing her into the sect proper, just escorting her to the marketplace on Xian Island's outskirts, to help her find a way to survive. Li Feiyu pondered briefly, then nodded. If it's only to the marketplace, then she may come along. Brotherly, is this appropriate? Brother Imo often reminds me that the General Affairs Hall must verify identities before acting. Yu Cheng persisted. Li Feiyu's cool glance swept over him. Without a word, an unyielding authority silenced Yu Cheng, who turned pale and fell silent. Thank you, brotherly. Qing Chun bowed slightly and followed Li Feiyu with Su Zixuan toward the hovering spirit boat moored by the shore. Yu Cheng glared hatefully at Li Feiyu, then cast a sinister look at Qing Chen's retreating back, but finally boarded the spirit boat without further protest. In truth, very few cultivators stationed on Huangzhou Island dared to put forward requests to escort people back to the sect through the General Affairs Hall. Most Hall disciples showed no respect to such isolated island cultivators without connections or prospects. After all, the cultivation world values strength and backing. The strong control everything, and the weak can only endure silently. If Qing Chun hadn't shown solid mid-stage chi refinement strength, earning Li Feiyu's respect, this matter would never have gone so smoothly. The spirit boat slowly rose, breaking through clouds and mist as it sped toward Xian Island, where the Ningxuan sect was located. Generally speaking, cultivators assigned to a spiritually barren place like Huangzhou Island are usually those with no hope of advancing toward immortality and no standing within their sect. People like that are treated as the lowest of the low, invisible, and disrespected. As a result, they dare not provoke the servants of the General Affairs Hall or make any extra demands. Yet Qing Chun was an exception. Because of this, Li Feiyu regarded him differently and spoke to him with unusual politeness. Qing Chun was determined to take Su Zixuan away, all because of a chance encounter 5 years ago. At that time, while circulating his spiritual power, he inadvertently scanned Su Zixuan's meridians and was surprised to find that she possessed the rare combination of mid-grade wood and fire dual spirit roots. Wood and fire nourish each other, making this an excellent foundation for alchemy or forging. It was a pity that no one on Huangzhou Island cared about such potential. That same day, he handed Su Zixuan a pile of beginner's cultivation manuals he had gathered from the Outer Gate Peak titles like basic talisman diagrams, rough forging instructions, and introduction to herbs, telling her to study them on her own. After several months of observation, Qing Chun couldn't hide his disappointment. Her talent for alchemy, forging, and talisman making was mediocre at best, and her enthusiasm was waning. Just as he was about to give up on her, he noticed an unusual intensity when she studied a few jade slips that recorded basic formation arrays. Simple spirit-gathering patterns, rudimentary protective formations. She would meditate on the patterns for hours, utterly absorbed, as if the rest of the world didn't exist. Over 5 years, using only these rudimentary texts, she had independently surpassed the threshold and faintly stepped into the path of array formation. Entering the world of formation arrays is extremely difficult, mysterious, and intricate, demanding pure heart and sharp insight. Hundreds may study for years without a single person breaking through. Yet those with simple minds and stubborn focus are more likely to catch a glimpse of the way. Su Zixuan fit that description perfectly. This unexpected surprise deepened Qing Chen's hopes for her. Although he did not expect her to become a true formation master anytime soon, the mere possibility made her irreplaceably valuable. This was one of the main reasons he went to such lengths to take her away from Huangzhou Island. To keep things secure, Qing Chen secretly activated the nascent power of his demon seed Golden Lotus and branded a hidden demonic mark deep within Su Zixuan's sea of consciousness. The mark was like a bone-penetrating sting linked to her very soul and life, controlled solely by Qing Chen's will. This was the heart demon seeding mark, only possible after the first stage of the demon seed Golden Lotus had formed. Over the 5 years, Qing Chen also taught Su Zixuan the superior yellow-grade cultivation method Lingmu Shengshi formula from Chun Zhuer's storage bag. A mortal made blessed with a fateful encounter to cultivation naturally felt overwhelming gratitude, viewing Qing Chun as a second father and vowing to repay him with her life. So besides immersing herself wholeheartedly in formations, she also trained diligently. Though Huangzhou Island had only first-rank low-grade spiritual energy, occasional gifts of first-stage early demon beast blood and flesh from Qing Chun were treasured and carefully refined by her. Su Zixuan did not disappoint this generosity. Over the course of 5 years, relying on the spirit-wood vitality technique and these resources, she managed to raise her cultivation to the second level of qi refining right here in this barren land, and her foundation was solid. This resolve and potential made Qing Chun reevaluate Su Zixuan in his heart. With a bit of nurturing, she could become a reliable asset, someone capable of handling many matters he couldn't appear in person for. Qing Chun never considered himself a good man, but he understood this well. Cultivators with decent character were easier to work with and far safer. The spirit ship cut through the mist, racing swiftly. Within a single day, the outline of a vast island appeared on the horizon, its dark green silhouette rising from the sea. The island's mountains stretched continuously, with pavilions and terraces faintly visible, surrounded by rising spiritual light, like a celestial palace descended to the mortal realm. The rich, fragrant spiritual qi washing over them was nothing like the sparse mist on Huangzhou Island. This was the foundational land of the Ningxian sect, Diyuan Island. On the ship's bow deck, Qing Chen stood with hands behind his back, eyes scanning over the rolling sea of clouds, his mind restless. 5 years might be a blink for a high-level cultivator, but for him, it had been a rebirth. Once an outer disciple at the 3rd level of qi refining, he now stood at the peak of the 5th level, on the verge of breaking through to the 6th. With hidden trump cards like Blood Qi Transformation and Demon Seed Golden Lotus, combined with his handy magical weapons, he was strong enough to challenge latest-stage qi refining opponents. Only he truly knew the hardships endured fighting, seizing treasures, refining pills, and cultivating in secret. Junior brother Qing, are you ready? We're about to reach Diyuan Island. Came a voice behind him. It was Li Feiyu, a disciple from the General Affairs Hall, reminding him. Qing Chen pulled himself together, clasped his fists in respect, and replied, all set. Many thanks for your help along the way, Senior Brother Li. The spirit ship smoothly docked at the specialized harbor on the island's edge. The sound of the waves crashing on the shore filled the air, and the dense spiritual qi penetrated their pores, causing a slight tingling sensation. Qing Chun took a deep breath, feeling a refreshing clarity in his mind. Senior Brother Li, they'll take her to the market to settle in first, then head to the General Affairs Hall to report, he said, glancing at the slightly nervous Su Zixuan. Li Feiyu nodded. Go quickly and return swiftly. The General Affairs Hall has business to delegate. Nearby, Yu Cheng sarcastically chimed in. Yeah, Junior Brother Qing, you better be more diligent this time and take on more tasks. Don't slack off like before. Qing Chun didn't even bother raising an eyelid. He gave Li Feiyu a slight nod and strode away with Su Zixuan. He had no interest in wasting words on someone destined to be a future key player. Watching Qing Chen's retreating figure, Yu Cheng's face darkened instantly. Passing through the blue stone walkway of the harbor, they soon reached a shaded path leading to the market district. Qing Chen slowed his pace and quietly warned, "Remember, this is not Huangzhou Island. Diyuan Island is home to both dragons and snakes. Sect rules are strict. Except for the few hundred li surrounding the market district, the rest are sect core areas. Venture without orders. If I'm not around and you cause trouble, I might not be able to protect you." Su Zishuan nodded quickly, lowering her head in submission. "This servant will remember and won't trouble you again, master." "Good." Qing Chun gave a slight nod, then added, "You have a good talent for formation arrays. They'll get you several sets of jade books on formations to study carefully. If you can design practical arrays, they'll reserve a shop for you in the marketplace for you to manage." In the future, when he risked life and limb gathering materials from demon beasts or subduing opponents, he needed a reliable channel to sell goods and gather intelligence. That shop would be his strategic foothold. Moreover, Su Zishuan's life and death were completely controlled by the demonic mark he had placed. This was the fundamental reason he was willing to invest resources and trust her. After all, with just a bit of training, there was a real chance to cultivate a future formation master. Any way you looked at it, this was a bargain. Otherwise, those utterly useless people were ones Qingchen never bothered to glance at twice. "I will devote myself fully to my studies without pause, and will never let you down, young master." Su Zishuan promised respectfully, her expression serious and sincere. As they walked, Qingchen kept a steady pace, explaining the general structure of the Ningxuan sect and the explicit and unspoken rules of Dishuan market. He told her about the sect's outer and inner gates, how outer disciples could move freely in the market, about price fluctuations, the tangled interests of various factions, which stalls were open to bargaining, and which definitely did not allow debts. Su Zishuan listened intently, occasionally nodding, committing every word firmly to memory. At the market entrance, a translucent light barrier about 10 feet high loomed like a city wall, enclosing the bustling street scene. Qingchen showed the jade token that identified him as an outer gate disciple. The guard disciples immediately parted the formation, allowing them through. Then, he handed over 3 low-grade spirit stones and exchanged them for a bronze-colored temporary token imbued with Su Zishuan's aura. For Ningxuan sect disciples, entry was always free. Outsiders, however, faced strict rules. 1. Those below foundation establishment had to register, pay 3 spirit stones, and received a token valid for 1 year only. 2. Foundation establishment stage and above paid no stones, but registered for a 10-year token. 3. Ownership of property or a shop in the market exempted one from these requirements. This system wasn't really about fees. Rumor said those 3 stones barely covered formation engraving materials. The real purpose was to monitor visiting cultivators and maintain market order. Passing through the light screen, the din of the crowd hit them. Rows of shops lined either side, the scents of herbs, blood, and spiritual energy mingling in the air, while cultivators haggled loudly at stalls. The scene resembled that of Jueshan Island City, but was wilder and more unruly. Qingchen casually picked a modest tea house and settled Su Zishuan in an elegant room upstairs to wait. Then he slipped away into a back alley, quickly using disguise techniques to assume the appearance of a plain middle-aged man, his raincoat hood low and sleeves folded neatly. His refinement stage cultivation was obvious, but neither flaunted nor hidden. He proceeded to roam through a dozen main streets, secretly comparing prices for purchasing demon beast materials, which shops accepted single items, which drove hard bargains, which paid promptly. He quickly got a clear picture. Finally, he stopped before a shop called Baijian Pavilion. The storefront was small but framed with sandalwood, iron rivets, and copper nails, exuding a steady sense of authority. Inside, a young clerk quickly approached. Qingchen straightforwardly said he wanted to sell goods, and was invited into the back room. The inner chamber was brightly lit, where a gray-robed elder sat quietly at a desk. His features were long and gaunt, spiritual fluctuations stable and thick, roughly late refinement stage. "Shopkeeper, take a look at these. What can you offer?" Qingchen's voice was hoarse as he untied 2 storage bags at his waist, shaking them lightly to spill their contents onto the floor. Clattering onto the floor came piles of bone armor, claws, poison sacs, and scales, stacked like small hills, their surfaces cold and sharp. Among them were complete shells and sharp teeth from mid-stage first-rank demon beasts. The gray-robed elder's expression, initially indifferent, suddenly brightened as his eyes scanned the materials. Stroking his beard, his hand paused slightly. "Fellow Taoist, you have hunted such a bounty of demon beasts. Remarkable skill. This volume of goods, even I dare not claim to match." His tone carried genuine surprise and admiration. "These weren't all slain by me alone. I was only responsible for bringing them in." Qingchen spoke evenly, casually offering the ready excuse, then poured a full bag of demon beast materials onto the counter. The shopkeeper didn't press for details and nodded with a smile. "Heh, no problem, no problem." He squatted cross-legged and began inspecting each item one by one. First was a completely dark blue venomous stinger. The shopkeeper's fingertips flickered with spiritual light as he probed inside. Then after a moment declared, a primary grade mid-level poisonous leech stinger, intact and still potent. Next, he tapped a cracked piece of shell. The iron turtle's carapace unfortunately badly damaged, so we'll have to discount it. Lastly, he carefully lifted a glowing, translucent gelatinous mass. His expression turned serious. The poison sac of a spirit-light jellyfish. Perfectly preserved, extremely rare indeed. As the materials passed through his hands, he quickly calculated the value. After a while, he rose, dusted himself off, and said, "Friend, I've done the math. A total of 650 lower-grade spirit stones. Is that acceptable?" That was several dozen stones more than the market price Qing Chun had secretly checked beforehand. He inwardly felt pleased, but only nodded slightly. "The price is fair, shopkeeper." "Excellent." The shopkeeper grinned broadly and immediately piled the spirit stones into a small white jade mound, then eagerly asked, "Would you like to purchase anything else? We have plenty of magic instruments." "Actually, yes," Qing Chun replied tactfully. "My companions and I have been through a lot on this trip and want to pick up a few reliable mid-grade or high-grade magic tools. No need to show common items." He didn't mention supreme-grade instruments. They were beyond his current cultivation of peak chi refining stage level. While activating 2 mid-grade tools was already difficult, his cultivation of Fanteon demon refining technique gave him rich magical power and nearing late chi refining spiritual insight, letting him barely handle one high-grade instrument. Supreme-grade tools would only become useful when one reached peak chi refining or early foundation establishment stages. Otherwise, forcing their use would be like stirring a big vat with a toothpick, just extra burden. Haha, you know your stuff. The shopkeeper rolled up his gray-white sleeves and adopted a more serious tone. "I won't embarrass you with lower-grade goods. In recent years, I personally refined a batch of excellent mid-grade and high-grade magic instruments. Take a look." He switched to a more exquisite mid-grade storage pouch at his waist and pulled out several intricately carved jade boxes, arranging them neatly. When opened, faint spiritual light and mist rose, barely revealing sharp edges. "Please look at this first." Inside the first box lay 2 flying swords side by side, one large and one small. The large sword was about 3 feet long, the blade narrow and etched with thunder patterns. The small sword barely over 1 foot, its spiritual light restrained. This is the paired Thunder Shadow swords. The larger mother sword is high grade, the smaller child sword mid grade. When deployed, the child's sword hides within the mother's lightning aura, specializing in piercing protective spiritual shields, making it nearly impossible to defend against. If the caster's magical power is strong enough, releasing both swords simultaneously greatly increases their power. The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as his fingers gently brushed over the pair of flying swords. He spoke in a calm, measured tone. "Please take a look, Daoyu. These mother and child Thunder Shadow swords are mainly forged from century-old thunderwood, infused with secret silver refining techniques. The blades themselves carry a trace of shadow thunder energy, striking opponents as fast as a sudden lightning bolt. Especially this mother sword." He lightly tapped the spine of the 3-foot sword with his finger, and as his fingertip passed, sparks of electricity flickered. When fully unleashed, its sword light can shatter ordinary protective auras with a single touch. In battle, these swords enable swift destruction of enemies. Pausing briefly, he chuckled lowly, flipping the flying swords over in a crisscross manner, and continued, "The best part about this set is its mental energy consumption. Usually, you only wield the child sword, which burdens you like any other mid-grade flying sword. But when activating the mother sword, the child sword moves effortlessly as your shadow, almost without extra mental cost. This blend of real and ethereal means you can launch solo attacks or dual strikes that wreak havoc on your foes." King Chen's eyes brightened as he listened, raising his hand to hover 3 inches above the blade. The moment his fingertips neared, fine arcs of lightning crept along the edge, producing a faint tingling sensation, sharp yet unsettling. He silently nodded to himself, considering both his spiritual strength and his usual combat flow. This mother and child pairing would suit him perfectly. Still, his face remained composed as he nodded slightly, encouraging the shopkeeper to continue. The shopkeeper understood the cue and turned to unveil the second jade box. Inside lay a deep, gray soft armor, its texture like flowing water, cool to the touch, yet incredibly supple. "This is the ink silver soft armor," he explained as he gently shook it out. "Woven from ink silk and secret silver threads, embedded with 7 layers of soft water array patterns. Though classified as mid-grade defense, it's strong enough to thwart flying swords of the same level. Even if struck heat in by a high-grade artifact, unless fully powered, it only chips away a little defense, still keeping you safe." Before he finished speaking, the third jade box was slowly opened. A palm-sized bronze mirror hovered inside, its surface shimmering with a misty glow. The mysterious light mirror, a high-grade defensive artifact, the shopkeeper held it reverently with both hands. Made from century-old mysterious bronze, it can reflect part of spell and artifact attacks, and detect spiritual fluctuations within 10 yards. Any ordinary invisibility or concealment techniques won't hide from it, providing both defense and early warning at once. Next came the unveiling of the fourth jade box, revealing a thunderlight shield with faint electric veins glowing. This thunderlight shield is a standout mid-grade defensive artifact. When energized, it envelopes the wearer in a layer of thunderlight, degrading nearby evil energies. Even against brutal assaults from high-grade weapons, it buys you valuable time. Then from the fifth jade box came a pair of dark teal short boots. The flying swallow boots, still mid-grade but superior in agility, he said. Inscribed with wind control runes along the sides, they make every step as light as the breeze. For short bursts, they surpass others of their level. Since prolonged flying on a flying artifact is difficult during refined chi stage, these boots give you extra reliability whether chasing down foes or making a quick getaway. Finally, the shopkeeper carefully lifted out a jade box, exuding a chilling aura. As he opened the lid, a bone-chilling cold spread instantly, revealing a translucent ice orb about the size of a dragon's eye suspended inside. This is my finest recent creation, a high-grade artifact called the Profound Ice Pearl, he said solemnly. Crafted from superior cold jade and sealed with a frigid polar cold energy. When unleashed in battle, it can summon fierce icy waves to freeze enemies and their artifacts. If surrounded, you can instantly form an ice shield whose defense rivals any top-tier armor. As each artifact was revealed in turn, Qingshan's pulse quickened with growing excitement. These magic artifacts combined offense and defense, covering escape techniques and speed in one package. If he could acquire them all, even when facing a latest-stage chi refinement cultivator, he would be confident enough to hold his ground or even turn the tables. On the shelf, the paired thunder shadow swords crackled with electric light, their blades occasionally gathering a blue lightning glow like thunder. The ink silver soft armor flowed like water, but shimmered with a cold iron luster under the light. The mysterious light mirror's surface was clear, faintly patterned with moving array markings. The thunderlight shield folded into the size of a palm, but could instantly unleash a thunderstorm aura. The flying swallow boots were as light as swallow feathers, their soles marked with shimmering spirit tracks, and the mysterious ice pearl hung suspended at the center of the jade throne, wrapped in pale blue mist so cold it slightly froze the surrounding air. Facing such treasures, Qingshan felt a rush of heat in his chest, a strong desire to possess them all nearly overwhelming his reason. Only a fool would choose. Of course he wanted everything for himself. But when his divine sense swept over the storage pouch at his waist, the mere 600+ spirit stones left seemed woefully insufficient, like a dried-up pond exposing its rocky bottom. You should thank the Ningxuan sect, the Dioxuan guards, that my cultivation isn't higher yet, and that you're still just in the marketplace. He suppressed the greed surging inside and exhaled heavily. Brute force wouldn't work. He had to make the optimal choice within his limited spirit stones. He raised his head, forced a helpless smile, and said, "Shopkeeper, these magic artifacts are all exquisite and have truly captured my heart. But alas, my funds are limited, so I cannot purchase them all. Please give me the honest prices so I can carefully consider." The shopkeeper had handled countless artifacts and quickly saw the young man's tight budget. Stroking his beard with a smile, he said, "Fellow Taoist, no need to force yourself, just buy what you can afford." The paired thunder shadow swords, 280 spirit stones, ink silver soft armor, 120, mysterious light mirror, 300, thunderlight shield, 111, flying swallow boots, 100. As for the mysterious ice pearl, he paused slightly, 350. It's mainly that the materials are rare and the forging difficult. Each number landed like a heavy hammer on Qingshan's heart. He quickly weighed the options. The mysterious light mirror offered many functions but lacked the specialized ease of use of focused artifacts. The mysterious ice pearl's power was formidable, almost a realm-level treasure. Yet with his peak fifth-layer chi refinement power, forcing it would only cause more harm than good, not to mention it was the most expensive. The idea struck like lightning had made his decision. "Forgive me, shopkeeper." He cupped his hands and spoke with firm resolve. "I will take the paired thunder shadow swords, ink silver soft armor, thunderlight shield, and flying swallow boots for now. Picking the essentials at once. Sharp eye you have, fellow Taoist." The shopkeeper promptly brought a wooden box and embroidered pouch, carefully checked each spirit mark, and then expertly tallied the cost. Thunder shadow swords 280, soft armor 120, thunderlight shield 111, flying swallow boots 100. Total 610 spirit stones. He'll round it down to 600 exactly. I just sold some materials for 650, so hey, raise 50 spirit stones back for you. The spirit stones clinked crisply as they slipped into Qingshan's pouch, like jade beads falling onto a tray. He carefully stored the 4 artifacts in his storage bag and felt their weight settle reassuringly in his hands. With this backing, facing that Mo Chioshin again, his chances of victory were undoubtedly higher. As for the mysterious light mirror and the mysterious ice pearl, though temporarily set aside, they remained firmly in his mind. There would be plenty of time ahead. The shopkeeper stroked his beard with a smile, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. You're taking 4 magical items at once, a hefty purchase indeed. I hope you'll come back often to do business. Ching Chun returned the gesture with cupped hands, silently weighing the value of the deal. 4 magical items for 600 spirit stones, equivalent to 15 years of his sect stipend. Thinking of how quickly his funds were drained, he glanced at the old shopkeeper again. This man must have no shortage of spirit stones or enchanted gear. The shopkeeper caught his thoughts and spoke up jovially. You're straightforward, friend. I won't be stingy. Anytime you need something, just come to me, I'll give you the best price. Ching Chen's heart stirred, but he kept his tone polite. With such generosity, how could I not be grateful? I will return often, rest assured you'll be rewarded. The two laughed together, sealing the deal. With the 4 magical items now in his possession, Ching Chen's power grew significantly, though his purse was suddenly much lighter, pain flickering faintly in his chest. Leaving by Duan Pavilion, he led Su Zishuan through bustling market streets. The noisy vendor stalls soon fell behind them. After several blocks, they turned into a quiet alley. Nestled in the gray brick and stone wall was a modest cave dwelling for rent, simple but secluded and serene, embedded low into the mountainside. Ching Chun surveyed the surrounding spiritual energy. It was on par with a mid-level first-tier spirit island, perfectly suited to his current cultivation level. Expressionless, he handed 30 spirit stones to the broker. As his fingers touched the stones, he winced again. This sum could have bought 2 bottles of chi concentrating pills. After receiving his thanks, the broker closed the cave's door, leaving only Ching Chun and Su Zishuan inside. He flipped through a stack of formation manuals and handed them along with a bundle of spirit materials to her, his expression serious. Formation techniques will determine your future. Study diligently, don't neglect them. Prepare yourself well for my purposes. The boy's mind flashed back to the simple, concealed warning formation on Huangzhou Island that had saved his life multiple times. If Su Zishuan could set up more complete formations, he might even dare hunt down latest-stage chi refinement experts. The thought sparked a faint gleam of hope in his eyes. Su Zishuan accepted the items with both hands and bowed deeply. Master, your great kindness will not be forgotten. I vow to study day and night, to live up to your expectations. Ching Chen nodded slightly, suppressing the sting in his chest. He took out 10 more spirit stones, a bottle of pills, and some early-stage 1-grade demon beast materials. Use these for now. Contact me by sound talisman if you need anything. Remember, the path of cultivation is long. Formations must be studied carefully. She accepted everything with solemn gratitude. Master, I will break through the formation realm soon and serve you loyally. Watching the girl's earnest expression, Ching Chen silently evaluated this investment's return. He liked those who bore the demonic mark of loyalty and gratitude. The demonic imprint in the heart not only controlled life and death, but subtly deepened trust. Since the quantity was limited, he had to use it sparingly. Compared to the schemers and tricksters, this kind of servant was much easier to manage. With that thought, he handed Su Zishuan Chen Zhuer's green steel sword and a low-grade storage pouch before turning to leave. Only Su Zishuan stood alone in front of the cave dwelling, gazing long and silently at Ching Chen's departing figure. At the street corner, the bluestone path gleamed faintly in the morning light. Ching Chen couldn't help but glance back, seeing Su Zishuan still standing in place with her lips pressed tightly together. He sighed quietly to himself. At least I spent over 100 spirit stones on this. Inside the General Affairs Hall, a faint scent of sandalwood mingled with the subtle fragrance of ink. This place handled sect chores, task handovers, and the distribution of contribution points. For outer sect disciples, it was the crucial first step to gaining resources and climbing the ranks. The hall was neatly arranged. Towering bookshelves held jade slips and scriptures categorized by type. Several disciples were focused on their desks, their pens tracing words with steady strokes. Ching Chun strode up to the task counter and presented his identity token. Senior brother, outer sect disciple Ching Chun, here to submit the task of guarding Huangzhou Island. The duty disciple didn't even glance up as he took the token for verification. With a quick swipe of his pen across the ledger, he said, Junior brother Ching Chun, the task to guard Huangzhou Island is complete. According to sect rules, you are awarded 100 contribution points. Keep it safe. He then tried to casually toss the token back. Suddenly, faint footsteps approached quietly from afar. A middle-aged cultivator in dark robes appeared from the shadows. He was tall and slender, with a gaunt face and deep-set eyes. His pale complexion flickered by the lamplight as he coughed intermittently. So this is junior brother Ching Chen? His tone was gentle, his pace unhurried. Greetings, Steward Mo. The duty disciple was startled and immediately stood to salute. Everyone else in the hall bowed respectfully as well. Mo Qiuxian waved his hand, signaling them to rise, then turned his gaze to Ching Chun. I heard that not only did you complete your mission on Huangzhou Island, but you also advanced to mid-chi refining stage. That is truly commendable. Before finishing his words, a pill the size of a dragon's eye appeared in his palm, lustrous as jade and exuding pure spiritual energy. As steward of the General Affairs Hall, it's my duty to reward you. This chi-gathering pill is for you, junior brother. I hope you cultivate diligently and bring new honors to the sect. Thank you very much, Steward Mo. I'm deeply honored. Qing Chen bowed with impeccable etiquette. He circulated his spiritual power to cover his palms, then carefully accepted the pill. The moment it landed in his hands, he quickly cast 3 consecutive seals to firmly contain the pill before storing it safely in his item pouch. The smooth fluidity and alertness of his movements spoke volumes about his caution and steadiness. He secretly thought, if I couldn't recognize this person's identity, I might as well have bashed my head against a piece of black iron. Mo Qiuxian smiled faintly, a subtle glint flickering in his eyes. Junior brother Qingchun. Mo Qiuxian cleared his throat lightly, a gentle smile warming his face, his tone as kind and reassuring as a spring breeze. I've recently heard there's some discord between you and junior brother Yuqing. Huangzhou Island's spiritual energy is scarce, and the environment extremely harsh. Most cultivators really don't want to go there. For junior brother Yuqing to impose such a heavy responsibility on you because of this is rash and thoughtless on his part. On his behalf, I apologize and hope you won't take it to heart. Before Qingchen could respond, Mo Qiuxian raised a hand to halt him, his expression suddenly serious as he continued. As disciples of the same sect, we should support one another and face hardships together. You shouldn't hold grudges over such petty matters. It makes you seem narrow-minded. The surrounding disciples listened silently. Sunlight streamed through the main hall's gateway, stretching their shadows long across the floor. Then, unexpectedly, Mo Qiuxian's tone shifted to a softer, self-mocking note. Besides, the Brahma demon refining technique you're practicing was actually the method I once offered to the sect. Embarrassingly, though I obtained it, I never had the courage to practice it myself. Its flaws and incompleteness were just too great. He sighed deeply, regret flickering in his eyes. Pounding his chest with one hand, he assured, Qingchun, I know this technique is difficult to cultivate, requiring a great many demon beasts as resources. If you're interested, you should consider joining the General Affairs Hall. I'd vouch for you. The resources and channels for cultivation there far surpass what ordinary outer disciples can access. Most outer disciples would envy the chance to just serve as low-level assistants there. Qingchen inwardly sneered at this act. The red and white masks at play. Huangzhou Island was clearly a stratagem by Yuqing to offload responsibility, now spun as thoughtlessness. Did they really take him for a naive child? Mo Qiuxian's sudden friendliness smelled of desire. Perhaps my current cultivation and vitality have finally caught his eye. Yet this rogue was only at the 8th chi refinement layer. A flood of thoughts crossed Qingchen's mind, but his face remained calm as he cupped his hands politely. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother Mo. I am at a critical stage in my cultivation and plan to retreat into seclusion to improve. At these words, whispers spread among the onlookers. He really doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. His path to immortality is doomed. Who does he think he is, refusing senior brother Mo's invitation? The noise grew louder. Mo Qiuxian's face darkened instantly. He let out a cold laugh, lips curling in scorn. Heh, junior brother Qingchen truly is a miserly cultivator, disconnected from worldly matters. He paused, gaze sharp as a hook. By the way, I just remembered you brought an unidentified person to Dishuan Island, didn't you? This matter must be investigated before we can settle your contribution points. Disciples from the General Affairs Hall exchanged looks, with some senior members sneering. From the crowd, a sharp-faced disciple sneered sarcastically, Oh? Junior brother Qingchen, bringing someone onto the island requires strict approval. Are you aware of the rules? His words were dripping with hostility. Qingchun remained composed, voice steady. She's my maid, her identity is clear, and she is a native of Huangzhou Island. What is the problem, maid? The disciple who had helped Qingchun with the handover snorted derisively before raising his voice. Humph. Junior brother Qingchun, you do know the sect exercises the strictest scrutiny over outsiders, right? Bringing back an unknown person like this requires thorough investigation to prevent infiltration by those with ill intent. He casually tossed Qingchun's token back at him and coldly declared, Take your token and leave. You'll get your contribution points back when senior brother Mo finishes the verification. Mo Qiuxian looked at Qingchen coldly, as if waiting for him to make a move so he could find an excuse to lash out. Humph. Qingchen's lips curled slightly, his voice low and amused, no longer bothering to be polite. I know the rules well enough. As for the matter of the maid, they'll report to the sect myself. No need for you to worry, senior brother. His gaze swept over the pale golden token on the table. Then he added aloud, As for the contribution points from Yellow Bamboo Island, since they belong to me, they'll have to end up back in my hands. The administration hall was already quiet, but now even the slightest sound could be heard. Qingchun stood with his hands behind his back, his tone calm, but every word sharp as a blade. I'll lend you the contribution points for a few days, senior brother. Use them to properly treat your cough and fever. If your cultivation is so off track, and you're still trying to squeeze contribution points out of your junior brother, it looks like you're really running low on resources. The crowd exchanged glances in surprise. Just as everyone expected Immortal to explode in anger, Ching Chun raised his hand and flicked his sleeve. Two crisp ding-dong sounds landed on the desk. A chi-gathering pill Immortal had just given him, plus one of his own chi-nourishing pills. I return the pill you gave me, Ching Chun said evenly but with clear sharpness. And hey, race a chi-nourishing pill as a token of my goodwill. With that, he turned and strode away, adding sarcastically, if you're sick, you have to get treatment. Turning away, Ching Chin's expression remained calm, but inside he was fuming. Damn it, he really pushed his luck. That extra chi-nourishing pill was worth 2 spirit stones. Not to mention my full 100 contribution points. One day, I'll crush this guy's sinews and skin, tear out his soul, and refine his essence only. Then will I be rid of this hatred burning inside. Behind him, Immortal Xian's face was ashen, cold light flashing from his eyes. His chest heaved with violent coughs that nearly rattled his lungs. He held back his fury. Causing a scene with a junior outer disciple in the sect would cost too much. Besides, Ching Chun was still a legitimate outer disciple, protected by sect law. Everyone around was stunned. They'd never seen an ordinary outer disciple openly defy a disciplinary officer like that. It was a rare sight. Sensing all eyes on him, Immortal Xian's gaze sharpened like a blade sweeping through the crowd, his voice icy. What are you all standing there staring for? Are the sect duties finished? If you're so free, keep working until every last thing is accounted for. With that, he swept his sleeve and left, leaving the administration hall once again silent as a pin drop. Several days later, atop Yinfeng Peak, morning mist swirling, Ching Chin stood outside Li Feiyu's cave dwelling, hands behind his back, waiting calmly. Through subtle inquiries with senior brothers Xie and Yuding, he had learned that Li Feiyu, the one who brought him back to the sect, had close ties with Su Jiuling, the deputy head of the administration hall. Immortal Xian, who had once gained an edge over Li Feiyu in the struggle for authority by offering the sect the Brahma demon refining technique and backing from a foundation-establishing elder, explained why Li had warned him carefully on Yellow Bamboo Island and why Yu Cheng hadn't dared to cross the line before Li. Reflecting on the recent turmoil, Ching Chun had already formed a plan in his mind. The heavy stone door to the cave creaked open. Li Feiyu appeared in a plain white Taoist robe, hands behind his back. His gaze landed on the youth outside the door, slightly surprised. Junior brother Ching, why have you come all this way? Ching Chun stepped forward and bowed respectfully, sincere yet composed. I've come specially to thank senior brother for the care you showed me back then. Had it not been for your leniency, allowing me to bring the maid onto the ship, I might have faced repeated harassment from some troublemakers. Li Feiyu waved his hand lightly, signaling there was no need for thanks. It was nothing more than a small favor, not worth mentioning. Noticing Ching Chun seemed about to say something, he shifted the topic. But I heard you got into a conflict with senior brother Immortal at the General Affairs Hall. What happened exactly? Ching Chun sighed softly and calmly recounted the entire incident, how he was deliberately picked on and had contribution points deducted. His tone was steady, with no exaggeration, just a matter-of-fact recollection. After listening, Li Feiyu furrowed his brows, a trace of coldness flashing through his eyes. I have never liked that Immortal. Back then, a close friend of mine, limited by his spiritual roots, switched to cultivating the Pantheon demon refining technique. But shortly after, Immortal assigned him an extremely dangerous mission, and he ended up dead, destroyed in both body and soul. At these words, Li Feiyu's disdain was obvious. Ching Chin's thoughts quickly turned. He nodded in agreement. To be honest, senior brother, I also think he's troublesome. That Pantheon demon refining technique was probably deliberately leaked by him, hiding deadly perils. I'm already deeply trapped in it. If I forcibly switch cultivation methods now, I fear I'll lose any chance of immortality. His voice grew heavy with helplessness as he finished. Li Feiyu pondered for a moment before slowly asking, since you're already involved, how do you plan to break free? I'm willing to follow senior brother Li's lead. Ching Chen looked up with determined eyes. I will use myself as bait to secretly uncover Immortal's misdeeds, not just for my own sake, but to avenge the injustice done to your fallen friend. Admiration flashed in Li Feiyu's gaze as he nodded slightly. You're a promising disciple. He'll find a way to help you recover your contribution points from Immortal. Focus on your cultivation and investigation. Be extremely careful. Grateful, Ching Chun bowed deeply and whispered, if that happens, Brother Li's kindness will never be forgotten. After wandering for so many years, having you support me today feels like a blessing for 3 lifetimes. Li Feiyu smiled broadly and patted his shoulder. We are of the same sect. Supporting each other is just what we should do. Time means nothing in cultivation. Since returning to Li Feiyu's cave dwelling, Ching Chun secluded himself without stepping out. Nearing a bottleneck, he gradually refined the last few small magical pills and the blood and flesh of demonic beasts stored by Chinjur, burning them one furnace after another. The medicinal power flowed warmly through his meridians, while the essence of the beast flesh was consumed by the demonic golden lotus seed, merging into his magical energy. Day and night passed with uninterrupted spiritual energy. One day, the aura in the quiet room suddenly contracted, and Qing Chen's energy surged violently. His internal power swelled like streams converging into a river, breaking through the barrier she had reached the 6th level of qi refining. His divine sense instantly expanded to 28 zhang, nearing the perceptual limit of cultivators at the 9th level of qi refining. The stone door of his seclusion remained firmly shut. Another 3 years passed as he diligently honed his magic. His cultivation stayed steady on the peak of the 6th qi refining level. His days were spent either studying the mysteries of the demonic golden lotus or practicing his heart methods, until the cave dwelling was filled only with the flow of magical power and the echo of his heartbeat. Suddenly, the protective formation trembled slightly, and a transmission talisman floated lightly through the formation, landing softly in his palm. It was a message from Su Zixuan. The talisman glowed as her restrained joy poured forth. Senior brother, I have finally independently assembled a first-tier lower-grade small gathering spirit array. Though it was just a basic formation, it meant she had truly embarked on the path of array formation. Hearing this, Qing Chen's heart swelled with genuine happiness. His years of support were finally bearing fruit. However, the second transmission talisman that followed immediately after caused his face to darken instantly. Su Zixuan reported anxiously that several of the formation arrays she had crafted, originally intended to be exchanged for cultivation resources, were discovered by Yuqing's informants planted in the market district. For nearly a month, Yuqing's lackeys had been pestering her like flies, knocking on her door at irregular intervals. The market district had its rules. They dared not storm her cave dwelling by force yet. It was clear Yuqing had changed tactics. He had persuaded the broker responsible for renting out cave dwellings to cancel Su Zixuan's lease, forcing both her and her cave to be evicted. Yuqing? A cold light flickered in Qingchen's eyes, and a sudden surge of fury rose in his chest. The opponent was clearly not targeting Su Zixuan herself, but rather aiming at him, the one behind her. Driving Su Zixuan away would inevitably draw Qingchen out. I wanted to give you a few more days to live, but since you've chosen death yourself, don't blame me. Qingchen curled his lips into a cold smile, mentally pinning this grudge on Immortal, the Foundation establishment elder backing Yuqing apparently. The old ancestor could no longer contain himself. In the past 3 years, numerous cultivators had openly and covertly invited Qingchen on treasure hunts and explorations. Even the old acquaintance Ding Buxing from the Seven Nations sect had been dragged into it. Unfortunately, Ding Buxing had not yet broken through to mid-stage qi refining and was now assigned to menial tasks at Xianhua Island's Talisman Workshop. As for Shui Yubing, who possessed a superior spiritual root, she broke through to the 6th layer of qi refining 2 years ago, was accepted as a direct disciple by a Foundation establishment cultivator, and was smoothly promoted to the inner sect. The fate of master and apprentice Xiaoyu and Yu Ting, however, diverged drastically. Xiaoyu made no progress for 8 years, was demoted to menial labor, and 3 years ago was exiled to Xianshur Island to focus on refining artifacts. Yu Ting, though only possessing a medium-grade spiritual root, worked diligently, broke through to mid-stage qi refining to maintain his outer sect status, and even took on a long-term pill refining task at Xianshur Island accompanying his master. Considering the barrenness of this level 2 island, Qingchen knew he could never be so self-sacrificing. With these thoughts, he wasted no more time and headed straight for the mountain peak where the battle hall was located. You want to challenge Yuqing? The disciple on guard at the battle hall sized him up, frowning slightly. Junior brother, your aura, you've only just reached the 5th layer of qi refining? Yuqing is already at the peak of the 5th layer. Are you sure you've thought this through? Qingchen's expression was calm, but his voice rang out decisively. Yuqing has repeatedly harassed me beyond endurance. 3 days from now, at the dueling platform, we will settle life and death and rank our strength. Please relay my challenge to him, senior brother. Seeing his resolve, the guard could only nod. According to sect rules, spiritual talismans and formations are forbidden on the dueling platform. The victor may unconditionally claim one magical artifact from the defeated, with the cost of spiritual stones borne by the loser. The platform will open in 3 days. If there are no objections, I will notify Yuqing immediately. Thank you, senior brother. Qingchen cupped his fists and turned to leave. He knew clearly this challenge was not just to crush Yuqing, but to assert his own might. In this world, the strong command respect. Yielding only invites contempt. If a foe is clearly superior, retreat to survive is wise. But if the enemy is equal or weaker and yet one still cowers, it is self-defeat. Does he really want to be a coward? Now, with senior brother Li Feiyu as his backing, as long as his actions followed sect regulations, no one could reproach him. Only by winning on the dueling platform through sheer strength could he demonstrate his worth and earn respect. If one hides their head every day on the cultivation path, what's the point in calling oneself an immortal? A fierce light flashed in Qingchen's eyes as he strode away decisively. Yu Cheng, Immortal, just you wait. Deep inside his cave dwelling, Qingchen's mind was razor sharp. Each rotation of the Pantheon demon refining technique felt like needles gouging his soul because the Pantheon Meridian's foundation was embedded in his spirit itself. The pain of tearing and reshaping was beyond what ordinary people could endure. If his cultivation suddenly soared, it would be like publicly declaring he possessed secret soul arts or rare treasures, inevitably arousing Immortal suspicion. Originally possessing only a middle-grade spiritual root, Qing Chen's rapid breakthrough to the 5th level of qi refinement was impressive, but not yet frighteningly strong. As for a petty clown like Yu Cheng, any further concessions would only invite scorn from outer sect disciples, forcing him into a corner to be gradually consumed. News of Qing Chen's challenge to Yu Cheng did not stir much commotion within the vast Ningxuan sect after all, neither was a famous figure. But among the outer disciples' narrow world, it sparked quite a bit of chatter. Humph. A newcomer who only broke through to Qi refinement level 5 after 10 years dares to challenge a steward disciple who's cultivated for over 20 years and is nearly at level 6? What a fool. Someone sneered. Exactly. Does he even have a decent number of spirit stones or proper magical weapons? How dare he face off against a steward disciple with a wealthy background? Another chimed in. Some onlookers folded their arms and smirked coldly. Well, we've got nothing better to do. Let's watch the show. Maybe we'll find some amusement. At that moment, Li Feiyu entered Qing Chen's humble cave. The stone walls were rough, the candlelight dim. He furrowed his brows slightly. Junior brother Qing, you've challenged Yu Cheng. Do you feel confident? Qing Chen sat cross-legged, eyes steady. Confidence isn't guaranteed, but this duel must be fought. Otherwise, the obsession in my heart won't fade. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If I can't face this hurdle, how can I talk about vying on the way? I might as well return early to the mundane world and live peacefully as a rich man. Li Feiyu's eyes glimmered with admiration. Well said. Since you have such resolve, how could I stand by? But Yu Cheng is only one step from level 6 qi refinement, well stocked with spirit stones and magical weapons. If you need support, just say the word. Qing Chen's heart brightened, but he feigned hesitation. Senior brother, if you could lend some spirit stones and weapons, my chances would increase greatly. Fine. Li Feiyu swept his robe with generosity. Here are 80 lower-grade spirit stones from my own stash. If you win this battle, you don't have to pay me back. Consider it a gift to celebrate. Give it your all, and put Mo Xian in his place. He's been getting the better of me these years. He casually handed over a jade slip. This has intelligence on Yu Cheng's known magical weapons and cultivation methods. Take a careful look. You embarrassed Mo Xian once in the steward hall. He might secretly give Yu Cheng some hidden tricks. Qing Chun took the spirit stones and jade slip with both hands and showed gratitude. Thank you, senior brother, for your generosity. I will do my utmost and not disappoint you. Yet inwardly he thought, having a powerful backer definitely felt different. 80 spirit stones, about the equivalent of 2 years of free external sect tributes, barely enough to buy a mid-grade offensive magic tool. Several days later, since this duel was between outer disciples, the officials set up the arena halfway up the outer gate peak on a natural terrace. The spot had been flattened into a spacious open area, with a round battle platform in the center paved with special black and blue giant stones. The platform was about 100 zhang in diameter, large enough for 2 qi refineries to move freely. Complex runes were carved along the platform's edge, shimmering with silvery spiritual light that flowed like water, forming a sturdy protective barrier to block splattered magical residue and avoid harming the spectators. On the day of the duel, Qing Chen stepped onto the arena and found the surrounding area packed. A dense throng of outer disciples had completely surrounded the mountainside, far livelier than he expected. Even stranger, a dozen or so makeshift betting tables had been set up nearby. Flags reading "This peak duel" fluttered in the wind, and gambling was in full swing. Qing Chen glanced over the constantly shifting odds posted by the bookmakers. His own odds were shockingly high, while Yu Cheng's were pitifully low. Clearly, most believed this fight was a foregone conclusion. Oh, young disciple, you seem unfamiliar here. Care to place a few bets? A bookmaker called out, clapping his abacus and beckoning him over eagerly. Qing Chan was about to respond when a surprised voice came from beside him. Your disciple Qing? He turned to see Gao Yuliang, the outer disciple who had been on gate duty when he first arrived at the sect. Senior brother Gao, long time no see. Qing Chun greeted with a respectful fist salute. Gao Yuliang laughed heartily. You've got nerves of steel, Qing. The duel's about to start, yet you're still wandering at the betting tables. Well, trying to earn a little extra cash beforehand, Qing Chun said lightly. He pulled out everything he had from his storage pouch, 150 spirit stones, including the ones Li Feiyu had gifted him, and bet it all on himself without hesitation. A flash of dark light stamped his magical mark on the betting slip. Watching Qing Chen's back, Gao Yuliang pondered briefly. Then he turned to the bookmaker. He'll bet 50 spirit stones on Qing Chen's victory. The bookmaker was stunned. Senior brother Gao, you already bet 30 spirit stones on Yu Cheng to win. Why switch to Qing Chen now? Gao Yuliang only smiled without answering and remarked. Some secrets aren't meant to be revealed. Then he folded his hands behind his back and stepped aside to watch quietly. Elsewhere, Qing Chen tucked away his bedding slip. With a swift tiptoe, he lifted lightly like a swallow and landed on the battle platform. Yu Cheng, who had been waiting impatiently, snorted coldly. I thought you'd chicken out and not show up. Half a quarter hour longer, and I wouldn't have waited for you. Qing Chen spoke calmly. Better to arrive timely than early. Yu Cheng, kid, it's the first time I see someone rush toward their own death. Sharp tongue. Yu Cheng's face darkened. Don't kneel later begging for mercy. If you call me grandfather a few times, I might spare your life. Qing Chen smirked. Right back at you. But little brother, your magic is weak. If I don't hold back and injure you badly, don't blame me. Inwardly, he added. And if I accidentally kill you, well, don't blame me then either. As their verbal sparring flew, the official watching the duel stepped onto the stone platform and announced loudly, both parties are present. Keep the duel controlled. No spirit talismans or formation plates allowed. Violators will be stripped of cultivations and expelled. Do you both understand? They replied in unison, and battle intent instantly peaked. Not far away, in a small pavilion reserved for core disciples to watch, framed by lake stones and artificial hills, fragrant spiritual tea wafted gently. Junior brotherly, who do you favor in this duel? Mo Kixian's eyes fixed on the platform, his tone calm but tinged with interest. Li Feiyu sipped tea casually, then set down the jade cup. In terms of cultivation alone, Yu Cheng has the edge, but disciple Qing Chun is dedicated and resilient, might surprise us during the fight. Oh, Mo Qiuxian glanced at Li Feiyu with a half-smile. Looks like you're leaning toward Qing Chun. Watching duels can be dull. How about a little wager? If Yu Cheng wins, you give me a high-grade magic tool. If Qing Chun wins, he'll give you one. What do you say, junior brother? Mo Qiuxian wore a look of absolute confidence as he said to Li Feiyu, today's contest is practically won. It looks like this match will once again end in my favor. Li Feiyu despised his arrogance more than anything. His eyes darkened sharply, refusing to back down. Fine, then let's settle this with a fight. Let's see whose skills are truly superior. Their words clashed, and the disciples in the arena loudly announced the start of the duel. At that moment, a barrier of light suddenly rose, enveloping the entire fighting platform in an impenetrable dome. Qing Chun swept his sleeve, simultaneously summoning the Thunderlight Shield and the child sword of the parent-child Thunder Shadow Sword. Lightning danced and crackled across the shield's surface, while the short sword vibrated with a faint purple lightning aura, its blade radiating a fierce sharpness. Two mid-grade magical weapons. Whispers spread through the crowd. For a disciple only 10 years into training to casually wield instruments worth nearly 100 spirit stones was remarkable indeed. Yu Cheng's face darkened as he snorted coldly. Trivial tricks, yet you dare show off before an expert? With a flick of his right hand, a jet-black hooked blade materialized, inscribed with strange runes radiating an ominous chill. Its glowing hook indicated it was a high-grade weapon. That's Senior Brother Mo's soul-seizing hook. An experienced disciple exclaimed. Li Feiyu's eyes twitched slightly as he turned to Mo Qiuxian with a sneer. Senior Brother Mo's skills run deep. You even gave away a famous weapon. Aren't you worried you won't get it back? Mo Qiuxian chuckled lightly. Likewise, you also brought two fine weapons. But you underestimated Li Fei, who came this thoroughly prepared. It's clear you're determined to win this wager. Dark light suddenly flared on the platform, the soul-seizing hook lunging straight for Qing Chen's forehead. Qing Chun remained calm, abruptly spreading his Thunderlight Shield, lightning weaving tightly to form a solid wall of energy. Clang! The hooked blade smashed against the energy wall, sparks flying as the attack was barely blocked. Seizing the opening, the Thunder Shadow Child Sword struck at Yu Cheng like a venomous snake. Yu Cheng hastily maneuvered the hooked blade to defend, metal clashing repeatedly in the air. In terms of quality, the shield and sword were slightly inferior, but their seamless coordination managed to withstand the ferocious assault of the soul-seizing hook. Yu Cheng's expression grew even darker. With a sweep of his left hand, he conjured a purple gold bell. With his cultivation and spiritual awareness, this was the maximum number of magical weapons he could control simultaneously. The bell rang with a clear, crisp tone that instantly filled the fighting platform. The purple gold bell. It can disrupt one's mind. Murmurs broke out among the audience again. Yu Cheng sneered maliciously. Qing Chun, can you still control two magical weapons simultaneously while under the curse of the purple gold bell? Let's see how long you last. As Yu Cheng poured his spiritual power into the bell, its ringing accelerated sharply. Invisible sound waves surged like tides crashing upon Qing Chun. An ordinary Qi Refinement Stage 5 disciple would have long lost focus. But Qing Chen's soul strength had already reached Qi Refinement Stage 9. Night was little more than a gentle breeze against him. But his thoughts raced like lightning. He deliberately furrowed his brow, pretending to be affected, the color draining from his face, and his movements controlling the magical artifacts growing sluggish. Can't hold on any longer. Yu Cheng caught sight of this and felt a surge of excitement. His true energy surged wildly as he swung the purple gold bells with almost manic force. The clear, crisp ringing exploded like rapid-fire bursts, wave after wave penetrating the eardrums, sending chills down the spine. Junior brother Qing, you think you can withstand my purple gold bells just like that? How naive. His voice was cold and harsh, as if trying to overwhelm his opponent with the sheer pressure of sound. At the center of the stage, Qing Chen's face grew paler by the second. Cold sweat beaded at his temples and dripped down his jaw, as if he was on the verge of losing control over his two magical artifacts. The spectators showed varied expressions. Li Feiyu clenched his fists tightly, knuckles whitening. Hadn't expected Yu Cheng to invest heavily not only in the soul-stealing hook, but also in the purple gold bells, such a rare and devastating artifact. On the other side, Gao Yuliang, who had bet on Qing Chen's victory, sweat beaded on his forehead as he stared intently at the battle, silently cursing, "Senior brother Mo and Yu Cheng have no shame at all, willing to spend so much just to deal with a novice junior brother." Despite the peril, Qing Chen stubbornly maintained his rhythm of attack and defense, refusing to be completely broken by the clanging bells. After prolonged failure to break through, Yu Cheng's frustration grew. His spiritual power surged, but he still couldn't overcome his opponent. Seeing that Qing Chen endured the near self-destructive pain of the Fan Tian demonic refining technique, fear flashed in his eyes. This guy's willpower was terrifyingly strong. In the height of the ringing, Yu Cheng caught a glimpse of Qing Chen's increasingly pale face out of the corner of his eye. Gritting his teeth, he flipped his palm, quietly revealing a deep purple, bat-fang-shaped sharp spike. Mo Kixian's second hidden card, the one-time use magical artifact Bat Hunter's Fong. This item could be triggered with only minimal spiritual awareness. The potent poison sealed inside could instantly incapacitate a mid-stage chi refining cultivator, turning them into easy prey. Though usable only once, its value rivaled that of a mid-grade magical artifact. Initially, Yu Cheng had thought the soul-stealing hook and purple gold bells would be enough to suppress Qing Chen, but his opponent proved stubbornly resilient, forcing him to resort to this last-ditch, life-saving weapon. "To force me to use this treasure, you deserve to die for it," Yu Cheng whispered darkly, veins bulging on his fingers, eyes locked mercilessly on his foe. A murderous light blazed fiercely in Yu Cheng's eyes. The bat-shaped hunting Fong tore through the air, its jet-black winged weapon emitting a piercing shriek. At its tip, venomous fangs glowed faintly with a deadly toxin. The sharp blades sliced through the atmosphere, leaving behind a dark trail as if poised to rip through Qing Chen's protective spiritual aura in the next instant. If this strike landed, even a mid-stage chi refiner would lose skin, let alone a later-stage cultivator. Below the dual platform, Yu Cheng's lips curled into a feral grin, clearly envisioning Qing Chen's meridians shattered, collapsed on the ground, begging for mercy in pitiful defeat. Yet just as the venomous fang's tip appeared, Qing Chen's perpetually shadowed eyes suddenly blazed cold like frostbitten star. She had been vigilant against Yu Cheng's trickery all along, finally forcing out his opponent's last trump card. Humph. With fingers extended as a sword, a drop of crimson blood flared up deep within his soul, rapidly swelling into a 3-foot-long blood sword. Thunderous murmurs accompanied the violent surge as the blood sword hurtled forward. Solid and tangible, wrapped in a swirling aura of blood chi, its edge aimed straight at the bat Fong, arriving with surprising speed to collide heat-in with the poison blade's tip. Boom. Blinding white flames erupted where blood light met the inky poisonous mist, unleashing a shockwave that whipped up a fierce gale, causing the dual platform's protective light screens to ripple in waves. Yu Cheng's smug face instantly stiffened, his pupils constricted fiercely as he growled in disbelief. This can't be. Despite the purple gold bell's spiritual disruption, Qing Chen still dared to take the hit heat-in, unleashing such a potent blood path secret art. Was he not afraid of his soul burning in agony? What chilled Yu Cheng most was this: the shattered blood sword did not dissipate. Instead, its lingering blade energy swirled with blood waves hurtling straight toward his head. In a matter of life and death, Yu Cheng's composure vanished. His form blurred wildly as he panicked, hastily summoning his cyan umbrella to block the strike. The umbrella's surface rippled with azure light, barely withstanding the blood sword's radiance, but the heavy impact still forced him back several yards, his chest heaving violently. Worse yet, the shattered bat Fong emitted a thick, green venomous mist that suddenly reversed. This deadly toxin, originally meant to poison his foe, now backfired on its owner. Piercing pain stabbed into his mind like steel needles, shaking his spiritual awareness. His cultivation energy sputtered and faltered. The controls over the purple gold bell and soul-snatching hook simultaneously faltered. In a flash, a chill gleam sparked in Qing Chen's eyes. His flying swallow boots released a surge of green light as he became a blur darting forward. A thunder shield appeared before his chest, guarding his vital points, while his sword at the back was drawn and Electrofita, blazing lightning streak, stabbed straight at Yu Cheng's abdomen. Yu Cheng shouted in shock and fury, hastily recalling his soul-snatching hook to defend, but his torn mind made his movements half a step too slow. Snap! The hastily raised cyan umbrella dimmed under the combined assault of the blood sword's residual power and the lightning sword. Its light faded, ribs breaking one by one as fragments scattered and fell. Despair twisted Yu Cheng's face, yet he forced his spirit to retreat, screaming hoarsely, "Ah, how dare you! Senior brother Mo will never forgive you." He tried to trade words for a chance at survival. Qing Chen's cold gaze bore down, frost settling in his heart. The blade was at his throat, yet he still dared mouth off? Foolish beyond measure. With a swift motion, he withdrew and then unleashed the sword technique again. Lightning intensified around the sword as a deathly net wove instantly. The thunderbolt sword shattered the air with a roar, blasting through Yu Cheng's chest without hindrance. At the moment the lightning exploded, Yu Cheng's vital energy field was crushed to pieces under the devastating power. He was thrown backward like a torn sack, crashing heavily against the shimmering barrier. Blood spurted wildly as he collapsed unconscious on the ground, unable to rise. The entire crowd was stunned into silence. No one had expected the veteran outer disciple Yu Cheng to be suppressed by Qing Chun with a single move. What had started as a one-sided contest ended here in dramatic fashion. The disciples who had once sneered at Qing Chun now turned pale with shock. In the front row, Li Feiyu applauded and laughed heartily, a glint of joy in his eyes. "Ha, junior brother Qing really is extraordinary. I wasn't wrong about him." Qing Chen's victory over Yu Cheng meant that Li Feiyu had indirectly outshone Mo Cuxiana, feeling more satisfying than obtaining a high-grade magical artifact. On the other side, Mo Cuxian's face was as cold as iron as he stared at Qing Chen's calm breath on stage. A murderous glare burned in his eyes as he coldly snorted, "That was just luck. There's nothing to be proud of." He could hardly accept that his prized warrior, cultivated with great effort, was defeated by a junior disciple with less than 12 years in the sect. Suddenly, an unexpected change. Yu Cheng refused to admit defeat. Qing Chen's gaze sharpened as he formed hand seals and summoned a flying sword. With a flash of cold light, it shot straight for Yu Cheng's head. Since there was a deadly grudge, it was time to settle it completely. "How dare you attack your fellow disciple so viciously?" Mo Qiuxian roared furiously. Ignoring sect rules, a sharp sword light stabbed directly at Qing Chen's back, a clear attempt to kill instantly. Mo Qiuxian, how reckless! Li Feiyu had been prepared. A bronze ancient shield suddenly flew up, blocking the fatal sword light. The collision of high-grade magical artifacts sent spiritual pressures crashing apart. Disciples watching paled at the terrifying power. This battle had escalated far beyond the earlier duel. Mo Qiuxian's cultivation level was still superior. Within moments, his flying sword broke free of the shield's restraint, and he pressed the attack fiercely towards Qing Chen again. "Mo Qiuxian, how dare you break the sect's rules?" Li Feiyu shouted in anger, but it was too late to intervene. On the platform, a chill ran down Qing Chen's spine. Facing life and death, his ruthless fighting spirit erupted. He bit his tongue hard and spilled a drop of blood. The technique of transforming vital energy into form roared to life. The Thunderlight shield and the Mother-Son swords returned to guard him as he adopted a desperate stance. "Well then, come." His eyes flashed with madness. Mo Qiuxian had already broken the rules, and Li Feiyu had blocked most of his attack. If he didn't act now, when would he? Kill! With a fierce shout, Qing Chun and Li Feiyu struck side by side. Their spiritual energies intertwined, forcing Mo Qiuxian to fall back step by step. For a moment, the three were locked in a deadly struggle, evenly matched with lethal intent all around. "Stop! Stop! Everyone stop!" The disciples in the battle hall shouted hoarsely, but none of the three responded. The duel instead intensified, the protective barrier of the arena flickering on the verge of collapse. Just as the spiritual storm was about to tear the entire battle platform apart. "Enough! Stop this at once!" A thunderous roar boomed from above. Following, it was an overwhelming spiritual pressure sweeping across the scene like a violent storm. All high-grade and mid-grade magical artifacts vibrated and fell silent, as if their throats had been grasped by an invisible hand. Fighting inside the sect, what kind of conduct was this? As the surge of spiritual pressure swept over them, a higher-level life force pressed down like a mountain. The disciples in the chi refining stage felt as if a huge rock was crushing their chests, their faces turning pale instantly. The weaker ones' knees buckled, and they collapsed heavily to the ground, cold sweat trickling down their temples. Those who could barely stay standing lifted their eyes toward the sky. In midair, a figure stood silently. Clad in a billowing black robe that didn't stir, the surrounding spiritual light condensed into substance, swirling like a river flowing backward. Unless one possessed an exceedingly rare profound technique, there was only one possibility: a Foundation establishment master hovering above. Chief Miao. Recognizing him, the fighting platform fell into complete silence. All the disciples bowed in unison with trembling voices. Disciple pays respects to Chief Miao. Chief Miao's face was square-jawed, his brows sharp as if carved by axe and knife. Beneath his long eyebrows, a pair of icy, electric eyes swept across the crowd, tightening hearts instantly. His gaze finally settled on the center of the platform. There, the three combatants hastily withdrew their magical weapons and bowed deeply, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. The oppressive aura dropped like a heavy bell crashing to the ground and lasted fully half a quarter hour. Every disciple on and off the platform was drenched in sweat, terrified, as if the next breath might shatter them under that overwhelming might. At last, Chief Meow spoke, his voice rolling like distant thunder. Why is there such chaos on the fighting platform? You dare to defy sect rules, turning against fellow disciples. Your audacity is appalling. Such arrogance is beyond measure. As his words fell, the air grew even more stagnant. Mo Qiuxian stepped forward quickly, clasping his fists and kneeling, his voice urgent and loud. Disciple greets Chief Miao. Qing Chun mercilessly wounded junior brother Yu Cheng so badly, he collapsed unconscious, his life hanging in the balance. Even worse, Qing Chen refuses to stop, attempting once more with a flying sword to take Yu Cheng's life. Yu Cheng is a close friend and sworn brother to Disciple, and in fury, Disciple intervened to save him. Yet Qing Chun joined forces with Li Feiyu, conspiring to kill Disciple. We beg Chief Miao to judge impartially. Mo Qiuxian's every word dripped with hatred, tears mingling with anger in his eyes. Before he finished, Qing Chun stepped forward, bowing with hands folded, and refuted loudly. Chief Miao, may I explain? Disciple and Yu Cheng had agreed to a unknown fair fight. When it reached a critical moment, Yu Cheng did not concede, but instead used a one-time explosive artifact to attempt a sneak attack. Fearing an ambush, Disciple probed with the flying sword to defend against further treachery. Unexpectedly, Mo Qiuxian suddenly launched a hidden attack from below, clearly aiming for Disciple's life. Senior brother Li's intervention was merely to assist me upon seeing this. This is the truth. There is not a word of falsehood. At this, Qing Chen glanced up at Chief Miao with calm confidence. He knew well that Miao Long, deputy head of the Battle Hall and Midstage Foundation establishment master, was known for his integrity and detested deceit. As long as he spoke truthfully and without fear, he would likely receive a fair judgment. Even the use of the flying sword to prevent harm was caution, not malicious cruelty. Beneath the sect's watchful eyes, there was no need for deception. Miao Long's gaze swept over the unconscious Yu Cheng, then carefully examined the lingering traces of spiritual energy and broken magical artifacts on the dueling platform. His mind already formed a judgment. The shattered fragments of the purple gold bell lay quietly on the ground. Scorched sword marks slanted across the stone slab, and wisps of poisonous mist still clung to the air, mingling with the scent of blood and burnt flesh. Drawing back his eyes, he turned to the standing disciples guarding the battle hall, his voice low and sharp. Tell me, what exactly happened here? The disciple straightened instantly under that gaze, his spine stiffening. He dared neither exaggerate nor conceal the truth. Everyone knew that Hall Master Miao abhorred intrigue and deception, detesting any equivocation. If he sensed evasion now, the consequences would be far worse. Taking a deep breath, the disciple reported carefully, word by word. Reporting to the Hall Master, the conflict began with a dual challenge arranged between Qing Chen and Yu Cheng. At the start, Yu Cheng used the purple gold bell to disrupt senior brother Qing's spirit, then tried to end the fight swiftly with a single-use poison weapon. Senior brother Qing countered fiercely, forcing a breakthrough with the blood chi technique from the Fanteon refining demonic art. He then closed in for close combat, severely wounding Yu Cheng into unconsciousness. Qing then unleashed a sword formation aiming to finish Yu Cheng with a single strike. At that moment, senior brother Mo Qiu angrily rebuked Qing for his ruthlessness and launched a flying sword toward him. Seeing the situation worsen, Mo intervened, blocking the attack. A stalemate ensued, and senior brother Li also joined the fray. Surrounded, Qing summoned his own magical artifacts to counterattack Mo and the others. Chaos erupted, resulting in the scene before us. Hall Master Miao listened silently. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he lightly flicked his sleeve. The gust from his movement swept away the scattered dust, lingering spiritual energy, and poisonous mist in an instant. He understood that internal sect conflicts were inevitable, but he also knew that fratricide within the sect was a grave crime. Today's fight had long passed the boundary of a mere trial by combat. Humph! His deep voice roared, the pressure of his spirit breaking the air as the disciples felt their eardrums tremble. Miao Long's stern voice cut through the silence. Our sect forbids killing among brethren. We are meant to watch over each other and strive for immortality. Yet you let petty anger blind you and reject our sect's core principles. You have completely lost your way. His sleeve billowed, and his gaze sharpened like a blade as he swept across the three in the ring. First, it landed on Qing Chen, whose robe was stained with blood. Qing Chen, though provoked, you took full advantage of the duel and still struck to kill, violating the sect's rules. Your 5-year cultivation reprieve is revoked. You will immediately undertake the next 5-year external disciple mission. Let this be a warning. His eyes shifted to Mo Qiuxian, whose flying sword still hovered midair, gleaming coldly. Miao said harshly, Emotio Xian, you claim righteous anger but trespassed into others' duel. The sect has rules private matters must not undermine public order. Your 5-year internal disciple allowance is hereby revoked. Finally, his sharp gaze fixed on the pale-faced Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu, rather than ending the conflict, you seized the opportunity to vent personal grievances and meddled in the fight. You are equally culpable. Your 1-year internal disciple allowance is revoked. With the verdict pronounced, the dueling platform fell deathly silent. Miao Long swept his sleeve once more, a chill wind rolling through the hall, pressing down on everyone so none dared raise their heads. This dueling platform belongs to our battle hall. The authority to oversee and punish rests solely with us. If anyone dares fight privately within the sect again, they will be severely punished. Let this be a warning you cannot claim you never heard. With that, Miao Long, the hall master, flickered and vanished into the air like a wisp of smoke. The lingering spiritual pressure on the training ground felt like an invisible giant hand pressing down, making every disciple's heart pound in their throats, afraid to move even slightly. Qing Chen stood calmly on the platform, focusing intently. The sect strictly punished internal conflicts, yet Miao Long hadn't uttered a single word about Yu Cheng's severe injuries and unconscious state. Such cold indifference was extremely rare. Clearly, Yu Cheng's use of a one-time poisonous artifact during the duel had deeply angered this upright and stern deputy hall master of the combat hall. More importantly, Miao Long did not declare the duel invalid, meaning Qing Chun could still pick his loot according to the rules, and Yu Cheng would still bear the high cost of opening the dueling platform. His mind racing, Qing Chun immediately cupped his hands and loudly addressed the disciple on duty in the combat hall. According to the rules, am I allowed to choose one artifact as my spoil now? You vicious brat. Mo Kixian's face darkened instantly. He stepped forward a few paces and snapped back. You severely injure junior brother you and shamelessly demand an artifact? How unfilial of you. His tone was sharp, as he had already guessed what Qing Chen intended to take the soul-stealing hook. This very item was Mo Kixian's prized treasure. When he was mid-stage in chi refining, he had slain countless enemies with it, achieving great renown. Though officially classified as a middle-grade artifact, it was painstakingly crafted by a master artificer specifically for his beloved son. The entire hook was forged from top-tier primary materials, its power nearly rivaling high-grade artifacts, yet it required only a middle-grade level of spiritual control. Rare on the market, its value exceeded 250 spirit stones. It was truly a gem to be coveted, but seldom found. A hint of mischief flashed in Qing Chen's eyes, a smirk tugging at his lips. Oh, senior brother Mo, why are you so eager? The soul-stealing hook is not your personal property, it's the duel's wager. If I take my rightful spoil, how does it concern you? There's no need to throw a tantrum as if I were chasing your Dao companion. Such poor manners. The disciple on duty quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Senior brother Mo, since Master Miao did not declare the duel invalid, by combat hall rules, junior brother Qing Chen does have the right to choose an artifact. Heard that? Qing Chen leisurely raised his hand and fixed his gaze on the gleaming hook inside the wooden box. I've decided. They'll take the soul-stealing hook. He exactly. Take the soul-stealing hook. Li Feiyu laughed heartily, clapping his hands. Junior brother Qing, you must take good care of that treasure. Don't be like some people who squander such things. Though he was sentenced to a year of service within the sect, Li Feiyu had earned a small profit from the bet. Seeing Mo Qiuxian suffer a 5-year salary cut, lose a high-grade artifact, the soul-stealing hook, and the one-time use bat venom fong, his heart swelled with satisfaction. Mo Kixian's face darkened to near black. 5 years of sect salary lost amounted to 300 or 400 spirit stones, plus the high-grade artifact, soul-stealing hook, and the one-time bat fong venom. His losses exceeded 1,000 spirit stones, a devastating blow. His glare bore into Qing Chun with murderous intent so fierce it seemed almost tangible, as if he wished to tear him to pieces. TSK. This time that guy really brought misfortune upon himself, Li Feiyu remarked with gleeful schadenfreude. His mood was downright buoyant, a smug smile fixed on his lips. Qing Chun watched Mo Kixian's face, burning with furious helplessness, and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Since the first day he set foot in the Ningxuan sect, Mo Kixian's shadow had weighed on him like a crushing boulder, suffocating him every day. Now, he could finally stand tall and breathe deeply. What's more, the soul-seizing hook was safely in his hands, and the 300 spirit stones won from the gamble were hot in his pocket enough to support him as an outer disciple for over a decade. Originally, he had been dirt poor after spending 4 years in seclusion refining his magic tools, but now his wallet had suddenly bulged. Mo Qiuxian and Yu Qing truly were timely rain, rescuing him in his desperate hour. Senior brother Mo, don't keep staring at junior brother like that, Qing Chen teased, dragging out his tone with a smile at the corner of his eyes. Junior brother isn't interested in you. Why not go check on your best buddy and sworn brother? If you don't save him soon, he might really die. Before the words had even finished, Imo Kixian's chest convulsed violently. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood tinged with a metallic taste. His face turned ashen, nearly dripping water. He glared down at the unconscious Yu Cheng lying on the ground, then swept his sleeve dismissively and turned away, without sparing even a moment for his brother-in-law death. In his eyes, a crippled disciple was only a burden, and had cost him such a huge gamble. Were there not so many watching, he would have gladly smelted Yu Cheng on the spot into a blood pellet to make up for the loss. This defeat had pushed him even further from the foundational pill he had dreamed of, almost igniting every shred of his reason into flames. Mo Qiuxian had spent his whole life willing to abandon blood brothers, forsake sworn friends, and trample over love interests and sect interests alike because he harbored a single ultimate goal above all else: to become an immortal. What did a low-grade spiritual root matter? Mo Qiuxian was determined to defy fate and walk the immortal path. To this end, he schemed endlessly, employing every trick both covert and overt. He personally killed his own brother just to grab the Ningxuan sect's entrance token. He used the woman who loved him deeply as bait to trade for rare spiritual items like the Shaoxin pill, leaping into the middle qi refining stage. He betrayed a fellow disciple to silence him and monopolized all spoils from the absolute Immortal Island's secret realm, including the profound Pantheon demon refining technique. He donated some cultivation techniques to the sect in exchange for vast resources and top-tier secret arts, finally reaching the late qi refining stage and becoming an inner disciple. Now his sights were set on Qingchun, who cultivated the Pantheon demon refining technique to the 5th qi refining layer and possessed a perfect furnace body with an overwhelmingly vigorous qi and blood far surpassing ordinary peers. Compared to previous mediocre disciples who had only reached the 3rd qi refining layer, Qingchun was a godsend blood bag. By borrowing the devouring method from the absolute Immortal Island's secret technique, he could absorb Qingchun's massive qi and blood into himself, enabling him to refine even greater true blood of the Pantheon demon refining technique within and cultivate another unprecedented forbidden technique. Hatred, hatred, hatred. He loathed the injustice of the world, despised his innate low-grade spiritual root, resented the likes of Li Feiyu, who easily gained resources through background, and hated Qingchun most of all, who should have been his cultivation material, yet repeatedly foiled his grand plans. Fierce resentment churned within his chest like a raging storm. If Qingchun could refine his essence and blood, harnessing the profound art of the qi and blood core technique, Mo Qiuxian was certain he could break through to the 9th level of qi refinement in one go. Then, like a snowball rolling downhill, he would steadily accumulate magical power until reaching the peak of qi refinement. By that time, wielding the status of an inner sect disciple and the authority of an official in the General Affairs Hall, along with the network of contacts he had quietly built over the years, obtaining a Foundation Establishment pill worth 3,000 contribution points would be a simple matter. The Foundation Establishment pill, an extremely rare elixir valued at no less than 10,000 spirit stones on the outside world, with no fixed market price. It greatly aids the magical power stage of the 3 Foundation Establishment phases and provides significant benefit to the physical body phase. Even if one fails, it reliably protects the cultivator's meridians and qi. Combining that with the advanced secret technique, Ice Heart formula, he could exchange for contribution points to guard against the most dangerous stage of spirit consciousness. He estimated at least a 30% chance of successfully laying the foundation. For cultivators, whose path was fraught with near-death perils, this was a rare glimmer of hope. Once in Foundation Establishment, he could leverage the vast resources of the Ningxuan sect to push through to the late Foundation Establishment stage, extend lifespan by 4 cycles of 60 years, and even glimpse the opportunity of nascent core formation. But the plan was ruthlessly shattered at the start. Qingchun was far from broken or dead, and Mo Qiuxian ended up losing a huge amount of spirit stones, pushing his ambitions even further out of reach. Raging with hatred, he nearly ground his teeth to shards. Had he not feared damage to his soul, why else would he have hesitated to use the Brahma demon refining technique? Although it could rapidly temper the body, it burned the soul as a price. The Brahma meridians would shear the flesh day and night, causing mild cases of mental derangement or even severe cases of soul withering. Attempting the spirit consciousness stage with such a damaged body would be a death sentence, literally 9 deaths without a single survival. Even though that technique came with a secret Foundation Establishment art, it focused solely on physical strengthening, a clear case of the weakest barrel plank, a lesson he understood better than anyone. Qingchun. Mo Kixian's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze icy and severe. On this 5-year mission, you'd better come back alive. Senior brother will pull every string and arrange a good place for you. After speaking, he turned sharply away, his robes billowing as a cold aura pressed down on everyone nearby, chilling them to the bone. Standing by the battle platform, Qingchun's expression darkened, the threat still ringing in his ears. But Li Feiyu laughed and slapped his shoulder with disdain. Heh, junior brother Qing, Don't let that guy scare you. Since when did the General Affairs Hall belong solely to Mo Chioshin? He's just an official, but talks like he's already the hall master. He then gestured toward the mountain gate not far off. Come on, senior brother will take you to see my uncle soon. With him stepping in, you're guaranteed safe and sound. Surpassing Mo Chioshin, Li Feiyu felt the weight of years' frustration melt away, a clear joy shining on his face. That uncle was none other than Su Jiuling, deputy head of the General Affairs Hall, a figure of tremendous authority and cunning within the sect, whose cultivation had advanced into the mid-foundation establishment stage. Back then, when Su Jiuling and Li Feiyu's father were both at the peak of qi refinement, they had explored dangerous places together. Su Jiuling had fallen into desperate straits, only to be dragged out by Li's father at the cost of his own path, who soon after passed away. Since then, Su Jiuling had held deep loyalty to the Li family and now spared no effort to protect Li Feiyu. Their bond, forged in life and death trials, made Su Jiuling regard Li Feiyu as his own brother and take good care of him. Upon hearing this, Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. If he could win the favor of this deputy hall master, his standing within the sect would surely improve tremendously. He solemnly cupped his hands. Thank you, senior brotherly. Should deputy hall master Su kindly regard me, Qingshan will be deeply grateful and repay this kindness in the future. We're family, no need for such formalities. Li Feiyu laughed heartily and grabbed him by the shoulder. Come on, they'll take you to see my uncle now and have him arrange a solid position for you. As they spoke, they left the dueling platform, stepping onto their light blades and soaring straight toward the administrative peak. Dishuan Island was vast, almost entirely governed by the Ningxuan sect. Aside from the main peak rich with spiritual energy and guarded by the sect leader and several Golden Core elders, various peaks were divided among different halls, all brimming with comparable spiritual resources. Sect rules allowed foundation establishment cultivators and true disciple apprentices to choose their own abodes, whether secluded mountain valleys, hall compounds, or even the foot of the main peak. Su Jiuling's abode lay on the administrative peak, deliberately situated deep in a mistreathed, birdsong-filled hidden valley. At the same time, Mo Chio's light blade tore across the sky, his face dark enough to drip water. The hatred boiling in his chest burned, like poison searing his insides. Qingshan, just you wait. He snarled bitterly in his heart. This 5-year mission, they'll make sure you beg for life, but get none, beg for death, and be denied. He'll refine you into a blood pill, drain your soul and spirit, so you can never be reborn. Without any delay, he plunged toward the administrative hall to marshal every connection and set a fatal snare for Qingshan in the upcoming mission assignments. Elsewhere, by the side of the administrative peak, a grand cave dwelling was carved into the mountain, hidden in thin mist. Flying eaves and jade railings gleamed coldly, spiritual energy swirling between the stone steps like colorful clouds, a stark contrast to the crude huts of outer disciples. Li Feiyu landed at the entrance, raised his hand to produce a transmission talisman, and whispered a message before flicking his fingers to activate the barrier. Within moments, a Qi refinement disciple in the hall's blue-gray robes came running out. Seeing Li Feiyu, he immediately dropped his usual arrogance toward ordinary disciples and smiled with a bow. Senior brotherly, Deputy Hall Master Su invites you inside. Good. Li Feiyu's face brightened as he called back. Junior brother Qing, come with me to see my uncle. The disciple braced himself and stepped sideways, just blocking Qingshan's way, sweat beading on his temple. Senior brotherly, you may enter, but Deputy Hall Master only instructed to invite you alone, not this junior brother. Li Feiyu's face darkened further. What? You dare stop me? No, I don't dare. You are welcome inside, senior brother. It's just that the Hall Master gave no orders about this one. Please understand. Suppressing his anger, Li Feiyu glanced awkwardly at Qingshan. Junior brother Qing, I probably didn't make myself clear. Wait here, I'll explain to my uncle. With that, he shot the gatekeeper a fierce glare and hurried inside. Qingshan stood calmly on the stone steps, but a bad feeling quietly stirred within. The mountain breeze rustled the grass and clouds as half an hour passed before the cave's stone door slowly opened. Li Feiyu walked out with his head lowered, looking rather embarrassed. Junior brother Qing, I'm sorry my uncle's mood is off today. He only saw me and refused to meet outsiders. Judging by his expression, Qingshan's heart went cold. It likely wasn't Su Jiuling's mood that was the problem, simply didn't want to get involved. Inside the cave residence, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. The luminous pearl embedded in the cliff wall cast a cold, pale light, while the jade floor reflected the shadows of all present. Su Jiuling sat at the head on the jade chair, fingers tapping lightly on the armrest, his expression icy and unyielding. The earlier interrogation had clarified the whole situation for him, and now his gaze fixed sharply on Li Feiyu as he openly rebuked him. How foolish. His voice was like cold iron. Qingshan has already made a deadly enemy of Mo Chioshin. Do you even know who supports Mo Chioshin behind the scenes? The one from the transmission hall. He raised a hand and sneered. Without sufficient benefit, Why would I risk offending a fellow cultivator over such a petty quarrel of yours? He snorted coldly and pressed further. This person is clearly a calculated threat set by Immortal. It's one thing for you to protect him for a time, but now you insist on taking the lead? That's a fight to the death. If you drag in his backers, it will only stir greater trouble. Is that worth it? Is it wise? You are a cultivator, yet you behave like a petty street fighter. What sort of immortal path is that? Li Feiyu stood rooted to the spot beneath the hall, head bowed and back stiff, his complexion paling and darkening in turns, but he dared not argue. That half hour of stern admonition laid bare his uncle's true stance. About half an hour later, the stone door of the cave residence creaked open. Qing Chun saw Li Feiyu emerge, looking dejected and awkward, his steps faltering. Senior brother Qing, I truly apologize. Li Feiyu approached, his tone low and contrite. My uncle was in a bad mood today. He only agreed to see me and refused to meet outsiders. Qing Chen caught that evasive glance and understood deep down. It wasn't just moodiness, but a clear refusal to get involved. Although disappointed, he could accept this if the roles were reversed. He himself would probably do the same. He was the first to speak, his voice steady. Senior brotherly, I get it. This isn't your fault. You have done all you could. I will find my own way to handle things. Li Feiyu hesitated, then managed a warning. Brother Qing, you must be extra careful. Mo Qiuxian is narrow-minded and vindictive. He won't let things go easily. Qing Chen nodded, then quietly added, Senior brotherly, could you please pass one more message? Tell him I have another matter to report. Li Feiyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Brother Qing, no use. Better not bother. Just tell Chief Su of the transmission hall. Qing Chen's voice was low but firm. It concerns the Su family of Haichong Island. Li Feiyu looked surprised and confused, but seeing Qing Chen's resolute expression, he sighed. Fine, I'll go again. He turned and re-entered. Moments later, the stone door opened once more. Li Feiyu strode quickly to Qing Chen's side, astonishment written all over his face. My uncle has summoned you in. Qing Chen's expression remained calm, as if he had expected this. He followed Li Feiyu into the cave, eyes scanning the cold, jade walls with no sign of emotion. Since returning from Huangzhou Island, he had been quietly investigating, sifting through old grudges between the Su family of Haichong Island and disciples of the Ningxuan sect. He had finally learned the truth. There was an irreconcilable enmity between the Su family and Su Jiuling. When Su Jiuling was still in the qi refining stage, he had fallen in love with a fellow female disciple, hoping to become Dao partners. But because of his meager cultivation and humble background, her family forcibly opposed the match. At the same time, a legitimate heir of the Haichong Island Su family had also taken an interest in that same disciple. To align with the Su family, her own clan disregarded the young woman's wishes and arranged a forced marriage. The female cultivator was headstrong and resolute. On the very night before her marriage, when both families had agreed, the bride price paid, and the wedding imminent, she reversed her spiritual power and severed her own heart meridians, ending her life in tragic silence. Because of this calamity, Su Jiuling harbored a deep, bone-deep hatred toward the Su family of Haichong Island. Outside the cave dwelling, Qing Xin adjusted his robes and stepped in side by side with Li Feiyu. Su Jiuling usually avoided conflict with Mo Qiuxian or shadowy forces because of him. But if Qing Shan could touch upon Su Jiuling's most painful wound, there might be a chance for change. The cave's interior was simply furnished. Spiritual energy flowed slowly between the table and stone walls. On a raised platform, Su Jiuling sat motionless. Though he did not deliberately emit his spiritual pressure, the unique aura of a foundation establishment stage cultivator hung invisibly like a massive net, causing anyone who entered to catch their breath. Qing Xin stood firm in the hall, forcing his heartbeat to steady. He understood that before such a powerful figure, even a moment's hesitation could be fatal. Su Jiuling's eyes were like blades, silently scrutinizing this outer disciple who concealed his cultivation level. The silence alone was a test. Taking a deep breath, Qing Chun bowed and spoke clearly, neither humble nor arrogant. Disciple Qing Xin humbly disrupts Lord's quiet cultivation for an urgent matter concerning the sect's safety. I dare not hide anything and ask Lord's careful judgment. Oh, Su Jiuling's tone was calm. The sect's safety? Explain to me how it is so serious? Qing Chen's nerves tightened. He raised his eyes steadily. While stationed on Huangzhou Island, I discovered the town chief acting suspiciously. His daughter, Chen Zhuer, has been secretly practicing qi cultivation. Upon investigation, I found that the Su family of Haichong Island is behind her, using her to spy on our Ningxuan sect for a long time. All clues and evidence are recorded in this recording stone. Please review, Lord. He offered a recording stone with both hands. Su Jiuling's sleeve brushed lightly, and the stone floated into his palm. After a moment scanning with his divine sense, he glanced up and said coldly, Where is the 10th Sandmile voice transmission talisman? Present that as well. Qing Chen immediately produced the talisman seized from Chen Zhuer. Su Jiuling twirled it between his fingers, the surface shimmering with light patterns. He sneered. Old Su is cautious, not sending directly back to Haichong Island, but routing through Xianwei Island. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes like a fleeting shadow. Interesting. Then his gaze returned to Qingchun, full of meaning. With your cultivation level, you're not just at Qi refinement stage 5, are you? When Qingchun entered, he had only used ordinary Qi concealment techniques, not the secret demonic seed golden lotus method. To a mid-foundation establishment powerhouse, such disguise was utterly transparent, and Qingchun had no intention to hide it further. Disciple dares not deceive Lord. I concealed only to prevent Mo Qiuxian from spying secretly, he said respectfully, yet confidently. Su Jiuling pondered briefly and nodded slightly. You understand patience and know how to leverage situations. Not bad. In that case, I will give you a chance. Su Jiuling's eyes flashed like lightning as his knuckles tapped gently 3 times on the jade armrest. I've secured a 6-month grace period for you. After that, you must secretly go to Xianyu Island and thoroughly investigate the Su family's affairs on Haichong Island. Remember, everything requires solid evidence. If you succeed, not only will your personal predicament be resolved, but it will also be a great achievement for our sect. I will count this as a special assessment for your advancement to an inner disciple. He paused briefly, watching Qingchun listen intently, then continued. Xianyu Island is a key resource hub, and the Yu clan's power far surpasses that of the Zus. The ancient Dan master among the Yus holds great influence, making them a formidable force in the Songlong archipelago. You must act with extreme caution. Should anything go wrong, the consequences will fall on you. The sect cannot afford even a single slip on Xianyu Island. Your mission is to infiltrate the island, uncover whether the Zus are using it as a foothold to infiltrate our sect, or if they have other designs. Gather all intelligence related to the Su family, especially about their true intentions toward our sect. With a slight movement of his sleeve, a smooth jade slip floated over to Qingchun. Su Jiuling's tone was steady. This journey holds great danger, but hidden opportunities as well. If you succeed, becoming an inner disciple will be within your grasp. I will recommend you for merit, and it won't be impossible to receive a foundation establishment pill as a reward. You have 6 months to prepare, and then you must depart. Be prudent and plan carefully. During this period, no one in the sect may act against you. Finishing, he raised his hand to signal Qingchun and Li Feiyu to leave. Once outside the cave chamber, Qingchun relaxed inwardly, quietly grateful that his painstaking planning had not been in vain. Suppressing his excitement, he cupped his hands to Li Feiyu. Thank you, senior brother, for the introduction. Without you, I doubt I would have met Lord Su, much less been entrusted with this mission. Li Feiyu waved him off with a modest expression. You flatter me, junior brother. This is your own ability. I haven't helped much. Please don't be humble, senior brother. If you need anything in the future, I will do my utmost to assist. After a few polite exchanges, they parted ways. Qingchun headed straight for the market. Time was tight with only 6 months, and there was no room left for secluded cultivation. His top priority was to improve his combat prowess. Disguised with a hat and cloak, he returned to the Baiduan pavilion. Shopkeeper Chao Banxian recognized his old customer and greeted him with a warm smile. Ah, Taoist friend returns again. Planning to keep the little shop running for a while longer? Qingchun smiled in return. Shopkeeper, you jest. I've come to fulfill the wish we spoke of last time. That Xianguang mirror has long been desired by several of my brothers. Last time I was short of spirit stones, but now I've finally gathered enough and intend to take it home. Chao Banxian's face clouded. Taoistly, to be honest, I've already promised the Xianguang mirror as a reward to a friend who helped me investigate a secret estate. Qingchun raised an eyebrow. Oh, it already has a buyer? If it hasn't been handed over yet, might the shopkeeper make an exception? This mirror truly has our eyes. Chao Banxian sighed deeply, then slowly explained, you may not know, but in recent years I found a clue to a hidden cave dwelling. Unfortunately, my cultivation is only at Qi refining stage 7, and I'm trapped in its formation. Time is against me. I'm already past 50 and really shouldn't risk treasure hunting anymore. But if I don't take this one last gamble to establish my foundation, I fear I'll regret it for life. His gaze burned intensely. Among the 3 foundation establishment stages, the body refining stage posed the greatest danger to me. Now over 60 years old, he was well aware that his vitality and energy were gradually declining, making it difficult to endure the excruciating pain and risks caused by the magical energy liquefying that swept through his meridians and caused spiritual energy to flood his internal organs. Because of this, he extensively researched ancient texts and folk legends, eventually pinpointing an ancient cave residence from prehistoric times rumored to conceal a treasure capable of rebuilding the physical body and nourishing vital energy. If acquired, even an octogenarian could safely pass the tribulation and rekindle their life force. I have already invited several fellow cultivators to join this expedition, he said as his eyes swept the surroundings, his tone calm, but unable to hide the fiery resolve within. Aside from that physical treasure, all other magical instruments, regardless of grade, will belong to you as compensation. If any of you still cherish the Xuanguang mirror, you are more than welcome to come along. With your cultivation at the peak of Qi refinement level 6, it suits you perfectly. Success or failure, the Xuanguang mirror will be yours. He raised his hand in a polite bow, the sleeve of his robe fluttering slightly. I am the humble Taoist Chao Banxian. May I ask your name? The other party had already sensed his purpose and bowed in return. So you are Taoist Chao, my apologies for the earlier discourtesy. I am Li Muyun. Then he asked, may I inquire about the precise location of this cave? If I decide to join, when do we depart? And where shall we convene? Also, what are the cultivation levels of the other companions? A faint smile appeared on Chao Banxian's lips, and he slowed his speech. Taoistly, there's no need to rush. The exact location cannot be revealed for now, to avoid prying eyes and unexpected trouble. We will regroup in 3 days at this spot and depart together then. The companions are mostly Qi refinement levels 6 and 7, each skilled in formations, talismans, or puppet arts. While not prodigies, they are more than capable. Li Muyun tapped his chin thoughtfully before asking again. Is the formation guarding the cave dangerous? Does Taoist Chao have a strategy to break through it? Taoist Li, you worry too much. Chao Banxian shook his head and flicked his dust whisker, sending faint gray strands fluttering. Outside is merely a confinement formation, no killing or sealing laws. Over the years, I have painstakingly assembled a counteracting array. With the help of a few companions, breaking it down will be a mere gesture. Hearing this, Li Muyun appeared thoughtful but remained somewhat hesitant. He cupped his fists once more and said, Taoist Chao, I usually travel with several comrades I trust. Is it possible to bring along one friend for mutual support on the journey? Chao Banxian paused, furrowing his brows. After a moment, he met Li Muyun's gaze, his tone tinged with cautious inquiry. Such loyalty from Taoist Li is admirable. Might I ask about your friend's cultivation level? Hearing this, Qing Chun clasped his hands and said, to be honest, this brother's cultivation is still shallow, far from reaching the level of some of us more experienced practitioners. But precisely because of that, he needs this trial even more. His voice was steady. We have always moved forward and retreated together, watching and supporting each other. If the rest of the deeply cultivated teammates did not have other urgent matters, they would have all accompanied us this time, to give our fellow cultivator greater assurance. Chao Banxian caught the sincerity in Qing Chen's tone, and the wariness in his eyes softened slightly. Stroking his beard, he smiled and said, Taoist Li's loyalty and righteousness are admirable. While cultivation level is important, unity and cooperation matter even more. Let this Taoist travel together with us then. With that, he produced from his sleeve a jade slip the color of emerald and a small black flag about a foot long. He handed them over saying, this contains the basic methods for controlling the formation, along with a personal flag. Please familiarize yourself with the activation techniques within 3 days. Qing Chen received them with both hands. His divine sense briefly probed the jade slip. Inside, there was no full formation diagram or layout, only concise formulas and instructions for commanding the small flag. Doubts quietly stirred in his mind, but his expression remained unchanged. The black flag was icy cold to the touch, its rod made of neither metal nor wood, but heavy and resilient. The flag material was finely textured, yet conveyed a chilling aura. Dim patterns flowed like rippling water, vanishing silently if stared at too long. A gentle shake made the flag ripple faintly, as if alive. Though unfamiliar with formations, Qing Chun recognized this was no ordinary item. He carefully put away the jade slip and the flag, then bowed and said, Taoist Chao, I have troubled you much today. I will return to visit again after 3 days. Not at all, not at all. Chao Banxian smiled as he accompanied him out to the shop's door. Once Qing Chen's figure disappeared around the street corner, the smile faded from his face. He paced back inside, murmuring, an extra layer of protection is good. Unexpectedly, it's a buy one get one free deal. Taoist Li is indeed generous. After leaving Baiduan Pavilion, Qing Chun did not return directly to his sect. He circled the marketplace several times to ensure no one was following, then quietly slipped into an inconspicuous inn and requested a secluded upper room. Once the door was closed, he activated a basic shape-shifting technique. His bones cracked softly as his features and figure slowly twisted and changed. After donning a blue-gray cloth robe and suppressing his aura to the 5th level of Qi refining, he transformed into the appearance of an ordinary independent cultivator and left through the back door. Navigating several alleys, he entered an elegantly decorated tavern at the market's edge and went straight to a quiet private room on the 2nd floor. Few guests were there, the atmosphere serene, with soundproof wards installed on every room exactly how he wished. After ordering 2 light spirit dishes and a pot of by Luo Chun tea, he sent out a transmitting talisman, which broke through the window and flew directly towards Su Zixuan's secret training place. Before long, soft footsteps approached outside the private room. Qing Chen put down his teacup and said calmly, come in. The wards here block sound completely, no need to worry. The wooden door opened gently, and Su Zixuan entered, dressed in a simple, elegant Ruchuan. Seeing the unfamiliar face, she paused briefly, then quickly sensed the familiar demonic soul connection. She bowed deeply, saying, "Your servant Su Zixuan greets the young lord. I hope you are well and all is safe." Qingqin's gaze swept slowly over Su Zixuan, appraising her from head to toe. His brow furrowed slightly as a trace of dissatisfaction crept into his tone. "Zixuan, I recall you mastered the setup of the small gathering spirit array long ago. With your mid-grade spiritual root aptitude and 4 years of experience in this marketplace, your cultivation remains stuck at the 3rd level of qi refining, unable to break through to the 4th. Have you been diverting your focus elsewhere, neglecting your practice?" His voice was low but sharp like a cold blade slicing through the air, causing Su Zixuan's heart to leap violently. Her face turned pale in an instant as she knelt abruptly, pressing her hands to the ground, the rubbing of her sleeves on the stone floor producing a quiet scraping sound. "My lord's discernment is true. I would never dare slacken my efforts. I sit in meditation daily to refine my qi without interruption, but alas, my aptitude is dull and the bottleneck for my have yet to break through. I have failed to live up to your high hopes and deserve death for it." By the end of her words, her throat tightened and a faint choke appeared in her voice. Qingqian looked down at her for a moment longer, carefully sensing the spiritual energy within her. Though not abundant, it was refined and pure, without a hint of laxity, clearly not the sign of laziness. His expression softened slightly. "Enough, cultivation pressures cannot be forced. Recently I studied your transmission talisman and learned you had already mastered the small gathering spirit array months ago, quite an accomplishment." As he spoke, his gaze sharpened once more, like twin blades piercing through her. "Tell me then, have you studied more complex arrays beyond qi refining? Speak freely." Su Zixuan lifted her head, a flicker of confidence flashing through her eyes before she suppressed it into humility. Her voice was gentle but clear. "My lord overpraises me. I owe my ability with the small gathering spirit array entirely to your patient instruction. Besides that, I have researched the maze array and the falling wood array and have even begun forging the corresponding array plates. The maze array confuses the 5 senses, trapping enemies in place. The falling wood array uses the force of forest trees, both offensive and defensive. Yet my cultivation remains shallow, and forging higher-level arrays is still beyond, may require more time and strength. The maze array is one thing, but the falling wood array is a killing formation." Qingqian's heart stirred with surprise and delight. Once deployed, a qi refining beginner stepping into the falling wood array had almost no chance of survival. Even mid-level practitioners would struggle to escape after much effort. Selling such an array plate would easily fetch over 100 spirit stones. At that moment, he understood why Su Zixuan's cultivation had stalled. She devoted much of her time and energy to studying array techniques, fulfilling the tasks of her master. With this thought, his earlier displeasure vanished, replaced by uncontainable joy. Qingqian's voice rang out boldly. "Good. Very good. Excellent." Rarely showing approval, he added, "The way of the array is also a great path. Your achievements do not disappoint my efforts to nurture you." Qingqian was very pleased with Su Zixuan's performance. "Zixuan, I really haven't spoiled you for nothing," he said approvingly. His gaze was intense, as if examining a money tree that could yield endless spirit stones. Caught in his scorching eyes, Su Zixuan's fair cheeks flushed with a rosy tint, a sweet yet bittersweet feeling swelling in her heart, though she still couldn't hide her joy. She spoke softly, with a hint of hesitation. "Master, there is one more thing I wish to report. Recently, I have been diligently studying formation arrays. At the same time, I have sold all the spirit stones I had saved, just to purchase a damaged formation map." "No problem," Qingqian interrupted with a cheerful tone, showing no hint of blame. "As long as you think it will improve your skill in formations, what are a few spirit stones? If you need more, just ask." In his eyes, Su Zixuan was already a bona fide low-tier rank 1 array master. If she took another step into the mid-tier of rank 1, her value would multiply. Whether for making money or fighting for survival, she would become a trump card. Mid-tier rank 1 arrays were powerful enough to sway battles against latest-stage qi refining cultivators. Seeing Qingqian unbothered, Su Zixuan relaxed and quietly continued, "Master, what I bought is a yellow sand formation plate designed for the mid-stage qi refining level. It was badly damaged, nearly useless, no one could operate it. But I happened to encounter this formation when studying mid-tier rank 1 arrays, so I dared to try repairing it, and unexpectedly, I succeeded." "What?" Qingqian jumped up, shock written all over his face. "You actually repaired the yellow sand formation? I have a mid-tier rank 1 killing array now?" He hurried closer, his expression bursting with uncontainable joy. "Do you know what this means? You've already touched the threshold of a mid-tier rank 1 array master. This is an incredible surprise, Zixuan." Repairing a formation plate beyond one's rank was extremely rare among array masters. Qingqian's heart surged with excitement. If this yellow sand formation was intact, It could easily be worth 400 spirit stones in the market. Even more valuable was that it's self-operated by embedded spirit stones without needing constant guidance. If an array master controlled it personally, its power would be even greater. Calming his excitement, he asked in detail about the formation's secrets. Su Zixuan's tone was steady but filled with pride as she slowly explained. Once activated, the formation turns the covered area into an endless sea of sand. Any intruder becomes dizzy and disoriented. The yellow sand sweeps like violent waves, with nothing visible but a vast curtain of sand, making progress almost impossible. Under the influence of the 8 trigram formation pattern, the sand grains can become blades attacking all living beings inside. If pushed to its limit, the sand blade's power can match the full-strength strike of a mid-stage chi refining cultivator. If deliberately triggered for a full blast, her voice dropped slightly. The entire formation domain instantly becomes a destructive storm, with power reaching that of a latest-stage chi refining cultivator's all-out strike. Qing Chun listened with his heart surging. This kind of deadly formation was exactly the trump card he needed right now. Suddenly, he recalled the items given to him by Chao Banxian. Swiftly, he pulled them from the storage pouch at his waist. A black formation flag about the size of a palm and a smooth jade slip, which flickered softly in his hand. The flag's surface was a deep, eerie black with a faint cold gleam, while the jade slip contained faintly shifting spiritual runes. Zixuan, this flag seems to originate from a combined attack formation and might be one of the sub-flags. Take a close look and see if you can find any clues about its origin or how it works. Qing Chun handed the 2 items over, his gaze intense. He hadn't agreed blindly to Chao Banxian's invitation. First, he was confident in his own cultivation to escape, if needed. More importantly, he had Su Zixuan by his side, a loyal companion skilled in formation devices. If Zixuan could find a way to use these, the mission would be worth it. If not, he could easily skip the operation in 3 days. In the cultivation world, Qing Chun always followed the rule. If it's sure, go for it. If not, retreat. Su Zixuan took the flag and jade slip, brushing her sleeve as she focused intently. After some time, she suddenly exclaimed, Young lord, the material of this flag seems rather unusual. Her brows furrowed slightly as she examined it carefully. Qing Chun quickly asked, Oh, Zixuan, any new discoveries? The flag's surface is coated with a special formation mud meant to preserve formation flags. The technique is incredibly subtle, almost flawless, Su Zixuan said, lightly stroking the flag's surface. The creator's understanding of formation principles is mediocre at best, but their forging skill is truly masterful. Hearing this, Qing Chun grew even more eager. If that's the case, remove the formation mud quickly so I can see the core material. But Su Zixuan shook her head to stop him. Young lord, don't rush. This mud is deeply fused with the flag's surface. Removing it directly with spiritual power will definitely damage the flag. It requires a specially made spirit water. With that, she took out a slender-necked jade bottle from her pouch, pouring out a few drops of clear spirit liquid. She gently applied it to the flag's surface, then quickly formed seals with both hands. Several rays of spiritual light seeped into the flag's runes, guiding the liquid to slowly merge with the formation mud. The clear liquid gradually penetrated, causing strange ripples to appear on the surface. The originally pitch-black layers seemed to be peeled away by invisible hands, flaking off bit by bit and revealing a bone-white base underneath. Countless, thread-like fibers, like tiny blood vessels, writhed restlessly within. Su Zixuan suddenly gasped sharply, her voice trembling. Young lord, this is soul thread of vengeful spirits. Soul thread? Qing Chen's gaze suddenly turned icy cold. Of course, he had heard of this sinister substance. To forge soul thread, countless mortals or cultivators must die in excruciating pain. Then their spirits are torn apart and tortured. The resulting bitter, poisonous energy is twisted into strands as fine as hair, yet tougher than metal. Each strand carries overwhelming resentment and malice, universally recognized in the cultivation world as a harbinger of disaster and misfortune. It is not merely a physical material, but more like chains forged from countless vengeful souls once touched. One's spirit can be damaged, eroded by hatred, or reduced to a mindless husk. That trickster Chao Banxian. A chill crept down Qing Chen's spine. Outwardly a respectable merchant with a polite demeanor, secretly resorting to such malicious means. If he hadn't been cautious enough to have Su Zixuan first inspect the formation talisman, and he had taken the flag himself if the talisman's surface were damaged, the soul thread backlash would be unimaginable. As for Su Zixuan possibly getting hurt, Qing Chun didn't even bother to frown. Better she took the risk than him. His mind racing, Qing Chun cared even more about Chao Banxian's true motive. Using soul thread-infused formation flags to break the array, was it to forcibly seize the cave abode, or simply to kill? Zixuan. He lowered his voice. Can you assess the grade of this soul thread? And what material is the flagpole made of? Su Zixuan complied, raising her hand to form hand seals. Spiritual light flickered at her fingertips as she first scanned the flag surface, then slid over the flagpole. The fine lines on her brow tightened as she analyzed, comparing invisible formation patterns in the void. Her finger seals shifted rapidly, the light briefly flaring then retreating. "Young master, I can only make a rough judgment," she said gravely. "This flag surface is below second tier, but likely contains the souls of hundreds of mortals, or at least 10 finding cultivators. Its power and malice should not be underestimated." She then stroked the flagpole and suddenly showed surprise. The pole is made from the bones of a late first-tier demon beast. The bone is cold and hard with excellent quality, but its surface is covered with a layer of century-old cold iron, like the formation clay on the flag clearly added later. It seems deliberately concealed. She paused, then explained further. Bones of late first-tier demons naturally suppress the filth of soul threads' cursed energy, protecting the bearer of the flag. But this additional cold iron and clay cover actually weaken its power slightly, serving only to hide the original appearance. This suggests the person who modified this flag is skilled in forging artifacts, but their formation cultivation is barely beginner level. Barely beginner? Qing Chen narrowed his eyes as cold light flashed. Skilled in forging, but shallow in formation, art that could only be Chao Banxian. That old fox thought his scheme was foolproof, not realizing that Su Zixuan, a formation prodigy, was right there with him. How could a typical formation master, valued highly and proud of their talent, be content to serve as a seemingly lowly outer disciple maid? It was precisely Qing Chen's seemingly shabby appearance and his cultivation level not yet reaching the late Qi refining stage that caused Chao Banxian to let down his guard. Qing Chen paused briefly, lowering his voice to a near whisper. "Zixian, this flag looks like one of the subordinate flags in a certain formation." His gaze shifted to Chao Banxian, who was busy gathering the other cultivators. Then he asked, "He said the plan is to break the formation by combining everyone's strength. Can you tell what kind of formation this is? How powerful is it?" Su Zixuan lifted her eyes, furrowing her brows tightly. She reached out to grasp the small gray-black flag. A faint light flickered at her fingertips, and delicate blood-red patterns emerged across the flag's surface like thin threads. Her voice was hoarse, but couldn't hide the fear within. "Young master, this grudge soul silk formation flag is no good. The instructions recorded on the jade slip show that all subordinate flags in the formation act as slaves. This is an extremely cruel, soul-controlling evil formation." As she finished speaking, she gave the corner of the flag a slight shake. A dark glow coursed along the silk threads. The main flag can fully dominate these subordinate flags, not just draining the power of whoever holds the flag. The most terrifying part is this: she took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. Once the transmission channels between the main flag and subordinate flags are established, the flow of spiritual energy twists and intertwines like a spider's web trapping a fly. It becomes impossible to sever. The grudge soul silk not only transmits power, but also consumes flesh, spirit, and even the cultivator's life force. Once caught, it's almost impossible to break free. Qing Chen's face darkened as he listened. His knuckles whitened. What a poisonous thing, he assessed in his mind. Even though he hadn't yet laid the foundation for foundation establishment, he could tell this formation was crafted by a top-tier first-rank formation master. No wonder that old fox Chao Banxian stubbornly refused to let any cultivators with higher cultivation interfere with the array. After all, Chao Banxian's formation skills were mediocre at best, barely enough to oversee this arrangement. But if a late Qi refining cultivator actually held a flag, it wouldn't be impossible for them to rip apart the binding formations with sheer power. If someone escaped, this sloppy trick would be exposed immediately, dooming Chao Banxian's entire plan. I see. If the formation were broken, Chao Banxian would surely be surrounded and besieged by hostile cultivators, trapped on all sides. At that point, the rare and precious spiritual treasures deep within the cave, meant for foundation building, would be out of reach. Even a quick and dignified death would become an unattainable luxury. Qing Chen silently cursed Chao Banxian's cunning secrecy and concluded that his goal was far from a reclusive cultivator's pure refuge. In his heart, he quickly weighed the pros and cons. "Zixuan, your words are timely and precise. Consider this your great merit." He spoke softly. "Such an evil formation can enslave cultivators and drain their vitality. Though we dare not recklessly take risks, we cannot simply stand by. As disciples of the Ningxuan sect, how can we turn a blind eye to demons and heretics?" Though his tone was righteous and resolute, Su Zixuan understood well that what Qing Chen truly coveted was the potential opportunity hidden within the formation. She bowed modestly. "Your servant understands. Continue studying this flag." Qing Chen tapped the surface with his fingertip. "See if we can find a way to break the formation. If time presses, we must at least devise a plan to protect ourselves." Su Zixuan had long since understood Qing Chen's nature. He was no compassionate man. Yet her life had been given by him. He had led her onto the immortal path, a debt weightier than mountains. As long as it benefited Qing Chen, no hardship was too great. She laid her hand on the formation flag. The chilling aura felt like freezing water soaking to the bone, yet her fingertips were steady, unwavering. You may rest assured, my lord. After a moment's contemplation, her fingers traced a complex pattern. The command method for this flag originally connects a cultivator's energy to 8 subordinate flags, which then entwine the spear. This is the design of slave position. As she spoke, she took out a jade slip, light flashing as she inscribed talismanic markings. See here, and here. On the surface, ordinary array patterns, but secretly containing soul-trapping effects. Once activated, the energy ensnares the flag-bearer's soul like a spider web. Qingchen studied carefully, discovering hidden mechanisms within the patterns. Without Su Zixuan's guidance, he would have missed them entirely. Is there a way to break it? Su Zixuan formed hand seals. Flickers of spiritual light danced at her fingertips as she lightly tapped the flag. Your servant need only alter a few points, ensuring the commander's power links only to the main flag, transforming the slave position into an assistant position. Thus, one can control the entire formation while retaining the ability to withdraw at will. Look here. She made a seal with both hands, and a talisman appeared. The original formula sets a trap here. Once triggered, the energy is immediately ensnared. I added a reversal. Talisman energy passes through it first, then joins the main flag, allowing the supply to be cut off at any moment. A subtle modification, yet one that could mean life or death. Qingchen privately praised the exquisite formation art and felt even more certain that taking Su Zixuan in that day had been wise. Record your improved method quickly. He handed her a blank jade slip. Su Zixuan closed her eyes and focused. Her true essence sharpened like a blade as she inscribed intricate talismans onto the jade slip. My lord, the improved formula has been fully recorded. She presented the formation flag with both hands. You may conduct trials according to what is recorded on the jade slip. You will no longer feel the ensnaring of your energy as before. Qingchen focused his divine awareness intently on Su Zixuan's every move, carefully confirming that she showed no signs of abnormality or discomfort. Once satisfied, he began channeling his internal energy, progressing methodically through the refined incantation recorded on the jade slip. As the spell circulated, the connection between his energy and the formation flags flowed smoothly, like running water. The stiff, oppressive pull that had plagued him before instantly vanished. Feeling this newfound ease, a spark of delight lit Qingchen's eyes as he whispered in admiration, "Brilliant, truly brilliant." Now, controlling the formation flags no longer risks any backlash. Su Zixuan set down the flag in her hand and bowed slightly. You flatter me, sir. This is but my duty. As long as I can lighten your burden, I am content. After a moment's thought, Qingchen asked again, if I possess a few flags that are slightly damaged, is it possible to fully restore them for reuse? Su Zixuan hesitated before answering. If you can find the main flag, even if it's damaged, as long as there are sufficient materials, once I master the deployment of intermediate level formation techniques within Tier 1, restoration is possible. Her voice trembled slightly when she mentioned the resentful soul threads, clearly revealing her lingering wariness of such dark artifacts. Qingchen nodded, speaking with increased urgency. Only 2.5 days remain until the agreed time. Though we are no longer under control, we still need a countermeasure. Taking the initiative will improve our chances of success. Su Zixuan's expression grew solemn. Bowing again, she carefully examined the sinister formation flag. She scrutinized the intricate runes, the faintly shifting magic, and the obscure markings within the formation's core, searching for any opportunity to counterbalance the main flag. Qingchen stood quietly by her side, his gaze fixed on her focused profile as he pondered inwardly. The mysteries of a high-grade Tier 1 formation are profound. Although Su Zixuan is gifted, her cultivation remains shallow. It is already a rare achievement to disrupt the counteraction. Going further will require a long-term strategy. His eyes swept over the flags, a cold smile touching his lips. Now that Chao Banxian no longer controls us, we can watch the struggle unfold from a distance. The outcome is already promising. Chao Banxian, no matter how cunning you are, this time you will suffer the consequences of your own entanglement. However, if we could secretly take control of this formation without revealing ourselves. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before they knew it, 2 days had quietly slipped away. Inside the private chamber, the candlelight flickered, casting uneasy shadows on the walls in a pale yellow glow. Su Zixuan had barely closed her eyes since nightfall. Exhaustion reddened her eyes with heavy veins. On the desk lay 7 or 8 jade slips inscribed with intricate talismanic patterns, alongside a pitch-black formation banner. She leaned over the table, tracing calculations with trembling fingers from prolonged spellcasting, stubbornly refusing to stop. At the approach of dawn on the 3rd day, just as the sky outside began to pale with the first light, she suddenly sat up. Her husky voice betrayed her excitement as she whispered, "Young master, it seems I have found a method that might counter that evil formation." Hearing this, Qingchen, who had been calmly meditating with his eyes closed, immediately opened them and asked eagerly, "Tell me quickly, how can it be done?" Su Zixuan took a deep breath, forcing her racing heart to steady. She lightly tapped the formation banner with her fingertips. Upon close study, I found the formation, though it appears impenetrably solid, draws its life force from the main flag. If we can destroy the main flag or sever its connection to the subsidiary flags, the entire formation will be like a rudderless ship, collapsing instantly. Qing Chen frowned slightly. Breaking the main flag outright will be heavily guarded and extremely dangerous. Severing the link, however, is worth trying. Explain the specifics. Please look, she said, producing a freshly engraved jade slip, a faint glow of spiritual energy flowing across it. The flags communicate through special incantations that transmit fluctuations of magic power. The reverse runes we have can transmit mana but do not draw chi. At the critical moment, we can first block the mana flow, then quickly destroy a subsidiary flag to cause a backlash of spiritual energy. The main flag will then suffer a backlash in turn. A cold gleam flashed through Qing Chen's eyes as he nodded in approval. Attacking a fortress from within is always the most effective. I've decided you will come with me. First, your cultivation level is low enough not to alert Chao Banxian. Second, you understand formations well and can handle this trump card. Agreed. He ordered, prepare everything. When I give the signal, destroy the subsidiary flag immediately. Over the next 2 hours, Qing Chen personally disguised Suzy Xuan. He applied a secret medicinal ointment thinly across her cheeks and forehead. The herbs penetrated her skin, causing a slight sting. Then, with fingertips glowing faintly, he pressed on several joints, softly adjusting her bones with subtle cracks. Finally, the last wisp of spiritual energy sank into her flesh. The bronze mirror now reflected an unfamiliar yet refined and resolute face. We will travel side by side. Our identities must remain concealed, and our auras hidden. Qing Chen whispered, I will go by Li Muyun. You will be Zhao Ningyi. You call me Brother Yun, and I call you Ningyi. Can you remember that? Suzy Xuan, or rather, Zhao Ningyi at this moment nodded gently, lowering her voice deliberately. I understand, Brother Yun. At the third quarter of the first earthly hour, the two arrived punctually at the Baiduan Pavilion. As soon as they neared the entrance, Chao Banxian stepped out briskly to greet them. Today, he wore a gray Taoist robe, and his usually simple face carried a sharper edge. Ah, Taoistly, you're just a bit late. He smiled amicably, but his eyes scanned Qing Chen sharply before settling on Zhao Ningyi. Among all those I invited, you were the only one missing. And who might this be? Qing Chen responded calmly, this is Zhao Ningyi. We grew up together since childhood and are as close as siblings. The young girl slightly bowed her head, her expression serene, but due to shyness, she said nothing. Chao Banxian glanced over once, immediately detecting the shallow spiritual energy of Zhao Ningyi, who was only at the third level of qi refinement. A flash of contempt flickered in his eyes, but he quickly masked it as if nothing had happened. A mere early-stage qi refinement cultivator was not even worth his inquiry, let alone digging into Suzy Xuan's background. Such low-level disciples posed no threat, even if one more was added. He switched the topic nonchalantly, speaking without haste. Taoistly, how is your control over the formation flags? Are you familiar enough? We need to set out for that cave dwelling today. There's no room for mistakes now. Qing Chen pretended to hesitate, brushing his sleeve with a faint wry smile. My brothers and I all have shallow foundations and know nothing of formation techniques. In these 3 days, I've only barely grasped some basics. I can at best get the formation flags activated. Hearing this, Chao Banxian inwardly rejoiced, but put on a benevolent expression, clapping his hands kindly. Taoist least effort is what counts. The most important thing when activating the Great Formation is to have the right people in position. Leave the finer details of power regulation to this humble one. Then many thanks, Taoist Chao. Qing Chen cupped his hands politely, though inwardly remained cautious. What Chao Banxian wanted were chaotic wandering cultivators with no formation knowledge. Such people might hold some power in combat, but they could never compete with him in the delicate craftsmanship of formations. In fact, Chao Banxian's calculations were clear. Only 4 positions were truly critical, and gathering a few more was just for contingency. The atmosphere stayed cordial with little small talk. After a brief exchange, Chao Banxian swung his sleeve and led Qing Chen along with Suzy Xuan and Zhao Ningyi toward the Baiduan Pavilion. Outside, the glazed tiles of the Baiduan Pavilion shimmered with a cold light under the morning sun, and the stone steps had been worn smooth over years. The group climbed upward, rounding a corridor to enter a refined chamber at the innermost part of the second floor. As the door opened, the spiritual energy inside subtly fluctuated. 5 cultivators already occupied the room, each seated on their own meditation mat, heads raising simultaneously at the sound. Several gazes, some friendly, some inquisitive, others indifferent, interlaced in the air. On the left side by the door was a young man in a green robe, about 20 years old, with refined features. He toyed with a jade slip between his fingers, pale spiritual light reflecting softly on his face. He nodded briefly at Qing Chen before returning his attention to the jade slip. His cultivation was around the 5th level of qi refinement. Next to him sat a burly man, broad-shouldered and muscular. wearing coarse cloth stretched taut over his thick arms crossed firmly. His piercing gaze lingered on Qingchen a moment before withdrawing. This man had reached the peak of the 5th stage of qi refinement, his brow showing a fierce and rugged aura. Opposite the burly man stood a female cultivator dressed in a yellow Taoist robe. Her face was veiled with thin silk, revealing only a cold, sharp jawline. Every movement she made exuded an unapproachable chill. She was firmly at the peak of qi refining stage 5, holding a 3-inch flying sword named Liuguang. The sword's blade shimmered with icy light, clearly of excellent quality. To her right sat a gaunt, withered old man. Though his eyes appeared cloudy, sharp glints occasionally pierced through. He had reached the peak of qi refining stage 6, matching the true strength of Qingchen, also known as Li Munin, and was but one step away from entering the late qi refining stage. He cradled a yellowed ancient book in his arms, lightly stroking its corner with his fingers, revealing a calm and practiced demeanor. Furthest inside sat the man dressed in black combat gear, the warrior Ma Sandao. His eyebrows were sharp and stern, and his face chiseled like carved stone. His aura, at qi refining stage 6, was as steady and profound as an abyss. His hands rested on his knees as he closed his eyes, seemingly detached from the world. Before the dust settled, Chao Banxian cleared his throat and broke the silence, beginning to introduce the cultivators to Qingchen. Taoistly, this scholar in the blue robe is Lu Yunfeng, style name Fu Jian Shuxing. He is at qi refining stage 5 and specializes in rune arts. Lu Yunfeng smiled and bowed, his sleeves swaying lightly. Next to him is Iron Fist Zhang Dali, at the peak of qi refining stage 5, with a powerful physique capable of shattering rocks with a single punch. The burly man grinned as a greeting. Opposite is the woman in yellow, Immortal Lingxiao, at qi refining stage 5 peak, an exceptional swordswoman. Her flying sword, Liuguang, is extremely sharp. Lingxiao nodded slightly with a distant gaze. Beside Immortal Lingxiao is the cunning old man Su Leiguai, at qi refining stage 6 peak, skilled in beast taming. The old man lifted his eyes briefly, turning another page. Finally, this is the black-clad warrior Ma Sandao, also at qi refining stage 6, known for his fierce swordsmanship. The man in black did not even lift his eyelids, his expression calm and indifferent. After introductions, Chao Banxian faced everyone again. Taoist Li Muyun and his friend Zhao Ningyi will surely be a great help on this mission. Everyone must work together, coordinate the grand formation, and break through. The cultivators all nodded in response, but most kept their eyes fixed on Qingchen. They barely glanced at Su Zixuan, who was only at qi refining stage 3. Ma Sandao was especially indifferent, his eyelids never flickering toward her. Qingchen took Su Zixuan's hand and bowed toward the others. Fellow Taoists, although we are new to this journey, we will do our utmost. We sincerely hope to learn from all of you and face challenges together. Before he finished speaking, Immortal Lingxiao spoke with a clear voice. Shopkeeper Chao, where exactly is this cave you mentioned? This main flag looks ordinary. I have trained for days, but still struggle to control it freely. Chao Banxian smiled without haste. Immortal, please be patient. This formation is a high-grade Tier 1 array. It is naturally difficult to operate. I myself have put in much effort to master the main flag. Upon hearing this, Su Leiguai also raised his eyes with a question. Shopkeeper Chao, you have summoned us to break this array. Yet, none here have cultivation matching your own. What exactly are you trying to do? I have spent years gathering rare treasures to build this foundation. So naturally, I must keep some backup plans, Chao Banxian said calmly, stroking his beard with an even tone. Besides, this 7-star spirit formation has cost a fortune. If anyone tries to snatch the treasure, I need to protect myself. Old Su raised his eyelids slightly, but was cut off by Zhang Dali's rough voice. Taoist Su, you worry too much. Enough talking. If you're going, then go. And remember, that top-grade magical gauntlet stays with me. Don't go back on your word. Agreed, Taoist Zhang. Chao Banxian laughed loudly. Since everyone's here, I won't keep you waiting. Let's depart. Before he finished speaking, he strode out of the shop, and the others had no choice but to follow. Passing through the bustling market streets, they soon arrived at the edge of Dichuan Island, where the sea breeze carried a salty tang. With a flick of his sleeve, Chao Banxian unleashed a streak of gleaming light that burst open in midair. In an instant, a threes-hang-long about 10 feet dark blue spirit boat hovered above the sea mist, the entire vessel carved from rare spirit wood, runes flowing across it like a living creature. The prow was shaped like a fierce Yazid demon's head, its eyes set with blood-red jasper. Along each ship's rail were 7 bright pearls arranged exactly as the Big Dipper constellation. Inside, the cabin had a cushioned meditation mat woven from icy silkworm silksoft and so that upon sitting, one's spirit felt cleansed as if bathed in a sacred spring. The hull was also inscribed with protective array runes that shimmered faintly between the planks, hinting at formidable defensive power. The sudden appearance of this treasure boat drew varied reactions from the group. Qingchen's heart quickened. This guy was clearly loaded. A top-grade spirit boat big enough for several people must be worth at least an exquisite magical artifact. Zhang Dallas' eyes sparkled as he rubbed his hands and chuckled. Wow, this thing must cost at least 1,000 spirit stones, right? Shopkeeper Chow, you sure are generous. Old Su squinted silently, weighing things in the shadows. Ma Sandow remained stern-faced, though he unconsciously scratched his sword hilt. Lu Yunfeng gently fanned himself, smiling with compliments. Shopkeeper Chow, this boat is truly a masterpiece. With you leading, I'm sure we'll turn danger into safety and return fully laden. Amid their praises, silences, and steely gazes, the spirit light on the deck danced around them. Ching Chun scanned the five companions and felt a growing sense of alarm. Someone capable of casually producing such a magical vessel had far deeper reserves than had estimated, certainly more than just an array flag. His eyes flicked subtly over the others as he thought privately. Among these five, there must be a hidden pawn planted by Chao Banxian. So then, is there a pawn in this group? And if so, who could it be? One by one, everyone stepped onto the spirit boat and settled onto the ice silk meditation cushions, each finding a comfortable spot. Chao Banxian stood at the bow, his hands weaving intricate hand seals like a dancing butterfly, strands of spiritual light seeping into the boat's body. At his low command, the spirit boat trembled gently, lifting off the ground, instantly transforming into a streak of azure light piercing through the clouds. Outside the railing, rolling mist churned, and beneath them spread an endless ocean, its waves rippling like veins of blue. Chao Banxian concentrated fully on steering. Noticing the wind slightly askew ahead, he shifted a finger and formed another seal. The spirit boat slid sideways, deftly avoiding a rushing air current. Then, he swept his sleeve to activate a hidden formation. Inside his sleeve, a reconnaissance talisman was tightly held as his divine perception spread like a spiderweb for hundreds of feet, searching every inch. Whenever he detected a trace of foreign energy, he immediately triggered a previously prepared maze formation. Suddenly, thick mist enveloped the boat, and 3 or 5 phantom images darted out from the clouds in different directions, racing to lead any pursuers astray. Everyone inside the cabin held their breath, speaking only in hushed tones for fear of breaking this careful defense. After more than 20 days and nights of incessant flight, the spirit boat finally descended slowly onto a solitary island in the vast ocean's depths. Beyond the porthole, the island was only a dozen or so miles wide, its vegetation sparse, spiritual energy faint, otherwise ordinary. Yet as the boat passed through an invisible barrier, the view suddenly brightened. The dense fog condensed from spiritual energy, with exotic flowers and plants flourishing across the hills and fields. In the distance, a waterfall cascaded from the cliff like an inverted silver river. The stark contrast inside and outside shook everyone's minds profoundly. A grand, mysterious protective formation enveloped the island like an upturned giant umbrella, its immense energy hidden but palpable. From this, they judged the island at least to be of the first tier's high grade, nearly reaching the level of a second-tier island. The spirit boat landed steadily in a secluded clearing. One by one, they stepped onto the soil. Seeing the wonder in his companion's eyes, Chao Banxian flicked his dust whisk and explained, "There is no need for surprise. Long ago, I named this place Hidden Spirit Island. Many years ago, while pursuing a rare demon beast, I accidentally entered this island and almost became trapped. After much exploration, I finally uncovered its secrets." Old Su frowned slightly, eyes narrowed as he asked, "Boss Chow, since this island is hidden and protected by such a formation, what makes you so certain that the foundation establishing treasure is here?" Fairy Lingxiao lightly touched her sword sheath, her voice cold beneath her veil. "Indeed, please enlighten us, Boss Chow, so none of us harbor doubts." Taking the opportunity, Qing Qin transmitted mentally to Su Zixuan, "Sense carefully. Inform me immediately if anything abnormal occurs." Chao Banxian was prepared with an explanation and spoke steadily. "In a hidden valley on this island, I discovered an abandoned cave residence, which upon inspection was the meditation site of a disciple of a foundation-establishing master. Within the cave, a jade slip recorded that this master once buried great treasure on the island. Moreover, the protective island formation was laid by that master's own hand." As he finished speaking, the group exchanged glances, still cautious in their eyes, but unable to hide their excitement. After all, a formation cast by a foundation-establishing master was no trivial feat, and the relics left behind in their dwelling were irresistible treasure to all cultivators present, enough to compel them to risk everything to explore further. Seeing the others still doubtful, Chao Banxian took out a jade slip, a treasure map obtained from the cave dwelling itself. Su Leaguai reached out to take it, running his fingertip over the smooth surface. He focused his spirit to carefully inspect it, then looked up after a moment and nodded. "I see now. It's no small fortune for shopkeeper Chow to come by this chance. We'll trust you this once. But since the foundation-building treasure is hidden somewhere on this island, where exactly should we start? And where is the cave dwelling located?" Chao Banxian smiled confidently, and said loudly, "Rest assured, everyone. Since I dare to lead you here, I naturally have a thorough plan in place. If we follow the directions marked on the jade slip, we will surely find the hidden gorge." Qingchen took the jade slip next, scanning the runes carefully before nodding and reminding the group, "We still must remain vigilant and not become careless." The others agreed. Under Chao Banxian's guidance, the group advanced deeper into the island, following the coordinates indicated on the jade slip. The forest was lush and thick, yet there was no sound of birds or beasts, only the faint crunch of dry twigs beneath their feet echoed in the stillness, chilling their hearts. Qingchen quietly activated his magic, ready to react to any sudden threat. After about half a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the mouth of a gorge. The cliffs on both sides were sheer and sharp, like they'd been carved by blades. The narrow path curved and twisted, barely wide enough for a person to slip sideways through. The spiritual energy here was stronger and richer than outside, but carried an eerie silence that was impossible to ignore. Chao Banxian stopped and turned back, speaking quietly. "Everyone, the cave dwelling lies deep within this gorge, but it is full of formations and traps, so we must be extremely cautious." With that, he slid a dark green token from his sleeve and waved it gently, signaling everyone to follow closely. The group held their breath and focused as they stepped into the gorge one by one. The faded runes on the stone walls flickered faintly now and then, as if spying on the intruders. Moving forward, the spiritual energy grew increasingly dense, and their robes fluttered in the mountain wind, whispering sharply. After the time it took to burn an incense stick, the gorge opened abruptly into a small clearing less than 10 feet wide. Straight ahead, a stone cave about waist-high crouched quietly, its entrance wrapped in a faint spiritual glow, clearly the long-abandoned cave dwelling. Chao Banxian looked around to confirm they were safe, then raised the token. With a light tap of his fingertip on the token, Chao Banxian released a faint golden aura that flowed like water, slowly spreading along the hidden array patterns etched on the ground. The spirit light slid across the stone surface, revealing layer upon layer of runes that resembled awakened scales, seamlessly merging with the moist cave walls. Chao Banxian strode swiftly to the cave entrance, a flick of his sleeves and his fingers dancing expertly through hand seals, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. As the final gesture fell into place, the spiritual barrier shrouding the cave entrance suddenly dissipated, exposing the pitch-black cavern within, while a chilling gust of wind rushed out. "Everyone, this is the cave where the rare treasure for Foundation establishment is concealed," he said, turning with a grave expression. "But the external seals are no ordinary defenses. The only way I could think of is to break the formation with formation." Outside the cave, waves crashed against the shore. Qingchen discreetly sent a mental message to Su Zishuan. "Zishuan, do you sense anything unusual about this island?" Su Zishuan closed her eyes to feel the surroundings and replied quickly, "The island's protective array is a turtle's breath hidden formation, which causes no harm. Yet this place seems more complicated than he described. Young master, be extra cautious." Chao Banxian raised the main banner and scanned the gathered cultivators. Each stood at their predetermined position, their small flags emitting a faint, eerie glow. The tension in the air was suffocating. "The Foundation cave is right before us." His voice suddenly sharpened. "Stick to your stations as arranged. Evolve the formation to break the seals." He spotted those still hesitating, and his gaze cut like a blade. "Time is running out. If you choose to retreat now, don't blame me for abandoning comradeship." Lu Yunfeng and Fairy Lingxiao were the first to move. Both closed their eyes and gathered their energy into their flags, black and white lights intertwining and surging. The others followed, activating their banners one after another. Qingchen took a deep breath and poured his power into his black flag. Its surface turned icy cold, the chill biting into his palm. Streams of spiritual energy flowed along designated paths toward the formation's center. Chao Banxian stood steady at the core, the main flag wildly fluttering as its light swelled. The runes on the floor lit up in succession, unfolding a massive formation beneath their feet. At the center, a black-purple vortex spun rapidly, the twisted symbols at its edges flickering like a tightened giant net, firmly trapping the cave's seals. Meanwhile, the life forces of the cultivators were intertwined by the formation, binding their lives and deaths together by a single thread. Yet amidst this inseparable flow of energy, Qingchen's aura seemed faint and uncertain, gathering and dispersing intermittently, something Su Zishuan noticed with growing unease. Outside the formation, Old Man Su quietly slipped a dark patterned spirit talisman into his sleeve, a fleeting chill flashing across his eyes. "Hold steady. Amplify your power." Chao Banxian barked urgently. The cultivators intensified their spiritual powers as the formation and seals clashed violently. The seals shifted like living things, at one moment becoming a swarm of flying swords, the next condensing into thick shields. Waves of cold light fluctuated with spiritual barriers, the noise deafening. Qingchen gripped his flagpole tightly, veins bulging on his hands, sweat trickling down his temple. So adaptive? He thought, alarmed. The seals regenerate incredibly fast. Just as a crack appeared, the seal instantly healed itself, almost mocking their attacks. The spiritual power they had poured in moments ago dissipated into nothing. This seal was the remnant Chaobansian, mentioned already, weakened greatly over the years. Despite that, its power had diminished but remained formidable. On the third day, everyone still carried a spark of excitement. Tai Quanzhong Dali swung his giant hammer again and again against the forbidden array. Each strike sent sparks flying as the hammer collided with the spiritual light, cracking gaps as thick as an arm. Yet before the second blow landed, the milky white light rapidly sealed the fissures. Ling Xiao Fairy's flying sword darted around the array's glow, targeting its weak points. Each time a nail-sized hole appeared after a quick strike, it healed instantly, as if nothing had happened. By the seventh day, not a word was spoken among the group. Lu Yunfeng's face had grown pale, nearly half the recovery pills in his sleeve consumed. Ling Xiao Fairy's fingertips bled where her sword gripped tightly, the spiritual power of the array rebounding to tear through her flesh. Even Zhang Dallas' breathing had turned labored. On the 10th day, exhaustion was written on everyone's faces. Qing Chun struggled just as hard silently. He had already burned through 17 spirit stones. Whenever the other's magic reached its limit, he would quietly draw back 20%, careful not to alert Chao Banxian, reserving enough strength to make a full retreat if needed. Sword light and talisman fire intertwined. The forbidden barrier's glow flickered persistently, stubborn as ever. Hold on, everyone. The array is beginning to show signs of fatigue. Chao Banxian's hoarse voice carried an undercurrent of excitement. Just as they thought victory was near, the array suddenly exploded with a blinding white flash, thunderous and deafening. Not good. The forbidden array is launching a full counterattack. Old Su blurted out. Maintain the power output of the formation flags. Those who have the strength, attack the array directly. Chao Banxian commanded loudly. Before his words had fully fallen, Zhang Dali roared, his giant hammer crashing down like a meteor, sending shockwaves rolling. Ling Xiao Fairy's flying sword transformed into a slender silver serpent, slicing open rifts wherever it struck. Qing Chun unleashed his sub's words, crackling with thunder. Lu Yunfeng sent a volley of talisman papers, flames splashing everywhere. At that moment, Chao Banxian suddenly turned to the side and thundered, Old Su, why are you still holding back? Pale-faced from the shout, Old Su had no choice but to pull out a dark red spirit talisman. With a flick of his fingers, the talisman split into dozens of blood-tinted sword rays that streaked into the forbidden array. The beams flashed with lightning speed, their surfaces etched with fine runes, precisely the soul-splitting swords meant to shatter spiritual energy. Under the relentless assault, the array's repair speed finally slowed. Cracks remained, but no longer healed instantly. Chao Banxian's eyes flashed bright as he bellowed, now. Strike with all your might. The group gritted their teeth and poured their last reserves of magic into the formation flags. A tremendous surge of spiritual power gathered in the air. Crashing into the heart of the Araya, black-purple vortex roiled violently, its shape warping to reveal a faint but fierce phantom of a monstrous spider beetle. As the main flag suddenly flared with brilliant light, Qing Chun narrowed his eyes and scanned toward the center of the formation. Chao Banxian's back was already soaked through. The flag fluttered violently, and the black-purple mist clung to the flagpole, climbing swiftly upward to trace out a twisted shadow. These two were no ordinary opponents. Qing Chun silently assessed the situation, discreetly probing with his divine awareness toward Chao Banxian and Elder Su, who were continuously pouring their magical energy into the formation. Sure enough, he detected faint but unusual fluctuations of spiritual power. At that moment, the mist within the formation trembled violently, accompanied by a thunderous buzzing. The shadow of the spider beetle began to take shape. The 7 flags of the formation intertwined with the surging magical energy from everyone present, forming a monstrous beast nearly 10 feet tall. Its body was wrapped in swirling black-purple mist, radiating an oppressive aura. Its eyes glowed blood red, sharp and menacing, as its massive jaws gaped open to reveal cold, jagged fangs. Beneath the intense murderous intent, Qing Chun sensed a magical force comparable to that of a master at the peak of qi refinement. Go! Chao Banxian barked sharply. The spider beetle shadow surged forward like a black gale, its 8 barbed legs tearing into the ground and leaving deep furrows. Its front claws smashed fiercely into the cracks of the ceiling formation. With a sharp snap, the slowly healing fissure was instantly ripped wider by half a foot. Pale cyan ceiling light shattered like broken glass, falling and dissipating upon touching the ground. Qing Chun clearly saw that after spider shadow claws touched the fragments, the black-purple mist thickened abruptly, as if devouring the escaping spiritual light. This was far from any 7-star spirit formation, he thought. He subtly touched Su Zixuan's arm to signal her, and she immediately understood, pressing her hand against the subflag. Taking advantage of the moment, Chao Banxian formed hand seals rapidly, fingers spinning like wheels. The spider beetle shadow did not pause. Its giant jaws snapped at the fissure, fangs piercing through. A burning smell suddenly filled the air. Pale cyan light flowed backward along the fangs as the creature's body swelled again, its blood-red eyes growing even brighter. Sweat rolled down Chao Banxian's forehead, dripping onto the main flag. His breath began to grow erratic. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the scene. Give it all you've got. He suddenly pulled out a mid-grade spirit stone from his storage pouch and crushed it with a snap. Pure spiritual energy surged through his wrist into the main flag. Fueled by the replenishment, the spider beetle shadow abruptly jerked its head upward. Two ink-black beams shot out from its bloodshot eyes. The beams pierced the fissure, making the ceiling formation emit a low, rumbling hum. The remaining spiritual light dimmed instantly. Fine cracks spread like a spiderweb, causing the stone walls to crumble and fall away. Boom. The entire ceiling formation shattered as if a glass lamp had been smashed, shards flying everywhere and dissolving into countless points of spiritual light, all of which were sucked up by the spider beetle's gaping maw. Only then did everyone allow themselves a faint breath of relief. Before cheers could rise, the spider beetle shadow slowly turned around. Its 8 great legs scraped against the ground with a grating hiss. Its blood-red eyes seemed to hold the grudges of 9 lifetimes, staring unblinkingly at them. A wave of evil and bitter hatred seeped from its very bones, and an ice-cold chill climbed instantly from the soles of their feet to their heads. Qing Chun keenly felt every hair on his body stand on end as his internal spiritual power abruptly grew sluggish and stifled. An indescribable sense of oppression swept over them. The shadow of the spider beetle streaked across the sky, swirling with black and purple mist that nearly stained the reef stones outside the cave entrance a ghostly violet. Chao Banxian furrowed his brow deeply, knowing that though this shadow was conjured by the formation, it carried a venomous malevolence that could backfire with the slightest error. Recall it. With a flourish of his sleeves and fingers dancing through intricate hand signs like the wind, the spider beetle's shadow rapidly dissipated. The black-purple mist was forcibly drawn back, flooding like a tide into the main banner. With a soft pop, the mist fully absorbed into the fabric. Only then did everyone dare to breathe deeply again. Lu Yunfeng supported himself on the cold reef stones, his fingertips still trembling. The shadow had glanced briefly at him, and his throat had instantly tightened as if gripped by invisible claws. Shopkeeper Chow, this formation is off. The old eccentric Su blurted out hoarsely. How could a righteous formation give rise to such a sinister creature? Rarely speaking, Ma Sandao stepped forward, palm resting on the hilt of his blade. The sheath emitted a faint click sound. You owe us an explanation. But Chao Banxian seemed not to hear. His gaze fixed intently on the dark cave opening exposed by the broken formation. Wild winds surged forth, the spiritual energy inside far denser than even at Dishuan Island Marketplace. He licked his lips, urgency in his tone. No dawdling. The formation will restore itself after an incense stick burns out. If we delay, it'll take another 10 days to disable it again. Getting in is hard, but getting out is easy. Strike while the iron's hot. Grab what we came for, and leave immediately. Before finishing, he stepped into the black abyss without looking back. Qing Chun raised an eyebrow. Chao Banxian's pace was both hurried and brisk, as if racing against time or pursuit. The group exchanged hesitant glances. Yet the loudest skeptic, Old Su, surprised everyone by lunging forward first with breathtaking speed. Fairy Lingxio's eyes flickered with surprise, but she followed. Lu Yunfeng gritted his teeth and withdrew a jade slip from his bosom, clutching it tightly, determined to record the energy readings here, potentially for great future use. Then he, too, stepped into the darkness. Iron Fist Zhang hefted his massive hammer, muttering to himself, treasure or not, what does an evil formation matter? His footfalls pounded like drums close behind. Stick to the plan. Qing Chun gave a glance to Su Zishuan. Su Zishuan nodded, drawing 4 ebony array nails from her storage pouch. With swift precision, she fixed them into the reef stones around the cave entrance. As soon as they touched the ground, they vanished without a trace. Satisfied, she stepped into the cavern simultaneously with Qing Chun. Crossing the threshold, they were immediately bathed in warm spiritual energy, like a parched sponge suddenly soaked with rain. Qing Chun took a deep breath, every limb tingled with vitality, his qi and magical power spontaneously rebounding. Raising his palm, he saw a faint spiritual glow shimmering on his skin's surface, energy so dense it spilled beyond his body. Ahead, Iron Fist Zhang stretched out his hand and gasped. This is at least a grade 2 superior spiritual vein. Lu Yunfeng's jade slip flickered as he hurriedly recorded figures, mumbling, even if we gain nothing else, just training here alone would be an incredible blessing. Shopkeeper Chow truly has extraordinary fortune. Yet unlike Zhang Dali and Lu Yunfeng's excitement, the furrowed brows of Chao Banxian leading the way, and Old Su right behind him, showed no hint of joy. At this moment, Chao Banxian and Su Lao Guai displayed no surprise or delight. only grave solemnity. The two of them radiated a powerful aura, their expressions grave as if facing a formidable enemy. Qingchun immediately sensed the change earlier. When they broke through the outer formation, it had taken a long time and drained much spiritual energy, yet neither of them had shown such tension. A warning feeling arose in his mind. He subtly shifted his body, quietly moving half a step ahead of Su Zixuan. Zixuan, check around carefully. Don't use spiritual sound transmission. If you notice anything, just nod. He secretly instructed her through a hidden spell. Su Zixuan nodded gently, her eyes scanning the passage on both sides. The cave passage was much wider than Qingchen had expected, wide enough to fit 10 demon beasts walking side by side, twisting and bending. Clearly, this was no ordinary place for cultivators to train in solitude. Every meter along the rock wall was embedded with a fist-sized luminous pearl that cast a warm yellow light, illuminating the corridor down to the smallest detail. But the deeper they went, the stronger Qingchen's unease grew. The supposedly gentle glow somehow felt as chilling as cold air creeping from the bones. He leaned close to the wall. The rough rock surface was covered with mottled carvings. Deep within, faint dark red marks were visible, and a faint scent of iron rust lingered at his nose. Crack! Lu Yunfeng suddenly stopped, crouching down to tap a black shard about the size of a palm with his fingertip. The moment he touched it, the piece crumbled with a crisp sound, turning to black ash. These marks are at least 30 years old, he said quietly, pointing to a pit in the wall about 1 meter deep. The edges are scorched by fire. To gouge this deep, the attacker was at least a latest-stage qi refining cultivator. He then raised his hand, indicating a different wall where several sword scars 3 feet deep slanted across the surface. These are traces of inattribute magical corrosion. Normal weapons couldn't make these marks. Fairy Lingxiao stepped closer, her slender fingers lightly brushing the sword scars, picking up some dark red powder. Her brow furrowed. It's blood, mixed with vengeful energy. No wonder it feels colder the further we go. Qingchen's gaze settled on a silver shard on the ground, about fingernail-sized and sharp as a blade. Using his boot tip, he flipped it over and noticed a faint black thread clinging to its edge. The moment the thread touched his protective spiritual energy, it seemed almost alive, flowing backwards against the flow of magic and striking directly at his meridians. A chill ran through him. He hurriedly summoned his cultivation power to shake off the black thread, cold sweat forming in his palm. Shopkeeper Chow, Zhang Dali spoke cautiously. You said before this was just a base-stage cultivator's tomb. You never mentioned such intense battle marks inside. What exactly is the background of the owner of this place? Chao Bangxian's face darkened. He slowly shook his head. This is my first time here as well. I don't know much more than you do about what lies inside. Think about it. If a base-stage cultivator's hideout had no danger, wouldn't that be strange? There could even be treasures here that only someone at that stage can control. This is a rare, great opportunity. Sounds better than it is, Su Leiguai sneered. If you really know nothing, why were you so sure to bring us here? You spent so many spirit stones. Don't tell me you're just gambling on luck. Chao Bangxian's expression didn't change. I have my reasons. Believe or not is up to you. If you don't trust me and want to leave now, I won't stop you. At those words, silence fell over the group. Everyone understood clearly. If they turned and fled now, they would helplessly watch the opportunity slip through their fingers. But to press forward despite the growing chill, the bloodstains mottling the floor, and the shattered magical artifacts meant courting greater danger. Having come this far, there was no turning back. In the quiet, Qingchun was the first to speak. He scanned the pitch-black corridor and said, we need to set some rules first. Number 1, no one acts alone. Number 2, immediately warn the group if you sense danger. Number 3, if anyone dares to hide treasures, don't blame us for dealing with them together. Zhang Dali swung his fist with a nod. The brother's right. We move as one and fight as one. Anyone who tries to play dirty, I'll smash their head with my hammer. Fairy Lingxiao nodded gently. No objections from me. She glanced to the other side of the party. Shopkeeper Chow, is the hall just ahead? Chao Banxian stroked his chin with a confident smile. According to the jade slips markings, yes. Beyond the hall lies the main sanctuary. The foundation building treasure that I seek is inside. As for the rest, everyone relies on their own skills. Before he finished, the bluestone floor beneath them suddenly trembled with a low rumble. A tenfold stronger chill swept from the walls. Qingchen immediately summoned his spiritual power, conjuring a ring of ethereal light that enveloped him like a shield. As it formed, a thin layer of frost rapidly crystallized on its surface, accompanied by a sharp crackling sound. Watch out! Zhang Dali roared. Standing at the front, the golden radiance of his Vajra technique was dimmed halfway by an invisible force. His hands deftly wove hand seals as he shouted, Vajra curse. The golden light blazed brighter, and ancient symbols appeared only to be quickly devoured by tendrils of ghostly black mist, visibly fading in color. From the depths of the passage came a chilling, sinister laugh that made hairs stand on end. Qingchen caught sight of Su Zixuan's face pale as snow and immediately shielded her behind him, pulling out several blazing fire talismans from his pouch. It's vengeful spirits. And the white bone demons. Fairy Lynxio's voice grew unusually urgent. She flicked her wrist, and a streaking sword of radiant light shot from her waist, piercing forward like a silver whip. In the firelight, the translucent black shadows were forced into view, emitting mournful wails. Those shadows were the vengeful spirits themselves, smoky and dark blue-black with claws nearly half a foot long. Worse still, as the spirits advanced, cracks splintered open across the bluestone floor. Pale and terrifying figures crawled out, white bone demons. Standing at 9 feet tall, their bodies assembled from bleached bones, their hollow eye sockets flickering with eerie green ghost flames, and wielding bone blades. "Quick, get behind me," Qing Chen commanded, flinging a fire talisman to the ground. The paper instantly ignited, orange flames surging up about 3 feet high, forming a barrier before several diving spirits. The flames licked the ghosts, instantly burning them to blackened sludge, but behind them the horde rushed forward relentlessly like a tide, looking for trouble. In a flash, Ma Sandow appeared on the front line. He swung his blade in a leap, the cold edge slicing through the air with a half-moon arc that severed several spirits in midair. Black smoke scattered, landing firmly and shaking off remaining mist. He sneered, "Just mere chi refinement stage ghosts, and they still dare cause trouble before me." The spirits had barely been eliminated when 3 white bone demons charged side by side, their bone blades howling as they aimed directly for Zhang Dali. Roaring fiercely, Dali raised his giant hammer with both hands to meet the attack heat-in. Clang! The clash of hammer and bone blades echoed loudly. Zhang Dali felt a numbness surge through his tiger's mouth as the giant hammer struck like it had hit solid iron, sending vibrations up his arm and nearly causing him to lose his grip. Glancing over, he saw the few white bone demons pushed back just 2 steps, their skulls glowing all the more fiercely with eerie green phosphorescence. Several cold, gleaming bone knives lunged at him again. "Damn it, these bones are way too tough," Zhang cursed, quickly sliding to the side. The bone knives scraped close along his arm, stirring a chill wind, even dimming the golden light of his protective Vajra technique. "Watch out, brothers. This bone demon might be as strong as a Chi refinement stage 3 cultivator," he shouted to warn them. In the distance, Lu Yunfeng's 3 spirit talismans exploded one after another. With a snap of his fingers, wind blades, golden swords, and water arrows curved swiftly through the air, bang, 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 blasting 5 vengeful ghosts into swirling black smoke. But as the dark mist cleared, 3 intact bone demons stepped through the smoke, cackling cruelly and charging again. Lu Yunfeng furrowed his brow and tapped rapidly with 2 fingers, sending several azure wind blades slicing towards their kneecaps, creating a brief opening. Seizing the chance, he leapt back, pulling out a deep brown ancient book from his chest. Infusing it with magic, a rush of ink fragrance mingled with cinnabar and demonic blood surged forward. "Congeal," he ordered sharply. Golden runes fluttered from the pages, gathering midair into 4 half-meter-tall golden-armored warriors, their armor shimmering with golden light. As they formed, the warriors charged forward, slashing to snap one bone demon's skull askew. Zhang Dali's eyes brightened. He swung his hammer in a wide arc, smashing the demon's chest while its head was tilted. Bone shards flew as eerie green ghost flames shot out from the cracks. The demon twitched twice, then collapsed with a crash. Elsewhere, Qing Chen suddenly unleashed the child sword from his paired Thunder Shadow sword technique. Electric blue lightning rippled along the blade as faint blue thunder patterns crackled. Flicking his wrist, the sword light arched past 2 vengeful ghosts in front of Suzy Xuan. The lightning exploded with a popping sound. The ghosts let out anguished shrieks before dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Suzy Xuan's tense expression relaxed slightly, her 4 or 5 spirit talismans glowing faintly, ready to spring into action. Qing Chun remained alert, silently reminding himself, unless absolutely necessary, he would never give up on this rising formation prodigy. Deeper into the passage, more shadows writhed. Over a dozen white bone demons crawled out, dragging their pale skeletal limbs, thick clouds of vengeful black mist rolling behind them. Qing Chen's gaze sharpened, but then was drawn to movement on the other side. Xiao Banxian raised a towering, exquisite talisman, showering brilliant light rain that firmly suppressed 4 bone demons within. Nearby, the ironclad turtle summoned by Old Su was crashing into 3 bone demons, sending their armored plates flying, but showing no signs of slowing. "Now!" Xiao Banxian shouted suddenly. He planted the main banner into the ground, and the flag unfurled with a rustle. Black and purple strands of light sprouted like vines from the flag's surface, twisting towards the surrounding vengeful ghosts. A vengeful spirit was ensnared by strands of light, instantly pulled toward the banner and swallowed whole. "Old Su, stop hiding. If you dawdle any longer, we'll all end up feeding these evil spirits," someone in the crowd shouted urgently. Old Su sneered and finally dropped his reserve. He raised a hand and patted the armored turtle's shell. The massive beast thrashed its limbs wildly, charging like a mountain at the nearest bone demon. The demon swung its blade, but with a loud clang, the bone sword snapped on the spot. Using the momentum, the armored turtle crushed the demon's ribcage to dust. At the same time, Old Su unleashed a claw-shaped magical weapon. A cold gleam flashed as one claw pierced another vengeful spirit. Black smoke swirled between the claw's blades before being sucked back into the weapon's body. Fellow cultivators, the situation is critical. Form the array together. Chao Banxian's voice was thick with anxiety. The gathered cultivators didn't hesitate. Each drew out a mini banner and poured all their internal power into it. Black beams shot skyward, aligning with the dark purple glow from Chao Banxian's main banner. In the next moment, the air in the channel suddenly twisted as a dark purple vortex, nearly a meter wide, roared into existence. Its suction intensified, drawing in shattered stones and broken magical weapons with a howling sound. Cage. The closest vengeful spirits were pulled, their forms distorting as they screamed and were sucked into the vortex. A bone demon tried to force his way through, but stumbled as the powerful force yanked him back. His joints cracked loudly, and he was shredded into white bone fragments in an instant. Even more terrifying, a huge spider shadow emerged from the vortex's side, the shadow of a spider beetle. Its black claws slammed down, grabbing the skull of a bone demon and crushing it with a loud crack. The demon's body went limp. The shadow moved like wind, snatching 3 more bone demons and crushing their skeletons bit by bit. But deeper inside the channel, more bone demons swarmed forward, some slashing at the spider's legs with their blades, others bearing jaws to shoot bone spikes. Uft! Several bone spikes pierced the spider shadow's abdomen, causing it to roar in pain. The mini banner in Qingshan's hand shook violently as a shockwave surged through his arm, jolting his chi. See empty when the array suffers damage. Those casting it feel the backlash too. Hold on. Chao Banxian's voice trembled as he shoved a red pill into his mouth. The medicinal power erupted, intensifying the glow of his main banner. Just a little longer, these evil spirits will be wiped out. Qingshan looked toward the far end of the channel, but his heart sank. Amid the swirling shadows and bone demons, another figure appeared. The man stood at the very back, his back facing them, clutching a black banner embroidered densely with skulls. Who's there? Zhang Dali shouted, raising his giant hammer. The stranger slowly turned around. A gray Taoist robe, a face drained of color, pale gray eyes, and a strange smile curling at the corner of his lips, all came into Qingshan's view. Master, Master, you're not dead? A flash of movement in the shadows of the hall caught Chao Banxian's eye, and he cried out in alarm. The main flag in his hand trembled with a sharp pat. The dark purple light barrier flickered and dimmed, and through the gap, a vengeful ghost lunged at him. He hastily swung the flag to block the attack, stepping back twice until his back nearly hit the cold stone wall. It wasn't panic, it was a bone-deep terror. Qingshan watched closely. In an instant, all the color drained from Chao Banxian's face. His mouth trembled uncontrollably, revealing a pitiful ruin. Even facing hordes of skeletal demons and restless spirits before, this old fox had never lost composure like this. Impossible. Chao Banxian's voice shook as he planted the flag upright, pointing at the shadow. Come out. What kind of trickery is this, playing the god and ghost? At last, the figure in the shadow stirred. Stepping slowly, a black banner hanging at their side, they entered the pale circle of light from the glowing pearl. Everyone could see Thena gray face tightly wrapped around bones, skin shriveled, clearly long dead. Yet Chao Banxian's terror abruptly twisted into wild joy. He laughed loudly. Ha! You old undead. You want to escape death forever. Pretending to be a godly spirit after dying, how despicable and shameless you are. Ha! Everyone exchanged uneasy looks, suspicion swirling in their hearts. Lu Yunfeng couldn't help stepping forward slightly, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. Manager Chao, who on earth is this, or what kind of ghost could scare you so badly? Ma Sandao had already lost patience. His hand clenched the knife handle, brow tight as a line. Chao Banxian, spit it out. Don't play coy. This person, enemy or friend? Chao Banxian flicked a sidelong glance at their angry faces, a hint of amusement curling his lips. Sometimes, pretending to be clueless is the wisest thing to do. You're asking for death. Ma Sandao's fury surged to the top of his head. He formed a finger sign, and the long knife slid out 3 inches with a sharp song, the cold blade's gleam reflecting off Chao Banxian's face. Keep dodging, and see if I don't chop you down first. Lu Yunfeng frowned too, flipping a scroll as golden runes quietly lit up. Manager Chao, if you want to live, speak clearly. Old Su said nothing but quietly ordered the iron shell turtle to step forward 2 paces, its fierce aura locking onto the main flag. Under their intense stares, Chao Banxian's face contorted. Then he suddenly chuckled low, eyes narrowing to thin slits. Live and walk out. Do you really think you can leave? Fools, you're nothing but fodder for this Taoist's path. He raised the main flag high, voice sharp as a blade. I am merely the sacrifice. A sacrifice? Old Zu's anger exploded. his powerful spirit force roaring outwards. Chao Banxian, are you mad? Trying to double-cross me? You're asking to die? He moved to sever the connection to the subsidiary flag. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically as Qi Si felt grabbed by an iron hand, the magic power flowing backward into the subsidiary flag. No matter how he tried to contain it, it wouldn't budge, cold sweat streaming down his spine. Qing Chun was shocked too, purposely frowning and pushing his output to the limit, but putting on a worried face. Subsidiary flags out of control. The power can't be withdrawn. Since he had prepared beforehand, only a small amount of power had been infused, so now the contraction only left his Qi Si slightly empty, with no real harm. Lu Yunfeng's situation was the most dangerous. Calling forth the golden armored warrior had consumed most of his true energy, and now the subsidiary flag's strong absorption drained him quickly. His face went ghostly pale, lips colorless and dry. Chao Banxian, there's something wrong with your banner. He tried to channel his magic into the scroll, but the power barely reached his wrist before the banner instantly sucked it all away. The golden runes on the scroll immediately dimmed, as if drained of life. Ma Sandeo's face darkened in rage, fire blazed in his eyes. He roared and swung his long knife at Chao Banxian. You bastard! How dare you bully me, Ma Sandao? Today I'll chop you down. As the blade rose, an overwhelming weakness coursed through him. His arm felt leaden, the knife almost too heavy to lift. His internal power was draining rapidly into the banner. Black threads crawled down the surface of the flag, slipping along his wrist into his arm, bringing a bone-chilling cold that shook him to his core. Ha ha ha, too late. Chao Banxian grinned triumphantly, pointing at everyone's banners. The dark strands on the flags glowed ever brighter. Fools like you really think a little cultivation is enough to challenge me? Today's game, whether you strike or hide, you have no choice but to act. He whispered an incantation, activating the spider moth devouring formation. The moment anyone touched their banner and triggered the spell, their power was sucked dry like a dried up well, not only their magic, but also their vitality, soul, and even lifespan all being devoured. Old Su grit his teeth in frustration and quickly shoved a pill into his mouth. But no sooner had it touched his tongue than it was ravenously consumed, the banner greedily draining the pill's medicinal energy. His face flushed, veins bulging on his neck as he ground his teeth in fury. Chao Banxian, you won't get away with this. Not get away with this. Chao Banxian sneered. He twisted his palm, unleashing a burst of black-purple light from the main banner, blasting toward everyone. You idiots, it's your good fortune to become my nourishment. With a humming roar, the main banner released a black-purple beam that tangled around the spider moth shadow nearby. The spider moth had already lost 2 limbs to the bone demon's blade and was badly wounded. Yet, entwined in the banner's dark light, its blood-red eyes flared as its severed legs visibly and astonishingly healed within moments. The spider moth shadow grew even stronger. Ling Xiao, her voice trembling with alarm, said, It's getting stronger again. Inside, Old Zust's spiritual energy surged desperately as he tried harnessing his cultivation to forcibly sever the connection to his banner, struggling to break free from this death trap. But everyone's energy was tightly bound to their banners. They were dragged along by this link, unable to escape. This banner, woven from vengeful soul threads, once activated, clung like a leech that could never be shaken off. The master-servant formation had taken shape. Without the absolute power to shatter the entire formation, turning the tide was impossible. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Qing Chen's heart sank slightly. He could clearly sense the spider moth shadow's aura growing stronger, approaching, even surpassing the Qi refining stage. Now are you scared? Chao Banxian stood beside the spider moth shadow. The spell was about to sever. The banner's black-purple light had already deeply fused into the spider moth's body. The spider moth's blood-red eyes fixed on the group, its 8 razor-sharp claws furrowing deep trenches into the ground. Once I've drained all your magic, ITLL, chew your bones to pieces. The dark purple threads of light coursing over the shadow stag beetle suddenly surged violently, writhing like countless living snakes intertwined, as the once intangible form solidified before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, the massive spider-like monster took on a heavy, tangible presence. Qing Shun could clearly make out every finger-joint-long barb covering its body, the sharp tips dripping with thick, blackish slime that sent chills down his spine. It was no longer an energy projection, but a living, breathing nightmare. Even more terrifying, its aura shattered the constraints of the Qi refinement realm, releasing a crushing pressure that weighed heavily on everyone's chests like a massive stone. At that moment, the master banner completely merged into the shadow stag beetle. The black-purple threads churned and surged, voraciously devouring the magic power and blood energy of the surrounding cultivators. It's done. Chao Banxian shouted in ecstatic triumph. His hands moved so fast they left afterimages as he formed successive seals, and the final set of talismans tore through the air before sinking into the demon spider's body. Netherworld demon spider, manifest. The demon spider swelled instantly, its shell erupting with jagged edges and surrounded by flickering black-purple flames. Its formidable body grew even larger. Its blood-red compound eyes gleamed coldly and mercilessly. Its 8 long legs suddenly slammed down with a deafening crash on the stone floor. The next moment, it lunged toward the nearest group of vengeful ghosts, its massive jaws snapping open. A black-purple storm roared out, sucking everything in. The ghosts, who had just been howling fiercely, instantly dissolved into black mist as their screams were drawn into the demon spider's seemingly bottomless maw. One overconfident bone demon wildly swung its bone blade at one of the spider's legs. Clang! The brittle weapon shattered into 2 pieces on impact. The spider casually raised a leg and flicked, sending the broken blade flying. Then it struck forcefully into the demon's chest crack. The bone demon's rib cage shattered like paper, greenish ghost flames were sucked into the spider's mouthpart, and only a mangled corpse fell to the ground. This monster is absolutely merciless. Masandeo's legs turned to jelly. Just moments ago, had been itching to settle scores with Chao Banxian, but now he was frozen in terror, cold sweat pouring down his spine. If those sharp legs had targeted him, Ma doubted his blades could last more than a few rounds. Qingchen quietly reached into the pouch at his waist and felt the few escaped talismans had bought for 50 coins each mint originally as a last resort. Now, they were his only card. Watching the demon spider rampage like a wild beast, a chill ran down his spine. Chao Banxian was an old fox hiding such a terrifying trump card. If that monster turned on them, Qingchen realized he might be the only one who could flee using the talismans, while everyone else would be helpless. Amid the bloodshed and ghostly screams, the once fierce vengeful ghosts and bone demons scattered in disarray, fleeing the demon spider's relentless hunt. The cultivators all wore ashen expressions, their hearts gripped by terror. Suddenly, a harsh coughing pierced through the chaos. Lu Yunfeng clutched his chest and rasped out a warning. Ahead in the hall. Someone's coming out. Everyone turned sharply. From the dim depths of the hall, a staggering figure emerged, not the gray-robed man from before, but an even more unsettling entity. The creature stood less than 5 feet tall, gaunt and wizened, its gray-brown skin stretched tightly over its bones, covered with dark red blood scabs. It crawled forward slowly, supporting itself on half-foot-long finger bones and its legs, its joints creaking ominously, exuding an aura of deathly chill. Behind it stood a peculiar banner made of white bones. The banner was covered with hair-thin purple demon runes, with a pole strung together from bleached spines exuding corrupt, putrid energy. Bone Demon Spirit Banner. Chao Banxian's face changed drastically. His previous triumph vanished, and he locked his gaze on the banner, voice trembling. That old immortal dead all these years, and yet still able to activate this banner. He dared not dwell on it. Raising his hand sharply, he shouted, "Netherworld Demon Spider, unleash your demon fire. Burn it." The Netherworld Demon Spider howled, tilting its massive head back. Its jaws snapped open, spewing a torrent of thick black-purple demon flame as wide as a bucket, roaring toward the crawling corpse. The sinister flame carried waves of scorching heat, with a terrifying power capable of incinerating cultivators at the late chi refining stage. The moment the fire tongue lunged at the dried corpse, the white-boned demon banner trembled sharply. The purple demon runes on the banner suddenly flared to life, instantly weaving a dense net that shielded the corpse. Sizzle, the hellish fire collided with the net, and the blazing flames entangled with the runes like 2 venomous snakes locked in combat. In the blink of an eye, the fierce flames were gradually absorbed away, eventually disappearing entirely into the banner's fabric, whose color dulled noticeably. What? Chao Banxian's face contorted in shock as he stumbled back half a step, nearly tripping on scattered stones. This demonic flame had effortlessly burned a Tier 8 chi refining beast to death before, yet now, it was completely devoured without a trace. Nearby, Qing Chun, in the middle of sealing a teleportation talisman, paused mid-motion clearly. Chao Banxian and this dried corpse were mortal enemies, possibly the key to an escape chance. The dried corpse stood holding the banner upright. Its sunken eye sockets resembled black holes swirling with malice, making everyone's hair stand on end. Traitors and invaders must be executed without mercy. A hoarse, chilling voice echoed like it came from the depths of hell, accompanied by an eerie, ghostly coldness. The corpse's stiff arms slowly rose, pointing directly at Chao Banxian. The purple runes flared once more, shooting out a dozen ghostly claws. Demonic spider. Block it. Chao Banxian barked sharply. The netherworld demon spider lunged forward, sweeping its 8 legs. Bang bang bang. The ghost claws were scattered, but several terrifying wounds appeared on the spider's armored legs. These ghost claws could pierce its tough shell. Seeing even the demon spider faltering, Qing Chun immediately swallowed a pill and channeled more powerful energy into the formation, no longer holding back. Chao Banxian, what kind of hellhole did you bring us to? Ma Sandao finally lost his cool, his voice shaking. Old man Chao, you're doomed. You freak of Yin and Yang on the path to the Yellow Springs. They'll beat you to death with my fists. Zhang Dali had been cursing non-stop since entering the cave. But Chao Banxian paid no mind. To him, Ma Sandao and Zhang Dali were just walking bags of spirit blood, destined to be drained sooner or later. His only concern now was how to suppress this ancient undead. The spider beetle Yuan devouring array had been pushed to its limit, but still failed to take effect, filling him with dread. To have such power after so many years dead, combined with the white-bone demon banner's malice, Chao Banxian's thoughts raced as he quickly formed hand seals, causing the Z-Chi flag's suction force to dramatically increase. Backstab. With a low shout, the netherworld demon spider's back suddenly split open, unleashing a burst of black-purple spikes with a howling sound. The corpse neither dodged nor flinched. The banner unfurled with a rushing sound, the runes spinning wildly to form a purple shield before its body. Ding ding ding. All the spikes were deflected, with only a few piercing the shield, but as soon as they touched the corpse, they were instantly devoured by the black chi that curled upward. Suddenly, the white-bone demon banner blasted out a blinding light, as bright as midday. Qing Chun raised his hand to shield his eyes, peeking through his fingers to see the corpse forcibly absorbed into the banner. Amid the dazzling radiance, the purple runes on the fabric began swirling frantically, weaving a horrific pattern. Crash! The deep purple demonic patterns on the white-bone demon banner suddenly exploded. In the next moment, a jet-black column of light, nearly 10 feet thick, surged out from the banner, crashing into the ground with a thunderous boom, sending stones flying and gouging a deep crater nearly 10 feet wide. As the black light faded, a towering figure 3 stories high slowly rose, a fearsome, fully transformed white-bone demon, even taller than the netherworld demon spider by half a body length. It was no longer the dried corpse from before, but a completely metamorphosed monster of bone and spirit. Its translucent, gleaming skeleton was intricately layered like the work of a master craftsman. 2 ghostly blue flames blazed fiercely within its hollow eye sockets, burning with a fierce and profound light. 2 sharp, white bone horns jutted straight up from its head, radiating chilling cold. Most terrifying of all, it had 4 arms, each shoulder and knee bearing an enormous bone blade. The backs of the blades were thick and sturdy, but the edges were as thin and sharp as cicada wings, shimmering with dark radiance and emanating a deadly chill. The Broken Army White-Bone Demon General. Chao Banxian's voice cracked like a strangled rooster, suddenly rising and then cutting off abruptly. He staggered back 3 steps, eyes locked on the 4 bone blades, his face ashen. That old demon actually fused his soul, flesh, and cultivation into those blades. He's gone mad. Completely insane. Qing Chun clenched 5 high-tier middle-grade escape talismans in his palm, inner magic stirring in his sleeve, ready to cast and retreat at any moment. His mind raced. If things got out of control, he would immediately pull Su Zixuan out of the battle circle and have her activate the yellow sand formation set up earlier in the cave. Chao Banxian had said the formation was tight on the outside, but loose within. Once you broke out, escape was easy. Earlier, Qing Chun had released living probes to test it, confirming this. Roar. The Broken Army Demon General raised all 4 arms at once, the bone blades humming as they unsheathed, black radiance surging 3 feet longer. Without any hesitation, it swung all 4 blades simultaneously, for arcs of cutting energy tore through the air, rushing straight at the netherworld demon spider. But the netherworld demon spider moved with an uncanny agility for its massive form. Its 8 legs kicked fiercely, cracking the stone slabs into a spiderweb pattern. The huge spider bounced like a tightly coiled black ball, barely leaping over the blade arcs. The 4 arcs slammed into the ground, carving 4 trenches 3 feet deep, the bluestone scorched black with a pungent, burnt smell wafting in the smoke. A howl. As it landed, the demon spider opened its massive maw wide, blasting a barrel-thick jet of black-purple demonic flame. The flame was laced with countless fine black strands. Just moments ago, those white-bone demons had been burned to ashes by it. Now, the flame surged directly at the Broken Army Demon General. The Demon General didn't even bother to retreat. Crossing its 4 blades, it instantly wove a pitch-black blade web in front of itself. Sizzle when the demonic flame slammed into this blade net. Sparks of black-purple fire exploded like hot oil on iron. The blade net completely blocked the flame. Not a single wisp broke through the defense. This demon is so strong. Zhang Dali growled. He had just swallowed a red blood pill, but noticed Zi Qi was draining magic even more fiercely as the initial surge of blood energy was mostly sucked away. The golden light of his Vajra technique dimmed. Old Chao, get out of here quick. If we drag this on, we'll all be crushed to pulp. Chao Banxian leaned against the stone wall, chest heaving violently. As the main formation operator, the backlash was just as brutal for him. His gaze flicked between the netherworld demon spider and the Broken Army Demon General. Then he gritted his teeth and growled. Attack its lower body. The joints of its bone legs are its weak points. The netherworld demon spider seemed to understand instantly. Its 8 long legs suddenly pushed off, propelling its massive body like a cannonball straight at the broken army demon general's legs. Each segment of its leg bones was wrapped in black-purple eerie flames, sizzling as they burned, the tips transforming into deadly spears that stabbed directly at the demon general's kneecaps. But the broken army demon general was already prepared. Its skeletal form seemed to retain a lingering cunning intelligence. With a sudden backward step of the left foot, heavy bony joints scraped sparks from the rocky ground. Then the right leg lifted high, the bone boot shrouded in deathly aura slamming into the demon spider's skull with a thunderous impact. At the same time, the demon general's forearms whirled like windmills. 2 bone knives slashed horizontally at the spider's long legs, while the other 2 cleaved down on the thick, flame-wreathed carapace. Black radiance coalesced on the blades, growing deeper and darker, like cold stars piercing the night sky, carrying a deadly intent. With a muffled thud, the spider's head took a heavy blow. Its enormous body swayed but refused to retreat. It bared its fangs dripping with venom and snapped its jaws onto the demon general's calf, the sharp teeth biting deep into the white bones, cracking 2 gouges in the bone. Roar! The broken army demon general let out a low, furious roar. Its forearms accelerated rapidly as 2 bone knives hammered onto the spider's carapace, shaking the entire cave with echoing impacts. Bang! The eerie flames instantly dimmed as the armor split open, a gash leaking thick black slime that steamed foully in the air. But the demon spider remained clamped tight, biting down harder, tearing off a small shard of bone from the shattered white leg. This general is fighting for his life. Watching from the shadows, Qingshin's heart tightened sharply. He caught sight of the demon general's 4 arms trembling violently in unison. The dark radiance on the blades and axe faces intensified wildly, draining away the blood light around him, clearly charging up for a devastating strike. Indeed, in the next moment, the broken army demon god flung his right leg violently, flinging the clutching netherworld demon spider 2 meters away. The spider slammed into the rocky wall, showering stone fragments. As soon as it hit the ground, it forced itself upright with a screeching scrape of its 8 legs. But it was already too late. The demon god's 4 arms snapped inward simultaneously, the 4 bone knives clinking together into one massive blade over 4 meters long. The deep black blade seemed to swallow all light, but its edge blazed with spectral blue ghost flames, like the cold eyes of countless lost souls. A hoarse slash erupted from the gaps between the bones, not a single voice, but the wails of hundreds of vengeful spirits layered together, shaking the mind with dread. The giant blade swung down fiercely, sending a 4-meter-wide black-blue slash hurtling toward the netherworld demon spider. Swish! A 4-hang-wide slash of black blade energy cut through the air, and even from afar, Qingshin felt a sharp sting on his cheek, as if scraped by a block of solid ice. He reflexively activated his Thunderlight shield. In an instant, blue-white electric arcs spread before him, the shield surface frosting over with a cracking sound. Such a terrifying slash caused everyone present to go pale and chill with dread. Among Qi refining cultivators, almost no one could withstand this strike. Even those at the peak of the Qi refining stage, exerting all their strength to invoke top-tier defensive artifacts, could barely survive it and suffered grievous injuries. My goodness, this white-bone demon general is unbelievably fierce. If only I could tame this thing. Who in the Qi refining stage could stand against me? If I had a few more like it, even Foundation establishment disciples would dare to clash Hedon. Qingshin's scalp tingled as his thoughts raced, greed surging uncontrollably. Buzz. Suddenly, the Jimao devouring formation flared, doubling its suction power like an invisible giant mouth ravenously devouring the mana and vitality of the surrounding cultivators. The relatively weaker Lian Feng was hit first. His face turned pale in an instant as he crushed spirit stones between his fingers, shards scattering to the ground. Desperately swallowing pills, he still felt his meridians tearing like sharp blades. The others fared no better, their drained spiritual energy gushing away like a receding tide, leaving each breath ragged and unstable. Though Chao Bangxian's cultivation was deep, cold sweat drenched his back, middle-grade spirit stones shattered at his feet. He inwardly thanked his luck. If not for this Jimao devouring formation and these 6 scapegoats, my old life would have probably ended here. Thinking of the dead Chilean old ghost still sent chills down his spine. That monster had turned itself into a dry corpse just to leave behind a trace of resentment to animate the demon banner, ruthless to the extreme. Chao Bangxian cursed silently. Serves him right to be critically wounded by the Golden Core Patriarch and betrayed by all. Thankfully, the White-Bone Demon's Luo banner dropped in rank after being struck. Otherwise, no one would have survived today. In a flash, thoughts whirled through his mind. He dared not relax even an instant. With the formation's continuous boosts, the netherworld demon spider's momentum surged. Facing the white-bone breaking star demon general's earth-shattering slash, it spewed a torrent of netherworld demon fire, kicking fiercely with all 8 legs. Its massive form traced a bizarre arc through the air, attempting to evade the blade's deadly path with speed. But the blade's sharpness allowed almost no dodge. Sizzle, the demon fire was severed in midair the moment it touched the blade. Black-purple flames instantly incinerated without a trace of smoke. The blade's momentum remained relentless, rushing straight for the spider's chest. It dodged with all its might, but was still caught fast. Can't dodge anymore. Chao Banxian quickly formed hand seals. The demon spider abruptly stopped fleeing, flipping over to brace its thick shell against the blade. Its 8 legs stretched forward simultaneously, condensing black-purple netherworld energy into a curved protective shield. Bang! The blade struck. The shield shattered instantly into scattered fragments of light. The blade's energy sliced through 2 of its massive legs with cracking snaps. The severed limbs flew off, but the spider did not retreat. Instead, it used the momentum to surge forward, pressing its remaining 6 legs firmly into the ground. Its huge body slammed like a black battering ram into the breaking star demon general. The demon general had not expected the spider to trade injury for injury. Forced to step back 2 paces by the collision, the skeletal hand gripping the blade trembled slightly, and the towering blade energy abruptly shattered midair. Seeing its strike fail to slay the enemy, and instead stagger back from the impact, the breaking star white-bone demon general's cold blue flames burned even more fiercely in its eyes. Its 4 arms swung again, forming a slightly weaker blade of energy in midair, which it suddenly slashed toward the netherworld demon spider. Before the blade could strike, the aura of the broken army demon general visibly fell back to the 9th level of chi refinement. Clearly, those 2 fierce slashes had drained its internal power completely, yet it could not recover even a fraction of energy. A fierce light flashed in Chao Banxian's eyes. Dodging any longer would only get him killed faster. He made a snap decision to fight with all he had, ready to bring down both sides. The netherworld demon spider let out a terrifying shriek, neither dodging nor evading. Its massive jaws gaped wide, releasing a burst of netherworld energy like an unstoppable flood, carrying a chilling ghostly wail that surged straight at the bone demon general. At the same time, it stomped with 8 legs, the enormous spider body crashing toward the blade with the force of a meteor gone off course. Boom! The blade collided head-on with the demon spider, erupting in a deafening explosion. Demon flames scattered in all directions. Dark waves of energy roiled and instantly shattered a stone pillar over a person's height. The entire cave violently shook. The rocky walls cracked as stones rained down like hail. The netherworld energy was forcibly cleaved by the blade, exposing a horrifying giant fissure across the spider's body. Black soul liquid sprayed wildly while 2 spiked legs broke off on the spot. PFT. At the same moment, the cultivators inside the formation coughed up blood, their auras plunging sharply. The spider beetle devouring primordial array violently trembled as it rapidly drained their life force. Lu Yunfeng was the first to fall, collapsing to the ground with hair turning instantly white and deep wrinkles carving his face. His aura weakened until nearly imperceptible. The black threads within the formation quickly turned ashen. Zhang Dali knelt where he sat, the golden light of his Vajra technique fading and disappearing. Clutching his chest tightly, he coughed so hard it felt like his insides were turning over. Dao Make, Ma San, and Dao San's faces were equally pale. Their hands trembled as they gripped their blades. Qing Chun, though slowed by his reversal runes, still lost nearly 40 of his mana and was rapidly swallowing pills to stabilize his true essence. Ling Xiao Immortal, whose strength was similar to theirs, showed an unusual sign though greatly weakened in mana. Her expression remained steady rather than pale like the others. Qing Chun quietly took note of this subtle but important detail. As for Old Man Su, he also appeared severely injured and weak, but Qing Chun didn't believe it for a second. Back outside the cave when breaking the formation, he had caught a glimpse of Zu's full power attack. His spiritual power was definitely far beyond the 6th level of chi refinement. Previously, Old Man Su must have relied on some secret technique to conceal his true strength, successfully fooling Qing Chun and the others. The reason Qing Chun failed to see through his guise on Ningxuan Island was precisely because of this strange disguise technique. But now, as Old Man Su pushed his magic to the limit, cracks finally appeared in his deception. No matter how hard he tried to cover it up, he couldn't escape the sharp divine perception honed by the demonic golden lotus's real cultivation had clearly reached the late chi refining stage. In the flash of lightning and thunder, the battle grew increasingly fierce and deadly. A chilling roar echoed out. The netherworld demon spider fiercely clashed with the Pei Jun demon general's blade, then drained the blood and magic from 7 cultivators before releasing an ear-splitting howl of agony. Its remaining 4 pitch-black legs dug into the ground with a sharp snap, and torrents of dark purple netherworld energy surged forth, condensing into countless black arrows that suddenly shot toward the Pei Jun demon general. The demon spider made no effort to defend itself. It aimed solely to deal a heavy blow to the enemy. willing to die together in a desperate last stand. Swish, swish, swish. The arrow storm tore through the air with piercing screams. Amid dull hisses, every black arrow embedded deep into the skeletal demon general's limbs, chest, and skull. The once pristine white bones cracked instantly. The sternum had 3 holes, the left arm bone split along a long crack, and the most vicious arrow shattered a bony horn on its head. Severely wounded, the Paijun demon general staggered backward, its steps unsteady like it might collapse any moment. The 4 giant bone blades it wielded clattered to the ground, sparks flying from the strikes. Its once surging aura instantly plummeted from late Qi refining stage down to mid-Qi refining. At the same time, the countless burning illusions of demon spiders completely dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Chao Banxian, observing from afar, breathed a quiet sigh of relief, grateful he had earlier chosen to abandon defense and force the demon spider to trade its life for injury. If the spider had taken that fatal blow Hedon, it would only have delayed death without gain. Instead, it managed to cripple over half of the demon general's strength. Yet even with only around 6 levels of Qi refining left, the Pajun Bone demon general's killing intent remained undiminished. It bent over once more, retrieving the 4 giant bone blades one by one. Their gray-white radiance remained fierce, but could no longer form the terrifying blade array from before. Fortunately, with the netherworld demon spider no longer present, the dark purple whirlpool of the combined spider-beetle soul devouring formation still churned, enough to block the incomplete blade aura. Chao Banxian pressed a hand against his bleeding chest as he leaned on the stone wall. With the other hand, he pulled out a superior-grade red flame tower from his pocket. He had hesitated to use it before, but now with victory near and the demon bone Dao banner within reach, there was no room to hold back. He bit his tongue hard, spraying a mouthful of essence blood over the tower. The blood immediately soaked in. Crimson light burst forth like roaring flames, syncing with the formation to swiftly form a thick blood-red shield around him. At the same time, he plunged his divine sense deep into the formation's heart, forcibly expanding the spider-beetle soul, devouring formation's absorption power, greedily draining the magic and life force of nearby allies. The blood curtain erupted, crimson flames raging wildly. Chao Banxian snorted coldly, no longer caring about the fate of others no matter if they were shattered to pieces. With the red flame tower in hand, he was confident he could handle what remained of the Pijun demon general. In the next instant, the demon general swung its bone blade in a furious slash, gray-white radiance roaring toward Chao Banxian. Bang! The blade's energy struck the blood-red shield and was immediately repelled, scattering force in all directions and chipping the stone ground, but failing to break even an inch. Seeing this, Chao Banxian laughed loudly, shouting hoarsely, "Huh? Old ghost, you're done for." He once again intensified the formation. The flag spun faster and faster, the suction soaring like a tidal wave. "Once I take down your demon general, that demon banner will be mine as well." Suddenly, the drained spiritual power intensified fiercely. Qingqin's mind jolted sharply, feeling his dantian break like a dam and magic being violently pulled into the swirling vortex. The flow rate speeding dramatically. Qingqin could only sense the suction growing stronger as his magic was drained even faster. He quickly lowered his head, feigning weakness, his voice trembling. "Senior Chao, I can't hold on much longer. Please, stop the attack for a moment." Yet his eyes scanned the surrounding people. Lu Yunfeng had already collapsed to the ground, his body shriveled like a sheet of paper, skin wrinkled tightly against his bones. His eyes remained open but were lifeless, clearly drained of vitality and long dead. Zhang Dali knelt on the ground, his once towering frame now noticeably thinner. His face, covered in deep wrinkles, was pale and yellowed, and large patches of his hair had instantly turned white. Clenching his fists, he let out broken curses with a low growl. "Chao Banxian, you cunning old fox. Treacherous villain. If we perish here, even as vengeful spirits, we will hunt you down for blood debts, devour your flesh, and sleep by your skin." After his roar, his throat burned suddenly, and he coughed up a mouthful of dark brown blood. His body shook twice before he collapsed face first to the ground. Ma Sandow no longer bore the sharp edge of the cold blade wielder he once was. Half of his black hair had turned gray. With a heavy thud, he dropped to his knees and pressed his forehead to the ground, voice trembling. "Senior Chao, I shouldn't have competed with you for the treasure. Please spare my life. I'll work as your beast of burden or your horse." When he raised his head, cold sweat poured down his face, mixed with snot and tears, making him look utterly defeated like a lost, broken dog. Fairy Ling Xiao remained beautiful, but her spiritual power was severely depleted and her breathing uneven. Unlike the others, she showed no signs of withered life force. Elder Su, still exhibiting the peak of Qi refining stage 6, now wore a deathly pale expression, his breath feeble and chest barely rising. Qing Chun observed coldly, inwardly sighing. Human nature is truly as expected. The once strong-willed swordsman still could not escape his fear of death, yet the rough and simple man refused to bow until the very end. With the situation uncertain, Qing Chun had no desire to intervene or offend Senior Chow yet, bowing politely as well. Senior Chow, I only ask you spare my life. If you direct me east, I will never go west. Only Elder Zu's expression remained calm, as if life and death were irrelevant to him. He neither cursed nor pleaded. Though Chao Banxian found this strange, he saw the formation steadily drawing Zu's spiritual power away. Respecting the last shred of a cultivator's dignity he imagined Su had, he ignored him thereafter. Humph, you finally know your place, Chao Banxian sneered, flicking his sleeve as he activated the formation flag again. Soon, the array lines glowed with faint blood light, and murderous intent pressed heavily upon the Bone Demon General. Once I destroy this demon and seize the magic banner, I'll deal with you properly. At that moment, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Just as Chao Banxian was fully focused, intending to use the power of the spider meloid devouring Yuan array combined with the might of the red flame tower to completely eradicate the already exposed and weakened Bone General of the breaking army, a sudden surge of cold and violent energy erupted from behind him, causing his heart to tense involuntarily. To everyone's surprise, Old Su broke free quietly from the spider meloid devouring Yuan array. At that moment, his long-hidden fangs fully revealed themselves. He flipped over a hidden trump card, the superior-grade magic weapon, Ghost Morning Staff. The staff was pitch black like ink, wreathed in sinister mist, with intricate ghostly patterns faintly glowing within its dark light, sending chills deep into one's soul. In the next instant, his cultivation exploded violently. Qing Chun, watching nearby, was alarmed, refining Qi level 8. This old monster had been hiding his strength all along, indeed formidable and tricky. Since entering this cave, Qing Chun had been lurking within the formations, waiting for an opportune moment to benefit, but he had not expected everyone here to be so ruthless. Thankfully, he remained steady and did not act rashly. The overwhelming magical power poured into the Ghost Morning Staff like a breaking flood. With a casual swing of his arm, Old Su hurled the staff like a bolt of black lightning, emitting a piercing whistle as it hurtled straight toward the vital part of the red flame tower. Bang! A tremendous explosion rang out. The staff suddenly collided with the tower's outer protective shield, dimming the red glow instantly. Cracks spread across the shield before it was pierced through. Heavy staff shadows battered the tower's body, and the tower's light dispersed as cracks expanded along the surface, causing it to hum and fall from the sky. After his strike, Old Su did not pause. With a flick of his sleeve, a huge first-stage late-period demon beast, the Black Ghost Leopard, burst out. Covered in black scales with blood-red eyes and fangs dripping a foul stench, it looked like a nightmarish apparition descended from darkness. With a thought, Old Su sent the Black Ghost Leopard like a shadow rushing at Chao Banxian's throat, jaws wide open ready for a fatal bite. Chao Banxian's expression suddenly changed. Already distracted between controlling the formation and suppressing the Bone General, this sudden strike overwhelmed his defenses. At this critical moment, a graceful figure broke into the battle circle, immortal Maiden Ling Xiao. At the peak of refining Qi level 5, she had lost much of her power earlier due to the formation's drain, but still forced herself to shoot a flying sword at the Black Ghost Leopard. Before her blade could reach, the demon beast's claw swept across, sending Ling Xiao crashing down like a severed kite, blood spurting from her mouth, critically wounded and near death. Her brief resistance, however, bought Chao Banxian precious time. Almost simultaneously, Chao Banxian summoned a superior defensive magic weapon, the Purple Spirit Umbrella. The surface shimmered with swirling purple light, like a crystal barrier unfurling in an instant, enveloping him at the center and barely fending off the Black Ghost Leopard's vicious bite. That old fellow had indeed been hiding his true strength. It was far more than just the 7th level of Qi refining, Qing Chun realized with a start. Suddenly, Chao Banxian unleashed his full power, his aura surging rapidly to the 8th level of Qi refining. With this, he forcibly activated his superior defensive magical artifact, the Purple Spirit Umbrella. A burst of violet light sprang forth, just in time to block a vicious bite from the Black Ghost Leopard. As the purple light flickered, Chao Banxian didn't even glance at the heavily injured Ling Xiao fairy beside him. Instead, his cold gaze locked onto the old lunatic Su, his teeth clenched with a bitter sneer. You spend all day hitting wild geese, but today the geese pecked your eyes out. Su Daoist, you actually possess such cultivation and have endured in silence until now. If I didn't still have a trump card, today would have been the day you ended my life. Tell me, how exactly did you break through the formation? Su the old lunatic ignored the challenge and instead grew more murderous. With a flick of his sleeve, he once again summoned the Black Ghost Leopard. The beast's eyes glowed blood red. Black mist swirled fiercely around it as it unleashed a torrent of dark poisonous fog, surging like a tidal wave straight at Chao Banxian. At the same time, Su wielded his Ghost Morning Staff, which emitted a sinister glow. White bone patterns crawled over it like living things as it howled fiercely and crashed heavily against the protective shield. Seizing the momentum, Su also summoned the mid-stage first-level demonic beast he had called forth earlier, the ironclad turtle. Its shell, harder than refined iron, rose slightly under the influence of Zus power. The turtle poked its head out and spat several blades of soil-colored wind that sliced through the air, aiming straight for Chao Banxian's throat. Strike while he's weak, finish him, Su roared as the wind blades flew. The bone-devouring war god saw Chao Banxian faltering and seized the opportunity to swing its bone blade. The icy-cold blade aura, filled with ghostly bone energy, tore through the air toward Chao Banxian alone. Others were, as if invisible. If it struck, it might cleave him in two instantly. In an instant, deathly intent converged from all sides. Chao Banxian's expression grew grim beyond words. Holding tightly to his half-damaged red stone pagoda and purple spirit umbrella, their faint red and purple lights intertwined to barely weave a dark protective shield. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the last of his spiritual energy to activate the weakened spider beetle devouring formation, desperately buying himself time. "You're courting death," he suddenly shouted, a trickle of blood sliding from his lip, but instead triggering a secret technique. His cultivation roared upwards, breaking through a level reaching the 9th stage of chi refining. As his energy peaked, he suddenly produced a massive black seal from his storage pouch. The seal was jet black, its edges engraved with profound runes. From the moment it appeared, the very air seemed to hum with pressure, as if someone's heart was being crushed under a heavy hammer. From the moment the great seal appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to freeze in place. At the critical moment between life and death, Chao Banxian unleashed everything he had without reservation. He suddenly bit his tongue hard, letting a mouthful of deep red blood spill into his palm. His hands flew swiftly through intricate hand seals so fast they left behind blurred afterimages. A massive seal of pure red gold swiftly materialized, its surface engraved with suns, moons, stars, mountains, and rivers. His ultimate secret treasure, the sun and moon red gold seal. "Open!" Chao Banxian roared, blood vessels bursting in his eyes. His body, at the 8th level of chi refining, swelled as blue veins snaked like dragons beneath his skin. Forcing the supreme magical artifact into action, he ignited it with his own flesh and blood. Both his cultivation and life essence burned simultaneously. Within mere breaths, his cheeks hollowed noticeably, his figure visibly wasting away. The sun and moon red gold seal swelled against the wind until it measured roughly 10 feet across. The sun and moon patterns on its surface suddenly blazed brightly, the left half searing like the midday sun, fierce and dazzling. The right half icy cold and pale like a midnight moon. Streams of red gold light raced across the intricate carvings. As he pressed down hard, it was as if an entire mountain range was lifted up and held in midair. The air within this 10-foot sphere instantly thickened like syrup. Crushed stones silently floated upward, suspended and slowly spinning under the invisible force field. Suppress. The great seal slammed down thunderously. Red gold light surged like a tidal wave, colliding heat-in with 4 incoming violent attacks. Boom. The deafening blast cracked the walls. At the impact's heart, a blinding white light erupted, forcing everyone to shut their eyes. Air currents whipped up sand and pebbles, gouging the ground down 3 feet in stone. The purple spirit umbrella shattered first, its glowing violet surface flickering before snapping several ribs with a sharp crack. The red flame tower shook violently next, deep cracks appearing across its body before it exploded into a cascade of fiery red fragments. As the radiance dimmed slightly, the sun and moon red gold seal still hung in midair, though fainter now. It radiated an overwhelming pressure that made hearts race. All 4 fierce attacking forces were utterly shattered under the seal's suppression. Old Su recoiled 7 steps, the black aura swirling around his ghost morning staff dissipating halfway. The dark ghost leopard rolled, howling in pain, its sleek black fur singed and cracked. The iron tarmor turtle retracted its limbs, its tough shell showing fine cracks. The worst off was Pajun, the bone demon god. Already on the brink of collapse, the lingering force tore his massive body apart inch by inch from the chest. With a gruesome crash, white bones scattered across the ground. The ghostly fire flickering within his eye sockets spasmed twice before going completely out. Yet it was not over. Chao Banxian, frenzied like a madman, changed his seal formation again, his voice hoarse and ripping like tearing silk. "Sun and moon shine as one break through for me." The sun and moon red gold seal trembled violently. The sun and moon patterns detached simultaneously, spinning swiftly until merging into a single streak of golden white lightning, tearing through the sky, aimed straight at old Zus' face. The lightning was so fast, it was almost invisible. The air along its path twisted and rippled, crackling sharply. Old Zus' soul almost fled in terror. Hastily raising his ghost morning staff horizontally, he forcefully expelled a mouthful of vital energy. Twisted, ghostly faces appeared on the staff's surface, forming a wailing black barrier. Crack! The golden white lightning struck the barrier. The sharp cracking sound sent shivers right down to the bone. The staff instantly became full of fractures, letting out mournful groans. Old Sue was blasted backward as if hit by a heavy hammer, flying several yards before slamming into the rock wall. Blood leaked from his 7 orifices in tortuous lines. The dark ghost leopard and iron tarmor turtle attempted to leap out, but were pinned in place by the residual pressure of the sun and moon red gold seal, their limbs stiff and unable to advance. In the distance, Qingqian watched breathless, palms drenched in cold sweat. He never imagined that a battle between qi refining cultivators could be so devastating and merciless. That devastating blow, shining with both sun and moonlight, had it been aimed at him, no matter what tricks he used, he would have been scattered to the winds, his soul shattered beyond rescue. Instinctively, he touched the protective talisman hidden in his sleeve and silently thanked his luck for not rushing headlong into the fray. As the swirling dust slowly settled, the rumble of rolling stones echoed intermittently. After the residual gale blew away the smoke and gunpowder, Chao Banxian knelt on one knee, trembling hands bracing against the ground. His face was deathly pale, drained of all color, and his chest heaved violently. With every cough, fine blood-tinged sputum escaped his lips. The sun and moon red gold seal had shrunk to palm size, resting silently before him, its once blazing divine radiance utterly extinguished, as lifeless and dull as ordinary iron. To barely activate a magical tool that exceeded his personal realm, he had sacrificed his life essence. Now, his spiritual power was nearly spent. Yet his eyes remained unervingly clear, fixed unblinkingly on the direction where Old Master Su had fallen. Cough cough, Old Master Su. No matter how many schemes you weave, in the end, before he could finish, he choked harshly. Amid broken stones along the cliffside, Old Master Su slowly pushed himself up, brushing dust from his body and wiping blood from his face. In the next instant, that withered old face warped as if melting wax. Wrinkles smoothed out, features shifted. In just a few breaths, it transformed into a stern visage of about 50 years old, marked notably by a black mole beneath the left eye. Seeing that face, Chao Banxian felt as if struck by lightning. His pupils contracted sharply. Why, you are Senior Brother Su? That's impossible. I was the only one who escaped that day. Senior Sister herself said. Junior Brother Chao. Old Master Zuno clearly Senior Brother Zu let out a hoarse, cold chuckle. All these years, you finally showed your true colors. Didn't expect that, right? Your dear Senior Sister didn't just let you go. The severe damage to his precious magical tool left his breath ragged, and his disguise collapsed entirely. With a twisted laugh, he waved the ghastly death club in his hand. Hey, after a decade or more toiling with Master forging the furnace, don't pretend you've forgotten your senior brother. Your refining talent is indeed remarkable. You've amassed quite a cache. Chao Banxian's expression twisted with complexity as he whispered, but that day, I was the only one to escape. Senior Sister only let me go. Senior Brother Su sneered coldly. Such a pretty face you have. While Master was sealed away those years, you worked hard to butter up Senior Sister, didn't you? That little girl is your and Senior Sister's daughter, right? Truly a heartless, mercenary junior brother. Before the words faded, Chao Banxian's face shifted, as if old wounds were torn open. His voice raised a notch. Master wanted to kill all of you, sucking our blood to restore his cultivation. If we hadn't resisted, what would have happened? You weren't innocent either. You took advantage of the chaos to strike at Master, even attacking other senior brothers before fleeing, didn't you? But Senior Brother Su only laughed coldly, his voice heavy with scorn. Huh, when has Master ever even glanced at us lowly disciples? The day he imparted teachings to everyone, I knew something was off. Except for a few secret techniques granted to his true disciples, how much has he cared about our lives or deaths? He raised the death club, pointing toward the scattered white bones littering the cave. His voice turned low and chilling. We worthless disciples with mediocre spiritual roots, if we had no use to him, we would have long since been drained dry of our essence, fed to that skeletal demon banner. Inside the cave dwelling, the air was thick with the stench of blood and burning flesh, while the lingering spiritual energy crackled chaotically. The reddish-brown rock walls had been battered into pits and hollows, loose stones tumbling down occasionally, and sparks flickered and vanished in midair. Chao Banxian's chest heaved violently, each breath wrenching his damaged internal organs, fresh blood seeping down his robe. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and fixed his gaze on the equally bloodstained and breathless Su Leaguai opposite him, speaking in a low voice. If it weren't for that fierce battle years ago with the Golden Core Immortal and the Bone Demon fan dropping from that supreme spiritual artifact, neither of us would be standing here now, let alone facing off. Even now, this fan is damaged, without anyone to activate it. Any cultivator in the middle to late foundation establishment stage entering here would have little chance of survival. Senior Brother, We are fellow disciples, why not each step back, divide the remaining treasures, and avoid both suffering a deadly loss? A cold smile twisted Su Leagui's lips, his hoarse voice echoing faintly through the shattered formation. Divide? Huh. Back then, senior sister gifted you the sub-banner of the spider beetle devouring yuan formation that was a ground-grade secret technique integrating formation Dao. She even shared the methods of ritual forging and turning the sub-banner into a main banner, giving you everything. You've got both a bowtie's favor and an inheritance. I envy you for that. If I didn't know you possessed that technique, why else would I undergo the transformation with a mystical grade secret art just to accompany you through this ordeal? Chao Bangxian's fingers silently clutched a small formation banner hidden in his sleeve as he let out a long sigh. Had I known you would be here, senior brother, even with my spirit injured, I would not have lightly triggered the grand formation. But I'm curious, how exactly did you escape the spider beetle devouring yuan formation? Ha ha ha. Su Leaguai laughed loudly, his tone equal parts pride and bitterness. You may have that handsome face that won senior sister's favor, but I had to rely on myself. Decades of life and death struggles earned me only a second-rank inferior talisman to escape disaster. His laughter died away, leaving the cave colder and emptier. Chao Bangxian's eyes scanned the scattered corpses and charred magical tools until they rested on the dimly glowing bone fan. He spoke slowly. Senior sister once said this fan is one of the 12 Yuanshan white bone demon fans. Our master's fan is called the Breaking Army fan. If all 12 could be gathered, their power would be so great that even golden core immortals or true immortals over 1,000 years old would not dare to provoke. I can give this fan to you, senior brother. A flicker of greed flashed in Su Leagui's eyes, but was quickly replaced by a bitter sneer. The bone fans are precious, but right now what I want most is the spider beetle devouring yuan formation and that white bone Dao forming pill. He licked his cracked lips eagerly, his gaze fiery. The spider beetle devouring yuan formation devours cultivator's flesh, blood, and spirit essence, refining the spider beetle yuan liquid to strengthen one's divine consciousness. As for the white bone Dao forming pilch, they say it can regenerate flesh from bone and rekindle vitality. Even an 80-year-old cultivator who takes one can regain youth, and it greatly aids foundation establishment breakthroughs. Junior brother, give me the pill, and you can keep everything else. How about that? The pill was crucial to his life force. Chao Bangxian's expression darkened instantly. He had painstakingly acquired it over many years, spending all his spirit stones precisely to make up for his foundation and revive his hope of breaking through. Swallowing his rising anger, he replied sternly, Senior brother, the white bone Dao forming pill is just as vital to me. Let's do this. The full inheritance of the spider beetle devouring yuan formation, I will copy and present to you. In addition, I will transfer my 100 refinements pavilion in Dishuan Market to you. With the shop's spirit vein and spider beetle yuan liquid, you can easily trade for treasure items or secret body techniques. Nonsense. Su Leagui's face darkened in fury as he shouted and interrupted. Do you take me, Su, for a 3-year-old child? With this divine pill in hand, you expect me to surrender so easily? Chao Bangxian's face, already pale, drained of all remaining color, now held only a fierce determination akin to a jade shard shattering everything. He lifted his eyes to stare at his senior brother opposite him, not a trace of concession left in his gaze. His voice was cold and cutting like ice grinding against iron. Senior brother, if that's the case, our paths diverge, and we have no common purpose. From now on, each must rely on their own means to cultivate. Buzz. Before his words had even faded, a sudden upheaval erupted. The shard remnants of the spider beetle devouring yuan formation he had secretly maintained flared to life. The dark, faintly glowing runes etched in a circle on the cave floor instantly ignited with piercing spectral light. Black mist surged wildly like a tidal wave, converging into countless translucent tendrils adorned with writhing suckers, emitting soul-devouring howls. Agonized screams echoed continuously within the formation. Tai Quanzhang Dali was already unconscious, his thick limbs tightly bound by formation flags. His muscles twitched spasmodically as his blood drained rapidly. In less than 3 breaths, he collapsed like a withered husk. Dao Ma Kuma Sandao wielded his long blade wildly on the other side, cutting in all directions, but no matter how fiercely he struck, the black threads that pierced his flesh remained unbroken. His throat emitted hoarse rasping sounds, his eyes bulging before he quickly turned into a scorched corpse. Su Zishuan followed the plan, feigning struggle against the remaining vengeful ghosts and white-boned demons, each step fraught with danger. As the formation abruptly shifted, a chill ran through her heart, yet she maintained a terrified expression. Sensing the critical moment, Qingshan's eyes sharpened. He darted behind Su Zishuan, pressing 2 fingers like swords lightly to the back of her neck. The girl whispered softly and collapsed limp, her breathing growing faint. Then, he struck his own chest with a palm, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. His face drained of color in an instant, his vital signs plummeting. seeming equally consumed by the formation and teetering on the edge of death. Yet in secret, he invoked the forbidden Golden Lotus secret technique of demonic origins, suppressing his life force to a near-stagnant turtle breath state, while silently severing the flow of spiritual energy between the formation flags with inverted runes. All done quietly, unnoticed by any outside observer who only saw a dying man, insignificant in every way. The black mist grew denser and thicker, as though it sought to grind the residual spiritual power of all onlookers into a swirling vortex. At the center of the whirlpool, a cruel and chilling aura churned like a gaping abyss. Chao Bangxian's eyes flashed wildly as he sensed the moment had come. Suddenly, he bit through his tongue, and his bright scarlet blood shot forth in a rain-like spray into the great seal before him. The sun and moon red-gold seal roared to resonance, divine radiance of gold and crimson bursting forth. In an instant, it illuminated the entire cave like daylight. The twin swirling moon and sun markings on the seal spun frantically, the supreme artifact's oppressive might crashing down like an immense mountain. The sun and moon revolve, the red gold demon slayer. Rise. The sun-moon scarlet gold seal roared thunderously, its dual crimson and golden light swirling endlessly. Bearing the power to shatter mountains and split stones, it slammed straight down toward OldZus' head. The air cracked and rumbled violently. Before the spiritual pressure even reached him, the rocky ground beneath OldZus' feet shattered inch by inch. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the towering mountain-like seal. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. This cursed staff alone could never stop it. His thoughts raced as he mentally commanded the black ghost leopard and ironclad turtle, one leaping swiftly to his left, the other to his right. The black ghost leopard instantaneously transformed into a shadowy wraith, unleashing a flood of demonic power. It opened its jaws and spewed out a venomous ghost leopard toxin, solid and tangible. Within the toxic mist flickered illusions of skulls and ghost wolves, lunging directly for Chao Bangxian's face. Meanwhile, the ironclad turtle opened its massive mouth repeatedly, unleashing over a dozen earth-yellow wind blades with shrieking sounds that cut through the air, sealing off Chao Bangxian's escape routes to the left and right. Then it retracted its limbs and neck into its shell, which spun wildly like a millstone to fiercely ram the incoming scarlet gold seal, attempting to physically withstand the supreme magical weapon. But Chao Bangxian had already prepared. His cold gaze sharpened as one hand formed a seal to invoke the scarlet gold seal, while the other hid a secret technique within his sleeve to maintain the spider beetle soul devouring array. Black mist roiled within the formation like an invisible giant net, locking down every movement of the two beasts. Just as the ironclad turtle was about to collide with the seal, the sun-moon scarlet gold seal suddenly tilted aside, only grazing the shell and sparking blinding fiery sparks. Yet the real destructive force remained locked on Old Su. Old Su was worldly and cunning. As the beast surged forward, he ghosted sideways several yards, leaving only a fading afterimage behind. He swung his cursed staff, dark energy swirling like a storm, accompanied by a blood-chilling wail carried on a gust of stench-filled wind. The strike came at a devilish angle, targeting Chao Bangxian's heart meridian. Humph! Chao Bangxian sneered coldly. His spiritual consciousness stirred the scarlet gold seal in an arc to block the cursed staff, simultaneously seizing the fleeting gap Old Su exposed. The great seal trembled violently, its scarlet radiance swelling wildly like a meteor crashing to earth, ruthlessly smashing into OldZus' back. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the air. In that flash of lightning and fire, Old Su forcibly summoned the 100-ghost shield, inscribed with anguished ghost faces. The ghostly images on the shield howled pitifully as black mist surged wildly, absorbing most of the impact, but the remaining force still slammed him backward. Spitting a mouthful of blood midair, his face immediately turned ashen. The two beasts on the battlefield fared just as grimly. The black ghost leopard was hit by the afterglow of the scarlet gold seal. Its protective ghost mist shattered, letting out a sharp screech as it crashed into the rock wall, bones breaking and unable to rise again. The ironclad turtle took a direct hit, its thick shell covered with spiderweb-like cracks, staggering as it almost fell. His painstakingly trained spirit beasts were now near death. OldZus' eyes reddened with rage as he roared, igniting his blood and chi to full fury. In an instant, the cursed staff's black energy surged violently, transforming into a roaring whirlwind that lunged again at Chao Bangxian. At the same time, Chao Bangxian felt a hollow emptiness in his dantian. The backlash of his secret technique hit him, his breath rapidly dropping below the 8th level of chi refining. His eyes burned fiercely as he gritted his teeth, forcing the sun-moon vermilion gold seal to meet the attack. Both of them were utterly exhausted now, yet neither would yield an inch, fighting to the death. The ghost morning staff and the 100-ghost shield pressed forward side by side, barely withstanding the barrage of the gold seal's relentless strikes. Each impact rang out with a sharp clash of metal and a blaze of white spiritual light, shaking the cave and sending shattered stones flying. Finally came a straightforward, brutal collision. The 100 Ghost shield emitted a piercing wail as its protective glow shattered in an instant, and the Ghost Mourning Staff cracked horrifically. The residual force of the gold seal slammed directly into Old Man Su without any obstacle. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heart-stopping. His left arm snapped on the spot, and he fell backward like a broken sack, hitting the ground hard, his breath immediately fading. The iron shell turtle died right there, and the black ghost leopard lay nearby, bleeding heavily and barely breathing. Chao Banxian was no better off. After repeatedly unleashing his magic power and clashing with the enchanted weapon, his vessels had shattered, his cultivation level plunged to the brink of Qi Refinement Stage 7, and the backlash from secret arts left him increasingly weak, as if he might collapse at any moment. Only heavy breaths remained inside the cave. Dust drifted down, mingled with the stench of blood and earth, enveloping the place in a suffocating silence. Chao Banxian raised his eyes toward Old Man Su, who knelt on the ground with one arm, and forced a bitter smile, his voice hoarse. Senior Brother Su, do you remember? When we first joined the sect, you taught me how to identify spiritual materials and/or embryos, and how to control fire for smelting. Those days seem like they were just yesterday. He took a deep breath of the blood-tinged air and continued. And those junior disciples who bullied newcomers, it was always you shielding me. Decades have passed in a blink. Who would have expected that today, here in this desolate cave, we would be fighting to the death, both of us badly wounded? Old Man Su struggled to lift his upper body, his one arm trembling. Hearing this, a flicker of complex expression crossed his face, and he sighed softly. Junior brother, you're right. I may be only a few years older, but I always treated you like a true brother. Had I known it would come to this, he paused bitterly, his voice dry and cold. If I hadn't helped you back then, didn't teach you those life-saving skills, you might have already ended up like those disciples eliminated by the old ghost, used as raw material to cultivate the bone path pill. Fate. Huh. Fate is truly a cruel joke. He looked up and laughed bitterly, blood dripping from his chin. I, Su, have schemed all my life, only to helplessly watch you seize the very pill I have dreamed of. His laughter faded, and he released a final breath filled with blood and haze, as if all his strength was drained, speaking weakly. Enough, enough. Junior brother, with my half-broken body, broken magical tools, and fallen spirit beasts, the path of foundation building is closed to me. That bone path pill, take it for yourself. He glanced around the mess below, his eyes dim and resigned. I no longer desire anything. I only wish to find a quiet place to pass my remaining years. From now on, the world of cultivating immortality has nothing to do with me. After hearing this, Chao Banxian's lips twitched as if about to speak. At that moment, the bloodshot eyes of the old man opposite him, Su Leaguai, suddenly flickered with ruthless determination. His long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Seizing the moment, Chao Banxian's attention wavered. A faint, eerie glow burst from Su Leaguai's palm. A long, pitch-black nail etched with flowing blood patterns materialized silently. This was a one-time use supreme magical weapon, the chilling nail. With a flick of his finger, the nail transformed into an almost invisible black shadow, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle, hurtling straight for Chao Banxian's chest at a speed even his divine sense struggled to track. Yet, faced with the surprise attack, Chao Banxian remained unfazed and even laughed coldly, a scheming glint playing at the corners of his mouth. Ha ha ha. Senior brother, you just can't keep your cool. Before he finished, his fingers flew through a set of secret hand seals. Suddenly, he struck his chest hard, forcing a drop of crimson blood from within. The blood ignited the moment it left his body, transforming into scorching flowing light that merged into the sun-moon red gold seal hovering by his side. A hum filled the air as the treasured seal trembled under the infusion of blood and magic power, nearly slipping from his grasp. A blazing column of red gold light shot skyward. In the next instant, Chao Banxian's face turned pale and his breath faltered. His cultivation level plummeted from the 7th layer of Qi refinement to the mid-stage, clearly pushed to his limit. But he had succeeded in activating the lingering half-power of the red gold seal, causing a solid golden light barrier to erupt around him with a thunderous boom. Clang! The chilling nail slammed mercilessly against the golden light. Dark shadows clashed with radiant gold sparks, dissipating each other in a violent explosion. Both the magical weapon and the treasure seal lost their power simultaneously, leaving behind only a crisp ringing sound. The red gold seal's brilliance dimmed, flickering on the verge of collapse. Chao Banxian was blasted backwards several steps, barely steady on his feet, yet his fierce expression remained undiminished. Suddenly, his emaciated hand plunged into his chest pouch. When it re-emerged, a spiritual talisman wrapped in purple light and crackling with thunder patterns appeared between his fingers. And inferior grade second-tier talisman, the Lei Ji talisman. Senior brother, may your journey be well. Until we meet again in the next life. Chao Banxian shouted hoarsely, pouring the last of his magical strength into the talisman. Boom. A thunderbolt as thick as a child's arm materialized from thin air and crashed down, instantly ripping the surrounding air apart. Su Leaguai had no time to dodge. For the first time, fear flickered wildly in his eyes. Did Chao Banxian really have a hidden trump card? This is ridiculous. Why even bother fighting? He frantically tried to unleash his shattered 100-ghost shield, but it was just too late. The lightning exploded and blinding white light consumed everything. As the storm of thunder dispersed, all that remained was a pile of charred humanoid remains. Heat waves rippled, blue smoke curled upward, and the acrid stench of scorched flesh filled the air. Chao Banxian panted heavily, staring intently at the blackened corpse with a complex expression. Memories of more than 10 years on Chilean Island flashed through his mind. From a naive youth to a master craftsman, senior brother Su had cared for him more than anyone except sister senior. A flood of mixed emotions churned in his chest. Still, he stepped forward, gathered the dying sun-moon red-gold seal, and staggered toward the pile of fragments. A wild joy and haze intermingled in his eyes. Senior brother, sigh, he murmured softly, just about to scavenge the spoils. Suddenly, an unexpected change rattled the air. Silent and seemingly drained of all essence, Qingshan's eyes snapped open wide. Brilliant glimmers burst from his gaze, showing not a trace of weakness. He had been waiting for exactly this moment when Chao Banxian's guard was thoroughly down. Without hesitation or unnecessary words, Qing Chen's hands moved swiftly, fingers fluttering like butterflies through flowers. Following the secret technique Su Zixuan had taught him, he instantly reversed the spell formation of the talisman in his hands. Pure spiritual energy surged out. Boom. Accompanied by a series of explosions, the talisman shattered on the spot. The black energy that had been circulating in order spiraled out of control, tearing apart like shredded cloth, violently rebounding in all directions. Puff! Chao Banxian, who was connected to the formation with his mind, felt as if a giant hammer had smashed into his chest, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood. He suddenly lost control of a critical part of the formation's base, causing backlash to overflow into his body, and his aura plummeted. Qing Chun was still able to maintain his powerful cultivation only thanks to the miraculous Brahma refining demon technique. Within this technique, the secret art Brahma orifice's blood refining had already condensed 4 droplets of pure blood essence throughout his Brahma orifices. Normally, latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators could only nurture 4 or 5 droplets, but his blood essence far surpassed others in both purity and potency. Earlier, he secretly ignited 2 droplets, disguising the overwhelming energy equivalent to the full blood essence of a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators being absorbed by the Great Formation, perfectly deceiving Chao Banxian's perception. At this moment, Qing Chun held nothing back. He ignited the last 2 droplets of blood essence in his Brahma orifices and ruthlessly burned another droplet from his original source within himself. His blood energy surged and roared, melting like molten gold as it instantly infused into the Zimu Thunder Shadow Sword. Clang! The twin swords rang out together, lightning exploding, silver electric snakes coiling along the blade. The buzzing vibration seemed ready to tear eardrums apart. With 3 droplets of refined blood fueling them, the sword's power rivaled the full-force strike of a Qi refinement cultivator at levels 7 or 8. Qing Chun thrust forward, the twin Zimu swords turning into 2 stunning streaks of silver and purple light, slicing through the air with sharp sonic booms as they aimed left and right toward Chao Banxian. Still recovering from shock and backlash, Chao Banxian suddenly found the murderous sword light inches from his face. His expression changed wildly as he tried to summon spiritual power to block it, but he abruptly felt an invisible poison pierce his sea of consciousness. The long-prepared demonic seed Golden Lotus Divine Mind secret art from Qing Chen activated. Like a razor-sharp thorn in the night, the mental force ruthlessly stabbed into Chao Banxian's already weakened sea of consciousness, searing pain engulfing him. His head felt as if struck by a giant hammer, darkness swiftly clouding his vision, and his spellcasting frozen instantly. At this life-or-death moment, a jet of obsidian light shot out from Qing Chen's sleeve, the soul-stealing hook. This hook, obtained from Mo Qiuxian, was nearly a superior magical weapon, radiating a piercing cold soul-snatching power directly aiming for the critical point of Chao Banxian's aura. At once, 3 fatal strikes: divine mind, flying sword, and hooked blade pressed down mercilessly. Near death, Chao Banxian roared fiercely, squeezing out the last bit of spiritual power in his meridians to form a thin protective shield before him. The faint spiritual light was unstable and dim, but it was his final barrier. Boom! The Thunder Shadow Sword light and the soul-stealing dark hook collided violently, almost simultaneously against the shield. But fate is unpredictable, and things often don't go as one wishes. Qingshan's assault suddenly surged like a raging tide, abandoning all restraint. The Zimu thunder shadow sword hummed and vibrated, fueled by 3 drops of vital blood, emitting a faint rumble like distant thunder. 2 silver-purple lightning serpents twisted around the blade, tearing through the air and striking straight down on Chao Bangxian's head. At this moment, Qing Chun was only at the peak of Qi refining stage level 6, but having honed his skills with the Pantheon demon refining technique, his blood energy far surpassed his peers. Even under normal circumstances, the enhancement from his vital energy rivaled that of a mid-grade magical artifact. Now, burning 3 precious drops of blood, he poured all his blood energy into the sword's form, radiating a terrifying might. The sword light exploded wildly, illuminating the entire cave as if bathed in snow-white brilliance. Chao Banxian desperately surged his spiritual power, raising a shimmering shield around himself. But under the thunderous sword strike, the shield shattered like fragile rice paper crack. In an instant, it crumbled into small, glowing fragments. At the same time, Qingchen's sinister demonic seed consciousness transformed into a sharp spike, ramming fiercely into Chao Bangxian's sea of consciousness, causing excruciating pain and instantly disrupting his spiritual power flow. Interwoven lightning and sword energy formed a net, cutting off all his escape routes. The protective spiritual light of his superior grade Shin scale soft helmet flickered anxiously, as if facing doomsday. Cracks rapidly spread across the armor plates. Suddenly, a soul-seizing hook wrapped in chilling nether energy crept silently from the flank, aiming straight for his heart. Bang! With a muffled crack and the sound of bones fracturing, the Shin scale soft helmet bore the heavy blow again. The spiritual light abruptly vanished, and the armor exploded into countless small fragments, jingling and scattering everywhere. With his defense broken, the Zimu Thunder Shadow sword struck down unimpeded. Splat! Blood burst forth. Chao Banxian let out a heart-wrenching scream as both his arms were severed cleanly at the shoulder. The sword energy then tore open over a dozen deep wounds across his body down to the bone, flinging him several meters back before he crashed heavily to the ground. Blood snaked along the floor like a river. Qingchen held the flying sword steady, preventing it from resting. First, he tore away Chao Bangxian's clothes and storage pouch, then plunged the sword straight into his qi sea, shattering his foundation. Instinctively twisting his broken body, the armless Chao Banxian tried to stand but could only struggle in vain. Blood poured endlessly as his face paled like thin paper, breath shallow, life flickering like a dying flame. Only now did Qingchen walk over slowly, looking down at the dying man with a mocking curl on his lips. Old Chao, fate is fickle. In the end, I didn't expect to be the one to win. He shook his head lightly, tone cold and scornful. Once a great master of refining with 8 levels of qi refining, now fallen to such a state. His voice echoed through the empty cave, chilling the air further. The formation you trusted so dearly not only failed to save you, but became your death warrant. Summoning his last strength, Chao Banxian lifted his head. Hatred surged in his eyes, his voice faint yet bitter. Li Myun, you're nothing but a petty villain taking advantage of others' misfortune. A petty villain? Qingchen laughed toward the sky, eyes cold and merciless. Humph. In this world of cultivation, survival is the only supreme law. The victor rules, while the defeated merely cling to life. Such is the harsh reality. Li Myan's voice turned sharply cold, a mocking smile playing at the corner of his lips. I ought to thank you, this old troublemaker Su. That stumbling block, you've cleared him out thoroughly, and the ancient relics of Qilian, you've personally delivered them to me. With such generous gifts, how could I, Li Muyun, possibly refuse? Chao Bangxian's face drained of color, a flicker of despair flashing in his eyes, yet he snarled with bitter defiance. You'll regret this. Qilian's relics are not something you can just lay your hands on. The secrets and grudges that old ghost bore go far beyond what you can imagine. Do you know why he was driven to death? Why he was left battered and broken? Huh. This poor monk won't tell you, Li Muyun. His voice grew sharper, like a tormented spirit wailing out. The path of cultivation is a cycle of cause and effect, retribution unforgiving. Li Muyun, sooner or later, you will taste the bitter fruit. Overwhelmed by relentless regret and resentment, he cried out mournfully to the heavens. 50 years of bitter cultivation, and all I hate most, is that I never glimpsed the way to foundation establishment. Senior sister, I am coming. His words cut off abruptly. His head slumped to one side as he triggered a secret spell to end his own life. His breath instantly ceased. His boundless hatred and resentment transformed into a lingering sorrow that still echoed through the cave. Oh, already dead? Qing Tian, standing by the entrance, raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. He had planned to pry more about Master Qilian's secrets, but was taken aback when Chao Banxian chose self-destruction instead. With a sigh, he stroked his chin as he examined the ruined corpse, his gaze sharpening. Changed my mind. Letting you die so easily doesn't sit right with me. If I don't burn a few fires, this old ghost won't sleep well tonight. As his words fell, the temperature in the cave plummeted abruptly, and an eerie wind rose out of nowhere. King Shin's eyes narrowed slightly. His fingers weaving intricate seals, the Brahma Devil refining technique roared to life. Crimson blood energy surged from his pores, swirling and coalescing in midair into several thick, writhing blood whips that hissed sharply as they lashed around Chao Bangxian's corpse. Sizzle crack. The blood whips pressed to the skin like hot iron on oil, instantly burning through flesh and gripping tightly. The pungent stench of blood filled the air as blue smoke mingled with the scent of burning flesh, and the corpse visibly withered by the second. King Shin's expression remained cold and detached as the demonic seed golden lotus technique silently unfolded, dark, sinister energy spreading like an invisible net, sealing off several feet around the corpse. No remnant soul, no wisp of grievance could escape. The blood whips continued their fiery refinement, transforming the body into a billowing crimson mist, drawn thread by thread back into King Shin's body. Suddenly, he flicked his sleeve, and a handful of bright red spirit talismans appeared between his fingers. Tossing them lightly into the air, the talismans ignited without any breeze, instantly erupting into over a dozen blazing fireballs the size of human heads. They roared with the heat of molten metal and smelting iron, crashing down onto the mangled remains that had long ceased to resemble a human. The flames leapt up, bathing the entire cave in an infernal red glow. Boom! The fireball slammed violently into the ground's wreckage, exploding in a blinding flare that lit up the entire cave like broad daylight. Waves of scorching heat surged forward, instantly engulfing the withered corpse. Blood and chi were burned away. Demon flames consumed the remains, and under the triple torment of magic seed power, the last shred of Chao Bangxian's form was torn apart, turning to ashes that scattered on the wind. Only the smell of charred flesh lingered, completely masking any trace of blood. Ching Chun stood beyond the flames, his expression cold and indifferent. The flickering firelight played across the sharp lines of his face in shifting shadows. He clearly caught several agonized screams, but only snorted contemptuously whether Chao Bangxian had truly died or faked it before. Now both his body and soul were gone without a trace. Let him try for a better birth in his next life. He muttered to himself with a hint of mockery. Why is it that everyone I encounter is just some pretty face with no substance? If it were me, Ching Chun, holding absolute advantage and leading people into such a perilous place, I would never make such a rookie mistake. The first priority: imprint the demonic seal deep into everyone's soul, to control their life and death in my palm. Next, body searches, law suppression, sealing storage bags. Nothing is to be left unchecked. No chance for any backlash. Unless absolutely forced, I'd rather face this cave alone than risk being at the mercy of unreliable comrades. To lead without control is worse than not leading at all. Leadership means absolute dominion. If you lack that, you must go solo, or you'll never rise to greatness. Great endeavors lead either to grand success or utter failure. There is no middle ground. Thinking this dispelled the shadow on his heart caused by Chao Bangxian. That old relic's dying curse was directed at Li Muyun? What does that have to do with me? Ching Chun found it laughable and let out a long exhale as if releasing 1,000 weights. Finally, I can rest easy. He casually glanced toward Ling Xiao Fairy, standing not far away. Now she looked a pitiful mess, her clothes torn and stained with dust and dark blood. The cold, exquisite beauty she once possessed twisted painfully, her body trembling, barely able to lift her upper body. The once fierce, commanding female swordsman was all but gone, leaving only a fragile shadow. Feeling the cold gaze upon her, Ling Xiao's heart tightened. She forced down her hatred and strained to pull her lips into a sorrowful, humble smile. Master Li Muyun, this humble disciple Ling Xiao, is well aware of her grievous crimes. Chao Bangxian was a vile traitor, and by aiding him, I share the blame. Though I have not harmed you directly, I cannot escape punishment. I beg you to consider how hard I have worked on my cultivation and spare my life. Ling Xiao is willing to serve as your slave or maid, to attend you faithfully, and redeem my sins with my life. The firelight reflected in Ching Chen's eyes, yet his expression remained as cold and steely as ever, revealing no flicker of emotion. Looking at her delicate face, still beautiful despite her vulnerability, and recalling that moments ago he had personally reduced her father's bones to ash, his heart suddenly stirred and he blurted out a question incongruous with the scene. Have you ever had a Dao companion? Hearing this, Ling Xiao clenched her teeth tightly, suppressing the fierce pain in her body and humiliation in her heart, unwilling to let her inner turmoil show. Two flushes of pink blossomed on her cheeks as she lowered her eyelids gently, her long lashes trembling slightly, presenting herself as if waiting to be plucked, fragile and pitifully innocent. Young master, her voice grew softer, tinged with a shy reluctance, though Ling Xiao has strayed onto a wrong path, following the treacherous Chao to breach the defenses and commit grave errors. She has always maintained purity in matters of men and women, never yielding lightly. To this day, she remains unspoiled. I humbly offer my body in exchange for your mercy, your forgiveness, and a chance at life. As her words fell, she tilted her head slightly, jet black hair cascading like a waterfall past her snowy cheek, adding an alluring softness. Compared to the cold, sword-ready stance she wore moments ago, she now seemed a completely different person, the contrast only highlighting her delicate charm. Qing Chen felt a flicker of something indescribable, but quickly reined it in. Magic surged silently beneath his skin. With a flick of his hand, he efficiently stripped away Lingxiao's tattered armor and outer robes. The so-called armor removal was nothing more than this. Forming a series of hand seals, he sealed several vital acupoints on her body, locking her energy sea, and casually drew a storage pouch from her waist into his palm. His eyes traced the slender curves revealed beneath her scant undergarments, and he thought to himself in surprise, no wonder her figure is so youthful. This observation quietly quelled the heat that had risen moments before. Instead of retreating, he advanced, lightly hooking a finger under her smooth chin to force her gaze upward for their eyes to meet. What is your spiritual root aptitude? What skills are you proficient in? Which cultivation method have you studied? Lingxiao's cheeks flushed deeper as his warm fingertip held her in place. She spoke with as much compliance as she could summon. Reporting to you, young master, Lingxiao possesses a mid-grade water spiritual root. I have some knowledge of refining artifacts and have practiced the superior yellow-grade soft water technique. A mid-grade water spiritual root isn't bad. King Chin's fingers slid from her jaw down to the side of her neck. And your artifact refining skills? Refining my skills are rudimentary. Her breathing faltered slightly, but she dared not struggle. Qing Chin only gave a faint acknowledgement, his fingertips lingering at her neck as he pressed further. Has Chao Banxian revealed any secrets about this cave dwelling? What unknown truths did Master Chilean leave behind? Tell me everything you know honestly. With those words, he silently urged the demon seed within him, tendrils of dark intent probing her mind's sea. Lingxiao's spirit was already fragile from grievous wounds and unable to resist the invasive corruption. Her brow twitched sharply in pain, expression faltering, but she bit her lip to endure. Young master, her voice trembled as she struggled to reply. Regarding the core secrets of the cave dwelling, Chao Banxian is tight-lipped and never speaks with me in depth. I've only caught scattered fragments and incomplete details. She racked her memory, her face increasingly pained. What I know is truly limited. Chao Banxian guards the cave's true secrets jealously. I've never had the chance to learn more. Only occasionally did he mention that the treasures left by Master Chilean are deeply involved. Qing Chan hummed softly through his nose, his tone unreadable. His knuckles kept tapping against Lingxiao's pale neck. So, do you have any valuable information? Or do you know if Chao Banxian has any spirit stones or hidden treasures? Ling Xiao felt as if her throat was clamped shut by cold iron fingers, making it hard to breathe. A flicker of struggle flashed in her eyes before fading away. She knew this was her only chance to survive and had to offer something worthwhile. Racking her memory, she finally caught a vague detail. Young master, I remember Chao Banxian said that in a manor on his Dichuan island, there are some spirit stones and house deeds hidden. She forced the words out, reciting the exact address without missing a single word, then nervously looked up at Qing Chen. Upon hearing the address, King Chen's tapping stopped, seemingly approving. That brief pause sparked a sliver of hope in Lingxiao's heart. She gritted her teeth against the pain in her neck, sensing she had finally moved him. But in the next instant, the man's gaze turned as cold as ice. Qing Chen pressed two fingers together like a sword. Dark red blood surged in his palm, magical power bristling the sinister, violent aura unique to the Pantheon demon refining technique. Lingxiao's face turned pale. Instinctively, she tried to struggle, but severely injured and with limbs as heavy as if nailed down, she was frozen in place, forced to watch the dark blood like a venomous serpent approach. Young master, her voice broke in a sharp, shattered cry, disbelief flooding her. Just moments ago, he had still desired her. So why the cruel turn now? Qing Chen didn't bother answering. His power surged. In his eyes, this woman was deeply tied to Chao Banxian. Even willing to take a knife for him, murdering his father's killer was a grudge he would not leave unresolved. Besides, her beauty was far inferior to Zhao Ninjia's, her obedience less than Su Zixuan's, and her figure nothing special. He was no fool led by lust. Pantheon blood refining, swallow. With a thought, the dark red blood violently flooded Lingxiao's limbs and body, consuming her utterly. A brutal, soul-shattering scream echoed as blood and qi rampaged wildly through her meridians, tearing flesh and muscle, devouring her spiritual energy and life force. She could feel her skin and bones rapidly dissolving, her life leaking away like sand through fingers. Her once cold, graceful face contorted in excruciating pain, leaving only terror of death. King Chen's expression remained blank as he calmly watched the vibrant life get refined away. To him, Ling Xiao was no longer human, just fuel to advance his cultivation. After a moment, the screams abruptly ceased. Qing Chun withdrew his hand seal, the swirling dark blood retreating, carrying a pure essence of life into the jade bottle in his palm. Only a shriveled, curled up corpse remained on the ground, looking as if it had been dried out for years. After finishing, Qingchen wiped the sticky blood from his palm and slowly scanned the cave. The bodies of Taekwon Zhangdali, Lu Yunfeng, and the swordsman Ma Sandao had long since been drained to thin scraps. He never wasted anything, so his gaze naturally shifted to more valuable targets: the charred remains of Old Man Su, blasted black by lightning magic, and the scattered bodies of the black ghost leopard and ironclad turtle on the floor. Even the blackened remnants of an 8th level Qi refining cultivator's flesh and spirit could be refined into rich essence. The blood and flesh of demon beasts were even more potent medicine. He formed hand seals to activate his blood refining secret technique. Dark red blood energy stretched out like living tendrils, swiftly crawling over the scorched bodies and carcasses. Residual flesh deep in the bone gaps was torn and extracted, turning into wisps of blood mist that mingled with the essence he had earlier squeezed from Fairy Lingxio's body. In just a few breaths, all the qi and blood were forcibly condensed and poured into a jade bottle he had prepared in advance. As soon as the bottle's stopper sealed, a pungent iron smell rushed out. Qingchen inhaled deeply. The stench flooded his lungs and stirred the spiritual power gathered by his Fanteon demon refining technique until it boiled. Silently, he praised the quality such superior qi and blood would have medicinal effects not inferior to directly consuming 2 7th-level qi refining cultivators. Fully absorbing, it would surely break through his current cultivation level. But the cave still held killing intent and was far from a safe place for retreat, so he forcibly suppressed the desire to consume it immediately. Putting away the jade bottle, he turned his attention to the real prize, the bulging storage pouch left by Chao Banxian. A crooked smile tugged at his lips as he muttered, "Heh, the real landlord's property." His spiritual awareness turned into a fine needle, piercing through the remaining protective seals on the pouch's opening. The next moment, his chest tightened sharply as he saw inside this was a rare high-grade storage pouch. Its interior space was astonishingly vast, nearly 100 cubic meters, at least 10 times larger than the shabby one he used before. Even the empty pouch alone could easily sell for 300 spirit stones at the market. Holding his breath, he cautiously extended his spiritual senses into every corner, as if exploring an ancient tomb. The first thing to catch his eye was a small pile shimmering with spiritual light in the corner. Neatly stacked spirit stones piled knee-high, almost dazzling. A rough estimate put the amount at over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. With Qingchen's years of experience as a 6th-level qi refining cultivator, just 6 low-grade stones could fully replenish his spiritual power. A dozen or so would satisfy even a peak-level cultivator. This pile of spirit stones was a massive fortune, enough to sustain him for a very long time. His spirit senses moved upward, and at the top of the pile, he found several stones with different lusters, 5 or 6 slightly larger stones. Their surface spiritual patterns naturally shimmered, with faint spiritual mist drifting from them. The spiritual power they contained was 20 to 30 times purer than the low-grade stones. Mid-grade spirit stones. Qingchen's heart jolted. He had only heard rumors before, but never seen one in person after all. He came from a rural background and was merely an outer disciple after entering the sect. Compared to low-grade, one mid-grade spirit stone was worth over 100 low-grade stones and was often scarce and difficult to obtain. Qingchen held the mid-grade spirit stone, feeling the distinctive pure spiritual energy coursing through his fingers. The palm-sized stone was smooth and dense, yet brimming with surging spiritual power. Just one was enough to quicken the heartbeat of an ordinary qi refinement practitioner. After all, who would trade a single mid-grade spirit stone for merely 100 low-grade ones? Anyone foolish enough to make such a bad deal would hardly be able to keep such a treasure hidden. In the cultivation world, mid-grade spirit stones were hard currency reserved for late foundation establishment or refining golden core experts to restore mana or retreat into seclusion for training. Chao Laogwei had already burned through most of his reserves breaking the formation, but the spirit pouch still contained this one stone, which caught Qingchen by surprise. Then he thought it through and was more at ease. This old ghost had run his refining equipment shop in Dihuan Market for 30 years. If he didn't have real wealth, how could he have maintained such a storefront? Refiners were famously lucrative, with a single high-grade magical tool fetching 300 spirit stones and premium ones going for 400 or more. Making over 1,000 spirit stones a year was easy. With such a fortune, there was no way Chao Laogwei only possessed what was before Qingchen's eyes. The path to foundation establishment was notoriously difficult. Beyond that bone-forged foundation establishment pill, the foundation pill itself was essential. In their sect, it required 3,000 merit points to exchange for one. On the open market, over 10,000 spirit stones might not guarantee getting one. Since Chao Laogwei sought to break through foundation establishment, he must have accumulated plenty of spirit stones, likely more than enough for multiple foundation establishment pills. Qingchen's gaze swept over the battlefield spoils before resting on the small, radiant boat. It was only palm-sized but featured smooth lines, carved completely from green jade-glass wood, its surface covered in delicate flowing wind patterns. The very top-grade spirit boat Chao Lagaway had used to ferry them between Dihuan Island and the desolate island. Back then, he had watched it slice through the air like lightning, faster than an advanced chi refinement cultivator's teleportation light, leaving him envious. A treasure like this rightfully belongs to me, he thought, gently stroking the boat's surface that shimmered coldly. This boat required no personal mana to operate. Simply feeding its spirit stones allowed it to travel thousands of miles in a day. Even at a modest estimate, it was worth 1,000 spirit stones. In the past, he had only admired it from afar. Now it was his to command at will. Besides the spirit boat, two other high-grade magical tools gleamed brightly before him: the mystical ice pearl and the mystic light mirror. Qingqian had seen both at Chao Laogui's shop before, nearly unable to tear himself away. The mystic light mirror had defensive power comparable to a high-grade artifact, capable of reflecting spells and scanning the surroundings. The mystical ice pearl was crystal clear with a deadly cold glow, able to conjure an ice domain 3 zhang square, with a mere mental command perfect for escape, defense, or offense. Both were top-tier treasures, easily worth over 1,000 spirit stones combined. Qingqian sneered coldly. Chao Laogawei had amassed so many treasures, yet he was ultimately defeated by Qingqian. After all, at the 8th layer of chi refinement, his cognition and mana were limited. Managing even one premium offensive artifact was an immense struggle. Trying to handle multiple tools was pure fantasy. There were still a dozen or so offensive and defensive magical tools in the spirit pouch, but to Qingqian they were mostly mediocre. Chao Bangxian's purple spirit umbrella and red flame pagoda were already broken beyond use. The only item to catch Qingqian's eye was a mid-grade defensive artifact, a jade gold shield. It was decent enough, worth around 100 spirit stones. At last, his gaze locked onto the square red gold seal before him. A top-tier magic artifact, the sun and moon red gold seal. A fierce light flickered in Qingqian's eyes as he carefully lifted the seal with both hands, afraid that the slightest slip might damage the treasure. The body of the seal was crimson gold, its surface smooth and lustrous like jade, but as soon as he hoisted it up, its weight felt like carrying a small mountain. Within the golden patterns, it seemed as if molten gold was slowly flowing, refracting sparkling light. A strong surge of spiritual energy washed over him, causing a slight tremble in his fingertips. There is a common saying in the cultivation world: low-grade spiritual tools are easy to forge, but top-tier magic artifacts are rare and precious. Top-tier means pushing beyond what a chi refining stage cultivator can normally bear, even half a step beyond that. Their creation depends on the convergence of favorable time, place, people, and the forge master's luck. Many craftsmen would rather spend huge sums forging a low-grade spiritual tool than attempt such a risky endeavor. As a result, genuine top-tier magic artifacts are almost priceless and never truly on the market. Judging by Qingqian's experience, only a cultivator at the peak of the chi refining stage could fully unleash the seal's power. Many early foundation establishment cultivators with shallow pockets rely on such magic artifacts to maintain appearances. Thinking back to how old Ghost Chao had only exerted less than 70% of the seal's power, Qingqian's heart burned with anticipation. If a peak chi refining cultivator, brimming with vital energy, were to wield it, a single strike wouldn't be quite as terrifying as the four-blade combination of the bone-destroying white soldier demon, but it could definitely match the chilling white magical fire spit by the ghostly spider demon array. Unfortunately, Qingqian was only at the 6th layer of the chi refining peak now. Even if he depleted all his spiritual blood, he could barely draw out half the power of this treasure, not enough to use it as a trump card. If he could soon break through to the late chi refining stage and exhaust all his blood essence, he stood a good chance of triggering the seal's ultimate might. Then, just one strike could crush any top-grade defensive magic artifact worn by a late chi refining cultivator, shattering their protections to bits. Such an overwhelmingly powerful treasure couldn't be obtained just by spending 1,000 spirit stones. It would easily cost over 1,000. Thinking of this, Qingqian's lips curled involuntarily into a wry smile. He began carefully counting his spoils of war: the lingboat leaf, a xianing pearl, a shuangguang mirror, a jade gold shield, plus the red gold seal and various fragments of magic materials. When converted, they were worth nearly 10,000 spirit stones. This calculation made his heart leap. That amount could almost buy a single foundation establishment pill. No wonder people say killing and arson brings a golden belt. The fruits of old Ghost Chao's 30 years of hard guarding all fell into Qingqian's hands. Truly fate's irony. Qingqian stared at the spirit stones and magical tools inside the storage pouch, suddenly recalling the words he once spoke to his fellow disciples while crossing the vast sea by boat. At that time, waves crashed violently under the stormy sky. Standing on the rocking bow, his voice was torn apart by wind and waves, yet still sounded resolute. What is cultivation? The way of cultivation is about seizing everything. Seize money, seize supplies, seize refining cauldrons. Anything useful is destined to be mine. Spirit stones, spirit springs, miraculous pills, even refining furnace if it benefits me. It's a heaven-sent fate and rightfully belongs to me. Looking back now, a cold smile tugged at his lips. Seize? When cultivators take opportunities, how can it be called seizing? It's clearly the redistribution of heaven and earth's resources, where the strong hold dominion. His divine perception swept through the pouch, suddenly locking onto a compact bookshelf inside. A row of jade slips shimmered with various spiritual lights. 7 crimson jade slips stood out the most, inscribed in ancient script with the words 100 refinements, true explanation. Qingchen picked one out and pressed it to his forehead. An immense influx of refining blueprints and insights poured into his mind, covering everything from low-grade magical tools to high-grade spirit tools, including secret methods for crafting 3 types of low-grade spirit tools. While his breath caught slightly, inwardly weighing the value. If this scripture were to be circulated openly, it would be enough to support a small cultivating family's rise. If he ever wanted to build his own sect, this would serve as a solid foundation. Beside the bookshelf lay a beast-hide booklet containing Chao Bangxian's cultivation notes. Qingchen casually flipped through a few pages filled with private reflections on breaking through bottlenecks and snorted with disdain. Who writes diaries seriously? Putting your innermost thoughts in a book, how low? Besides these, numerous jade slips covered cultivation methods, secret arts, and various skills, but his attention was quickly drawn to 2 especially rare slips. The first was jade green all over, with 6 red veins twisting, like living creatures, the 6 void redwood art. A mid-grade profound cultivation technique. In the Ningxuan sect, only top inner disciples could access it. Outer disciples barely reached supreme yellow grade, and even if they had connections, they could at best cultivate lower-grade profound techniques. Qingchen sighed internally. For this old guy to get his hands on a mid-grade profound technique is truly a sign of immense wealth, its value surpassing mid-grade spirit tools and even outranking high-grade spirit tools. His divine sense dove into the slip, and the intricate method unfolded gradually. It required drawing in the Eastern Imu with spirit energy and absorbing the essence of Li fire to refine a 6 void redwood law root in the Dantian. Upon mastery, one could deploy the 6 void shadow escape, transforming into 6 shadowy phantoms that vanish into the void with power comparable to a lower-grade profound escape technique. There was also Redwood Flame Dragon, summoning a dragon of redwood spirit fire to strike, rivaling mid-grade profound spells. Assisted by the wood spirit growth technique accelerating spirit herb maturation, and the fire spirit refining pattern boosting spirit pattern engraving success rates. Although modest enhancements, they were rare aids. The most astounding aspect was that the technique could be cultivated all the way to the pseudo-Dan realm. Qingchen calculated quietly. This perfectly suits Su Zixuan's dual wood-fire spirit roots. Such a technique's value is immeasurable. The other jade slip was as black as ink, the characters Zhumao devouring soul formation engraved in blood-red ancient script. Remembering the terrifying power Chao Bangxian displayed when activating this formation previously, Qingchen's heart burned with excitement. He pressed the slip to his forehead, and a torrent of information flooded in. It was a simplified version of the Zhumao devouring soul ruthless formation. The original was an earth-grade mid-level formation, derived from the innate divine power of the ancient underworld demon beast race called Zhumao, later combined with demonic arts and array formations by great demonic cultivators. Mastered to the extreme, even pseudo-infant cultivators struggled to resist it. Chao Bangxian's slip had been simplified but still reached high-grade profound level. The main formation required 1 primary flag and at least 4 subsidiary flags, sacrificing magic power and flesh to manifest shadows of the Zhumao. With sufficient sacrifices, it could even summon a spectral demonic spider to descend, its power easily exceeding the user's own cultivation level. Putting down the jade slips, Qingchen's gaze turned razor-sharp and his palm trembled slightly. These 2 treasures were worth at least 10 times more than all those spirit stones and magical tools combined. Unfortunately, Chao Bangxian's limited cultivation, combined with those crudely made formation flags and ordinary offerings, couldn't bring out the true power of the spider beetle devouring primordial formation, a high-level mysterious art. The jade slip clearly stated, even a simplified version of the spider beetle devouring primordial formation required a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator to oversee the formation's core point, holding a main flag forged from second-rank resentful soul threads, supported by 12 subordinate flags of the same rank, to push its might to the extreme. Besides that, 2 other cultivators of the same rank needed to pour their full magical power into it side by side. If the personnel fell short, there was an extreme method sacrificing the flesh, soul, and magical power of those 2 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators all at once, then invoking the power of the flags to potentially summon a netherworld demon spider with an aura comparable to a false elixir realm master. As for the complete spider beetle devouring primordial soul-slaying formation, once fully activated, It could even spawn a netherworld demon spider king able to rival the false infant realm. Reading this, Qing Chen's heart thundered, his breath feeling suddenly heavier. If I could set up this formation, the Ningxuan sect might as well change their name to Qing. But reason reminded him this was just wishful thinking. Right now, he only had a main flag forged from first-rank resentful soul threads, plus 5 barely intact subordinate flags, far from enough for even the simplified version. Even if he grabbed a few more to sacrifice, he could at best forge a netherworld demon spider at the peak of Qi refining stage sufficient for escape, but nowhere near to sweep an entire territory. Fortunately, this trip had yielded a bounty, possibly enough to break through his bottleneck in formation technique. Qing Chen's storage pouches hung swollen at his waist. Small piles of refining materials like red true stone, latest-stage first-rank beast corpses, and ancient gray sand valuable stuff. Several first-rank high-quality spirit talismans, and a few bottles of high-quality, first-rank condensed primordial pills, modest treasures enough to stabilize his cultivation. As for the shattered high-grade magic tools and heaps of mid to low-grade items he had scraped from others' pouches, he frowned in disdain and tossed them aside as junk. The total spirit stones came to just over 1,000 pieces. Muttering pauper, he still smiled and tucked them away reverently. Gathering his spoils, Qing Chun refocused on the dull, dim-boned demon Lauren banner. Its surface was covered in intricate blood markings that, even when still, seemed to stir an eerie chill, faintly exuding murderous intent. He didn't dare be careless. Holding his breath, he approached and softly struck the banner with his own magical power. Dead silence. No reaction. Frowning slightly, he took a deep breath and activated his demon seed golden lotus technique. A strand of pitch black, pure demonic energy extended from his sea of consciousness like a probe, piercing into the banner's core to detect any lurking danger. The next moment, his chest jolted. Unexpectedly smooth, no resistance at all. The demonic energy seemed to plunge into a deep pool gently embraced by some unknown power inside the banner, like a key fitting perfectly into its lock with no obstruction. Deep within the banner, a long dormant will lightly trembled, faintly resonating with his divine sense, as if silently awaiting its master's call. Had this been an ordinary magical item, especially one so sinister, it would surely contain resentful curses, with forced refinement, causing severe backlash. At this moment, Qing Chen felt a gentle, yet chilling force entwine with his demonic consciousness, merging seamlessly like water and milk. An icy current, cold as the moon, slid through his meridians into his flesh and blood, filling every inch of skin with a fine, numbing chill. Momentarily distracted, a flood of long-buried knowledge crashed into his mind. This white-bone demon banner was one of the sacred treasures of the Suosian sect, known collectively as the 12 primordial white-bone demon banners. The one he held now was the Pajun white-bone demon banner. Only those who have cultivated the demonic golden lotus and truly condensed the demonic seed can unleash the banner's full power. Forcing it prematurely not only greatly diminishes its might, but also causes constant backlash of chilling cold that erodes the sea of consciousness. At its core, the banner contains a fragment of the indestructible laurel energy, capable of consuming souls and bones to evolve itself and rapidly recover. King Chen's heart tightened with solemn awe. This banner's potential far exceeded the top-grade spiritual artifact label from Master Killian's handset, at least belonged to the realm of true magical treasures, or perhaps even higher. What was the connection between the demonic golden lotus, the Suosian sect, and these demon banners? His thoughts raced like lightning, faintly brushing against a world-shattering secret. Compared to this banner, spirit stones, magical tools, and elixirs were mere trivialities. The information kept surging. He quickly organized the 3 great abilities of the Pajun Whitebone Demon Banner. First, soul capture and seizure. It can command the vengeful spirits trapped within the banner to fight. As long as the banner remains intact, these spirits cannot die, and can even devour and merge with each other to form stronger, ever-changing evil entities. Second, white bone resurrection. It refines and absorbs the essence of white bones, reviving the remains of the deceased, even retaining parts of their previous magical arts and combat skills far beyond the dull skeleton demons seen before. Third, form condensation and demon manifestation. Using the banner as the core, it can condense a Pajun white bone, a towering demon warrior radiating overwhelming malevolence and ferocity, just like the towering figure seen earlier. Thinking of its murderous intent and terrifying power, Qing Chen felt a fiery surge inside, but couldn't help but turn it into a bitter smile. The whole thing was getting stranger and stranger. The cultivation methods and treasures acquired either involved blood refining and soul extraction, and now even bones were exploited. Yet the allure of power burned unbearably bright. Alas, from the very beginning, all he really wanted was to be a carefree, sword-wielding immortal who flies on his sword while drinking wine. Sigh. Honestly, I really, truly want to be a good person. But for some reason, I just seem to have the worst luck. Qingchen stared at the grimly white Maluo banner in his palm, a faint sense of melancholy welling up inside him. Great. Even the banner was going to make people doubt his claim that he wasn't a demon cultivator. The banner bore cracks filled with withered bones and dark veins that looked like blood vessels. He gave a wry shake of his head. If it had fallen into someone else's hands, at least some bones might be spat back out. With him, there probably wouldn't be a scrap left. His divine awareness flickered through the information flooding in about the 12 Yuan Chun white bone Maluo banner. Collecting 3 could form the 12 Yuan Chun Maluo array. Gather all 12. And it could evolve into the legendary Maluo domain, the true killer move of this secret treasure set. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts, he approached the unconscious maid Su Zixuan and flicked a strand of gentle spiritual energy into her brow. With a soft hum, Su Zixuan's eyes gradually opened. Young master, she murmured, rubbing her forehead as she sat up, still dazed. Qingchen smiled and handed her a freshly engraved jade slip. Zixuan, you contributed a lot this time. Hey Race, a mid-level Xiangrade manual, the 6 void red with technique. Train diligently, and your cultivation will surely improve. Then he took out the flowing light flying sword left behind by immortal Ling Xiao and the jade golden shield of Chao Banxian. The sword shimmered coldly, while the shield's surface rippled with shifting light. The sword for offense, the shield for defense. Both are yours. Refine them well, and in the future, protecting yourself won't be difficult. After that, he also pulled out 500 spirit stones and a few bottles of Kigathering pills suitable for mid-stage chi refinement, placing them all into her arms. The unexpected generous gift made Su Zixuan's fingers tremble slightly, eyes moist with emotion. She bowed deeply. Young master's great kindness is boundless. I vow to train tirelessly and live up to your trust. Qingchen nodded and instructed, from now on, you'll take over Chao Banxian's merchant shop, specializing in arrays and the odd goods I collect. Su Zixuan responded promptly and stood ready by his side. With arrangements made, Qingchen's face turned grave. He walked shoulder to shoulder with her deeper into the cave dwelling where Master Qilian passed away. The stone door to the cave was riddled with cracks, tarnished bloodstains now dried, while a lingering cold and oppressive aura lingered. Qingchen quietly summoned the power of his demonic seed to quell the restless turmoil inside him. He signaled Su Zixuan to set up several simple warning formations at the entrance. Then he pressed both palms firmly against the stone door. Boom! The heavy stone door slowly slid open, dust drifting in the air. There were no hidden traps or deadly mechanisms, only a strange, eerie silence. Inside, the furnishings were simple. A lone stone altar held several jade slips, a storage pouch, and a fist-sized image stone. He approached the altar and pressed his fingers to the image stone, pouring in his spiritual power. A subtle glow rippled forth as a dark-robed vague specter materialized in the air, emitting a sinister, cackling laugh. The image left behind by Master Qilian in life, as if transcending time and space. I am Elder Qilian, who has roamed far and wide all my life in pursuit of the Great Way. Yet, in the end, it all came down to a single misstep. The voice from the shadowy figure on the stone wall was low and hoarse, echoing through the dim cavern. He paused briefly, then looked toward the young man and woman who had just broken through the defenses. His tone carried both admiration and regret. You, who have broken through the external seals, endured the trial of the white-bone demonic banner, and maintained a clear mind within the mind-demon array to reach this place. Your spirit and strength are truly exceptional. His robe flickered like mist as he raised a hand to point at the sacrificial altar, his voice turning solemn. Here lies a white-bone foundation pill. Even if you are well past 70 or 80, taking it will still grant you hope of foundation establishment. The white-bone demonic banners outside hold immense potential. Collect all 12 and form the 12 Yuanshan demonic array, an array nearly invincible among peers. Additionally, the jade slips inside this cave contain a superior earth-grade cultivation method and an earth-grade secret technique. At this, the shadow's eyes dimmed with a flicker of complex sorrow and apology. My whole life I have trusted neither heaven nor man, yet I owe a debt to the Du sect. Though I am dead, the sect's lineage must not perish with me. I do not ask you to swear the great mind-demon oath, only that you find a few worthy heirs for Du sect within your ability and offer them some protection. Say these words plainly. I will do my utmost to pass down the Du sect's tradition. If you do, these treasures will be yours to keep. The shadow's voice suddenly sharpened. Remember, beware the upper 8 cave spirit island. The earth-grade method matters greatly. Leak it recklessly, and death will surely follow. With that, the shadow dissolved into scattered spiritual light, leaving only a single reflection stone hovering in the air. Before the blue stone altar, Qingchen relayed the entire message to Su Zixuan through divine communication. Without hesitation, she spoke aloud. I will do my utmost to pass down the Du sect's tradition. The runes on the jade slip dimmed at once, then sealed themselves away. Qingchen nodded, signaling Su Zixuan to approach and inspect it. Cradling the jade slip, Su Zixuan probed it with her spirit. Within moments her expression changed drastically, eyes wide with disbelief and voice trembling. Young master, this Dutine art is truly a superior earth-grade divine skill. The other jade slip contains the Zumuo devouring Yuan soul array, but the Tine art requires extremely rare roots only those with water affinity of earth or possessing Shaoyin constitution can even enter. Qingchen was momentarily stunned. No wonder Elder Qilian himself never mastered it. He murmured, his eyes darkening. He ordered coldly, "This matter ends here. Do not speak of it to anyone." He then activated his demonic seed power deep within his soul sea, placing multiple layers of memory seals on both of them. He handed the full jade slip of the Zumuo devouring Yuan soul array and a simplified version of the mysterious level formation to Su Zixuan. Study these well. To be cautious, Qingchen searched every corner of the cave. But decades of weathering and past battles had long since destroyed most relics. Only mundane spirit tools, talismans, and pills remained. He sighed, knowing there was nothing left of value. Before leaving, Su Zixuan volunteered to repair the cave's remaining foundation formations and those protecting Qilian Island. With spiritual stones provided by Qingchen, she deftly replaced the broken spirit stones in the spiritual eye formations. A faint glow returned along the formation lines. The island's protective light curtain brightened once more. At last, they made their departure. Qingchen flicked his sleeve, summoning the azure bamboo boat left behind by Chao Banxian. The vessel rose on the wind, radiant with pale blue light. Together, they surged forward as a long rainbow streaking through the sky. More than half a month later, after crossing clouds and seas, they arrived at Dishuan Island, shrouded in vast waves. Touching down in the bustling Dishuan market, Qingchen smoothly took over Chao Banxian's legacy as shop and the cave's spiritual contracts following Lingxiao Fairy's instructions. He arranged for Su Zixuan to enter seclusion to train, while managing the shop's daily affairs with care. Once daily matters were settled, Qingchen set out alone to return to their sect. The mountain gate was close, and he finally allowed himself a moment of relief, only to be suddenly blocked by a figure in gray robes. Qin Zigu from the scripture pavilion. His expression was dark and fierce but carried a faintly intimate smile. Qin Zigu approached slowly, voice teasing yet sharp. "Junior brother Qingchen, since your remarkable achievements, it's been days since you were last seen. How have you been? The disciples on watch said you left the mountain gate and have yet to return. Your senior brother has been quite worried." Qin Zigu felt little hatred over Yu Cheng's death. What truly gnawed at him was that Qin Chun had dared to practice the forbidden cultivation technique, the Fanteon demon refining art, while Qin himself never had the nerve to try it. What rankled even more was that Qin had already secretly informed Elder Mo about Qin Chen's underhanded moves. By all rights, Qin Chen should have died in an accidental mission long ago. Yet here he was, alive and well, with his cultivation level skyrocketing. Meanwhile, Qin had struggled for over a decade just to barely reach the threshold of Qi refining stage 6. How could he possibly swallow that bitter pill? As if to rub salt in the wound, Qin Chun wore an air of calm nonchalance that made Qin's eyes sting. Outside the cave dwelling on the stone steps, Qin Chen stood with one hand behind his back, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "Thank you for your concern, senior brother Qin. One day I'll have to repay you handsomely." He paused, then his tone shifted subtly. "But you'd better take care of yourself, or else my gift will have no one to go to. It's a pity that senior brother Yu Cheng was so ill-fated and became a cripple. Otherwise, he could have accompanied you on your journey." When he said cripple, a faint trace of regret passed through Qin Chen's heart. If only he had gotten the white-boned demon Luo banner earlier. Yu Cheng's still not fully withered body would have made excellent material, though his Qi Si was damaged. His flesh, blood, soul, and bones could be fed entirely to the artifact, leaving nothing wasted. Qin's face darkened so much it looked as if water might drip from it, but he forced out a bitter smile. "Junior brother Qin Chun, we all know the truth about Yu Cheng, so why dredge it up? Still, you have improved over the years. It's impressive you've managed to hang on despite your soul being damaged. But a soul crack is a serious obstacle your foundation stage path will be." "You're mistaken, senior brother Qin." Qin Chen cut him off coolly. "I have always acted with honor and integrity, unlike some who scheme behind others' backs. My progress comes from diligence. You, on the other hand, are stuck at Qi refining stage 6, which is really worrisome." That was like a needle in Qin's chest. His expression blackened completely as he ground out, "Qin Chun, don't get too arrogant. If you think senior brother Li Fei Yu pleading on your behalf to delay the mission by half a year means you'll escape unscathed, you're wrong. He'll tell you. Elder Mo has already picked out your assignment location for your 5-year external mission. Junior brother, make sure you come back alive." The threat was laid bare, but Qin Chun just sneered. A worthless clown who couldn't be helped. Having extracted keywords like assignment location and 5-year term from Qin, he wasn't about to waste more time. "No need for concern, senior brother Qin," he said and turned away, walking off with casual ease. The sect's rules were strict. The green bamboo boats inside the inner peak were not allowed to fly at full speed. Qin Chun, however, simply stepped into a pair of swallow boots head acquired from Chao Banxian and glided swiftly on the wind. The spiritual runes on the soles glowed, and a series of light explosive sounds left a faint vortex along the mountain path. Within a short while, he broke through the main peak's protective barrier and spotted the gray stone steps of the outer peak. Today's guard at the peak was still the simple-faced Gao Yuliang. The two exchanged distant salutes and a few polite words before Qing Chun made his way back to his cave dwelling at outer peak number 5533. The stone door of the cave slowly descended, sealing off the outside world. The thunderous echo of the stone door closing reverberated between the rocky walls. Qing Chun looked around this confined space that barely held him, and only then did his mind settle firmly. The cave was dim and shadowy, yet he felt as familiar here as in his own bedroom. Taking a deep breath of the damp, slightly mineral-scented air, he immediately began his final preparations for the upcoming secluded cultivation. With a light tap of his toes and a slight lift of his robe, he took a few steps and emptied the contents of his storage pouch onto the ground. 5 jade bottles gleamed softly, neatly arranged by his feet. Within their translucent walls, a flickering crimson light could be seen that was the refined essence of blood qi he had forcibly extracted from Chao Banxian, Lingxiao Fairy, Old Man Su, and 2 exotic beasts. Additionally, from Chao Banxian's storage pouch came an assortment of pills suitable for the late stages of qi refining, their medicinal fragrance mingling with the blood's dark radiance to create an intoxicating and formidable aura. Such abundant provisions for a period of seclusion were rare among his peers. Next, he laid out 2 arrays on the cave floor, the yellow sand formation and the illusionary tracing formation. The array patterns slithered out like ethereal serpents, their runes flickering faintly. Finally, he embedded a fully refined minor spirit gathering formation plate in the center. With the 3 formations activated simultaneously, the faint golden barrier was covered in dense layers of runes, sealing every possible gap. At the same time, strands of spiritual energy were drawn in from all directions, causing the already spacious cave to swiftly fill with a swirling, mystical mist. Everything was ready. Qing Chun sat cross-legged in the heart of the spirit gathering formation, his eyes half closed. His heartbeat gradually synchronized with the formation's glowing aura. His consciousness sank deeper and deeper into a state where self and environment melded into one. The cave fell into a deathly silence so profound that even a needle dropping could be heard. His divine awareness plunged into his qi sea, where his peak 6th level qi refining spiritual power lurked like a dark tide. Qing Chun cleared all distractions and silently recited the 2nd level incantation of the Fawn Tian Devil refining art. This demonic technique, stolen from torn scrolls in the scripture pavilion, was notorious for forcibly draining blood qi and accelerating cultivation at great risk. Though feared by others as perilous beyond measure, to Qing Chun even the most genuine earth-rank technique couldn't compare with its direct ruthless efficiency. His desire for strength made him willingly descend into the abyss pleasure could intoxicate, but pain shockingly sharpened the mind. Gather, he commanded mentally, and the secret Fan Qi techniques instantly sprang into motion. The jade bottles trembled beside him, their stoppers popping open. Red light slithered out like living snakes, transforming into fine threads of blood that raced into every pore on his body. As the alien blood merged with his own, it felt as if thousands of fires ignited within his Fan Qi, a bone-deep, soul-scouring burn flooding his senses. His sinews and veins felt like iron chains red-hot from the flames, cracking and popping inch by inch. Yet his fists only trembled slightly, cold sweat beading his forehead, his focus unwavering. Through the agony, the burning foreign blood and pill-induced spiritual energy were forcibly drawn into his qi sea, rapidly forming a wild, raging forge. The forge spun fiercely, resembling a black hole greedily devouring the growing spiritual tide within the formation. The cultivation technique accelerated exponentially as the 2nd level principles were driven to their limits. Time lost meaning in the sealed cave. The formation's light flickered repeatedly. The mist representing spiritual energy grew thinner with each breath drawn, while the spiritual power inside him surged hotter and stronger. His qi sea was like an iron cauldron set ablaze, its furnace walls trembling, the spiritual tide roiling, as if ready to shatter its constraints at any moment. Boom. At one moment, a long-repressed surge exploded out from his dantian. The membrane that had bound him so tightly cried out in strain, fracturing bit by bit. Cracks appeared. Qing Chen's spirit suddenly sharpened. Forming hand seals, he clenched through the tearing pain in his meridians and swiftly visualized the operation path of the 3rd level of the Fan Tian Devil refining art in his mind. Instantly, the rampaging spiritual power found new channels, like a river bursting its banks, like iron cavalry charging along a clearer, more forceful route. In mere moments, the blueprint of a completely different energy cycle took shape. The terrible aura of plundering intent rapidly solidified within him, spreading through every limb and bone. This was the third level of the Fawn Tien Devil refining art. After 3 years of hardship on Outer Gate Peak and 5 years guarding Yellow Bamboo Island, he returned from posting after 4 autumns weathered. The trials by storm and wind had only strengthened his resolve. Ching Chun sat quietly deep within the dim cave abode, a faint spiritual light seeping through his skin, forming a thin mist around him. Inside, his true energy flowed steadily like a gentle stream, firmly settled at the seventh layer of Qi refinement. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Sharp light flickered across his pupils before settling into calm composure. 12 years ago, he first joined the Ningxuan sect, now not yet 35. His cultivation already surpassed most peers. She was hardly inferior even against geniuses born with superior spiritual roots. The most direct benefit of advancing was his lifespan, jumping sharply from a mere 100 years to 120, filling him with unprecedented ease of mind. According to sect rules, any disciple reaching the late Qi refinement stage before 35 could enter the inner sect without further selection. Yet Deputy Hall Master Su Jiuling had secretly rigged the system. Qing Chun had to complete one assigned task to qualify travel to Xinhua Island and clear out the Su family on Haichang Island. Though troublesome, this mission stirred a spark of eagerness within him. You can't guard against a thief 1,000 days straight if you only steal for 1,000 days, he murmured. A cold gleam flashed through his eyes as he thought of Imo Qiuxian, who had obstructed him since his arrival in the sect. A mocking smile curled at his lips. Mo Qiuxian's scheming over many years made this trip to Xinhua Island a godsend opportunity, but it was just as much so for Qing Chun. Had he been stuck at the sixth layer of Qi refinement, he might still have feared that sly, cunning old fox. But now was different. He had a plinto exploit the suspicions between the Su family of Haichang Island and the Yu family of Xinhua Island, proving the Su family's crime of betraying the sect to collude with enemies. Then he would drag Mo Qiuxian down into the mud along with them. Even if he couldn't kill him outright, he would ensure Mo Qiuxian couldn't stir trouble again on Xinhua Island. Qing Chun hummed to himself. As an officer of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, Mo Qiuxian was well off, never lacking top-grade cultivation techniques or superior magical instruments. Old Master Su, a lone cultivator, could still manage to get his hands on quality artifacts and a first-rank spirit beast. Chao Banxian wielded rare top-grade instruments, so Mo Qiuxian must at least carry supreme magical items, possibly even multiple second-rank spirit talismans. Strategically, he could afford to disdain his opponent, but tactically, he must remain vigilant. Recalling the past, when he cultivated at the third layer of Qi refinement on Yellow Bamboo Island, to avoid detection, he had to dig his cave 50 zhang underground. But times had changed. He no longer needed such caution. Silently, he activated his secret technique, suppressing his external energy release to the peak of the fifth layer of Qi refinement. He would hold back his full power until after completing Su Jiuling's intersect mission. Since promotion was inevitable, why not plan something big? Within the cave, the spectral image of the demonic golden lotus slowly blossomed in his spirit sea, layers of black gold petals stacking one upon another. His soul, nourished by it, grew ever more refined. Years of painstaking cultivation, coupled with this breakthrough, had strengthened his spirit to rival that of a peak Qi refinement master. His divine awareness stretched to just over 30 zhang, with the demonic seed inside him nearing full maturity. The only drawback was that with his current divine sense and magical power, he still couldn't fully activate Chao Banxian's top-tier offensive artifact, the Sun and Moon Red Gold Seal, unless he burned a drop of essence blood from his Brahman aperture. Switching to the same source White Bone Demon Flag would be far easier. This flag was perfectly attuned to the demonic golden lotus within him, and when driven by his demonic divine awareness, it caused no backlash at all. Instead, it could unleash ultimate power by drawing on resentful spirits and the refined essence of cultivator's bones. Precisely the trump card, he was confident enough to face Imo Qiuxian Heiden and even plan a counterattack. With his thoughts clear, Qingchen rose, swept his sleeve, erasing all signs of seclusion from the cave dwelling. Without folding away the protective formation disc, he pushed open the door and stepped out. Time to check the market district. I wonder how Su Zishuan is doing over there. That was soon to be a major source of Spirit Stone's income. He couldn't afford any slip-ups. The bustling Nirvana sect market remained as crowded as ever. Walking along the street to Chao Banxian's former forge shop, Qingchen spotted Su Zishuan from afar, surrounded by 3 frowning cultivators. The young woman evidently remembered his orders carefully. She wore a different outfit, disguised her appearance, and concealed her aura with the secret demonic imprint of the Tao Heart seed planted within her spirit sea. She had just reached the 4th layer of Qi refining, thanks to the little Xian pills and Qi accumulation pills he left her. Compared to his own awkward start after entering the sect, her resources were far more ample. Yet trouble found her. Where did this demoness come from? She's got the figure all right. Must have used some fox spirit charm to fool shopkeeper Chow, huh? Maybe she's scheming for money, or even trying to seize the shop by stealing the spirit contract. snarled a rat-faced man, his tone filled with venom. Another echoed, yeah? Trying to drive out us old-timers, huh? Who does she think she is with just that mouth and a fourth-layer chi refining cultivation? The leading tall, lean cultivator, also at fourth-layer chi refining, sized Su Zishuan up with a disdainful sneer. A little girl like you acting all high and mighty? Thinking the spirit contract key makes you untouchable? Don't forget, this market values strength and background. Outsiders like you, you're not even on our level. Su Zishuan clenched her fists, ready to retort, when suddenly a chilling aura typical of late chi refining spread from the doorway. The three provocateurs felt an oppressive weight on their chests, their breath faltering. Qingchen stepped inside the shop. His gaze was like a blade locking onto the tall, lean cultivator. In his palm, the mystical ice pearl shimmered faintly, its cold spiritual power intertwining with the murderous intent radiating from him. The temperature in the shop plummeted, danger hung thick in the air. A faint curve lifted the corner of his mouth as he spoke flatly, but with knife-edge sharpness. Oh? You're saying you guys are really something special? The tall, slender cultivator's face suddenly went pale as death. The two companions beside him seemed frozen in place, their limbs growing cold and stiff. None of the three could have imagined such a calamity would appear out of nowhere, let alone that the newcomer would immediately unleash a spiritual pressure like a mountain crushing down an unmistakable sign of a late Qi refining stage master. In the bustling market of Dishuan Island, anyone at the late Qi refining stage was widely recognized as a formidable expert. The Ningxuan Sect's foundation was solid, boasting nearly 10,000 Qi refining disciples, over 100 foundation establishment experts, and several golden core powerhouses. The true masters were mostly clustered in the sect's core area. This chaotic market, however, was a gathering place for scattered cultivation wanderers struggling at the lowest rung, some diligently selling trinkets, others hunting monsters for spirit stones, and some outright robbing and killing, all just to scrape together a few fragments of spiritual currency. Moreover, the Xian Ice Pearl in Qingchen's hand was emitting a faint blue cold mist, its overwhelming spiritual power visible even to bystanders. Clearly, it was a rare high-grade magical artifact, far beyond the reach of these poor scattered cultivators. Could this be the shopkeeper's Xian Ice Pearl? One of the tall cultivator's companions stammered, his tongue seemingly tied as he spoke in a trembling voice. The tall cultivator forced a grim smile, more painful than tears, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He bowed humbly. Honored Dao friend, we mean no offense. Please show mercy and don't misunderstand. Misunderstand? Qingchen sneered, his gaze sharp as a blade. He raised the spirit token and secret key in his hand. This shop now belongs to me, and this young lady is the new appointed manager. The market rules are clear. Even if I were to kill you three disrespectful pests right here, it would be completely justified. His tone suddenly turned fierce, radiating killing intent. What do you think you are to cause trouble on my turf? Chao Banxian already transferred this shop to me. Since I'm feeling generous today, get lost immediately. How many miserable lives do you have to waste to dare stir trouble under my nose? The three men turned pale as clay, cold sweat trickling down their backs. They nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. We were blind. We're leaving right now, right now. They hurriedly turned to Su Zishuan, bowing again and apologizing profusely. They didn't even dare mention the spirit stone wages they were owed over the past months. Then, clutching their tails, they slipped through the crowd and vanished in the blink of an eye. The law of the strong was etched deep into everyone's bones. They had no problem baring their teeth at Su Zishuan, but facing King China, fiercely murderous late Qi, refining master wielding a top-grade magical tool, they didn't dare even breathe heavily. Apologies were one thing, but survival was the priority. Qingchen's eyes flashed like lightning as he swept a cold glance across the surroundings. The cultivators who had been loitering and potentially scheming at the gate immediately lowered their heads and dispersed. Within moments, the front of the shop was peaceful again. Everyone understood that a dangerous figure stood behind this place. Only then did Qingchen snort coldly and turn, leading Su Zishuan inside. Su Zishuan stepped forward hurriedly and bowed respectfully. Thank you, young master, for saving me. Had you not arrived when you did, I fear today would have ended terribly. Qingchen nodded slightly, his eyes scanning her. Seeing that her aura was steadier than before, he approved with a nod. Not bad. Your cultivation has improved clearly. You haven't wasted your time. Remember this. Strength is the foundation of your existence. Only by growing stronger can you serve me better. Su Zishuan's heart jolted, and she replied solemnly, your servant deeply remembers your instructions and will diligently practice without fail, never disappointing your high expectations. Qingchen stood with his hands behind his back in front of the counter, his gaze sweeping over the empty wooden shelves. After a moment of thought, he said, since this shop now belongs to us, let's call it Jinbao Pavilion. It will specialize in array formations and formation plates, while also selling various cultivation supplies. Yes, young master, that's an excellent name. Su Zishuan bowed respectfully. The interior was dimly lit, with dust drifting beneath the beams. Qingchen walked a few steps along the narrow aisle and casually flipped a damaged spiritual plate as he asked, "How has guarding the shop been these days? Aside from those fools just now, have there been any other troubles?" Su Zishuan thought for a moment and answered, "Master, everything is mostly fine. Though my cultivation remains shallow, the 6 void redwood method granted by you has helped me improve rapidly recently. I have been studying the 2 secret formation techniques you bestowed day and night. I can now barely forge several mid-grade first-tier formations: the concealment array, mist maze array, water avoidance array, wind blade array, falling leaves array, and yellow sand array." She shifted and hesitated, then finally took out a nameless black iron token. The token was cold and heavy, with a menacing beast's head carved in relief and a line of secret coordinates etched alongside. "While tidying the shop a few days ago, your servant received this token along with an address. Tonight, every shop in the market district can send someone to a duel arena." Qingchen raised an eyebrow. A duel arena? He regarded such matters as a waste of time, far less valuable than quiet cultivation. Sensing his lack of interest, Su Zishuan lowered her voice hastily. "Master, please don't underestimate it. I learned that the duel is just a ruse. The real core is an entrance to a black market. Anyone who places bets at the arena and meets the minimum threshold gains qualification to participate in a secret auction held afterward." Tapping the iron token lightly with her fingertip, she continued, "The black market is well-run. Wins and losses are unpredictable. Bettors don't always lose spirit stones, and sometimes even make small profits. That's why it attracts many people. There are rumors that the auction has previously offered rare proficiencies of the mysterious tier and top-quality magical instruments, items hard to find outside. After the event ends, an ancient array called the Rashomon Gate will randomly teleport everyone back near the arena. There have been very few mishaps over the years. It is extremely safe." Having finished, the young woman's eyes burned with hope. She knew well how urgently Qingchen needed resources. This might be an opportunity. Beneath the dim yellow light, Qingchen drummed his fingers on the counter, the cold expression on his brow softening. His mind raced. If this information was true, how could it not be a shortcut to seizing a chance? Besides, the spirit stones recently taken from Chao Banxian and Old Master Su were still warm. If he could grab 1 or 2 prized items at the auction, it would greatly increase his odds in the coming journey to Xianyu Island and dealing with Immortal Xian. After a brief silence, his decision was made deep in his heart. Qingchen had originally planned to stroll through the market district and pick up a few high-grade, first-tier spirit talismans for self-defense. If luck was on his side, he hoped to find a top-notch defensive magic artifact he could wear, ideally an inner armoran that would be enough to satisfy him. But after hearing Su Zishuan's description of the black market, his thoughts immediately stirred. Truly valuable treasures in the market district had likely long been quietly snapped up by insiders with connections. Only in the secretive, chaotic black market would rare items seldom seen by the outside world still surface. With that in mind, he said in a low voice, "If that's the case, I suppose I should investigate this duel arena myself. But since this is important, explain the rules clearly first, then I'll decide." Su Zishuan nodded and patiently recounted everything she had learned: the betting system of the duel arena, the qualifications for entering the black market, and the procedure of the auction. It was then Qingchen realized that the black token she held not only granted its bearer entry, but also allowed one companion to come along. "Very well, tonight we'll go see it for ourselves," he decided immediately, his tone firm and resolute. That night, with the moon hidden and stars sparse, the two suppressed their presence and hurried through the shadowy alleys of the quiet market quarter. Following the subtle guidance of the dark-patterned token, they finally stopped in front of an apparently abandoned old courtyard. Moss overgrew the stone walls, and the weathered wooden gate hung precariously. Without deliberate searching, it would be hard to guess what lay beyond. Pushing the door open, they found several men dressed in black, muscular and stern-faced like statues, yet silent. Following prior instructions, Su Zishuan took the jet-black token from her bosom and approached an artificial rock formation in the corner, embedding the token into a carved crevice. A soft click echoed faintly. The runes on the token lit up one by one, emitting a faint dark glow that flickered and vanished. Then the rock surface split silently along a narrow fissure, revealing stone steps descending underground. "Welcome to paradise," several men in black spoke in unison, their voices hollow yet synchronized. Qingchen and Su Zishuan exchanged a glance, understanding one another without words, and stepped into the crack. Descending hundreds of stone steps, they were hit by a wave of hot, crowded air laced with human voices. The space suddenly opened before them, a massive underground arena rivaling a combat stage. The dome above was studded with countless luminous pearls and phosphorescent stones, whose intersecting light bathed the area like daylight. At the center, a circular arena built from black boulders overlooked the crowd. Multi-layered stands surrounded it, now packed to capacity. Shadows clad in cloaks, burly men bare-chested, flowing-robed cultivators all melded into a roaring tide. Shouts and wagers flew wildly, and the heated atmosphere almost crackled with energy. Qingchen and Su Zishuan arrived slightly late and squeezed into two empty seats in the back row. Bloodied hand-to-hand combat had already begun in the center. Their opponents were not cultivators, but experts who had honed mundane martial arts to perfection. One was broad-shouldered and powerful. Each punch landed with a thunderous boom like cracking stone. The other moved like a ghost. His leg strikes a whirlwind rain, slicing through the air with a whispering hiss. Both fighters were brimming with fierce energy, their strength radiating intensely, prompting waves of cheers and gasps from the spectators in the stands. Qingchen's gaze swept over the scene, and he noticed that beside each seat was a small, intricately carved jade platform. At the center of each platform was a fingertip-sized groove, surrounded by densely inscribed ancient script detailing the betting rules. One could wager on victory or defeat, on life or death, or even on how many moves a combatant could withstand. Simply by dropping spirit stones into the groove, the array would automatically record the bet. Qingchen's mind stirred. From his pouch, he plucked out 30 lower-grade spirit stones worth about the price of 2 bottles of first-grade lower-tier elixirs. He released them, and the stones fell into the groove like rain. In an instant, the platform absorbed them, leaving only layers of flowing spiritual light dancing across the jade surface. After a moment, a token, neither metal nor wood but pitch black as lacquer, slowly slid out. Its edges faintly shimmered with tiny arcane runes. He handed the token to Su Zishuan. She understood immediately, closing her eyes briefly as her divine awareness probed its depths. In mere seconds, she opened them, surprise flickering at the corners of her brow as she whispered, "Young master, apart from our betting records, the token contains detailed information about an auction in the black market. It seems that placing bets totaling 30 spirit stones here automatically grants admission to the auction." Her fingertip tapped the token again as she added, "Also, this joyful world includes not only the dueling arena and black market, but also places like the Joyful Pleasure House and Silver Hook Gambling Den. Refinements of the world's desires. Holding this token even grants a 10% discount on your first visit. Joyful Pleasure House, Silver Hook Gambling Den, refinements of the world's desires?" Qingchen let out a dry chuckle, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The owner of this place certainly knows how to play tricks. He glanced again at the two cultivators locked in mortal combat on the stage, blood spilling everywhere, the crowd below feverishly flushed with excitement. Inwardly, he couldn't help but admire the ruthless strategy. Use brutal bloodsport to rapidly draw popularity, then filter buyers eligible for the black market through betting amounts, and finally, secure the flow of spirit stones through taverns and gambling dens. The mastermind behind all this had truly mastered the desires of the human heart. "Zishuan, have you ever heard of the Joyful Pleasure House or Silver Hook Gambling Den in the market?" Qingchen lowered his voice to ask. Su Zishuan gently shook her head, a faint blush coloring her cheek. "No, young master. Such places have never appeared openly in the market. They must be unique to this joyful world." Qingchen looked around at the noisy crowd and the relentless clamor of betting amounts, feeling the hot waves of excitement wash over him. Thinking of the pleasure house and gambling den mentioned on the token, an inexplicable urge stirred within him. After days of constant fighting, treasure hunting, and cultivation, his nerves were taut and his temper frayed. He raised his hand to stroke his chin, a faint, elusive gleam flickering in his eyes. It seemed that once the serious matters were settled, he really should find an opportunity to visit this so-called female bodhisattva to properly calm this restless, agitated heart and cool off his simmering temper. Now is not the right time to focus on refining the heart in the mortal world. The pressing issue involving the big head hasn't been resolved yet. As for the smaller matter of the spirit stones, it's best to endure it for a while longer. Qingchen suppressed his curiosity about the Elysium Pleasure House and the Silver Hook Gambling Den, prioritizing the immediate opportunity to boost his strength. He gently patted Su Zishuan's shoulder and whispered, "Set aside the refining matter for now. Zishuan, lead the way. Let's explore the black market." Su Zishuan nodded and obeyed. Following the token's guidance, the two slipped into a narrow, unremarkable alley. The passage was dark and damp. Vines dripped moisture from the walls, and faint light spilled through cracks overhead, casting slippery reflections on the ground. After several twists and turns, the alley abruptly narrowed, ending at a heavy iron door. Several guards in black robes stood solemnly before the door, their hoods pulled low, revealing only cold, sharp eyes. The leader raised a hand and said curtly, "Halt, visitors." Su Zishuan presented the beast-headed iron token. The guard examined the carved emblem carefully, then nodded and turned to a nearby cabinet, retrieving two large black wide-brimmed hats, signaling them to wear them. Under the brims, only their eyes were visible. "Honored guests, may your desires be fulfilled." The guard intoned the customary greeting before stepping aside. They pushed aside the heavy curtain and entered a dark but spacious underground chamber. Cultivators naturally had strong eyesight and were unfazed by the dim lighting. The room was clearly divided. Along the walls were soundproofed private rooms, while the center held dozens of tiered seats facing a gray stone auction platform raised about a meter above the floor. On the platform stood a female cultivator dressed in tight black clothing, her face veiled in black gauze except for a pair of sharp phoenix-like eyes. Her spiritual power fluctuated steadily at the 7th level of chi refining, enough to intimidate ordinary cultivators. For tall men in black robes stood beside her, their hats pulled low but radiating imposing authority were all peak chi refiners. Anyone foolish enough to scan them spiritually would be inviting trouble. Qing Chen knew this well. Before entering, he had subtly altered his aura using the Demon Seed Golden Lotus secret technique, maintaining only a late chi refining signature to conceal his identity while adding a layer of menace. At this moment, the female auctioneer raised a stone axe emitting a faint purple glow. The blade shimmered with a chilling light, exuding bone-piercing murderous intent. "Friends and fellow cultivators, feast your eyes," she called out, her wrist strength surging as majestic spiritual energy poured into the axe. A hum filled the air. The purple light exploded brilliantly, the axe trembling as a purple arc nearly a meter long tore through the air, striking a nearby obsidian test stone designed for such demonstrations. A clang rang out. The clash of metal and stone sparked fiery fragments, the sharp noise echoing off the chamber walls and causing many cultivators to shudder, drawing a sharp breath. That test stone was tough enough to resist mid to low-grade spiritual weapons without cracking. Now, a deep inch-long groove was carved cleanly across its surface. Whispers erupted from the crowd. This female cultivator has not long practiced with this axe, yet a casual strike shows such terrifying power. This purple stone axe is not just a high-quality magical weapon, it's one of the very best among them. The female auctioneer swept her pristine white sleeves aside, and the axe gleamed with a surging purple light, its blade seeming ready to slice through the air. She glanced approvingly down at the crowd and announced loudly, "The power of this axe is evident to all. It was personally forged by a master from the foremost refinement sect of the Zonglong Archipelago Diansong sect. Unmatched in sharpness, it's perfect for fierce, all-out combat. Starting bid, 200 spirit stones. Highest bidder wins." Spirit stones are easy to come by, but truly excellent magical weapons like those from Diansong sect don't come often. 220 spirit stones. An eager voice shouted from the crowd. 250. I want this axe. Another voice followed sharply, filled with determination. 280. How dare just a chi refinement stage sixling speak so boldly? Sneered a third bidder, adding mockery to his raise. The bids rose and fell in rapid succession, igniting the hall. Light from lamps and magical runes played across the faces of the cultivators gathered. Beneath his straw hat, Qing Chen's eyes flickered. This purple stone axe was indeed extraordinary, its power likely rivaling his Zimu Lang sword. It was hard not to feel tempted. For such a rare axe-type magical weapon to appear first at a black market auction if wielded by someone skilled in axe techniques, it could be like adding wings to a tiger. But Qing Chen already owned several top-grade offensive weapons, all quite handy. He was no expert in axe arts. His skill lay in flying swords. Spending a large sum of spirit stones on one axe would bring limited improvement to his overall strength. Qing Chen was always careful with his money, not the kind to throw spirit stones around just for show. He glanced away briefly. When he looked back, the price had shot up rapidly, already past 300 spirit stones. 350 spirit stones. A strong voice suddenly rang out, pushing the price higher. Qing Chen shook his head inwardly. This amount was already close to the purple stone axe's real worth. Going higher would be overpaying. Just then, a slightly heavy but commanding voice cut in. "For 100 spirit stones. We'll take the axe." For 100 spirit stones. Immediately, the room fell silent, as if into a cold, still pond. Even among weapons made by Diansong sect, offense-grade top-tier artifacts rarely reached this price. The cultivators exchanged glances, and no one bid further. The auctioneer paused briefly, then calmly counted down. When no one challenged, she said crisply, "Congratulations, friend. The purple stone axe is yours. May your path to immortality be smooth and your arsenal ever strong." Qing Chen curled his lips beneath his hat. 400 spirit stones, easily several dozen above what he had in mind. This place was truly a gold mine. Seizing the momentum, the auctioneer flipped through her cards and revealed the next item. Next up, a pair of first-grade top-quality demon beasts, the carcasses of a male and female red-chain sea serpent. The male serpent has reached the peak of the first grade. Its scales, bones, tendons, and gallbladder are all excellent materials for refining high-grade magical artifacts, and even spirit tools. Starting bid 400 spirit stones. Red chain sea serpent? A nearly peak-grade pair? At those words, Qing Chen's eyes shone sharply beneath his hat. Fierce as a hungry wolf eyeing prey, this item was far more important to him than the purple stone axe had been. In Dishuan Market, materials from early to mid-stage Tier 1 demonic beasts were relatively common, but latest stage Tier 1 beasts, and especially those at the peak of Tier 1, were extremely rare. When disciples of the Ningxuan sect hunted such fierce creatures, they usually handed them over to the sect in exchange for contribution points, and only a few made their way into the market. At this moment, as the nearly 10-foot-long corpse of a red-chained sea serpent was brought onto the stage, the entire venue erupted with excitement. Qing Chun sat toward the back of the crowd, his gaze tightening slightly. The red-chained sea serpent was exactly the species once hunted by his senior brother Gu, who had introduced him to the sect. That year, Gu was already a peak Qi refining stage inner disciple, yet he still patiently explained sect rules to a group of naive mortals. 13 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The once daunting latest-stage Tier 1 demonic beasts were now nothing more than easy prey. Inwardly, Qing Chen wondered, how powerful had Gu become now? Under the lamplight, the serpent's scales emitted an eerie crimson glow. But Qing Chen's eyes weren't on the scales, they were fixed on the mighty vitality coursing through the creature's body, far beyond what cultivators of the same stage could produce. For him, a practitioner of the Brahma demon refining technique, this was priceless nourishment. The female auctioneer cleared her throat and announced loudly, starting bid, 400 spirit stones. 420. A Qi refining stage 7 cultivator in the front row was quick to raise the price. Just as another man was about to bid, a low, cold voice cut through the air, 700 spirit stones. The sound landed like a heavy hammer striking a drum, and the auction hall instantly fell silent. All eyes turned sharply toward the corner where a figure leaned half back in a chair, his face hidden beneath a black bamboo hat, his form melting into the shadows. Yet the chilling spiritual pressure pressing down felt almost tangible, piercing to the bone. Some cautiously probed with their divine senses, only to be sharply rebuffed, leaving them shocked. This person was no mere Qi refining stage 7. He was at least stage 9, or perhaps even at the peak of Qi refining. When did Dishuan Market get such a fearsome fiend? Whispered murmurs spread, but no one dared bid any higher. 700 spirit stones was the limit. Raising the price now would only bring trouble. The female auctioneer blinked in surprise, but kept to protocol, calling out 3 times with no response before finally striking the gavel. Congratulations to this Taoist friend, the red chain, sea serpent pair belong to you. All the eyes quickly withdrew, wary of provoking the dark presence. The black hood cultivator known other than Qing Chen showed no expression, but was inwardly pleased. His powerful divine sense combined with the intentionally sinister aura saved him from any unnecessary entanglements, effortlessly securing the prized item. After claiming the red-chained sea serpent, Qing Chun did not retreat. Instead, he adopted an even more formidable and unapproachable demonic cultivator stance. Then, with ease, he spent 600 spirit stones to secure the corpse of a first-rank, peak-level monster, the armor-breaker shark. This shark's vitality and aura were even more intense and fierce than the earlier scarlet-chained sea serpent. With this, he had acquired 3 high-rank monster corpses in succession, spending over 1,000 spirit stones in total, instantly becoming the most eye-catching figure at the auction. The surrounding cultivators, seeing his sinister aura and that he only bid on monster corpses, quietly concluded he must be practicing a dark corpse cultivation technique, not merely a 7th-layer Qi refiner on the surface, but a hidden veteran demon. Their faces tightened, and they stealthily kept away, fearing this fierce man might target them to drain their souls or refine their bodies. The next auction items were also impressive. A superior defensive magic artifact called the Golden Scale Shield, shimmering with overlapping golden scales. Star Sand, a refining material for forging spirit implements that glittered with tiny starlight. The Essence Condensing Pill, coveted by latest-stage Qi refiners for its potent aroma. The Misty Cloud Phantom Formation Array Plate, covering hundreds of feet and capable of obscuring divine perception, which released swirling smoke when activated. Yet Qing Chen barely glanced at them, showing no interest. To him, these treasures prized by ordinary mid to latest-stage Qi refiners were nothing special. Only when a high-quality internal defensive armor called the Redbone Armor appeared did he raise his hand to bid again, buying it for 420 spirit stones. Made from the red bones of a monster and woven with supple golden threads, it offered excellent protection while remaining discreet to wear. Perfect for replacing the ink-silver soft armor I have now, he thought. Once more, the fierce man's hammer fell, silencing the crowd. Whenever King Chen's gaze touched an auction item afterward, weaker bidders immediately withdrew, afraid that calling out another bid would mark them as a target. Qing Chen sneered inwardly. Everyone knows when to be smart. Saves me a lot of trouble. As time passed and the auction neared its end, treasures continued to appear on stage, but none stirred his interest anymore. Just as he assumed the event was about to conclude, the female auctioneer's voice suddenly rose, captivating and magnetic. Esteemed Taoists, please be still. Next, we present the 3 finale treasures of this auction. The hall fell silent in an instant. All eyes turned sharply toward the stage. King Chen's spirits lifted, his previously lax expression tightened, and his gaze sharpened like a blade. The first finale item was brought out ceremoniously. The four black-robed cultivators standing silently each summoned 3 spirit seals hovering before them, 12 intricate talismans arranged in a formation, light glowing faintly, their power coiled but not yet released, brightening the dim venue noticeably. That aura, second stage spirit talismans. Qingqian's pupils contracted, his breath deepening. Among the crowd, 8th-layer chi refiners gasped in shock and greed. The auctioneer nodded slightly, her voice clear as water striking stone. Excellent eyes, Taoists. Indeed, these are 12 second-rank spirit talismans, representing the first 12 fingers of the 36 chains of Luo Yan, a lower-grade mysterious level spell. She explained further, the Wuchang sect and the Ningxuan sect are renowned golden core sects of our Canglong archipelago. The 36 chains of Luo Yan is a treasured, jointly inherited spell between these two sections. If fully unleashed, the first 12 fingers alone match the power of a typical lower-level mysterious grade spell. Although reduced to 30 power due to talisman forging, each finger's offensive and defensive power far surpasses the full strike of a peak chi refiner. These 12 talismans represent 12 powerful strikes and defenses that can decisively turn the tide of battle and bring life from the brink. Her eyes swept over the burning gazes below, then she announced the starting price. This life-saving treasure set of 3 talismans is auctioned together. Starting bid, 800 spirit stones. Taoists, fortune lies before you, don't miss your chance. Inside the auction hall, the atmosphere was scorching, like molten metal swirling endlessly in a forge. Beneath dim lights, 12 second-tier spirit talismans hovered in midair, their runes flickering as if on the verge of bursting into blinding flames. Around the stands, the crowd's breathing was heavy, a suffocating wave of greed, desire, and calculation pressing down on everyone. Second-tier talismans, all 12. A cultivator couldn't help but whisper, his voice sparking the crowd like a spark thrown into a grease fire, instantly igniting the whole room's emotions. Qingqian stood amidst the crowd, his heart stirred by the turmoil, yet he held his excitement in check, eyes fixed firmly on the set inscribed with Luo Yan's 36 fingers. Rumor had it that the power of these talismans increased with each finger, each strike as devastating as the ghostly demonic spider's hellfire. He was determined to secure at least one set. The first set of talismans from Luo Yan's first finger to third finger went up for auction. 1,200 spirit stones. An 8th-level chi refining cultivator raised his hand, voice firm and decisive. A murmur rippled through the crowd, but it quickly died down. Starting off with 1,200 spirit stones just for the first 3 fingers? What does he have left to compete with for the better techniques later? Someone scoffed. Short-sighted. The good stuff's at the back. Another whispered in agreement. Humph, he's loaded with spirit stones, reckless with money. We don't have that kind of cash. Whispers of envy and bitterness broke out in the corners. Qingqian's eyes narrowed slightly. He noticed several cultivators with deep, steady auras sitting quietly in the shadows, evidently waiting for the real highlights to come. He reminded himself, opportunities vanish in an instant. When the second set from Luo Yan's 4th finger to 6th finger was presented on the tray, Qingqian no longer hesitated. His clear voice rang out, 1,300 spirit stones. The hall fell silent as if a heavy hammer had struck the drumbeat to a halt. 1,350 spirit stones. Came a tentative bid from a corner, the tone hesitant. 1,400. Qingqian shot back without pause, boldly raising the price to a level most chi refining cultivators could barely reach. 1,400 spirit stones equivalent to a rare top-tier defensive artifact. The market price for a Lingqi pill was no more than 800 spirit stones. An ordinary inner disciple of the Ningxuan sect would take over a decade of scrimping to save that much. Hisses of shock and gasps filled the air as countless eyes locked onto Qingqian. Surprise, envy, even fear mingled in their gaze. Many thought to themselves, this must be a peak-level chi refining old fox, with astonishing spiritual insight and deep pockets. Instantly, the confidence of most bidders drained away and they gave up the fight. With the second set secured, Qingqian felt steadier but stayed alert, his gaze sweeping the room, sensing the air growing tighter, nearly suffocating under the tension. Then the auction erupted into chaos. The third set from Luo Yan's 7th finger to 9th finger was unveiled, and bids soared like ignited firecrackers. In the end, a short, stout elder at the peak of chi refining, his gaze dark and fierce, won with an astonishing 1,900 spirit stones. 1,900. My heavens! Someone below exclaimed, the scene nearly spiraling out of control. That's almost the price of a low-grade spirit artifact. Eyes darted rapidly in every direction. A layer of perilous tension spread through the air like gunpowder about to ignite. Qingqian watched anxiously from the side. 1,900 spirit stones. This time when he came out, he was carrying just a little over 4,000 spirit stones, and now he had only about 1,500 left. The auction's intensity far exceeded his expectations. But what truly stunned everyone was the final set the ownership of the 10th to 12th spirit talismans from Luo Yan's 36-finger technique. As people hesitated over their bids, a young man in blue with an expressionless face slowly stood up. He looked to be no higher than the 6th level of Qi refinement. Just as a peak Qi refinement cultivator scanned the room and aggressively offered 2,000 spirit stones, the young man calmly said 4 words, 2,500. Instant silence fell over the crowd. Raising the bid by 500 spirit stones at once wasn't just outbidding, it was like throwing spirit stones at someone. That amount could easily buy a lower-grade spirit artifact, completely shattering everyone's expectations. Many eyes locked on the blue-clothed youth, shining with blatant greed, as if a pack of wolves eyed a veiled beauty. Divine senses quietly swept over him indeed. Only at Qi refinement level 6. Humph, such arrogance from a mere level 7 Qi refinement. The peak-level cultivator who had just bid glared with a dark face, teeth clenched, his eyes flashing with cold, killing intent. Heh, their spirit stones can push ghosts, but we're not on that level. Another cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement smirked slyly, the threat obvious. Several powerful divine senses subtly locked onto that youth, who seemed to have turned into a walking piece of prime flesh. Qing Chen clenched his fist inside his sleeve in the shadows, suppressing the impulse to act. On stage, the female auctioneer could hardly keep the smile at the corner of her lips. Luo Yan's 36-finger spirit talismans sold for more than 7,000 spirit stones, way beyond expectations. This achievement would bring her a rich reward and greatly boost her resume. But the climax was just beginning. The second grand item, the lower-grade spirit artifact Redwood Shuttle, was raised high. Once enough spirit stones were embedded, its flight speed could rival that of a mid-stage foundation-building cultivator's full-speed flight. After a brief silence, the expressionless youth raised his paddle again, for 1,000 spirit stones. His tone was flat, but it weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The Redwood Shuttle was taken easily by him, and the room's atmosphere thickened with killing intent and greed. Next came the third grand item, Jade Slip, containing the record of the profound grade lower-class secret technique, profound subtle swordsmanship. Even Qing Chun was stirred by the dream of riding the sword on the wind, roaming the world like a sword immortal. He was about to calculate his remaining spirit stones when he heard that familiar, indifferent voice again. 6,000 spirit stones. Silence fell once more, sharp enough to hear a pin drop. Level 6 Qi refinement. 6,000 spirit stones for a profound grade secret technique. This was beyond reckless extravagance. The young man completed the transaction without changing expression, as if paying with a few ordinary stones. At this moment, the undercurrents reached their peak. Many cultivators quietly changed positions, subtly forming a siege. Countless tracking marks and divine sense seals spread like an invisible web, closing in on the youth in blue. Yet the expressionless youth remained calm and detached, seemingly unaware of the deadly danger lurking all around him. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.